I love your energy for some reason, so I'm going to give you one of these big Kiltoni choke dogs. So you can start riding with a little bit of momentum. Let's get back to this bucket. How about one more time for Charlie Trace, everybody? There he goes. All right, next to us, your next comedian, Riley Olana, everyone. Riley Olana. Riley. Hell yeah. All right. How many of you guys like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you guys like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow. Well, you guys must be having a blast tonight. Oh, no Riley. Okay. Wow, look at this. Some people dropping out. Some people are afraid to follow Charlie Trace here. Okay, make some noise for Robert Dreleka. Robert Dr. Leka. Oh, wow. Here he is.
I sometimes traumatize people and I don't understand why it happens. I love you. In my youth, I was bitten by a snake. The snake drew blood, so I caught the snake. And on my way home, I passed two people. The first person removed my belt, wrapped it around my arm so I could live longer. The second person was traumatized. When I got home, I put the snake in the bathtub. I filled it up with water and it gave birth to 15 live snake babies. I now knew how my dad felt. My mom barged into the room in a panic. What's going on? I said, Mom, I just became a dad and I'm going to die. I can still hear my mom scream in my mind today. I love my mom.
Okay. Robert Dreleka, am I saying that right? Dreleka.
I love my mom too, buddy. I love my mom too.
Tony, this might be the first episode of Kill Tony ever where the rapping was better than the comedy.
Yeah, it's interesting. No doubt about it. Robert Dreleka, making your Kill Tony debut. I would remember if I've ever seen anything like you before. Somehow you look like both Cheech and Chong at the same time.
You said that a couple weeks ago.
You were in the audience. Yeah, absolutely. I know. I came up with that and then I did it again. And welcome to show business, Robert.
I think he looks like Cheech and Chong's son who's trying desperately to impress his dad.
Very, very fun, Robert. You look like the kind of guy that used to be a doctor and then found marijuana or something like that. Looks like something happened at some point.
A lot of things happen.
Yeah, let's talk about it. What were you doing when you were a younger guy? Where are you from?
I'm from Canada originally.
Oh, wow.
But I've lived all over.
Okay. You look like a Native American accountant. Has anyone ever told you that before?
I've heard
your taxes are high. Where's the backlights, you asshole? Fucking lighting guys smoking weed in the back. Stupid asses. This place is a dump.
The true chief financial officer.
Yes.
Good one.
Chief Big Wallet. I love it. Welcome, Robert. So let's talk about it. You were up in Canada, I'm guessing very far north, right?
Just across from Detroit.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. Very good. Windsor.
Yes.
Okay. So you're from Windsor, Canada. How long have you been in America?
Is that spirit?
Yeah.
I have no concept of time.
Okay. Very good. No concept of time, Robert. And so what happened? You came over. What do you do for work, Robert?
I'm a world champion handyman and an electrical contractor.
Really?
Yes.
A world champion handyman. Have you really won a competition?
I'm self-declared.
Okay. All right. Very, very good.
He needs a world championship handicapped man.
Okay, this isn't funny, but my nigga, snakes lay eggs. They don't give live birth. Where were you going with that joke? We had let you finish.
Which joke are you talking about?
The long one.
He thinks he told multiple jokes.
This guy's about to put a fucking spell on you, Brian Simpson. You better be careful. I see the way he's looking at you. Oh my goodness. Hell yeah. So Robert, let's talk about it. What do you do for fun?
I put a tiger on my head and I travel around the country.
You what?
I have a 3-dimensional
Okay.
that I put on my head.
Okay, we're gonna have a security guy come up and check you for weapons real quick. For the first time in this show's history.
I follow Tiger Woods sometimes. I've been seen all over the world.
I bet you follow a lot more people than that.
Where were you when Jerry died? Red band, everybody. Red band. For those of you wondering, wow, who was that said that and then that happened? That was Red Band, everybody. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's talk about it more. Robert, what's your love life like? You have any kids out there?
I'm improving. Yeah, I do have one.
Really?
Yeah, he's 26.
Okay, so you did that. And
Yeah.
you communicate with him sometimes?
Yeah, actually a lot since he moved out.
Okay, he lives here too.
No, he lives in San Antonio.
Okay, very cool. What does he do?
I'm not sure what he's doing right now.
Oh, great. That's good. You're a good father. You're a good man. Robert, what do you...
He looks like the only media he consumes is the first 100 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience. Just on loop.
The best
I
ones.
do like Joe Rogan, but I consume lightly.
You could what?
I only consume lightly. I don't like watching.
Right. Yeah, you don't have Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
What's your living situation exactly? Where is your teepee located?
I'm located in Bowling Creek. I live in a place they call the Last Resort.
of course.
Okay.
The reason I call it the Last Resort is I never felt I'd ever live traditionally again.
What does that mean exactly? Expand on that a little bit.
That means I used to travel around in a motorhome, a 1971 motorhome, and just live in that for years.
He's Hans Kemp from the future.
Yeah.
I sometimes get out of society and then I sometimes come back in.
It seems like you're a very free spirit. Am I
Yes.
right? You smoke a lot of marijuana?
No, but I like the smell of it.
Oh my goodness.
I don't smoke it.
Look at you. Wow.
That's how I feel about cocaine.
Oh my God, Red Band. Don't do jokes like that. You have to stop. He's trying to overcompensate by doing the oldest joke in the book after his Jerry Garcia joke flatline here. Jesus Christ, Red Band. All right. So, Robert, what else? I feel like there's something else, right? Hobbies or something?
Oh, there's a lot of things.
Yeah.
I was featured on America's Got Talent.
What did you do there?
I was the compliment man.
A compliment man. Well, so what did you do? What did you
I get compliments.
right? So like the people that perform there?
Basically, I was performing in Austin on the streets, doing a lot of street performance.
Uh-huh.
I never had to try out for America's Got Talent. They contacted me. I didn't even know who they were,
Right.
but they said, "Hey, do you want to be on TV?"
How did they contact you exactly?
Smoke signal.
By telephone.
By telephone. Okay. All right. So then you got on America's Got Talent and you went on stage and did what exactly? Without just saying that you gave compliments. What exactly did you do?
I basically did some complimentary jokes, and they actually,
Holy shit, this is you right here.
yes,
Oh my God, you're like a totally different guy.
That was my first beard ever.
Yeah.
Never had a beard before.
You're like the worst,
Wow.
worst Targaryen.
Yeah.
You know what? Despite what's coming out of your mouth, despite what's coming out of your
Oh my
mouth,
God, he's about to call you the N-word right now. It's so weird.
you have so much soul, you don't even need shoes. So much soul, you don't even need your shoes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's his compliment.
He's trying to disarm me with compliments.
I don't
It's
know.
not gonna work, buddy.
I'm not trying to make it work, buddy.
Whoa. He really is. He really is about to call you the N-word. We are moments away.
I want it to happen.
Robert, don't do it. Don't do it, Robert. I'm just kidding. Wow. I find you to be such an interesting man. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I started when I was in business to deal with bill collectors. So I would create characters to deal with the bills collectors.
That's how you know you're dealing with a crazy motherfucker. When you ask a motherfucker a question where the answer is a number, but they tell you a story,
I have
out
no
of their fucking
concept.
mind.
I have no concept of time. It's been a long time.
How long have you been doing stand-up? Well, back when I was a knight in the royal family, I was like, nigga, how long ago?
I would guess 20 years.
20 years. And you perform many different places? And
Actually, my first couple of years, I was actually had paid gigs. People pulled me out of the open mics, and I was paid.
okay. All
I
right.
even was paid for a commercial
Paid to leave.
corporate gig. No.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen worse chemistry between a bucketful and
I actually
Jess.
like the guy.
Oh, he called you the guy.
He's all right. He's all right.
All right. Okay.
This is weird. I feel like I just met my white girlfriend's father for the first time, and he's trying to be nice. You know what I mean?
Very interesting. Well, Robert, sign up again sometime. Come back. I want to know more about. I want to see more about you. There goes Robert Trelica, everybody. Yeah. Oh.
We have a new third best.
Yes, that is true. Robert has slid to the third best comedian of the night position. We haven't had a female up tonight. Should we pull to get a girl up here, huh? All right. Sorry to John. Sorry to Jared. Sorry to Fletcher. Sorry to Matt. Sorry to Matt. Okay, here's one. Make some noise for Christy Nova, everybody. Christy Nova. Christy Nova.
My love life's non-existent. I'm so desperate, even my friend's 3-year-old notices. She gets running around calling me taxi, because even she knows that I'm kind of easy to hail, but easy to get inside. I want to go around and start giving random guys massages, so my new nickname can be Play-Doh, because I'm fun to play with and easy to mold. You just have to keep me wet from time to time so I don't dry out. I don't know what guys want anymore. I already have 2 different colors of hair. This side, I'm a girl with purple hair. This side, I'm a girl with teal hair. Straightforward, it's like we're having a threesome. Especially if I haven't taken my medication that day. I hate that with this hair, people just consider me one of 2 L's, liberal or lesbian. How am I supposed to tell them that I like a nice cock and a cocked gun? I'll leave it at that.
Wow, Christy Nova coming in with jokes. Very, very fun. Christy, have you been on this show before?
I've been on a couple of times, but it's been like 6 months.
6 months, right. So welcome back. Christy is a camera operator here on the show, right? What would we call amongst... Yes, I guess that would be the title for it, right?
That works, yeah.
Christy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for about 3 years on and off.
Okay, 3 years on and off. And what do you do when you're off?
I've been Twitch streaming. Right now I've been doing a lot of production work and just working with the great Yomi.
I love it, indeed, absolutely. I know you look like you're here to protest the show, and it turns out that you actually work for it.
Yeah, I like to keep people guessing.
Indeed.
Can I give her just a little bit of advice?
Okay.
Because I fuck with Chris. I'm not gonna shit on her because she is making my drinks, but lose the new white girl delivery that all the white girls have. It's you're making a statement, but you're saying it like a question, and it makes it sound like you're asking permission to say what you're trying to say. Just say the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're like, so a lot of guys don't fucking like my pussy, or like it's just say it. Dudes don't like my pussy. You know what I'm saying?
That's really good advice. Thank you.
Indeed.
I appreciate that.
Indeed. Christy, tell us more about your life so we can find out more about you.
Okay, I moved to Austin a little over a year ago, and I've loved it. It's completely changed
Where'd
my
you
life.
move from?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Hell yeah, Dallas doesn't let people walk around with hair like that.
No. They also don't let you smoke weed anywhere. They're very strict.
Okay, so you smoke weed as well.
I smoke a lot of weed every day.
Crazy. I can't believe you smoked weed and the last guy didn't. I just like the smell, Tony. I've been performing for decades.
Next, we're going to find out she's the one with 10 piss jars outside of her room.
How did you know?
Christy, what's your love life really like in real life? I'm sure there's a lot of guys that are interested in fucking Arya Stark if she had Down syndrome. Oh, shut up! She works for me, you faggot! We're gonna have to bleep that faggot. Oh, bleep that one too. All right.
Yeah, no, I get hit on by a lot of guys with no jobs or no places to live, which is, I mean, good for them, but
Right. A lot of
I've
unemployed.
done that before, and I'm looking for something different.
Right. So you aren't hooking up with any unemployed guys from now on. So basically, nobody that got pulled out of the bucket tonight has a chance with Christy.
Very true.
I don't know. There's one guy that has like at least $20,000 cash in his assuredly very small apartment somewhere. It's probably not hard to find. Perhaps you could hire a world champion handyman to help you find it, and I bet you could split the money. Okay.
But also, there's another guy that lives at the last resort, so if you're desperate.
Yeah. So Christy, what else about your life? Tell us an interesting fun fact about you.
Well, let's see. I tried to get a motorcycle license, and I failed within 2 hours of the first class.
Wow.
Yeah, I almost ran into a light pole.
Okay. Wow. On a motorcycle.
On a motorcycle, it was really hard to steer, and I just didn't have the arm strength at the time.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I didn't realize that they had that accessory for Cabbage Patch Kids, that they had a little motorcycle that you could put them on.
It's a Hot Wheel.
Yeah. Not if you're on it. What's wrong with you people? Oh, come on. Look, the ugly ladies aren't enjoying my jokes right here. It's annoying ass.
If you were on it, it definitely wouldn't be going straight.
Oh! Yes! That's what I'm talking about. You're gonna have to put that in when you make the highlight reel of this episode. But I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, how about one more time for the great Christy Nova, everybody? That was great. You guys think we should do one more out of the bucket? Really? No? One more? All right. Let's see what happens here. The curse. Make some noise for Kiko, everybody. Wow, look at that from right there. Incredible. Just crawled out of the stage. This guy started the night as a horsefly. He's grown into this. We've seen him before. Make some noise one more time for Kiko, everybody.
Thank you for having me. I signed a release form to give permission to be on this thing. First time that Tony ever got consent for anything. Thank you for coming tonight. This country is a bad Scooby-Doo episode. Everybody's riding their green scooters over everybody's ancestors, not giving a fuck. I went to do that shit. I went to go get a green scooter here out in Austin. I fucking took out my wallet to pay. But then I looked on my license and I couldn't do it because it turns out from my license that I'm a grown fucking man and I shouldn't scoot around the city like a fucking asshole. Because I have a car. I like this shit. We're crazy. The humans all suck. Some of us are still Christians. What the fuck are we doing out here in life? If you still believe in Jesus, now fine. But I think that's like following still George Carlin on TikTok. Like neither of them want you to do that. Thank you very much tonight, everybody.
Okay, Kiko. Kiko. Local legend, Kiko. You're not fooling me. I know you just went up twice in a row. You just took off the purple and blue wig that you had on. Yeah. Is it moving straight now, Christy? Welcome back to the show. Kiko is a local legend here around the Austin comedy scene. You have multiple of your own shows and things like that. You're also one of the only comedians that stays 9 months pregnant at all times.
Yeah. I'm in my third trimester.
Yeah, that is the firmest potbelly I've ever seen.
That thing is absolutely incredible.
It's like it has two halves.
Yeah. You have a.
It's because I have a vagina in my abdomen.
Is that true?
Yeah. I've shown it to the audience before. It's disgusting. You want to see?
Yeah, we do want to see.
Y'all want to see my pussy?
Oh,
shit. It's an apparition of the Virgin Mary's vagina.
Dude, did an alien come out of there?
It's got a clitoris, but Red Man can't ever find it. I can't.
Doesn't it look like a still shot from Total Recall?
Oh,
the fucking villain comes out of his stomach.
What the fuck happened, dude?
Hey, look, everybody, I'm Colombian. Don't ask no more fucking questions about the stars.
shit.
You were fueling heroin through your stomach.
Yeah. They put it in like through the front. That's crazy.
Wow. Pounds of it. What's the actual answer? What did they have to do?
I had a botched fucking gallbladder removal that fucked me up.
Oh
I
man.
thought it was like childhood.
Yeah.
You got the operation in your mother country?
No, over here at the Poor People Hospital,
Oh.
Brackenridge, motherfucking, they don't give a fuck.
Oh.
He asked for a gender reassignment surgery, but the doctor was not drunk.
Yeah.
They put the pussy in the wrong place.
Wow. It is incredible. That is.
I think you should tell people you had a C-section.
You can't see that one.
Kiko, so let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
My first week I did this show. It was a year and a half ago.
Wow, I didn't realize that you started then. That's incredible.
Yeah.
I've seen you do
And Ron White was the guest with Russell Peters that time.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, very good. So you started a year and a half ago.
Yes, sir.
And how do you make money?
I make music for a living,
You make
and that's how I make my money.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you give us an example of like what type of music?
You play
I do anything, man. We could do some things tonight. I don't have to play guitar, man. It's cool. You can just sing. I can play guitar.
Or just hang out outside Home Depot and wait for a band to come ask you to join.
Hey, mister, I do it for less.
Oh, are we going to see him do a sick guitar solo?
You want to see him do a
I
guitar
wanna
solo?
Yeah, we play guitar, sure.
All right. Here he is. It's going to be weird when the hand comes out of the stomach that starts playing it. Fucking Kiko's got tricks up his sleeve. I love it. The music comes straight from his belly, so it's incredible. He has. You've heard of Smash Mouth? This is Smash Stomach, everyone.
Hey, what are you yelling at me about?
All right, so I don't know.
All right.
If I can't get you, I'm gonna lose my life for trying. If I can't get you, I will lose my life for trying. When I'm in love with you, wanting for you, resting on my mind.
Wow. 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 Why are all of these musicians trying stand-up comedy? It is crazy. They're like, well, I like rocking and rolling, but I really want to be completely uncomfortable with no instruments at all. Kiko, that was fucking awesome. How about a hand for Kiko, everybody?
Well, thank you.
Wow. I was just about to stop you, and then you started singing, and you have the fucking voice of an angel and the face of a devil.
Yeah. Last time you said I looked like Adele in her prime and shit, so it's true. Adele in her prime.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I was funnier back then. It's different.
Yeah.
I don't have to try so hard.
It's because your voice is hilarious, so it worked.
Oh
shit!
I don't even think.
Did I just bomb?
I don't think that even qualifies as an insult at this point, Kiko. Very, very fun performance. It was so fun to squeeze one more person up here. Thank you, Kiko. Another appearance here on Kill Tony. Follow him at Kiko Comedy. Kiko Comedy with a K. And he's sitting right there. It's an easy walk. There it goes. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night is the longest standing regular in the history of the show. He's written and performed more new minutes than anybody ever. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Here he is, the real deal. Your final comedian of the night, William Montgomery, everybody.
A Russian judge sentenced women's basketball player Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison. Crazy, she had to go all the way to Russia to get it from the man. It's just a long ways away. That's what I thought. That was funny. Okay, let's go. Biden's forgiving everybody's student loans. If I'd known he was going to do that, I wouldn't have robbed all those people in the Kmart parking lot to put myself through medical school. 12 fucking longest years of my life. The other day, I hooked up my dick to fiber optic internet. I came in seconds. Gustavo Arnault, the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond, jumped to his death this past weekend in Manhattan, allegedly due to fraud. But I think we all know it's because Aphex Twin hasn't released a full-length LP since 2014. Gustavo fucking loved Aphex Twin. He hasn't released an LP since 2014. Come on. Thanks for my dad. My dad's here tonight. What the fuck? Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
William Montgomery here with a brand new minute and 30 seconds. Very, very fun. Coming in, the hair, everything growing back from when your parents were here and they made you cut it all down. You're starting to get some of your insanity back.
It is.
I love
It's
it.
starting to grow finally. I actually just set up an Etsy shop, everybody. I'm selling merch on my Etsy shop. This is pretty much what all the shirts look like. What I'm wearing right now, it doesn't have my name on it at all. It's just all Aphex Twin stuff. So if y'all can please visit my Etsy shop. I have 2,000 of these Aphex Twin shirts. I'm starting to think it was a fucking mistake not having my name on it or anything at all. It's literally all 2,000. I'll just say Aphex Twin. So if y'all can please go to my Etsy shop, I'd really appreciate it. I spent $10,000 on 2,000 Aphex Twin shirts. I'm starting to think it was a horrible idea. It doesn't have my name on it anywhere.
Okie dokie. Fuck yeah. William, we found out during your set that you went to medical school.
I did.
Yeah, what'd you study there?
12 years. I studied fingers, toes.
Okay. That sounds about right. Okay.
Head and shoulders.
Oh. That's a pretty big
Knees and toes, pretty much. That was it. Yeah, it was like head and shoulders, knees and toes. Yeah, it was 12 years. That's why it took so long.
Wow. And what do you do with that education?
I got into shampoo. It's so weird. I started working for L'Oreal.
Wow. Okay. Deep look to the back of the room.
Yeah.
That's crazy, Tony.
Brian Simpson.
I haven't seen William perform since he got sober and like lost all his weight.
Yeah.
And I thought he was just a fat drunk, but he's just insane. He does not drugs now. He's just crazy.
The fuck do you mean by that? I thought we had a good fucking interaction up in the green room before that. Why would you do that to me?
It's a compliment.
Okay, well,
I'm saying you're funny even though you're not drunk.
On drugs, man, I've been missing the fucking cocaine recently. Anybody on it tonight? Okay, can you meet me in the bathroom after this? I really need to do some tonight. I'm not doing good.
Have you really been having urges to do cocaine? What sets it off? What do you think this is coming from?
Well, every single time I'm in 7-Eleven and I just look at the Bud Ices and I'm just like, oh my God, I miss drinking 15 of these fucking things.
Right.
Doing a fucking grant. It was, I miss it. So I gotta stay strong.
What do you do in place of that when you have those urges? What do you end up doing?
Do you remember Play-Doh?
Yeah.
I've been doing a bunch of Play-Doh stuff recently. I'm thinking maybe they could be a new sponsor. I don't know. I have to play my cards right. I've lost all my fucking sponsors.
I thought he meant like Socrates' pupil, like if he was reading.
No.
Yeah.
No Socrates in this man's life at all.
Was he a painter? Wasn't he a painter? Okay, why'd you do the fucking drum, dude? That was so loud next to my fucking ears, man. I'm not kidding. That was so incredible. Stop fucking doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. Thank you. And why does this microphone smell like shit tonight?
I don't know.
I swear to God, it was the first fucking thing I noticed when I picked this fucking thing up. It smells literally like shit.
Well, there's a lot of people that went up before you that could, it could literally be anybody. Very, very fun. William, what else is going on? Stop yelling at William, people. He's very easily distracted. Perhaps.
Yeah, who the fuck is acting like the hero up there right now? Who the fuck? I'm just excited to go to West Palm Beach with you this weekend, Tony.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I am wondering, please take me to the ocean. We went to Miami, you didn't take me to the ocean.
Yeah. All right.
Will you take me?
No. What am I going to do? What am I going to rub fucking sunscreen on you?
Would you?
No.
I'm giving me somebody to put it on my back. We really can't go to the ocean, Tony.
I don't go to the ocean with gingers or black people. That's my deal.
Neither do I.
Oh, shit. I don't know what that is.
I'm kidding, Brian.
Brian, do you go to the... You a fan of the ocean? You a fan of the waters?
I don't go places with white people.
Right.
No. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the ocean. No.
Indeed.
No, it's dangerous.
It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I can swim at home.
Yeah, I swim in my bathtub.
Yeah, me too.
Do you?
Why you look at me like that, like sexually? I swim in my bathtub.
I don't believe you swim in your bathtub. You really swim in your
I
bathtub.
mean, I go underwater.
Yeah, me too. That's swimming. Okay.
You know, it's something.
Okay. Okay. How far underwater do you guys go? All the way? You like curl up your legs a little bit? Because you'd have to like bend your knees. You'd have to like really, it would be, some of your legs would be out of the water. I go a couple feet down. I have one of those things. I got one pre-installed, the things that old people have, the kind with the door. My bathtub has a door, and I get like 2 feet down under there. That's not even a thing that exists. It exists. They retrofit the bathtub onto your existing bathtub.
So you can get into the bathtub, like there's a door.
Oh, okay.
Also, I just sold William a shower and rebranded it as something. Space agent.
There's some nice man. He came to my apartment. I swear to God, I was so close to fucking poisoning this guy. Did he happen to have a tie wrapped around his head? The guy that put in this bath for you? He did. He did? A tie? Yeah, he had a tie wrap. How'd you know that? Wow, this is very interesting. We had a guy up there. You didn't watch tonight's show at all? No, I've been getting high with fucking Danny Brown up there, and I'm horribly on edge right now. I fucking come up here, I'm high as shit. Fucking microphone smells like shit.
Well, that's because
First fucking joke doesn't work. My fucking nerves are amplified. It's a nightmare tonight. Some fucking dumbass up there keeps fucking screaming. I'm trying to talk about my fucking bathtub with the door. By the way, don't get one. Don't get one. It leaks. I don't know who decided to put a fucking door on the bathtub, but it was a horrible design flaw. Literally, it leaks all over the place. You seem very angry tonight, William. Is there any chance you might want to give some winks away to the audience? The famous, oh, there's one. Whoa, whoa. Oh my goodness, Red Band not even looking. You gotta love it. I'm winking at you, man! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Okay, Red Band. Very good. Fucking idiot. God. Fucking idiot. That's all I was thinking. I could fucking smell you tonight when I fucking walk behind you. Wow. William taking shots at Red Band for no reason. Red Band, one of the least smelly, morbidly obese people that I know. Somehow always doesn't smell. I'm always waiting for it to happen, but...
Thank you.
Yeah, you never smell.
Yep. I shower.
Yeah. Very good. Turns out they make extra large showers as well.
I have one of these open door ones that William recommended to me. It was a nightmare.
You're sweet, you got that. I didn't think you were actually going to get it. I didn't think Janice wanted you smelling good at y'all's place. Janice was his girlfriend. She loves it when it stinks.
Yeah, she's Asian. She loves dead fish smells.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Yikes. Zoinks. All right. William, very, very interesting. You covered the death of the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond. That's true, right? Yeah. He literally, he jumped from the 18th floor. Oh, man. In his honor. What do you... And what exactly was the joke again? The reason he jumped wasn't due to financial fraud. It's because he's a big Aphex Twin fan. Let's cover this one more time, because you bring up Aphex Twin all the time. We have our 10-year anniversary show quickly approaching. June 10th, 2023 is the date that it's set at. Does Aphex Twin still play? Yeah, he does. We're actually in communication. I think he might come to the 10-year anniversary show. Yeah, I've been in communication with Aphex Twin. It's weird that's his actual name. Aphex Twin, yeah, I think he's coming to the 10-year anniversary. So it's really... No, I'll be very honest with y'all. I don't even know who the fuck Aphex Twin is. It's just a thing that I started doing, and it's an easy way to get a laugh. I don't even fucking know who the guy is.
Whoa. Wow, you're furious tonight, William. Very, very interesting. Is anything happening in your personal life before we go?
Yeah, I haven't fucking peed in 3 days. How would you feel?
Oh my goodness.
When I'm drinking tons of soda water, I literally haven't fucking peed. Shit hasn't come out of my penis for 3 fucking days.
You should be in the hospital, my nigga. Why you doing a spot?
I'll say that a little slower. I couldn't fucking understand you. No, seriously, what you said.
You should have gone to the hospital instead of doing a comedy spot.
Well, I'm thinking about going later. We'll see. You want to take me?
How long you have to go without pissing before it's an emergency?
I don't know. I was online 5 days. I think it's 5 days. You want to take me after this?
You should go. No.
Take me after this. I need a ride. Literally, please take me after this.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Right.
I'm lovely, thank you. You ready to take on the day? Go. Girl. I'll be here for you tonight. You take care. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Mr. Aquarius,
And this was another episode of Kill Tony, everybody. There goes William Montgomery, the great, the powerful. We did it again. Guys, how loud can this place get for the great Ron White? Come on. Make some noise. The Kill Tony debut of Ryan Long, everybody. And the great Brian Simpson, everyone. The drawing for Brian J. Ebelt is in. Absolutely incredible. Check that out at ryanjebelt.com. He draws every episode of the show. Very, very fun. How about a hand for the band, everybody? That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band. Kill Tony brought to you by D-Betty Vodka, the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. That's Michael Gonzalez on the drums, John Dees on the keys, Dave Scher on the bass, and Matt Muelling on guitar. The great Paul Deemer was on the horns earlier. Red Band. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Walker Gas Company here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony.
Who's ready to have a great fucking night tonight, huh? Hey, it's Red Band, everybody. Come on,
Hey, everybody.
Brian Red Band. We've been working together a long time. This is Kill Tony, sponsored by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, Austin Zone, and amazing Deep Eddy Vodka. Literally the best vodka on planet Earth. Also made here in Austin, Texas. How about a hand for the goddamn band, huh? Are we doing this shit? People visiting from all around the world get to see some of the best goddamn music here in the live music capital of the world, and we are blessed with the great D Madness here on bass guitar, Matt Mueling on the electric, Paul Deemer on the horns, and Michael Gonzalez on the drums. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. It's going to be an exciting one. That is the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Band. If you ever enjoy whiskey, why not try some peanut butter whiskey? Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the officials. You did? You liked it? Did you know what you were drinking before you, you're like, God damn it, I want a shot of Jack Daniels. I love it. Okay, fuck yeah, it's just a random guy up there talking, everybody. So there we go. That's good. Thank you. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian, and I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. September 29th through October 1st, Nashville, Tennessee. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now. Get tickets while you still can. Hey, you hear that noise? You know what it means. It's time to gear up for fall with Bespoke Post and their new seasonal lineup of must-have Box of Awesome collections. Bespoke Post partners with small businesses and emerging brands to bring you the most unique goods every month. We've gotten some awesome stuff. Literally, my favorite travel bag is from Box of Awesome. You never know what you're going to get, but no matter what you have going on this season, Box of Awesome has you covered. From camping gear essentials to travel must-haves and autumn cocktail kits, Box of Awesome has everything you need for fall. Literally, my favorite bag, my favorite knife at my house. Red Band, you got some cool stuff lately too, right?
Oh, I just got this amazing cocktail aging kit. It comes with all the ways that make your whiskey even taste better. And it's easy because to get started, you just take a quiz at boxofawesome.com and your answers will help them pick the right Box of Awesome for you. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. Each box is valued at around $70, but you only pay a fraction of that price. Plus, with each Box of Awesome, you're supporting a small business. 90% of everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. It's free to sign up, and you can skip a month or cancel anytime.
I love it, and you will too. Get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KILLTONY at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Austin, I'm telling you, you got to do a little bit better than that. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? It is a goddamn pleasure for me to introduce your guests. Every single week, I always have two of the funniest human beings on earth. This week is no different, and it's two new guests to Austin Kill Tony, two guys that have done this show before in LA, in New York, all around the country. Make some noise for two of my favorite guests, two of my favorite comedians. It's Mike Beatty and Josh Wolf, everybody. Mike Beatty and Josh Wolf. Yeah.
Josh Wolf.
Mike Beatty. Yeah. Boom. Two of my favorites. Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
How are you?
You know how I am.
You're doing great. Josh ate what appeared to be a fucking happy meal of mushrooms in the green room tonight. So
A fistful, someone said.
anything could happen.
Yeah.
He's like 75 years old. He looks like he's 24, and he looks like he's 17. It's incredible.
That's the fountain of youth. It's mushrooms and edibles. Yeah. You know, I'm really excited to. I'm like, you guys will see when the mushrooms hit. They'll be looking special. Yeah. I'll be like,
Mike Feeney,
buddy.
here, him and I often were at the same auditions for a ventriloquist dummy when we were in show business together, and here we are.
We sit on a good laugh.
That's
you know?
right. You and me both.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the show. You guys know how it works. You guys, of course, have your own very popular podcast. Here's the scenario: Mike Feeney with your
Brendan Sagalow and Mike Kevin.
That's right. And Josh Wolf has the amazing show Hey Man with his son, Jacob Wolf.
That's right.
Josh and Jacob Wolf.
That's right.
And you guys have been guests on this show before. Some of you in the audience might be new to this chaos. On this show, a comedian comes up and they do 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which is essentially just a really loud sound that cuts it off.
The stage shook. That scared the fuck out of me. There's going to be a lot of that tonight. Oh my God. I fucking clutched the pearls right away. Did you see me?
I just installed subwoofers underneath the stage also. Yeah, the stage does growl with the West Hollywood bear now. I think they've kicked in, by the way. So we're going to have fun. I interviewed them after their 60 seconds. A bunch of them signed up for the opportunity to get 60 seconds on this stage. I interviewed them, find out more about their life after their short stand-up set. And there's also 3 regulars that write and perform a brand new minute every single week. Not an easy job at all. We have seen them go from... for example, your first comedian was living in his van a year ago, and now he opens up in the round in the middle of arenas with me and Joe Rogan. He's doing the London O2 Arena, we just found out. October 22nd, living in his van a year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, doing your first minute tonight, this is Hans Kim.
What the fuck is up, Austin? It's good to be here. A year ago, I was living in my van eating ramen, and now I'm a regular on Kill Tony wearing Balenciagas. Hell yeah. If you have the chance to suck Tony Hinchcliffe's dick, I highly recommend it. He's a great boyfriend. I am not a racist at all. It's so crazy how not racist I am that I do the opposite of thinking all black people look the same. I confuse one black person for multiple black people. I used to think there was a crime problem in the African American community. Turns out it was just Jamarcus. He hates me. Thank you.
Hans Kim, making it look easy. Coming in, getting the party started week after week after week. One of the hardest things to possibly do is a brand new minute of material, and you pulled it off again.
Thank you, Tony.
How come I don't remember this dick sucking that I supposedly got?
You're really high on mushrooms.
Okay. All right.
Do you have your Iron Man snowshoes on? What the fuck are those? Those are insane. These are called Balenciagas. It's you're sucking the wrong dick if those are the Balenciagas you got. Whose dick do I have to suck to get better shoes? That's a Balenciaga.
Where did you get those?
From the famous Danny Brown.
Whoa! So you sucked his dick.
Yeah.
How did you get those from Dan?
Brown. Explain to us what happened where Danny Brown gave you. Do you know how much those are worth?
$1,200.
$1,200.
Well,
That's $600 per shoe, which is about $580 more than you've ever spent on a pair of shoes.
It's about $580 more than the rest of your outfit. That is a Walmart special with Balenciagas to balance it out.
Let me
That
ask
is
you.
definitely a guy who was homeless a year ago energy right there.
Can I ask you a question? Did you have those jeans balled up in the shoes? Did you took them out? Yeah, Sam.
It is.
I don't know if they're wrinkled. It's just one giant wrinkle. Is all it is. It's not even.
It really is. Those are not the mushrooms. That's very wrinkly. You're like, is the shirt breathing? Where did you get that soccer jersey? What is that?
My parents gifted it to me during the 2006 World Cups.
Oh, back when you had the respect of your parents. 2006. Do you stay in touch with them?
Not really.
What's
Welcome
their
to.
story? They're not proud of you? Do they know
Are
what
you
you're
living
up
pimp?
to?
I guess so. They're just being Asian in San Francisco.
Right. That's why I asked. I know what that's like. Do you communicate? When's the last time you talked to mom and dad?
Probably like a month ago.
What's it like? When I what? When did you speak? Remember that time that you were in AFC and you didn't even know what an AFC was? Okay, you're still in AFC. Baby, I did like 8 hours promoting myself. 16 hours promoting myself. That's more accomplished than that. But good job being at the gym. Bad job being in AFC. When are you going to stop being in AFC? That's good, but you're not working on your mind. You don't know what an AFC is. Zoot, do you know what an AFC is? No, but you are one. Frankly, you could run for mayor of AFCville and win by a landslide now. You think you know what you're doing, but you don't. You're like, okay, I'll go to the gym and I'll pick up all these chicks. Dude, you still don't have the mental game to pick up tens. If you want to do that, you need to read The Game by Neil Strauss. Then you'll know what an AFC is. You'll know what peacocking is. You'll know what higher status is. And then you go to the gym and you'll have a whole new idea of what you're doing, because you won't just be like working on the physical body, but you'll work on the mental, on your mental game as well, and you'll have an edge on people. But nevertheless, more importantly than you being an AFC or you going to the gym, are you ready to get your fucking ass kicked at mini golf? All right. Well, just give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom and then we'll play.
Okay, and what is a call like that? Explain to us what it's like. Explain to these normies and these Saudi Arabian cowboys in the audience. Explain to them what it's like having Asian parents in San Francisco.
It's very, very fraught with difficulties. They're very, very shrewd, and they're very cunning.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking? Cunning? You have cunning parents on?
Yeah.
Your parents are super villains? They're cunning?
They're super Asian.
What do you mean by super Asian? Break that down for us, because we don't know.
Well, he already said cunning. I feel super Asian.
It is fraught with difficulties.
What kind of super Asian? Describe to us what super Asian is. You can say it. We're not allowed to hear it from you.
They're,
I mean, you can.
I mean, he has. Only like once a year. You know what I mean? And I'm still holding that card deep in my pocket right now. What's super Asian to you?
They're very practical, you know. When we talk, it's all about information exchange. It's not about emotional exchange.
So give us an example of exactly what you mean by that. Like, what kind of information is being exchanged? This is good. We've had you on the show a long time, and we're getting to really get in on the psychology of Hans Kim.
Well, I haven't talked to them in a while, but when I do talk to them, it's like, I'm doing good. I'm not suffering.
Who the fuck talks to their parents like that? Things are going well. I am not suffering.
But Hans, life is suffering.
Wow.
Oh my God. So when you say you're not suffering, do you mention that you're performing in arenas, jetting around the globe at the biggest, best places that 99.9% of comedians never get to perform in?
That's true.
Do you mention, because like they might appreciate a statistic like that. You know what I mean?
He's like, it never came up.
Yeah. I just said not suffering and ended it there.
I figured they'd get it from there.
Yeah. Why tell them I'm thriving when I could just say not suffering? Why would I want them to sleep well at night?
I don't want to brag,
Goodness. So when you talk to them, do you talk about everything, everywhere, all at once? Thank you. That was hard to not stutter on that.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
All right. What the fuck, Zoot?
It's a real rush hour.
It's just an Asian movie. That didn't even make sense in the context of how you said it.
It didn't make sense at all.
No.
Are we just going to list
You
Asian movies
like
now?
Jackie Chan.
Yeah. By the way, I have to ask you a question I've always wanted to ask you. Are you the only Asian dude named Hans?
There's a couple of us out there.
You've met them?
I've Facebooked them.
Smallest Facebook group ever. 4 dudes.
Most of them are German.
Yeah.
Yeah.
German Asian.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. They hate Jews more than I do.
Okie dokie. Just some natural racism there. Just let it flow out of you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, an absolutely unbelievable minute. You did it again. Another incredibly new, intriguing, valuable information about your life during the interview. You are one of the all-time greats on this show. I adore you. You killed all weekend with me in West Palm Beach. I swear to God, he's the best fucking stand-up comedy show opener in the world right now. It's Hans Kim, everybody.
Thank you.
Doing it. Living the goddamn dream. Working on jokes all day. The man has a spreadsheet on his phone that he stares at all day, moving jokes around, adjusting them. He's a freak. All right, now is the part where, just to remind you, this is not Hans Kim. I just pulled a name out of the bucket. It could be anybody. It could be somebody's first time. It could be a local veteran that's waited forever to come to the show to try to make it and get gigs and work out of his performance here tonight. Anything can happen right now. Your first bucket full of the night goes by the name of Sissio Mantis. Chicho Mantis. Chicho Mantis. There he is. It's Chicho, everybody. Come on, everybody. One time for Chicho. Come on.
So there's this fuckboy from my hometown who thinks he's a tattoo artist now. And he knocked up this chick, and all of a sudden, they're in love. And just to prove it, he tattooed Amore across her pregnant belly. And posted a pic on the gram. The comments are all heart eyes, fire, bro, flames, bro, keep up the great work. And then there's this one that says, An armoire is a piece of furniture, you fucking idiot. He really spelled it armoire. This poor bitch is now a walking advertisement for IKEA. And I guess that's what happens when you furnish inside. He designed the baby shower invitation, and he wrote "Bye Bye Baby," BYE, BYE. He's not sticking around.
Okay. Chicho Mantis. Welcome to the show, Chicho. How are you?
Thank you. Great. How are you?
How's it going? How long have you been on stand-up?
This is my first time ever.
I love it. Look at that. It's all happening. Chicho Mantis. How old are you, Chicho?
29.
29. Where are you from?
New York.
New York, New York. So you came here to start. What made you come to Austin, Texas?
Just wanted to see what it's all about. Everyone's talking about the comedy scene. I'm a huge comedy fan, and
how have you enjoyed? How long have you been here?
Just since Saturday. We flew in. Yeah.
Wow, you flew in Saturday. So what did you do yesterday? Anything yesterday?
Yeah, we hung out on a lot of picnic tables in backyards.
Yeah,
fucking
welcome to
murky
Austin.
Ponds with
Yep.
beaches and shit.
Yeah, that's what everybody did yesterday.
And that's your crown jewel, I guess.
I love it. Absolutely. Did you hear any live music or any comedy?
So best live music so far has been this, and fucking people singing "Happy Birthday" to Melissa on a duck bus.
Okay. Happy birthday to Melissa on the duck bus. Melissa, if you're listening,
Who the fuck is Melissa?
we have no
Oh,
idea.
okay.
Bitch, I'm a duck source.
It's his first time.
I thought I missed that part of the show. What? Did I miss that part?
This fucking asshole doesn't know who Melissa is.
I was like,
The mushrooms really? You didn't hear his Melissa story?
It's literally all we've been talking about.
Melissa's the
I really thought I had been gone for a while. I'm like, oh no.
Oh my God, amazingly hilarious. Chicho, let's talk about it. You're from New York. You're obviously a proud lesbian.
I do drive a Subaru. I hear that.
You do? Oh my God. Are those all the condiments you put on pussy before you eat it?
That's effective birth control. I learned from Drake.
What?
I said that's effective birth control. Drake did that.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. It's not as easy as you thought it would be. Not as easy as you thought it
I
would be.
never thought it'd be easy.
No, I know. Chicho, what do you do for work? You're 29. You're from New York. You live in New York, both of them, right?
Yeah, right outside the city, like 20 minutes north. But I'm an HR manager.
Wow.
That's true.
Hey, can I ask one question though? How come you had to bring a notebook up? You just told one story.
I've never done this before.
What does it say in the notebook? Does it say that story like word for word?
No, it's got some notes from some meeting that I had at work. I got someone's salary. I don't know. I was making. No, I'm working.
Yeah, if this wasn't your first time, I would have trashed you pretty hard for bringing up a notebook for a 1 minute.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's still unbelievable that you did it. And then at one point was like flipping through, like, and then, yeah, let me see.
Fucking
diagram. Sorry, my handwriting's a bit. Should have been a doctor.
You did some fake flipping. You're like a newscaster or something like that. I've never seen anything like that in the history of the show.
I think for your first time, that was great, though, man. I think you have good instincts, much better instincts than your shirt size. It's entirely too tight. But I don't know, man. First time?
Yeah.
In front of all these people? That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, dude, and also stage presence for the first time, dude, really good, man.
Yeah.
Really good. I would say though, just move it out of the way. I almost did it for you. But you don't want to stand with that in front of you. Just move it out of the way. Or keep it in the mic stand.
All right. Josh thinks that's a dandelion right now. So he's like, you don't need the dandelion in front of you during your comedy set. He tried to blow off the...
Welcome. How are you?
Okay, so Chicho.
I fucking forgot there was a trumpet back there. I was like, that's fun. The guitar sounds weird.
Oh my goodness. Chicho, you are a likable guy. You do seem comfortable on stage. Do you have like a theater background or something like
No,
that?
I'm in a couple bands. I play drums.
Really? You play drums? Whoa. Well, I mean, it's been a while since we've done this, but you guys think we should have You guys think we should have perhaps a Mexican drama up here tonight?
Yes, I can.
Well,
How are you?
I don't know if you guys know how this works. You're talking at the time of your life.
I don't think
I'm well, thank you. Your sound is really low, though.
Dude, Jesus Christ. Your New York liberal
Oh, okay.
fatty bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just chilling watching Kill Tony. I'm about to go to bed.
God. I don't even
It's very late here. It's like 4 in the morning.
Anyway, thanks for pulling my name out of that bucket.
How's your day going?
How dare you, sir? Or ma'am. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
history of the show.
Very cool. How's your day going?
Drama where potentially someone who a comedian does a minute and knows how to play the drums.
Excellent.
They get to have a drum
Well,
solo competition with the resident drummer.
I'll
of the
tell
show.
you what.
If they win,
In about 8 hours, I'll be refreshed and such, and I would love to talk to you. But as of right now, I'm going to be getting some sleep, okay? Sounds like a plan, man. Please do. People do that. You're more than welcome to. Absolutely. I keep the stream on and I keep the podcast going, so there's always something going. Excellent. Well, I will see you in 8 hours or so, my friend. You take care. Night, buddy. Take care. I will do my best. Thank you.
when they literally become the full-time drummer of the show. He has an opportunity here on this show. He has an opportunity, his first time ever doing comedy, to be a full-time member of a comedy show. He could win this right now.
What a big dick move that is, too, for you to just be like, here, take the 6 and do your fucking best.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the thing you guys might not know, is that, believe it or not, the resident drummer all time is completely undefeated. Joel Jimenez left undefeated, I believe 64-0. Michael Gonzalez, I believe, currently at like 8-0, something like that. So you have your work cut out for you. He's already given some excuses. Maybe you've heard the classics, like, I don't think art should be a competition.
And my shirt's too tight to play drums.
Ladies and gentlemen, doing a drum solo, going first tonight, this is a Mexican drummer from Chicho Mantes. Some of the crowd is on their feet right now. Oh my goodness, the gay man stood up, everybody. The gay man. He's got the gay mode.
Dude, what's crazy about that?
Absolutely unbelievable. I do believe we watched him get better throughout that drum set.
He dropped he lost the drumstick like right out of the gate and somehow caught it and knocked over the snare 6 times and still never broke the bass.
We just literally just watched him go from not knowing how to drum to right now he slightly has a chance of winning this fucking thing.
By the way, did everybody else see how good his titties looked when he was drumming?
I take back what I said about the shirt. They are fully supported.
Well, if you love the way his tits bounce, wait till you see Michael Gonzalez's cock here in a second. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending Kill Tony drummer, all-time undefeated in Mexican drum ops, doing a solo for you now. This is Michael Gonzalez. Wow. Jesus Christ. The man is fighting for his life. This is not a fucking game. This is how he makes a goddamn living. Michael Gonzalez. Now here's the crazy part. You ready for this?
Yeah.
The audience decides.
Well, can I just say?
Yeah.
They were both great drummers, but your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna win on just facial expression alone.
I agree. I'm a little bit biased, but he has that drummer face that we all love.
Yeah, that was dope. Yeah.
Or his face is completely normal and it was just melted.
Yeah. He's like his face, the way he turned into a Mario brother there was crazy.
Dude, when he became my dad and started telling me all the things he hated about me, I was like, wow, this is like crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have our newest friend from New York, Chicho Mantis, winning that? Whoa, that's pretty good.
I need a new job.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, working a job.
That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. How many of you have Michael Gonzalez? I mean, the people on the internet sometimes don't understand how dominant one side of applause is. Chicho, who do you think won that off of the audience applause?
I think it goes to him.
Goddamn right it does. But you had fun up here tonight, huh? You got to drum, you got to do your first ever minute, and it went really fucking well, dude. And the interview went really well, too. For an HR manager, you're a pretty goddamn likable, cool guy.
And I just want to say, once again, a white guy loses a job to a Mexican.
Yes! My feet! Make some noise one more time for Chicho Mantis, everybody. There he goes. Unbelievable. You guys having fun yet, huh? Goddamn right. Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Bijan Jalali. Bijan Jalali. Bijan. Oh, here he comes. Come on, everybody. Noise for Bijan Jalali.
Everyone here knows what Duck Dynasty is, right? Yeah, it's like a pretty popular conservative podcast reality show. I didn't know they made gear. I bought these in like Magaville, Wisconsin, and at the time I didn't realize I'd be walking around looking like a guy who takes dick, but also loves to shoot waterfowl. So that didn't land. I should have worn camo. Because I was going to refer to the fact that I looked like I just came out of a dominatrix dungeon called Grousewitch. You know, where you can seize the taxidermy while you take your punishment. I came here to find another chink in Tony's armor, but I don't think I did that.
There you go, Bijan Jalali. Am I saying that right, Bijan?
You are.
Welcome to the show. How about a hand for Bijan, everybody? He's here. You have the courage to sign up. He's having a rough week. This is what you look like since Nate Diaz choked you the fuck out on Saturday night. A little bit drawn out and dehydrated, but it's okay. I like that you thought the shoes were the gay thing about you.
Is that what he was talking about?
Yeah, I do believe he thinks the shoes are the thing about him that would make it look like he sucks dick. Not the fact that you look like the guy that holds a dog in a purse or anything like that. It's pretty incredible. Bijan, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
August 24th. So I didn't count the number of days, but
holy shit. So last month.
Yeah.
Okay, that would have been a good answer. Sorry. The day was November of the 1-5. Indeed, the 15th of November. What year? Who cares? All right, Bijan, let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
Well, I just got here and I just submitted fingerprints today, so let's just say I'm getting a job around here.
What?
I don't do anything weird. It's for schools. So
it's for schools.
Yeah.
What do you do for schools? Stay 500 feet away from them? Fingerprints.
Yeah, fingerprints. What the?
Jesus Christ.
They tightened up the radius to about 250.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna be good on the fingerprints.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna work for.
Where'd you come from?
Wisconsin.
And you just moved here?
Yeah, on Labor Day I drove down here.
Okay. What made you get out of Wisconsin on Labor Day? What made you want to do that?
I just was watching this on YouTube and I was like, I just need to get my.
You were watching this and it made you want to move to Austin?
Yeah.
That's fucking amazing.
Incredible.
That's amazing.
Incredible.
That's pretty awesome.
And now you're going to work for the school system here in Austin.
And move some furniture and just, make it work.
I love it. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see how that could be.
If something goes down, please don't talk about us, though. We don't get us involved.
Don't blame it on us if you shoot up a fucking workplace or anything like that, all right? Kill Tony. I don't do that.
Kill Tony and Steven and Joseph and Brendan and
Bijan, tell us, what is your ethnicity? Bijan Jalali, and you look like that. I'm interested to know.
Yeah, it's a Persian name. Very Persian name. And I'm half Korean, like adopted Korean mom.
Half Korean and half Persian.
Yeah,
okay.
It's fascinating.
Wow, very interesting mixture, right? Very rare. Mom the Korean, dad the Persian?
Yeah, dad's family's all, Persian, local, moms. It's like, when you have a fantasy team and you haven't drafted all your players, that's like my mom's side of the family tree. I just don't know who they are.
That's not how fantasy works at all.
Yeah.
I don't play fantasy. Oh, you know every player. It is you actually pick the
You pick all. You pick all. You actually pick all the players. Yeah. Your family just doesn't like you. That's a whole different thing.
I just say they're dead. It's easier.
Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know. When's the last time you
Did you wait till they died to do that to your hair?
Nice.
When's the last time you communicated with your parents?
It's like kind of on the Hans Kim sort of trajectory.
A month. His actual answer was a month.
Yeah.
So it's been about a month. Okay. Did they know that you moved to Austin?
Yeah,
And they're in Wisconsin.
they're from Minneapolis.
Okay. All right. Very good. What do you do for fun? I'm trying to figure out more about you.
Yeah, I got into open mics through music.
It's non-comedy. What do you do for fun that's soccer comedy? Soccer. Okay. All right. Would you like to wear Hans's jersey at some point?
It sounded like he had a cool Korean 06.
It is true. It is true. Maybe we can make half of its version for you.
We could.
You just gonna throw some hair on it?
Just way too much gold. I want to ask this: what was the creative decision between putting the sunglasses on as you got on stage? But you didn't have them walking up. You know, it was like was that like your Big Daddy moment where you were like, "This makes me feel safe," or what?
It's true.
No, I was trying to like get a cue for like something where it'd be not a gender reveal, but a race reveal.
Oh, that didn't work out.
Oh, you thought we didn't know what was underneath the glasses? That's incredible.
These are duck hunting. I just will see polarized.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah, but even if we couldn't tell visually, you don't think your kind of gave away?
Yeah, and the fact that you dropped chopsticks and a bottle of cologne on your way up here. Don't forget about the Persian. Don't forget about the cologne.
It felt like you wrote a set for an outfit you didn't wear and planned every joke around that. And you even said, if I was wearing camel pants, here's the jokes I would have done. And then did those jokes anyway. I've never seen that in my life. Very impressive.
I did a last minute change.
What was the last minute change?
I was going to do something like referring to the 9/11 jokes I heard. Like, whatever.
Somehow, you might have made a great choice. I don't know.
I feel like Middle Eastern comics are not always very good at 9/11 jokes. They're some of the worst at it. They really are.
Wow. I mean, they are the original creators of the entire premise. You know what I mean?
Oh, geez, yeah.
There would be no 9/11 jokes without the Middle Easterners. You know what I mean?
You're not fooling anyone with the hat.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Yeah. Happy holidays yesterday, by the way. Unbelievable. You still have birthday cake on your chin. It just has two really long candles that burn with fucking... Oh my goodness. Well, John, I mean, an amazing Kill Tony debut. It's incredible. I'm finding out more and more people, not just people pulled out of the bucket, but people come up to me on the streets. It's the craziest thing. I can't believe people are moving here because of this insane show that has flies that fly around.
On your finger the entire time.
I thought Sarah McLaughlin was going to come out and start talking about you.
For 5 cents a day, you can see this podcast host. How skinny he is. Be John, an amazing Kill Tony debut. Congratulations. We'll see you again soon. Sign up again. Austin resident Be John Chalali has entered Austin. Yeah, we should do that, shouldn't we? You know what? Actually, let's do one more bucket. You guys like beating people out of the bucket? Actually, no, fuck it. We'll go back to the bucket. I'm going to bring up one of your regulars right now. You guys like regulars on the show, right? You saw...
I am working on something before I go to bed.
Famous for his incredible roasting and joke writing. This is David Lucas.
Take a look at the video. The burglars are getting a smart vehicle.
Yeah. I don't fuck with BLM.
Like Black Lives do matter, but fuck BLM Incorporated. You know what I'm saying? For real. It's not a black organization.
Jules here in downtown Los Angeles, the burglars went disarming all the cameras and the alarm system on Sunday. And this appears to be
We gotta start that shit over. That was so cool. What the fuck? Yeah, I guess you can feed a nigga for 10 cents a day. Yeah, I don't fuck with BLM. Like Black Lives do matter, but fuck BLM Incorporated. You know what I'm saying? That's not a black organization. That shit is funded by the LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? Like the only people that give money to BLM is purple-haired managers at Trader Joe's. Them the only. Ain't no niggas ever gave money to BLM. I knew it wasn't a black organization because them motherfuckers never had a cookout. If you want, like, what are ribs at, motherfucker? Ain't nobody told me to meet at a park and bring drinks. That's why I'm like, fuck BLM Incorporated. All right, that's it.
Holy shit. Unbelievable. Coming in, dropping the fucking hammer, having to improvise on some bullshit, some unexpected fucking lights. Hold on, the Blue Man Group just got back from performing. Venue. Jesus, you two creeps. David, well, an amazing performance. And we're just dropping a sledgehammer on the room with big fucking real ass topical and fucking true to you punchlines. It's absolutely incredible. And I think you might be a little bit more expensive than 10 cents a day, by the way.
Hey, you can wear all the black you want to. We still know you gay as fuck.
Wait, what does wearing black have to do with being gay?
Yeah, man. You can't hide that estrogen in your body.
No, that's not. No. Wearing black is thinning. It doesn't take away gay.
Tony, your titties look like the girl titties from the R. Kelly video.
Wait a second.
Them motherfuckers look like mini ice cream cones, nigga. Tony got the pyramid titties. You know the titties girls have in middle school.
Oh my god. How dare you? How dare the person with the biggest titties on the show? My titties. You making fun of my titties? It's like making fun of me for having a fat ass or something.
You ain't got a fat ass, but you got a fat asshole, motherfucker.
Oh, you stop it. You son of a bitch. See, I could actually argue. Believe it or not, I would be willing to argue, like we have a Mexican drum off, I'd be willing to argue that if we had an asshole size competition, you would win. I think I would be willing to bet that not only do you have a bigger asshole than me, that you also, from all the food coming out of it, have a looser asshole than me.
Tony, we know you got that Cool Whip container back there, motherfucker.
If it was a Cool Whip container, you'd be touching it a lot more than you did.
Tony, you can shoot a paintball bullet out of your ass, motherfucker. At 100 miles an hour, nigga. That motherfucker go to the range and everybody see an asshole. Like, how did I get hit? Yeah.
Why does this bullet smell like shit? Oh my god, dude.
Hey, Tony sleep like Tony, you sleep like Tom Hanks when he got shot in Forrest Gump. When we had his ass in there.
You sleep like Darth Vader in that fucking machine where he has to help him breathe. You sleep inside of a sleep apnea machine.
Tony, after you get fucked, you go on the fetal position on the sofa. I messed that joke up. I took 3 shots before I came down here. And Redman got your colors on his right wrist. That's
that's true. Those are my colors. Gang, gang, bang, bang. You know what I mean?
I feel bad whoever put his legs in there. That wolf booty hole back there, boy. You got to get through the enchanted forest when you get that booty.
Every time I wipe, it looks like one of those pads to get the hair off your back. Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ. Well, Chewbacca booty.
It's true. I love it. David, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
Have you guys ever seen anything quite like David Lucas before?
It's great, man. I saw you at the Comedy Store.
That's my dog, Mike Feeney. Josh Wolf don't remember me, but
I remember you. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to this exchange all night.
Yeah, Tony told me not to roast the guests no more because y'all don't be want to come on here.
You can say whatever you want to.
Well, you almost pushed Don Myra into calling you the N-word one time. Sometimes people...
I really did. He was like, yeah.
Sometimes he gets on a run and he just does 6 in a row, and the guest is like, Tony, what the fuck did you invite me to? Why the hell is this fucking? And then they just stop talking. And they just keep going like that. They don't say it, but they fucking...
It's somehow worse. Yeah.
No, my brother mouthed it. He mouthed it.
Oh my God, you are hilarious.
Yeah, thank you, man.
You are so funny. You remind me of Bernie McDonald's.
Oh my God.
You thought it was over? Thought it was over? I'm loving it, dude. I'm fucking loving it. David's got those New Balances on, but when he puts them on, they're immediately old Balances. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Tony, you go to the chiropractor. You're the only person that goes to the chiropractor to get their ass cheeks cracked. Lower. No. Lower, not the lower back, the lower ass.
It's actually, the fun fact about that, that's funny, but it's actually true. I do go to the chiropractor.
Hey, Josh Wolf looked like Dom Imus. Remember that dude who called him?
Yeah.
That's your name. You really look like a fucking wolf. That shit crazy.
I'm surprised you ever woke up early enough to find out who Dom Imus was. The morning radio show back in the day.
So he called them black girls nappy-headed hoes. I thought it was funny as fuck. Because they did need a hot cold.
David, you live in Austin now. Every single week you come on here, you're a fucking wrecking ball.
Man.
I mean, it is absolutely incredible. You set the bar for exactly what it means and what it is to be a regular on this show. I mean, you are unfucking believable. Every week, a new minute, every single one of these roast exchanges, even though we are, without a doubt, with all ego aside, there's no question. David and I have made fun of each other publicly more than any other two people in the history of everything. Absolutely. It was impossible.
We got to have at least 200 hours, I would say. Bro.
There's a record. We have it. No doubt about it. We added on to it tonight, somehow always keeping it new and not repeating the same thing, even though the premises are obviously both I'm gay and you're black and morbidly obese. Don't forget about how he's tremendously.
Tony, you are a flaming homosexual. Are you serious?
Like
you are hot Cheetos, nigga. Get the fuck up out of here, boy.
If I was, you'd eat me.
You probably call your ass.
Make some noise for David motherfucking Lucas, everybody. Let's go. We're doing this shit tonight, people. Hell yeah. Come on, everybody. One more time for David Lucas. That shit is not easy. Make some noise for your next comedian, Eric Mandarin Manfry. Eric Mandarin Manfry. Shout out to the fine people over at Escobar, the Pastel Cartel, best vape pens. Hey, here's Eric Commander and Man Fry, everybody. One more time for Eric, everybody.
Man, I just love what David was saying about BLM. Couldn't agree more. Kidding. I love B.B. King, but I also love Buddy Guy. But just because, I confuse their songs sometimes, that doesn't mean that I'm bluesist. People say they don't see color. I say I do. That's blues. What about this word impeccable? We're letting birds come up with words now? That's the first version of that joke. The second version of that joke is I was talking to a bird, and I asked him what he thought about that song. Bird, 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 bird is the word. He said, it's impeccable. I love dates. I think dates are a really delicious food. Great for you. It's like God's chocolate. I love dates so much. I think I'm ready to start calling them going steadies. I'm not a one-liner comedian. I'm more like a one-G-bagger. Usually you find all the cokeheads with that one. Thanks, rest of my time.
Okie dokie, Eric Commander and this Man Fry. If you tell me you're here because of this show, I'm going to kill myself, just so that you know.
Well, I'm here on the show.
Right.
Like in Austin? No.
Right, okay. Do you live here in Austin?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, for how long?
About a year.
About a year. Where were you at before that?
Dallas.
Dallas, Texas. Okay.
Are you just on a break from bartending at Islands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes, actually.
Okay, Eric, let's talk about it. Just going off of how you look, how long have you been beating your wife for? Okay.
I'll leave you on that.
Absolutely. Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend?
Nope.
Boyfriend?
Nope.
What are you into?
Easy, Tony. How are you?
What are you into?
Into real estate, investing, and not working for a whole lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm into optimizing energy.
Okay, so explain more of how that works out for you. How do you maximize those energies?
Well,
a lot of bracelets here.
Yeah, well,
just so many bracelets.
I travel a lot. I love travel. I was in Peru earlier. That's where I got the bracelets. And they're hard to get off, because they're tied on about the hungry fist of an 8-year-old Peruvian boy.
Okay, Eric, your minute is over. Oh, anything you say is going to be partially used against you.
I know that. I'm aware. I watched the show. I knew you were saying something about the bracelets. I had one ready.
Okay, very good.
That's the one you had ready?
Did you?
You might want to let that one bake a little bit longer, Eric. I don't think it's quite ready.
Yeah, it's not ready.
It's a workshop.
Yeah, okay. So how long you been doing stand-up, Eric?
Ooh, in my head, like 10 years.
And on stage?
About 4 months.
4 months?
Yeah.
All of it here in Austin?
Yeah, I did a course in Dallas when I was living in Dallas.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Makes sense.
Oh, no.
The course?
That never works for me.
Yeah.
Except for David Lucas. He has 5 courses for every meal. You motherfucker! Jesus. All right. So let's talk about it. What do you do for fun? You look like the kind of guy that somehow knows how to do voodoo or something.
You're very perceptive, very intuitive.
Okay. So what is it? You just get back from Burning Man or something?
No, I didn't go this time.
Okay. Tell us what you do for fun.
Yeah, make money.
Other than make money, and unless you explain to us exactly how you make money, it's not a good part in an interview. And no one believes you. You look like Dan Lazarian's father or something like that, all right?
You know what, Tony? I just stayed hard up on making money. That's all I do. I make money, and then when I'm done, I make more money. Shut the fuck up. All right? You look like a fucking Uber driver. So you seem like a guy who was leaving his kids because the chakras were off. You know what I mean? Like, just can't do it. Energy's not right.
It literally does look like that. So tell us more about you, Eric. Tell us more.
Yeah, so I have 12 Airbnb hostels.
Okay.
Hospitals?
Hostel.
Oh.
Yes.
Hostel.
It's like, who's staying at the Airbnb hospital? That seems real weird.
Do you want my hostel joke or no?
No, we don't need it. If it was good, you would have done it in the minute that You know what I mean? It got bumped off of your minute because you thought that the stuff in your minute was better than that. So why would we want to hear that? Okie dokie. Let's just keep it moving along. It got a little bit sad there for a second.
Yeah, I was like, shit, I should have put the hostile stuff in.
Let's hear it. Let's hear your fucking hostile.
Well, it's the only place you can lose your passport and your inner virginity. And
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh.
By the way, that's not true.
Yeah, I would not lose my passport there. You know what I'm saying?
I do love that when you did your first, you did a like crazy deep cut blues by the guy, BB King, for like the 7 people who are into blues. My dad would have fucking loved that. You did that, and then it got nothing, and you were like, so the word impeccable is crazy, right? Like,
yeah, but then he went from, he finished with impeccable, and he said, how about dates? I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now?
I kind of almost enjoyed how there was no segue whatsoever.
It became birds. Let's go. BB King.
Optimize my time.
Yeah.
1 minute.
You lose a lot of money, don't you? Seem like a bad investor.
Yeah.
You all tied up in Bitcoin or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
How much do you have in Bitcoin?
Yeah, I have less than I had before Celsius debacle. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no one's
that guy's pissed. In the
Yeah.
front row. He was like, fuck himself. Don't anybody turn around that shit.
I have 4 less than I had. I'll say that. No one ever feels sorry for you when you say that, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about?
To be fair, Dad was going to ask that regardless of what we were talking about.
What was the coolest thing that you saw in Peru?
Oh, yeah, Machu Picchu.
What was the saddest thing you saw in Peru?
This woman who didn't think alcohol was destroying her life.
Ooh,
yeah.
Wow.
So I worked, you'll find this interesting. I hope. I worked for a liquor company, a tequila company for a long time.
Okay.
And so when you said that about taking the break from I lived in Guatemala for a long time, 4 years, doing the accounting for a mezcal company. And
Wow.
yeah, so be careful out
You
there.
said I would find it interesting, and then you just went and talked about how you were an accountant for a mezcal.
Yeah.
Okay. D-Madness, you came back a little bit too quick. No, I'm better. Eric Mandarin, before I let you go, tell us the most interesting thing about your life, or something that you think stands out different than everybody else in the bucket. Like,
yeah, sure. I had a near-death experience.
Yeah, what was the near-death experience? Was it on stage during your 60-second night?
No, that was a full death experience, I believe.
Because you died, bro. We're trying to bring you back. All right, what was the near-death experience?
Yeah, so you shouldn't drink alcohol and snort Oxycontin, turns out.
Yeah.
And I traveled out. And
where'd you do that at?
Guatemala. Turns out they'll sell anything over the counter, especially if you're white tourist.
And have you snorted Oxycontin before?
Oh, yeah, every Friday night. Had a gig.
You don't do it anymore?
No, God, no.
That's
God, no.
in the tequila business.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So who saved you?
God. Yeah, God.
All right. That's a bullshit. Wrong answer, bro. It was not God. It was a Guatemalan. You're saying Guatemalan wrong. What the fuck is that?
The fruit safety is a gift from you, sir. Commander.
What the hell? No. Don't put it up. Oh, God. All right. It's going to explode, everybody.
Don't.
Why is it so hot?
Been by my hot ass.
What the fuck?
The first
I've
man
never
that said,
held a hot orange.
I feel
before.
it from here.
So mandarins cured my herpes, so I have a lot of respect.
They absolutely did not cure your herpes.
That was another great gift from my time in Guatemala.
They didn't cure your herpes.
They did.
Nuh-uh.
You want to see?
Nope. Very good. Eric, I gotta get you the fuck out of here, dude. Eric Mandarin Man Fry, everybody. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Hey,
the Skill Tony debut. He's been at it a few months, chasing his dreams.
He would have been a good writer for like a sitcom in the 80s or something like that.
TV execs would have found him hilarious.
3 seasons.
You know, I like that Eric Mandarin Man Fry guy.
Very warm.
All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun out there still? Your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Stoltman. Jack Stoltman, everybody. One more time for Jack, everybody.
I just got out of my first long distance relationship. First and last, I hated it. But going into it, everyone was like, long distance is so easy nowadays with FaceTime. No, it's not true. FaceTime fucking sucks. How about this? FaceTime me when they invent pussy time. You can call it sit on my FaceTime. Recent geopolitical events have shown me how little I know about how the economy works. Because Russia invades Ukraine and all of a sudden I'm sucking dick for gas money. It used to be you could get a gallon of gas for $2. Now I gotta swallow 2 gallons of cum just to fill up my tank. You know those Joe Biden stickers? They say I did that. People put them up at the gas station. I put them up at the glory holes. I saw an interesting factoid the other day that said if we had a minute of silence for each victim of the Holocaust, we'd be quiet for 11 years. And I got to thinking, if only the Jews had tried that in the 1930s.
Jack Stoltman, everybody. Hell yeah. Very, very good. Jack Stoltman. I can't quite...
You know who loved that last joke? This motherfucker right here.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Unbelievable. I can't quite put my finger on what you look like, Jack Stoltman. It's a very interesting look. Why do I get the vibe that you're in like the witness protection program? You left New York, they sent you to Texas. You're like, all right, I'll play the part. I'll do whatever I have to do.
It is a fake beard, a good eye.
Is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Can I say something? You're just totally straight, dude. Yeah. But you look like your asshole ate itself. Like you have zero. Can you turn around and show everybody your ass?
Let's see.
It looks like his ass.
Whoa. Whoa, wait.
He's got an eating for an ass. It's like his ass ate itself.
Do one more spin.
What?
Holy shit.
What?
You have an inverted ass.
Oh,
I've never seen anything like that. It's like he shits out the front, maybe. I don't know.
My God. This man is reverse David Lucas. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Do you do a lot of planking?
Exactly. You literally, what do you do for a living?
I bartend.
You literally worked your ass off. Okay. How long you been bartending for? Why do you look like a guy that only serves moonshine?
One shot only.
About 4 years now.
Okay. All right. And how old are you?
I'm 26.
26 years old. And how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
8 months.
8 months. And what made you want to start doing this at the ripe age of 26?
I would like to do it for a living. I would like to make money from this.
Incredible. Yeah. You did very, very good today. Really, really, really good for somebody that's been doing it for 8 months.
Yeah.
And the confidence with which you delivered those difficult jokes is ballsy, dude, for a young comic.
And I saw him get confidence because once he got a laugh from the people over there started clapping and he just fucking casually put his hand in his pocket like fucking Carson, like, well, you know what they say, you know?
He put his hand in his front pocket and rubbed his ass.
Oh, fuck. So I have to ask, you're wearing a shirt that literally is a map of
Real
Texas.
Foundations is your partner for more efficient real estate operations. We combine our deep industry experience and proven frameworks to
A long time ago, it says, don't mess with Texas on the sleeve. I haven't even seen the back.
If you're tired of paying high prices for your wireless plan, it's time to make the switch to Infy Mobile. 5 gigabytes a month for $75 a year. Get 10 gigabytes for $99. For unlimited data, pay just $200 a year. That's 50 to 70% cheaper than the big guys. And the same trusted networks you already rely on. We make switching simple. Plus, every week, one lucky new customer wins a free iPhone. Visit www.infymobile.com today. That's www.infimobile.com. Hey, hardworking folks, listen up. If you're tired of paying through the nose for your wireless plan, it's time to switch to Infy Mobile and keep more of your hard-earned money. Here's the deal. 5 gigabytes a month for $75 a year. Need more data? Get 10 gigabytes for $99 or 15 gigabytes for $150 a year. And for unlimited data users, our 20 gigabyte unlimited plan is just $200 a year. That's 50 to 70% cheaper than the big guys. And the same trusted networks you already rely on. If we make switching simple, bring your unlocked phone, you don't need to buy a new one. Port your number so you don't miss a single call or text. And get this, every week, one lucky new customer wins a free iPhone. Terms apply, but you could be the next. Visit www.infymobile.com today. That's www.infimobile.com. Stop paying more than you should. Infy Mobile, wireless that works for you. Switch today at www.infymobile.com and start saving. If your job at a healthcare facility includes disinfecting against viruses, you know prevention is the best medicine. And maintaining healthy spaces starts with a healthy cleaning routine. Grainger's world-class supply chain helps ensure you have the quality products you need when you need them. From disinfectants and cleaning supplies to personal protective equipment, so you can help deliver a clean bill of health. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
My goodness. They trains a 10th planet, which is obviously, for those of you that know, one of the jiu-jitsu camps in the entire world. So you're very good at jiu-jitsu.
I've only been doing it a couple years.
Obviously, it must help not having an ass.
No, I'm straight up.
You can't rear a naked choke you, my friend.
Fell off in a twister?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have much of a dark spot there, you know what I mean? Have you ever found anything in your beers?
I find snacks all the time.
Yeah. Have you ever eaten anything in your beer before?
No, I'm going to keep going with it.
What's your love? You're all out there with fucking beer hair all over your pussy?
No, I got it wrong.
Okay, why do you think that is?
I just got a long distance relationship.
Oh, wow. How long distance was it? Really for you? You back it up higher. Okay. Alright.
This is like one of the very typical shit. I haven't seen Chan. I haven't seen my Chan since I graduated high school. And you've never surprised me.
No doubt. The carpet matches the trees.
Hello and
When he
welcome
sits
to
on the
another
toilet, he must look like
episode
Red Band's phone. You know what I'm saying? If that's a
Well,
fucking
if
image
you
like that.
have ride,
It's like a joke if you know what I'm
Yeah, flip phone. We'll put
Like
a
you,
picture of Red Man's phone in that part of the episode.
Thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Thank you for joining me here today on Twitch and on Facebook because YouTube just shut
So
down
Jack,
my
let's
account
talk about it. How long were you
for
with
the
this
time
girl?
being,
Why
but I'm
didn't it
told
work
that will
out?
get
Why
fixed
didn't
up
she come with
pretty
you to
soon.
Texas?
And if not,
She
I'm just
had
gonna yell out this message and
Oh,
all of my
Oh, wow.
nations
High
on
school.
every platform I possibly can. I'm
grad
able
school.
to.
She was
I
actually
don't want to
6
waste
years
my
older.
time on them, so
Wow.
we're going to get right
Oh my
into
goodness,
today's
that's incredible.
topic.
All
So today's
right.
episode of
And have you
Mysteries
been
with
with
a
a
Mystery
girl
is
in
all
Texas
about
since you've been here?
human
You've been here
and alien
8 months.
experience,
I've been here 3 months.
Oh,
disinformation,
you've been here 3 months. You don't
insanity,
stand up 8
and
months.
a
So you
lot of
started in
documents of
Columbus.
the levels
I actually
that
started in
happen
Florida.
at the Dulce
What made you
secret
start in
base.
Florida?
But before we
I just
really
wanted
dive
to, well,
into
I've
the
been
topic,
thinking
let
about
me
it for a
bring
long
in
time. I've
my
been writing for a
extra
long time.
special
And
co-host,
I've been hanging
Mr.
out at that
Jimmy
the
Church
local club
on
there, and I was like,
Facebook.
you know what, I think I should give it a shot.
Jimmy,
I really
Jimmy,
want
how
to
you
do
doing
this.
today?
You may not want to talk about it anymore, but I'm mad as hell. I can't take this anymore. It's unbelievable, Christina. Listen, I'm just going to tell the audience, and we've got some comments starting to flow in. It's a different day today for you. But I'm going to let everybody know that I got a call from Christina first thing this morning, and you see on Twitter. He said, "What's going on?"
We spent about 20 minutes at the bar.
They took my YouTube down. They what? And now I'm going to say this, and then we'll move on because the Dulce Base is one of the most exciting subjects that we could ever do, and it's a great choice on your part. I'm very excited about that. So we'll jump into it in just a minute. Look, everybody's flooding in. They found you. See, they found you, Christina. They found you. You're loved out there. But let me say this. I've had my ups and downs with YouTube over the years. I've had to fight the good fight. I've been demonetized a couple of times, and really had to go toe-to-toe with them. That being said, what they chose to do to me, without explanation, by the way, I had to fight that. I got it back, and it took about 2 weeks. But I also took a year off of YouTube after that. I was like, I'm done. And I just let the channel sit there. I wasn't going to let them make money off of me. I just wasn't going to do it. So I took a year off. But your case is different. You've got no community strikes, no violations, a clean channel, and everything positive. And your content isn't violating any standards. So, but this is what happened to me, and I'm sure it's the same thing with you. It's an automation system. So they have got millions of videos that are being uploaded every hour from around the world. And they have software that looks at all of that content, all of the existing content, and it's looking for stuff. Automated. And when that automation system gets triggered, they could have found something in your content that had nothing to do with the content. It was a false trigger. Okay? And you have to get a human being involved to go and look at your channel to make sure, but that's the problem. That automation system is messing with people's lives. Their content, in some cases income, and without any consideration of anything, and the software pulls the trigger, and there isn't anybody there to double check before the channel gets pulled down. And that's a problem. That's a problem with censorship and everything else, where you're guilty first, and then you've got to prove your innocence. And that's not what this country is based on. But I am sure that is the case with your YouTube channel. You've got to get a human being involved, and once you do, you'll run clean. Your decisions for the future are your own. Do you want to continue with YouTube, or not, and find another way to go? Unfortunately, YouTube is one of the biggest platforms in the history of mankind, and it's tough. It's really tough.
That is true, Josh. That was not the mushrooms, by the way. That was an
Let's dive into today's topic. A lot of things to talk about, and hopefully we can do it well.
You're such the right ray of sunshine. Just get off the subject. I'm done.
Let's go.
Let's go.
How do you feel?
So I'll go ahead and read the black and white description of the story. Today's is a little bit longer than usual, but I think these are all pretty important notes.
You're supposed to wear the corset on the inside. I believe that's
Is that the Intercontinental Championship
So,
gingerism?
residents of the small
Listen to how they groan about gingers. Is that like the new N-word or something like that?
flying
Gingers
saucers
are
and
gaining
other
momentum. We finally
unidentified
feel
flying
bad for the
objects
people
over the
that really
country
deserve
for
it.
about
You know what I mean?
2,600
These people struggle.
Many of them also share stories of low-flying military helicopters and fast-moving lights darting back and forth in the sky.
Welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy? Ever since Game of Thrones got canceled?
The headquarters of the Apache Reservation in northern New Mexico and is largely inhabited by indigenous
Thank you. My name
people.
is
Despite its
Sansa
small
Stark,
population,
actually.
it draws heavy tourism by ufologists who host an annual Dulce Days UFO conference. And Dulce is located about 200 miles from Albuquerque.
Literally
It
today.
is important to note that the existence of the New Mexico alien base itself remains entirely unproven, even as the legends surrounding it are well documented and still seem don't know exist.
Where does this personality
Stories
usually
arose
shine?
in
Where do you think?
the
Are
late
you the general
1970s
manager
with
of
New Mexico State Trooper Gabriel Valdez reporting a series of disturbing threat emanations, and this is according to the Michael Birkin's A Culture of Conspiracy.
Right.
Okay, and then it also states that the trial surrounding the cattle mutilation suggesting to Valdez that the government was involved and that the cattle were not ravaged by wild animals. One resident even claimed that
Okay, so how did you get the job testing weed?
well. There's a lot of weird things happening around the Dulce Days. And then, of course, the story brings in the infamous Paul Reynolds, claiming he had infiltrated electronic communication
How did you get the
in
job smoking weed?
1979, along with taking pictures and videos of crack and equipment.
What's happening right now?
So we have a lot to dive into today and a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the Dulce Days.
Nobody knows what's happening right now.
We're all on mushrooms now.
Tasty. And now, and that's a great overview. There's a couple of things. Now let's back up. Let's go before the modern stuff. The tribes, the indigenous cultures around there. It's a very sacred area. And they have been talking about for hundreds of years sightings, lights, and things that happen in and around this area. And I have talked to numerous tribe members.
If you're thinking about going to nursing school but aren't sure how to get started, join us at Galen College of Nursing's upcoming open house. Here, you'll meet with friendly and helpful faculty, current students, and academic advisors who can help you get comfortable with admissions and enrollment. Plus, you'll tour our campus and learn all about Galen's personalized student support. RSVP now for our open house on Tuesday, April 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. by visiting galencollege.edu/Miami.
That literally sit outside of the Best Western Hotel and look across at the mountains, and they see stuff just right there, and just gather and watch the action in the hills. So that's been going on for a very, very long time. Then researcher and author Leonard Stringfield started to make a couple of comments about this area and doing some research. Some of it was taken out of context, and I think that Leonard Stringfield had to step in and say, look, there's strange things going on, but I didn't say. You know, and things were taken out of context, at least in his point of view. And he's a great researcher and was a great researcher. And we have to take him at face value. But even he was intrigued with this area. The cattle mutilation, Valdez wrote an excellent book, by the way, on what was going on up there. Many ranchers in the area reported black helicopters and coming in and sightings of the cattle being not only taken but replaced in the area too as well. And I think that some of the questions started to come up. This was aside from the UFO issue, but were the cattle being tested with chemicals or radiation, and there was some testing of that in the area. And were they taking the cattle to see the effects of the radiation on them and then replacing them back, maybe removing body parts to look at the inside? All of that is sinister in of itself. And if you're not reporting it and letting the local ranchers and and the community know what is going on, and that leads to some pretty shifty stuff. So we have that going on at the same time. Enter Paul Benowitz. So Paul Benowitz starts to hear rumors. Now, Paul, as we know, with Richard Doty and William Moore, and is very, very infamous. It's an infamous sad case. But Paul had a lot of resources available to him with his company that had Air Force contracts, like Air Kirkland Air Force Base. And but he had the ability to get into private aircraft and fly up and in and around in that area looking for this alien base that was reported to be there. Now, from Paul himself and his reports back to others, he found a craft. He found something that was interesting in that area that looked like a crash, flying saucer of some kind, and he knew he was on the case. Well, those reports, combined with the lights in the area and what the Indians were seeing in the area, and going back to Leonard Stringfield, and now these reports coming out from Paul Benowitz, things seem to be in action there at the Dulce base. Now,
no, I'm asking you about a time that you got embarrassed. Just he was just sleeping with another girl. That's it.
We circle back and discuss all of this. Was there an alien base, tunnels, and things? There were a lot of underground Air Force installations there.
Wait, did you ever hook up with them after he slept with a guy?
And missile silos, the tunnels for that. You have the structures on the surface for the Air Force buildings and things and fences that need to have that infrastructure. But stuff was going on underground for sure, and there was tunnels going on underground for sure. The urban legend part of this is that all of this was done because E.T. arrived here a long time ago and found that area to be special and established an underground base, and that's where they resided. And that was that. And that the Air Force knew about this. And there were agreements and things working together with ET and our government for a very long time. Now, that's part of the urban legend. And if you look at some of the maps that have been generated over the years of tunneling efforts across the United States and maglev trains and things, right through Dulce. There were other reports of Sandia Labs and things that were happening in Albuquerque and Kirkland, that there were tunneling systems between there and Yelp, and those existed. Now, it hasn't been proven. No, I have talked to Noria Hayakawa a couple of times. He was a guest on the show very early on with Fable. And his investigations going into Dulce, and I asked him directly, have we found an entrance anywhere? No, have not. And that search continues. Now, is there an entrance that has been found? There's been rumors about that. There is a lot of stuff with the Air Force and their existing facilities that are there. That could be entrances. But it's behind fences, and you really can't get to it as a researcher, photograph it or ask any questions. But if this story is going to get any stranger, any crazier, it's Phil Schneider. And when this is,
I mean, you're wrapping it all out real quick. I mean,
Phil Schneider. And now I think that Phil Schneider, his name, his face, and his story has become so respected in ufology And some of the things that he had said, and you can see some old video. He died in 1996. He was murdered. Some say assassinated in 1996 in Oregon. I'll come back to that in just a second. But Bill Schneider goes on the UFO circuit and is speaking at conferences around the country about some pretty amazing things. Now, the facts behind Bill Schneider are the stuff that is there. Geologist, and he was hired by the United States government to help engineer underground tunnels and tunneling systems, deep underground military bases, and that was later. Before that, he was an investigator into 9/11 for the government to figure out how those buildings came down, the World Trade Centers 1 and 2, how they came down. And he had a pretty healthy CV. And so you can go and look at his work history and his education and see how legitimate he was. Now, but he chose to go out and speak about the New World Order, the elite, and governments around the world, and how they were working together for control of humanity. And he gave us reasons why. And some of his claims were outlandish at the time. But now that we can go back after 25 years after his death and go back and look at it, and he was very prophetic. And there were things that he said that came to pass. I'm not going to get into specifics with that. But he was taken out. And he was taken out as he was talking about Dulcie and what happened there. So he gives this account.
I recently watched The Godfather.
And again, I'm not reading. I've researched this case enough that I can actually speak about it and be pretty close. And if I have any of the facts wrong, excuse me. The new remake of The Little Mermaid is racist people up in his account that him and Alan spoke about, and you can check out the videos for Phil Schneider online. That he was in a tunneling effort, digging down at Dulcie, and got to a certain level. They're blasting through the rock, and they're digging, and they're boring, and he's going down, and he's got his tool belt, and I'll come back to that in a second. But anyway, so they reach a certain level, and they break through the rock, and this stench comes through. This is at Dulcie. And it was unbelievable. And they continued to bore through, and they opened this up, and they broke into the alien base. And they are looking, he's looking straight at an alien being standing there in front of him, and he freaks out. And one thing leads to another, but there's a gunfight. There's a shootout. Oh my God. And an explosion, and he gets blasted in his chest. And this is I mean, it's sad, but this is part of the facts of the case. He gets blasted in his chest, and by some alien technology, gun, ray gun, photon weapon, whatever you want to call it, phasing. He gets blasted in the chest. He loses some fingers. He gets burned. He gets this gnarly injury to his chest and the scars and everything. That and it was debilitating to the point where when he was murdered, I'm going to come back to the gunfight. But when he was murdered in Oregon, where he was speaking at a conference, he was in a wheelchair. He didn't have any fingers. Well, he had a couple of fingers, but he was very sick. He couldn't walk. He was in a very bad situation, and he's in a motel room in Phoenix where his body is found with surgical tubing wrapped around his neck and tied, and they said that he committed suicide. Now, first off, he had no fingers. Right, he had no way of tying or wrapping and killing himself with surgical tubing, like was stated in the police report. And when you read the police report, you realize
what the fuck
that it's somebody killed him. Right? Okay. So, but he was out there speaking about the New World Order, governments, 9/11, dark parts of different world governments, including the United States, and maglev trains and tunneling and what was going on across the country. And these alien bases, Dulcie, the shootout, and his injuries, and he was out there very publicly speaking about this stuff, and then he dies with surgical tubing around his throat in a hotel in Oregon. And so when you look at Dulcie, in total, is there something to this area? You have Paul Benowitz, dead. Phil Schneider, dead. Cattle mutilations and reports, all factual. Black helicopters, and a culture that has been there for hundreds of years, and talking about yes. And it's a very, very interesting case, Christina. And when I look at Phil Schneider, and I go back and I watch those videos and his presentations over the years, and those that knew him, I had a lot of people on the show, and some that were with him in Portland when he died. And I don't want to get into that, but one of his roommates that last speaking tour was on the show and spoke very candidly about those last days and what was going on, and how happy he was in life to start getting his health together, his relationship with his family, and he had goals and things were great. He wasn't suicidal, and the way that he spoke in public, he was a true whistleblower, and it just adds to the mystery of Dulcie.
Now, William,
so in everything that you said, there were a lot of things that you kind of touched on, and I want to go a little bit more in depth. The first person that you mentioned was Gabe Valdez. And just to go into a little bit more in depth about him, for those that might not know the story or know who he is, he was a police officer and a researcher. And this man, when he was looking at these cattle mutilations, because he was a police officer, he gets called into these things. He also found gas masks nearby, glow sticks, and heating equipment. He also found, which is incredibly bizarre, is that he found a human monkey frog fetus in a cow uterus that was dead. Now that sounds terrifying, and he took pictures of it, and you can find that online. But with this man in particular, Gabe Valdez, there were some moments where he believed that the cattle mutilations were kind of more human in some respects than maybe towards the more alien side to it, just because he found evidence to back up his opinion onto why these cattle mutilations were more human, because he found human equipment. But he did an interview for the California UFO magazine, this is volume 4, number 2 paper in 1989, and he stated that he believed that 80% of what Paul Benowitz was saying was accurate when it came to the aspect of the military activity around Mesa. And because he also stated that he saw dark green helicopters flying around Mesa at that time as well. And he knows that there's a lot of military activity happening But he just
I
doesn't
wasn't
know if
fucking
it's
around when I
really
said I had
related
another
to the
fucking
UFO
prick, you
phenomenon.
dumbass. Why
Then
did
he
you
says
decide to fucking
that
try
is
to
about
say something else?
40% of what
I'm
Benowitz
testing
is
the
saying.
waters,
It's kind of
I
more
suppose.
theorized. It doesn't really have
It
any
is,
factual evidence.
I
And
know,
it's
I
not
saw him at the comedy
necessarily
store
accurate.
because
And these are his
when
words in
19
the
or whatever.
interview.
And you look
But
great, buddy. You
Gabe
lost a ton of
does
weight.
say that other
That
people
is
also came out
Tell everybody, you
that
put
had
out a
very
picture
similar
actually today
stories
on your Instagram
as
of you with
Benowitz's
abs
stories.
on the
Now,
beach
he wasn't
from this
sure,
weekend in West Palm
Valdez
Beach.
wasn't sure if these
Tell
people were
everybody
just
how much
attempting
weight
to
have you lost?
fabricate whole stories or if
I
they were
honestly don't know.
genuine.
I think if I
So
had
I
guessed, I
feel
would
like
maybe
a man
probably
doing
260 or
civil
something.
service, right,
I
being a
don't know.
policeman and also
Okay,
a researcher,
but we don't
it's
know what
very
that means
hard
until you
to
tell us
know
what
who
you
to
are now.
believe, who not to believe, and where to get your information, just like how it is for us today
What
as
do you
well.
weigh now? What?
Yeah, and there's
I
another
won't
part
say
to
it
this
again.
because Valdez, and
When
in
someone
his
asks you how much
book,
weight you lost, you don't just tell them.
we're talking about a law enforcement
I once weighed
person
260,
who
so I
is
guess
going on the
get a
record.
job at a carnival.
But he was in that
You can give a
area.
ballpark. You
Law
should have a
enforcement
ballpark answer for that. Would you
is
say
not
100 pounds?
like Los Angeles or New York or Chicago or Miami. It's
70,
different. And New Mexico, and I've
Yeah, I
been
feel
there,
better. The last time,
is
Josh,
a
I was on
very
your podcast a couple times. I had my neck brace
sparsely
over times, and both times I
populated
was high as hell on
remote area.
cocaine.
And there
Oh
were
my
reasons
God,
why
they
we
were
did
so much
our
fun,
atomic
though. I
testing
remember they
there,
went well.
and we had missile ranges and just because there's nothing there, things are spread
During
out.
his show?
Yeah, during
And
his podcast, I went in and
the
did a couple
Dulce
T-box. I
base
fastened on my
and
neck
that
brace real
mesa
tight, and I fucking went in there.
is
It was fun.
very
I remember
remote,
it was
very
That is
difficult to
incredible.
get to.
For
Benowitz had to
those
fly
people
to it.
listening
And
to the
it's
show
not
around
like
the world that might have
you
some
can
weight issues,
go
how
on
would
the
you
Indian
recommend that they
reservation
lose,
part
the
and
70
go
pounds?
up to the edges of
Like,
it.
say,
But what
first
goes
and
on
foremost,
beyond the fences and beyond the mountains, that is hundreds of square miles of remote nothing. And so one law enforcement officer trying to chase these details down, or the sightings of craft, or the things that happen that you're not around, or the decision to build a deep underground military base that Phil Schneider was referring to, that Paul Benowitz was doing. That's a location where you're going to do that. The other part is, I mean, nobody's going to know what you're doing. But the other part is, it's a pretty cool place for ET to make camp and to go unnoticed for until you do get found. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. When you speak to researchers and those that have investigated the tunneling system, I've got maps and things that have been sent to me. When you look at that, it is absolutely remote. And so for a researcher to choose to go and investigate and go up there, it's nearly impossible to do. It's easier to get out to Area 51. You know where it is. Here in New Mexico, it is wide open. There's the flat desert areas, and then there's the mountain regions, and it is very, very rough terrain. So for me to go to somebody like Norio Hayakawa, where's the entrance? You go and check it out. It's impossible to do. There's no roads. You can't walk. It's not about that. You can fly over it if you can afford a helicopter and go and start poking around. But what is it that you're going to see? What is it that you're going to find? It's a Dulce is a fascinating case. Absolutely fascinating.
And talking about what things to look for, there is people say that in one part of the mesa, there is this kind of a circular section with trees that grow. It does basically got kind of like cuts in that. And there is where you can on top of the mesa. Some people believe that it was a UFO during an emergency landing that caught fire and caused fire on the street. There's another theory saying that it was not actually a UFO, but a plane that crashed and then burned all the trees as well. But the weird thing about this crash in particular is talking all about nature when something burns within time it heals back. But in this case, this little patch of area on top of the mesa, there has been no vegetation since. Nothing has grown things got trashed in the race category. And so I guess if you're looking
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Gulf and Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, get us for Tony! You guys ready to have the best goddamn motherfucking night of your lives or what? Yippee! Make some noise for Red Band, everybody. Hey! Welcome to Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best goddamn strip clubs on planet Earth. Happen to be here in Austin, Texas. And how about a hand for the band, huh? Is that incredible or what? That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey presents Kill Tony Band. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Paul Deaver on the horns, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, and that's our good friend D Madness here on the bass. Well, Tony, brought to you by Deep Eddy Vodka, another Austin company, absolutely killing it. Our favorite vodka on planet Earth. And the Hotel Van Sam, where now you can save 30% by using the promo code Kill Tony on a Sunday or Monday night if you come and visit. How many of you are visiting from another place? That's what's happening here. People said, why would you move the show to Austin? You're going to lose all the tourism that you got in Los Angeles. And hey, the tourism follows us, right? Isn't that exciting? Who would have possibly ever would have guessed that people will fly into a live show that they enjoy? Absolutely incredible. So the Hotel Van Zandt is where you can stay. Here's a few more of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. Then February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. You know, a lot of people have asked me about the big move to Texas. Am I happy with it? Am I thrilled about it? The answer, of course, is yes. You know, California on fire. Absolutely silly tax situation over there. You're all the way stuck on one side of the country. Makes traveling easier being here. The only catch with Texas is the heat. Those summers are ridiculous. And while I try to stay cool living in the shadow of Joe Rogan, I also use liquid IV. I use liquid IV for hydration that's 2 times faster than water alone because life's better when you're hydrated. I'm out on the golf course multiple times a week. I'm stuck at these airports traveling. The planes make you dehydrated. There's so many things that try to take the water out of my life, and I use liquid IV sometimes twice a day to stay on top of it. Red Band, you know everything about the medical field. Tell us how you stay hydrated.
Of course. I use liquid IV all the time, and I love the flavors so much. My favorite are the fruit punch and the grape. I have one in the morning, one at night. I put it in one of those big water bottles, and it's so convenient. The packaging is just this little thing. You throw it in your bag or your suitcase, and it's awesome. One packet of liquid IV and 16 ounces of water hydrates you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. It has 3 times the electrolytes of a traditional sports drink. And liquid IV has 10 refreshing flavors, including pina colada, lemon lime, tropical punch, and grape. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy.
Yum, yum, yum. They're also great people. On top of keeping us hydrated, they also have donated over 24 million servings around the globe, around the world that need
If you're looking up from the helicopter, you better look for that specific area.
Well,
Maybe that could be an entrance.
that was always what was put on Paul Benowitz when he did his flyover, that he found a plane crash that happened up there, and Benowitz was pretty specific, and I would think, and he lives outside of Kirkland Air Force Base. You have Albuquerque's commercial airport there as well. And he's in the business, and he works with the Air Force. He knows what an airplane is, and you're going to know an airplane crash when you're flying over it. I'm not so sure that I buy into that narrative. I think Paul saw what he saw, and he was convinced that it was a crash, alien crash. I don't think, and especially at that point, I think his mind was still there. So I'm not so sure that it maybe there was a civilian plane crash up there, but that's not what Paul saw.
Let's dive in a little bit more about that, because there's a lot to his story in particular. So, we briefly talked about it, but we're just going to dive in a little bit deeper. So, he made his claim to fame in 1979 when he saw several UFOs taking off and landing in the vicinity of the Manzana weapon system next to his home, and he stated that he caught it on video and even took pictures of these craft. With the pictures and the video of this craft, he alerted officials at the Kirkland Air Force Base, who interviewed him at his home and also on the base. Later on, he had electronic equipment to record the base and attempt to record high-frequency electrical pulses, believing that it was alien communication. And I'm not really sure how he was able to decipher that and believing that what he was touching was alien communication. But later on, he says that from the more research that he did, the more that he saw, he believed that aliens that at least were here on Earth were hostile and a threat to humanity. And he also had this obsession into proving that the government was dealing with aliens having the government brush it off. He really wanted to prove it, which led on later to Richard Doty and Bill Moore to come in as a part of the story as well.
Well, we have to, obviously there's a lot going on in this area. Without even bringing up Roswell, right, or Aztec, or Corona, Trinity, without bringing up any of that, there's a lot going on in this area, and there is probably even to this day, the Sandia National Labs there. Probably some of the smartest people in the world live and work there, number one. Number two, it is the most advanced technology and concepts anywhere in the world being developed right there. This is not Area 51. This is the most advanced research. With all of this, we have the UFO and the ET connection. Is that something that is being developed there? Well, let's talk about Paul Benowitz for a second. Paul focuses his cameras, and he's got stuff on the roof of his house. He's shooting from inside of the house, but he's shooting at this very specific spot where he said UFOs were landing and taking off. And he had very specific images that he talked about of landed craft and activity going on around that craft that he photographed and videotaped at length. I asked Richard Doty if he had seen those images. Rick Doty, a little evasive on those answers. And Rick may be listening right now. He knows what I'm talking about. A little evasive on those answers. And the reason for that is, where did the images go? Now, there were, and I've heard from a few different people, that Paul had a box full of images and videotapes near these cameras on the back half of his house. Where those images are today, don't know. His computers with the data on it, where's that? Where are the hard drives? Don't know. And that is one of the most intriguing parts about all of this. Now, I understand that Kirkland was developing technology to block Soviet satellites and imaging, and they were doing that with a lot of different things. They also had to block what was going on at Kirkland. They were developing drones, and especially back then, drones were a very, very big deal and very secret projects. Okay, I get all of that. But Paul Benowitz would have known the difference. And his claims and what he saw landing and taking off from this section of the base raised his eyebrows, and he had the evidence of this. The other part was, you just mentioned this, he was recording radio transmissions, and he was convinced it was ET, either talking to Kirkland or talking amongst themselves, but he was getting that, and he would sit and listen and try to translate, try to figure out what these transmissions were. Rick Doty says, well, that was, secret Air Force radio communications, and we didn't need that knowledge to get out. Not really buying that so much. I keep going back to Paul Benowitz was a very smart guy, owned a very cool company that built instruments, and he had government contracts with the Air Force right there at Kirkland, and he wasn't a dummy. He was seeing what he was seeing, and he was hearing what he was hearing. Meanwhile, we've got cattle mutilations, we've got the sightings in and around Dulce, and of course, we have Phil Schneider and his accounts of what happened there, and the Delta Force being brought in, and this gunfight, that broke out between ETs and Delta Force in this deep underground military base.
Something we talk about when it comes to Mr. Benowitz is in the book called UFO, The Dulce Story, an incredible deception written by Thomas Castello and William Stevens. They state that Benowitz was arrested, and this was referring to psychiatric treatment, and he was institutionalized again, this is stated in the book. Now, the first time he was arrested, it was stating that he needed to get a psychiatric treatment, but then was later released when he was completely sane. There was no reason behind him being arrested for that, but it was kind of more to intimidate him. Again, this is from the book. Later, he was arrested yet again for the treatment to be psychiatric treatment. And this second time, He was given electric shock treatment to derange his memory so that he could no longer recall what he had been seeing or what he had filmed above Dulce. Now, I could not find evidence to back up that statement from himself, but I mean, I guess with this whole story, all the documents that we read about this, it's very difficult to corroborate, right? Where the evidence is coming from is to back it up. So I think this is important to know about Mr. Benowitz while we talk about the story is he was institutionalized 3 times during this. Was it because he was insane? Or was it because he wasn't supposed to see something that he did and the government needed to get rid of him?
Well,
we don't know.
Yeah, and again, going back to Rick Doty and his accounts of all of this, I think that a certain amount of what Rick said is probably pretty valid and pretty accurate. But the disturbing part about it, if we take Doty's accounts of this as being true, I'm just going to say this directly. Rick saw the instability there and knows that leading up to this, we didn't even talk about the other the cattle mutilation parts. Okay, hold on. Let's back up for a second. So, Paul Benowitz and a friend of his, they get introduced to a woman had called the police and said, "Hey, I'm watching cattle getting abducted, by a couple of craft. One is big, one is small, but they're taking." The police literally tell her,
"Hi, for you.
Oh, give Paul Benowitz a call. This is outside of our room. We don't deal with you." So she gets a hold of Paul Benowitz. Paul and his friend, who was a hypnotherapist, bring her over and they regress her so she could remember more details about this cattle abduction thing that she saw right outside of Kirkland Air Force Base. And she described 2 large craft, one big, one really big, that were doing the abduction. So this thing, and so they did all this crazy stuff when they were regressing her. I'm talking about like literally tinfoil hats, and they would take her into Paul's like Lincoln town car that he lined the inside of this with like 3 layers of tinfoil. I'm not making any of this up. I hate to say it, but it was tinfoil. And they would do these regression things, but they were getting more and more information out of her about what was going on. This, combined with what Paul was doing at his house, he's going to conferences. He's feeling pretty strange. This UFO thing is happening. He calls the security at the base, right? I think something is going on there. Rick Doty comes into play. Now, meanwhile, he's still doing the regression with this lady and his friend. And the details are starting to get really sensational that's just coming out of her. Was it factual? Don't know. Was it made up? Don't know. Was it leading questions with the hypnotherapy? We don't have any of those answers. But it was inside of Paul's head. Now, bring in Rick Doty. Rick Doty goes, okay, yeah, these pictures are pretty interesting. Yeah, this is, and Rick is claiming that Paul Benowitz is on to secret government technology. So he's got to throw him off the case, right? He's got to throw him off the scent. So he tells Paul what? Dude, here's the secret.
Here he comes, everybody.
UFOs
Danny
are real.
Tierney, your first media
I know it.
tonight.
I know it.
Thanks so much for Danny, everyone.
That right there, at that point, that was the mistake that Rick Doty made. Doesn't mean that UFOs are not real. What I'm saying is Rick knew that he was dealing with somebody that maybe couldn't handle this kind of information. Disinformation, real information, and that part doesn't matter. The statement push Paul over the edge. And meanwhile, he's got the regression going on. He's got his cameras. He's got his audio. He's flying over Dulce. The whole community is seeing lights in the area. You know, Venom was his friend. And Rick has defended himself. I've asked him these same questions directly. I'm not picking on Rick, and I'm not defending anybody here. That's not where I'm going with it. But Paul Benowitz and his family is concerned now. And everything else. But what did you expect? You know, you bring in Bill Moore and these documents and these things and these statements and the action that's going on outside of his home and in the skies and Dulce, and this lady that is doing this regression therapy that didn't see cattle being abducted, right? And this is what happened. And it's just looking at Rick, he did enough Paul Benowitz was onto something, and it could have been ET related. You know, military personnel, and he's going to come. Those are real. Well, that ultimately, that's what happened to Paul Benowitz.
That conducted Dr. Leo Campbell and professor of University of Wyoming, and also when he was hypnotizing the wife and son, or the mom and son. What did they mention about cattle mutilation? They also talked about that they were and because you can have questions that kind of lead asking them.
They kept trying to develop to them, and they want the radio interference and beam stuff into, you know, so they're driving around. They wouldn't do it at Paul's house. They're driving to these private locations in the car, 3 layers of tinfoil. Information out of it. So you're right, and this is going back to the point that you just made. It went from cattle, you know, the stuff outside of Kirkland, all the way to abductions and analysis and things, and we don't know. There is a lot of speculation around the way that they did the therapy. It wasn't in a controlled environment. It wasn't in a medical office. It wasn't in a doctor's office. It's in the back seat of a Lincoln Town car, you know, outside of Albuquerque in the desert. with tinfoil, on the windows. It's crazy. How much of that was induced? How much of it was imagination? Well, we don't know.
Other than
That's the whole point, and everything else around Paul and his quest for UFOs. And that's also the sightings that were happening, his recordings, his audio, his images, his interaction with directly. It's the crazy case. And that is not even right.
Not yet, but with Paul, he's in grave and dying in June of 2003 after he took his own life. And then that makes you question, because there are quite a few deaths in this story that are somewhat suspicious. About one in particular.
Are you talking about Phil Schneider?
No, I'm talking about Paul Benowitz.
Oh.
He died in 2003 and took his own life.
Yes. And let's go back to Phil Schneider. When I always have one hair that just wants to come out and go, dude, I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you. Okay, and back to this. Listen, I want to say this to everybody in the chat room. Thank you for sharing the petition. Christina's like, she's distracted. She's got a lot on her mind. Can we talk about Dulcie in the chat? And then, boom, here it goes. There's the link. Oh, man. I'm going to sign that thing. I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as hell. We'll get back to that, everybody. Let's talk about those. So, back to Phil Schneider.
Let's pull one of these terrible.
When
Let's see what it has for
first started to give his accounts, and I want to say this in the most candid way that I can. His, from beginning to end, his account is so detailed down to the most minute thing. And when I listen to somebody speak about something, I want the details, right? I want to know. It's the little things that I'm picking up. And I think those are most important because, Christina, if you went to the store today, right? Okay. You go to the store. I know where you were this morning. I'm not going to go there. But let's take that for an example, okay? So you go to the store, not really the store, you have a location, but you go. And you go in, and then you leave the store.
What's going on, Elena?
Okay, now you have the choice of, I went to the store today.
How are you? Can you hear me? I hope you're having a good day. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing. Hello, how are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? You meet me? How did you find out about me? Oh, you found me on YouTube? No way. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm currently live streaming on 16 different YouTube streams. I have more content online than any person in global history. I've been streaming more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. I've essentially created A time capsule for society. Yeah, it's a big undertaking. I talk about some things that I think are important to the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's a lot of words. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that we've done is we've built wells in developing countries such as Nigeria in Africa. I also am a major advocate for the Life Straw program and desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I think these are important undertakings for the world, and I do my best to be an advocate for them. Does that sound like an interesting project to you? I am, but I had somebody who came in and they wanted to talk. So, Elena, are you a streamer? Oh, no, you're not. Okay. Well, you should know that you're always welcome here. I'm here to be a positive person in your life and to give you an optimistic view on society and to give you hope. And if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent. Feel free to come by whenever you want, okay? Excellent.
Do good and Danny, try. Let's see what happens next. Matthew Olson. Yes, Matthew Olson. Little pop from the comedian section. This should be interesting. That's usually very promising. Here he comes, everyone.
Dog.
You guys having fun yet, huh? There you
Yeah,
go.
I'm here.
One more time for your next comedian. It's Matthew Olson, everybody.
No, I don't want to play right now. I'm going to do my best to get some
Have you
sleep.
ever asked somebody for directions and halfway through your answer? Shit.
Oh, on
I know the
Twitch, I've got 50,000.
Guy, I accidentally get jobs. The other day, I had a grocery store, I picked fruit, and the general manager came.
I don't know. I don't
and
pay
was like,
attention to those things.
Would you like the salary position from the produce department? I think the secret behind goods is that he actually has very small feet. And that while he's
I don't know, big dog.
still,
All right, I'm going to turn you down a little bit.
closer inside issues. While we're watching this, Rabbi is an illegitimate child. I also might be the son of Larry Bird. Thank you very much.
Wow. Look at this. I didn't even realize tonight's special retarded person only in the bucket night. It's very exciting. Welcome to Retarded White Guy Night at Tony. This is very exciting. Very mentally retarded white men are in the bucket. Hi, how you doing? Very, very exciting. Matthew.
Okay.
Yes, sir. What the
Or,
fuck was that?
right, somebody telling me that they were abducted by aliens or they got into a gunfight in a deep underground base. Right? Okay, you got in a gunfight. There are details there. So if I'm talking to you about the store, you can tell me about the ground that you just walked on. You could talk about the temperature. You could talk about who you saw coming out of the store. You remember that. You remember the children that was with the lady and she forgot to put her shopping cart back. You remember those details. You remember walking into the store. Did you grab a cart? Did you grab a basket? Did you walk to the deli counter first or did you walk straight into the vegetable aisle? Right? Or were you there for Captain Crunch? So you went over to Captain Crunch and then you saw. You have details of everything around you. And you remember those things. Right? Bill Schneider had those details.
Of your career, what was that again?
He gave everything, and he didn't hold back. And so you're listening to him recount the events of the day, all the way through to him getting shot in the chest, having fingers blasted off his hands, which are all real. The physical disabilities that he is now living with today, and giving the account of everything leading up to that moment. He gives everything. He gives all the little tiniest little details. That to me rings true. As crazy as it is that Delta Force go in and shoot them out with aliens at their underground base, as crazy as that sounds, that's not what he says. He gives the details of everything around that, and he stayed consistent with it. And I think that we constantly have to go back, and when we talk about Dulcie, we talk about Paul Benowitz and Nori Hayakawa and the reservation that is there and what surrounds the Mesa. Phil Schneider needs to be included in that conversation. He does. Oh, and there was one other part to this too. I believe, I could be wrong, somebody could correct me. I think Paul Benowitz found an entrance to the Dulcie base and flew over it and gave that information to Rick Doty. And Rick had to throw him off of the trail, once again, throw him off of the set. But I think that was something else that Paul Benowitz believed that he found. And he went back to pinpoint that location a few times and spent a lot of money doing it too.
With Paul, I don't think he found an entrance, but he found like some kind of vent. Like there was smoke coming out of the mountain, which isn't a thing. That's not necessarily natural of a volcano or something like that. Like, this is not a volcano, it's a mesa. So that's what he saw. And he might have given it the ability of being like, this doesn't make sense, which it doesn't. And with Mr. Schneider, what is interesting about his story is there was like practically a war between what he states as rays and scientists. And he says that about 60 beings died, including humans and other entities, and only 3 survived, him being one of the survivors. But when he was giving his interview and being a part of his conferences, he stated that there were about 140 bases like the Dulce base around the world, and 192 in the United States alone. That's a lot. That is a lot. And he ended up committing suicide with a catheter cord. That's what it was in the mid-90s. But I want to tell you, so he's stating that there's 192 Dulce-like bases in the United States. Now, let's talk about the levels of the Dulce base. Because there is a lot in that. So I'm gonna run through them and
Do you have any drawings of the base?
Not on me.
Yeah, walk around, Jimmy. They're in my purse. Carry Dulcie with me everywhere. No, a few things have been put out there. Okay, so continue.
So the very first level is pretty mundane. It's the garage for street maintenance. And by the way, this blueprint was leaked by Thomas Costello, who was a security guy at the base, inside of the Dulce base. And come up here real quick. Come on up. So Thomas Costello was the guard at the base. He collected about 72 pictures, 100 pages of work, and he was the man that revealed the 7 levels under the base. But then, 2 years after coming out of this information, sometime after coming out of this information, he ends up disappearing. And he also states, just like with Schneider, not only are there levels and tunnels that connect everything together, but for the Dulce base in particular, there's a whole shuttle network that kind of connects the whole United States as well. And again, these are just alleged accounts, because they do not have evidence to back up these claims. But he does say that he did collect pictures and work, right? Like pages of work to hopefully, I guess, in his mindset, to back up what he was saying. And he claims that in the Dulce base, he was dealing with reptilians on a daily basis. In the Dulce base that worked with humans and rays. The dominant reptilian race was the Draco, which we have talked about before in one of our episode called Alien Visitors. You remember that, Jimmy?
I do. I'm looking at blueprints. I'm looking at blueprints. Keep going.
Okay, well, when you find it, share the screen. So he, so that's the main who brought up these levels. Now let's talk about the levels, the 7 that are there, and there are more below that people don't want to. So the first one is pretty mundane, and that is just a garage for shooting. You know, just like for any normal building, you have a garage to park your cars. In level 2, you have a garage for the trains, the shuttles, the tunnel machines, and your disc machines. Okay? Level 3, this is where
What is your name, by the way?
Level 3, it states that everyone is weighed in the unit and then given a jumpsuit uniform. The weight of the person is put on a computer card ID every single day. If their weight changes to about 3 pounds above their physical weight, right, like compared to previous prior, they will be required to go under physical exams and X-rays. So it seems like here, and this is merely an assumption, that the reason to why they're being weighed is to make sure that all of the equipment stays there and that nothing goes in without being authorized and nothing comes out without being authorized. Okay, then you have level 4, which is human research in the paranormal area. This includes telepathy, medical, psychic, remote viewing, astral travel, and so on. So things in this nature. Then for level 5, you have your alien housing.
Yeah, the bunk beds.
The bunk beds. And it says here that it is that there are armed guards on patrol constantly, and there are sensitive areas in the 5th level that require a handprint and an eye print station in order to enter these sensitive facilities. Level 6 is privately known as the Nightmare Hall.
Genetic experiments.
That's exactly what it is. It is genetic labs where they experiment on fish, seals, birds, mice, and are vastly altered from their original forms. There are also multi-armed and multi-legged humans, and even humanoid bat-like creatures. But here's the thing. It gets even darker. Gets even darker.
What the baby seal experiments? How did it get dark? You can't get darker than baby seals.
But it does. In level 7, you have humans in cages, usually drugged or dazed, and there are rows upon rows of thousands of humans and human mixtures that remain in a cold storage. Now, there are drawings of this that were collected by Mr. Thomas Costello that maybe Jamie has found, and if not, I can look for it. But those are the 7 levels. Now, below level 7, it is unknown because humans are not allowed to explore below that. But it is suspected that there is possibly a huge alien culture area that connects the tunnels around Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, where the Draco are located. And those are your levels. And it's just imagine, okay, so Schneider said that there are about 192 other bases like the Dulce base around the United States. And 1,400 across the globe. I simply can't imagine humans, thousands of them, rows upon rows, perfectly incubated. I don't know, that's very sci-fi, very like horror story. But for it to be true and in multiple locations, it's very, I guess difficult to believe, and I think if you saw it, it might be traumatizing.
It's not. Okay. I can only base things on my own experiences. Now, I just posted some pictures last month. Eric Awakening Man and I were out at Edwards Air Force Base, and we're standing in front of, warning signs, you will be shot if you're driving the black Jeep that says fade to black on it. And I'm seeing the warning signs, I'm like, should we, I've got a black, fade to black Jeep, should we do it? Well, so we're driving, and I'm not making this up. So we're driving past all of these warning signs, and they're everywhere. We thought it was funny. It literally says, do not take pictures. So we jump out and take pictures of the do not take pictures sign, selfies. And and I see off in the distance this structure. So we go out and we're coming back and I'm like, man, I gotta find that thing out in the middle of the desert. It's on the other side of the fence. It's on Edward. And we find it. And it's a frigging building surrounded by a fence in the middle of the desert. Now we're on this side of the fence. In the middle of the desert, Christina, out, surrounded by these things, got a little parking lot, and it's a concrete building with steps going down underground with vents. And we took pictures. I published them. I'm like, what is it in the middle of the desert? Where's that going to? Right? Okay. So there's that. But let me back up. When I was a kid, lived down in Central America, lived in Panama, and I lived on, and you can look it up, Fort Amador. Look it up. Look up Fort Amador. Fort Amador is a man-made extension of the mainland, virtually an island. As a matter of fact, there was 3 other man-made islands part of this, joined by a causeway. My house was on this. All right.
You have your own motorcycle?
One night I'm out.
Right now, what happened?
I might have been smoking weed. I was a kid. I'm out walking on this golf course that my house was a part of. The golf course was hiding an underground base. And I didn't know it. This is in my front friggin' yard. Not down the street, not a couple of miles away.
Why can't we get into it?
My front yard. So I'm out there, and I hear something.
What does that mean to you?
In the middle of the golf course at night. What is that? And I come up to this air vent in the middle of the, coming out of the ground. And I bend down, I'm listening. What is that going to?
Oh, shit.
And I keep watching, and I find another one. And I find another one. And then next to all of this is this trench. Now it's big. So this trench is 30 yards across, and it's kind of a V-shape. And it's a quarter-mile long.
You had an amazing set.
But there, it's huge at the bottom. So I walk down, and I'm walking up this trench, and I come up to this giant door.
I love it. It is your birthday.
With these, and there's a track
29 years old. And how are you celebrating your birthday?
What is that door? The vent that I'm talking about is out there, maybe 50 yards away. My house is behind me 50 yards. And I've got this garage door going to an underground base in my front yard. Now I keep walking, and I find another one, and in this trench, my front yard, there are 3 entrances. So now I walk up the hill. It's probably 20, 30 feet. I walk up, and I just stand there, and I can see the 3 entrances to this huge trench with a road to get there, and I see the military vehicles parked outside of the thing, and I'm looking, I can see the air vents, and I can see the vastness now of what is this giant underground facility in my front yard. Nobody's talking about it, nobody's saying anything, and it's a government base. I'm not here to go and start poking around and figure things out, but that's in my front yard.
Here's some
It's in my front yard. Now, what is going on across the United States? Here, this is like I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's people in there. There's obviously air conditioning running. There's electricity. There's things going on. I ended up finding dozens of these around Panama. Some abandoned, some live. There was this place called Ancon Hill. Not making this up. Artificial hollow, giant, and we would sneak and walk up. We'd sneak around the guard shack and continue. Me and my friends, we're kids, and I could walk and I could go these tunnels that were going into Ancon Hill. Look it up, people. Look up Ancon Hill. I would look in and I would see an MP with like a helmet on, it says MP on it, at a desk, inside the door, I could see it. It was like right out of the movie. So, what is going on in the United States? We have bases all over the place. We have Army bases, we have Marine bases, we have Air Force bases, we have Naval bases. And they can do whatever they want underground. And that includes Dulce. And so you have to listen to what I'm saying. This is my own experience. This isn't some armchair I'm reading on the internet about deep underground military bases. I'm out there walking into these places and seeing them for myself. And I've got one a few miles from my home right now that I have seen. I told the Awakening man, and I'm crazy like this.
And then put some of that Nickelodeon slime in the bottom.
I said to him, I hope he's listening. I could do this jump the fence.
I would never pull out a tray of pussy.
It's right there. Let's go see where those stairs lead. Maybe it's an elevator. No, man. No, I've gone as far as I'm going to go. That'll just jump and run. What's that run from
Naruto run.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I didn't say what's up, gang.
It's right there, man. It's right there. Yeah. So, I don't.
I'm just imagining it right now, Jimmy, with his arms.
I can do it. I'll go practice. But this stuff exists. It has to exist. I don't have a problem with this stuff existing. Our military does their thing, and we've got very bad actors out there that want to do us harm, and that's it. And it's a necessary evil. I get all that. I just want to know where those stairs are. And I want to know what's going on. When it gets to Dawson and other bases like this around the country, they exist. We've got the reports of this mountain in the Mojave Desert. Anjali is going to establish contact. Oh, by the way, I've got a little Anjali announcement update. Can I do that on your show? I'm going to do that here.
Well, you only have 2 minutes. You better share it now.
Everybody says I should do the Naruto running. Yeah, I'll videotape. Can selfie that. Would everybody like me to give an Anjali update?
Just tell it, Jimmy. Just tell it.
I got a text earlier. Came in at 11:37 a.m. She would like to come on Fade to Black. Okay, so we had a cancellation with her last week, and you filled in. That was Christina doing her thing, taking one for the team. So I'm not going to flash all of this up and do any of that. I'm not going to do that. But you are on fire right now. There's her name. But so she kind of went underground for a little bit. I know that people were commenting that she hasn't been tweeting and things, and of course the cancellation of the show. But she did reach out. So we'll see. And maybe next week, we'll get this week behind us. And then we'll get to next week and all that. The show. The reason why I bring that up is there's an alien base in the mountain, apparently, allegedly, in the Mojave. The similarities from her description of what's going on in the Mojave is very similar to Dulce. So there you go. Now, the strange part about this is I don't hear a military connection with this base with Angelique. And the military doesn't know where it is at this point. But we're going to get an update next week, and we'll find out. Would you? You know what? Let's talk about that for a second.
I had to shoot 3/4 out of my booty.
If somebody invited you to go to an alien underground base in a mountain in Dulce, New Mexico, maybe a nice place like Scottsdale, Arizona, next to the Camelback Mountain Mall and the Four Seasons. Would you do it?
I'll make sure to bring some snacks in case they're lost on.
Would you do it?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I gotta bring snacks just in case they're upset that I'm there. Everyone's happy when they receive food.
Yeah, there are rumors. I was watching some of the comments out there that YouTube is upset about ramen. And see, I think that was the line that you crossed. You went shrimp. You should have never said shrimp.
I never said shrimp. I don't make shrimp ramen, Jimmy.
It's YouTube, and that's the problem. That's the problem. You can't say shrimp ramen on a YouTube channel. That's an instant flag.
Instant flag.
Instant.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna get me some ramen after the show. No, I'm not playing. I will post pictures. I am going to get ramen.
There you go. Well, then if you're gonna do that, I'll reciprocate that, and I will make hot chocolate coffee for the first time from your recipe.
We're gonna pull a Terry
Always
card
good.
here.
But, I don't know. One of the things when I talk to different researchers about Dulce, that one of the disappointments for me is the dead ends that everybody had, right? At least when we're talking about Area 51 or Edwards Air Force Base or Holloman, which is Edwards, or you start to talk about these different, you know where the locations are. You can drive to the front gate. You can even get arrested, right? With Dulce, we don't have any of that, right? We don't have the thing. We have the accounts. We have all of the things that have happened in the locations around them. I do want to say, going back to cattle mutilations and of course all of the sightings and things. We don't have an entrance. We don't have anything physical to point the finger at Dulce. It's an amazing. That part of the case right there is one of the most fascinating parts about it. We know where it is, the general location, but we haven't had the one thing to push it. If we had an entrance, right, a guard shack, you can't go past it. But if we had that, then it takes it to a whole nother level. We have that, at Area 51. I've been to the gates at Edwards. I've been to both of them. I know that they're there. I can see the base. We don't have that with us. It's a very fascinating part of the case.
The story went quiet, after it had come out. And I think a big reason for that is because there wasn't really mentions. All we have are some somewhat witness accounts, and that's really it. Nothing really tangible to grab on some really good evidence, and that evidence that was, such as like a film and video by Paul Benowitz, we don't have it. It's not open to the public.
And you know, and the two main guys, okay. And were they suicided? Yes, I'm definitely in the case of Phil Schneider, and in the case with of Paul Benowitz, I think he was driven. You know, his health was. But I think he was driven to the point of if he did commit suicide, well, he was given reasons to do. And so I would say that falls into the classification of suicide. And I don't want to get into legal areas here, but and putting Paul Benowitz in his very unique, very public situation to the side, the case of Phil Schneider is one of the most interesting that we have in all of ufology. It wasn't just Dulcie. He was talking about the New World Order. He was talking about 9/11. Other instances, those weren't the only cases, and I would classify him as a true whistleblower, and he was bringing things to our attention, and for him to die that way, completely suspicious, completely. People in the media, they just treated him as a guy that committed suicide in a hotel outside of Portland, Oregon. That was it. They don't bring up the fact that he was missing digits. They don't bring up the fact that he was ill, that he had a wheelchair. They didn't bring up any of his physical things, the scarring and the deep tissue damage all over his body, and the fact that he was out there speaking about UFOs and government secrecy and covering. They don't bring up that part. He's just a guy that committed suicide. And I'm telling you, the Phil Schneider case, when you look at Dulcie, in the overarching sense, Christine, in the overarching sense, he's a big piece to this puzzle. It's just not the Apache. It's not just the sighting. It's not just Paul Benowitz. It's not the cattle mutilations. It's the big picture. And Phil Schneider fills a huge hole there.
Right, and if you know, you give him power, instead of making him a statistic, right, of just suicide, but giving him power of the stories that he brings, having this digits, things of this nature, yes, it does add a lot more weight to the story. Now, if you take him out of the equation, right, just the guy that casually died, and you have Paul Benowitz as your main meat and potatoes for the story, yeah, it is definitely a little bit harder to believe, just because we know, and it's public information to my understanding, that Paul Benowitz was institutionalized 3 times due to mental health issues. So with that, regardless if it's true or not, it really brings down the story of like, it's not a big deal. It's probably not even true. We'll just kind of brush it under the rug and live our lives like normal human beings.
Right. And here's the other part to it. We're in the middle of disclosure right now. And we have everything that is happening. I'm not going to go down that list once again. I'll do it tonight on the show. But with everything that is going on, now let's just say we kind of crossed the Rubicon right now. We have. But if things go one step further, it's going to be cases like Paul Benowitz and Phil Schneider that are going to come back, and we, not only the UFO community, but journalists and mass media are going to go back and go, hey, okay, so then what about this case? What about Phil Schneider? What about Paul Benowitz? Are you saying that they weren't crazy? That Phil Schneider wasn't nuts? That Paul Benowitz was institutionalized for no reason? That their interactions were real? That there is an alien base in Dulce, New Mexico? And Phil Schneider was suicidal for talking about it? And it's going to be things like that, Christina, that are going to bubble back up to the surface and are going to get reinvestigated. And I think there's going to be a certain amount of outrage there. where we were lied to, and I think that the government, for sure, is going to have to go back and answer so many questions. You know, so many families and people and individuals that were ridiculed and not only laughed at, lost their jobs. Maybe death happened in the family, you know, and we have to go back and take a look at all of this. And I think that is one of the biggest problems with disclosure are cases like Paul Benowitz and Dulce, New Mexico, where the hard questions are going to come back at them. You know, Travis Walton, right? Rendlesham, and just going back to these different Calvin Parker. And going back to these different cases, Debbie Cobble in Indianapolis, and you know, the work of Bud Hopkins, and going back, wait a minute here. All of these experiencers and these people that have come forward and been very courageous to speak about this have been telling the truth the whole time. You know, and the government has to answer for an awful lot, including Dulce.
Well, the biggest thing is being educated in this topic. Otherwise, you don't know what you're fighting for, and you don't know what questions to ask. Especially when it comes to disclosure, in this case, UFO disclosure. Knowing these historical cases, knowing about even the science behind it, and the at least public military projects that have been done. If you're not educated in these things, if you and I don't talk about it, other people don't talk about it, no one's gonna care. It'll just be another story that doesn't really matter to people. And then we will never get much disclosure. The more we talk about it, the better we get exactly what we want. And what is that? That's the truth. That's what we're here for. That's what we're fighting for. And that's what we want. And we're gonna end up getting it at some point in time. Hopefully, it's very soon.
I'm here for ramen, shrimp ramen. I mean, shrimp ramen has rights too. I mean, shrimp ramen matters. You know,
that's where fucking mass shooters come from, right there.
It's almost as bad as pickles.
Welcome to another episode of
I don't do pickles. I mean, once in a while, no, not by themselves, but once in a while on the right burger at the right time. But for the most part, no. You know what's a really good burger for $1? Go to McDonald's, the double cheeseburger, right? It's $1. Double cheeseburger for $1. That's a bargain.
Okay.
But it's got those pickles on it. So you got to pull the pickles out. Pull the McDonald's pickles out. I don't do those pickles. But yeah, I'm not a big pickle guy. I am going to do ramen today though. And I like ramen with chili. So I think that's what I'm going to do, and I will post pictures.
Well, that is all the time we have for today. I think we got a lot covered. I'm honestly impressed.
Great show. And I'm glad we got you off this crazy day. I went through the same craziness. I don't know if everybody knows, but my show last night, which has never happened before, the interview screen, that software goes blank. I had John Warner IV on last night, son of Senator John Warner III. His mom was stepmom was Catherine Mellon, so he's a Mellon, and his stepmom was Elizabeth Taylor, and his wife works for the CIA. Right, so great show, big stuff being dropped. Boom, screen goes blank, and as I look at that, I kind of freak. I look over, and I went to go type on YouTube. In the chat, the man is listening. YouTube goes blank, and my YouTube feed dies. And so I had to go to a commercial break and come back and get everything reset. I did, but YouTube never came back. Never got that back live. And so I woke up today. Christina's lost her YouTube channel, and so I'm on the phone with Christina. I'm like, I need to go check my YouTube channel. I'll talk to you later, Christina. Sorry to hear about that. I wonder what happened to mine. And I was like, I had to come in, refreshing the screen. Oh, man.
All right. Very good.
Well, yesterday was scared for sure.
It was a
weird live. So it's what happened.
You're going to be fine. You're going to get your channel back. But now you're going to have your channel back and you can relax. But now you're going to go and explore your other options. Vimeo is out there. There's some other YouTube alternatives. And you can do that in addition to YouTube. And, Twitch is great. And are we doing Twitch today?
We are doing Twitch and Facebook today. That is where we are.
Oh, very cool. So we're into the Zoomer crowd, right? Twitch. Those gamers, right? They're doing Call of Duty and Dulce at the same time. They get the split screen. It's pretty cool.
It's a lot more in depth than that now. It's not just for gamers, it's for a lot more people. But Jimmy, who do you have on today for your guest on Facebook Live?
This is a big show tonight. I've got Roger R. Richards on, the director of his new movie, which is called The Observers.
Which you're in.
I'm in, and I got to produce the film and help everybody. So it's a team effort, and I'm one of the producers on the film, but this is Roger's baby. He's one of the most talented, gifted directors out there. There's no question about that. And a couple of big films he has released this year as well that have just made people angry, and I love that about Roger. Well, anyway, so The Observers, which is launching November 18th, I've got Roger on the show tonight. Very excited. I've been working with and friends with Roger for a number of years, but this film is a work of love. It's done. It's finished. It launches November 18th. So Roger is on the show tonight to talk all about that. It's going to be great.
In 2 weeks, I'm ready. I'll be watching it. Jimmy, thank you so much for being here today. As you do every Tuesday for Mysteries with the History. I will catch you later.
Ramen.
A very special Batman. You like Batman?
That is it for today's show. I want to say thank you for everyone in the live chat and for being able to find me here on Facebook. I know it's not as easy as YouTube for some, but I will keep all of you posted on how it goes with YouTube. If they release the ban, I'm able to go back to streaming on there. As of next Tuesday, I will be airing my very first show on VX with Mr. Ray Hobbs, Church, Michael Haynes, Ryan Sprague, and so many others, including Mr. Weaver. So I'm really excited for that. And my guest will be Mr. Tim Antonelli, one of the co-founders of the which is awesome. Make sure to like this video wherever you are, to share and subscribe to Twitch. I'm still kind of new to Twitch. I don't really know how it works. I think it's like called following. Follow me on Twitch. That is it for today. And remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Here he comes. Make some noise for Connor, everyone.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Connor. I've adopted Twitch to this point in my life. It's like marginally better than being an abortion. Besides, my doctor now, she's an idiot. Thanks.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 29.
What do you do for work?
I work for a nonprofit that helps most veterans get higher education.
Wow.
Hello and welcome to episode 18 of Shifting the Paradigm. I'm Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of UFO shenanigans, where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red Tic Tac. If you haven't had your paradigm shifted, get ready. I've been looking forward to having Mr. Lou Elizondo as my guest on Shifting the Paradigm for many months now. If ever there is someone who's really shifted the paradigm for so many, it is Lou. A lot has happened since our last interview for the debrief. The DoD UAP report was released on June 25th with a tremendous amount of mainstream media attention and fanfare. And then, within a week, it was old news. Not just the report, but the entire topic. We went from daily news coverage, speculation, special reports, and features to practically zero coverage in the space of a week. And it was back to the old news headlines. Here we are, 2 months later, and it seems like kind of nothing has changed. I mean, what gives? Did a lid come down on the entire topic, preventing any more coverage? Or is it just the same old news cycle recycling itself? What's going on behind the scenes? And what are we not hearing about? These questions and more we'll be covering here today on Shifting the Paradigm with Lou Elizondo. Lou, welcome to the show and for joining us here today. So exciting.
Christina, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to your wonderful audience. You know, it's always such a blast always talking with you. I'm wondering, I mean, can I just move into your studio? We have a chat every week.
Well, let me tell you, I live in a really, really tiny dorm room, so we might just be like a little cramped.
I'm really short.
Me too.
One of the advantages of the military usually is actually short before it just goes right over. It's a lot if they're like aiming for the knees.
What is that? What is the? It is a 6-foot tall
I'm
chicken suit
done.
that you
Thank you so much for having me, Christina. This is great. Apologies for not making last week. I was stuck in the Denver airport. There was a storm and it backed up all the aircraft. I was stuck there for about 2 days. No, I didn't get a hotel. I just
This guy's seen more UFOs than he's seen his actual hair. That's incredible.
I chose.
He calls his parents unidentified walking objects.
Oh, absolutely. And we get it. Life happens, you know, and you can't always plan for it. I did want to mention that my last guest on the show was Harvard professor Avi Loeb, and he told me he appeared on over 1,100 interviews over the course of 6 months. But I've got to believe you have him beat because months running to the 180-day report, you were either on TV or in a podcast or being interviewed by someone several times a day. And then the report dropped and everything has gone quiet. But I quickly want to ask you, how many appearances do you think you've done in general?
Well, you know, Christina, it's not so much a question of how many you've done, it's how many I've really
So the first time that I actually
yours is one of my favorites. The rest of them matter. I don't need to work to count. And I
Can we see you do it? Like, oh yeah, we have.
there's a lot of
You have to do it, by the way. You have to do it. You have to do it.
People say, you know, it's cricket's
Oh shit. Building anticipation here, folks.
Yes,
Oh shit.
because real work is being done.
Oh.
I'm in the middle of writing a
Whoa.
compare disclosure to 3 things. Nuclear submarines. I compare it
You know what?
to dark energy.
Since you did it, we have a special treat. Bring him out. It's your
Lies.
parents,
All of
everybody.
these things occur and
A
exist.
Kill Tony moment to never be forgotten. His actual. Yeah, no, we don't have
Just
to.
because you can see something doesn't mean that there's something
I love it. I love it.
beyond
Someone who can see that loves chicken. That's basically where your mascot for Team Madness. That's incredible. I've been trying to set up that joke.
And it's only when there's a sudden release of energy does everybody not feel the effects? Right? Well, it's the same thing with disclosure.
He saw that
There's
show
a lot
coming.
of things
It's
happening
incredible.
behind the curtain right now. A lot of exciting things are really taking this conversation to the next level.
Connor,
Unfortunately,
congratulations
the general
on your
public doesn't
first
see it
Tony appearance.
because some of the things
Here's a
haven't
little joke
yet
book for
come
you.
quite to fruition.
There you
But
go.
make no
Connor
mistake,
McMonty, everybody.
we are absolutely
Wow.
110%.
You guys think we should go to this bucket one more
I
time?
think the audience is going to be absolutely thrilled
One more?
when some of this stuff comes to light. Because you know what, in this thing,
Hold on. The daughter from
there is
Succession.
60
Get back
minutes
to her
that's going to
seat.
be
Hold on, everybody. Oh shit, there goes one of the guys to get a fucking military college degree.
and they're doing that because they
Should we pull until we get a girl out of here? We haven't had a female comedian yet tonight.
but there's a reason why
Balance out the scales here. Sorry to
I
Connor,
think there's a lot.
Alan, Josh, Musco. Okay, here's one. This is a very polarizing character in the history of the show. I think she is a huge part of the future of stand-up comedy around the world, not only here in Austin, but she is a local Austin comedian originally from Dallas. Make some noise. A new minute from Liz Black, everybody. This is the future right here. A brand new minute of stand-up comedy.
And also, if I may do a real
From
quick
Liz Black.
the
Here
last
she
2 months,
comes,
I've been a little
everyone.
bit,
Make some noise for Liz.
disengaged. And I'm sure if you
Guys, make some fucking noise for Liz Black.
I think I mentioned on Twitter that I was dealing with some health issues.
I just got out of a relationship. I was dating a black guy.
I was told by my doctor.
I was unclear about the black guy because I looked at me thinking, okay, probably either black guy or Hispanic woman.
And
Understand? A lot of people think when you're a white girl dating a black guy, that you say the N-word. And I don't. I don't say the N-word. I found a lot of similarities between my desire to say the N-word and do cocaine. Here we go. Okay, number one, 2022, you shouldn't, right? Okay. We all know that. Number two, it is so fun.
Pretty intense ride in the other time.
It is problematically fun. I think we can all
I kept
agree.
quiet about that.
Number three, you don't want to do hard
What I
stuff.
don't want is, a bunch
You're
of
not
people on
crazy.
Twitter to feel sorry for me or for
You don't want to do that. And number four, let's just be honest.
I can handle
You're one of
myself.
those people that claims you never would.
And then two,
you never
we didn't
have,
have
you
the
never
full
did.
diagnosis yet.
Probably because
It
your
turns
dad
out
did too
as of
much.
just a few days ago, I was informed that
Have you guys ever noticed, because that's mouse,
this
you know?
mass they call March Madness.
Okay. Have you guys ever noticed how when you argue with dudes, they get
may in
introspective
fact
and
be,
shit?
just a
You know, they start asking you questions they should be asking themselves.
which is it's
You know, this one
not
dude was looking at me, he
super
goes,
common.
why would I
Basically,
lie?
when we did the tests, all the tests were saying that it's cancer.
I don't know, dude, you're
But then the
33.
last
You
test
don't
they
have a
did,
car. Why
they
are you
were
lying?
surprised. They said, actually, you know what?
Yeah.
This
All right,
this
I'm
may
gonna
not look
slide.
like cancer. This may just be something that's quite benign. So I'm still undergoing tests right now. Right now, things are
Talking
looking
about
much,
real
much
life
better than
stuff.
they did just a
How
few days ago. But I wanted to share that
I'm
with you.
awesome, Tony. I'm so happy to be here.
For being a
Great
little bit
to-
missing in action.
great to see
I wasn't
ya.
trying to be neglectful
All of
or
ya.
anybody.
All of
It's
ya.
just, I
Hell yeah. Okay. Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh, my heart's racing. Life can really suck, and that's really awful to hear, regardless if it's cancer or a cyst. And I'll be praying for you, and I'm sure everyone else will be as well, because you're a hero to us, to the UFO community.
You know what? People are going through a hell of a
Never
lot.
have, never will. My dad's a rock star.
The good news is, please don't feel sorry for me. I'm doing great.
Well, Tony's
The best news I could have
I
heard.
signed a waiver earlier today.
So, prognosis is actually quite good. Worst comes to worst.
Surgery, right?
Yeah, the worst comes to worst.
You know, you gotta pick your
At this point, they've taken so many
Tony. I
organs out
think
of
you
me.
know that just as much as I do. Yeah, and so no, in front of these people, no, I do not say the N-word.
You can say it. The only black guy that I see is
Well,
Steve Madden.
Lou, what other organs do you not have?
Just take a few
Oh my
steps
goodness.
the other way.
Gallbladder.
Just saw David Lucas.
Oh,
And David Lucas would smack me. I think you can tell. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember if it was
Yeah,
Afghanistan
okay.
or rock with these wonderful garden spots.
I love it. So Liz, tell us about your real life. What have you missed since the last time you were on the show? Duncan, this is your first time seeing Liz, right? Yeah.
I got to ask you, you said your dad's a rock star? No, he just did a lot of cocaine. Okay. He thought he was a rock star. I've never heard him say the N-word, but you know, don't ask, don't tell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to give you a bird off.
Exactly.
So what's been going on in your life?
Oh, I was just in Chicago for a week doing some shows. That was awesome.
No shortage of those kinds of guys that you're into.
I know. I know, it's kind of like Paris for me.
You usually end up on the tower.
Nothing on the back light.
So I think over time that kind of takes an effect on
the lighting guy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's insane.
It's, a lot of our great men and women.
Honored to be on tower. I love it. Okay. So you ended up in Chicago.
It's not just.
Yeah.
It's not just
That was dope.
PTSD.
Chicago's dope.
Tell us what you guys did for fun in Chicago.
Challenges that
Ignore whatever that was.
All right. I think it was a seizure, but
I had it a lot better than most.
No.
Please don't feel sorry for me.
Another Chicago jet. We don't have time for it.
Coffee won't fix.
There you go. It's always the coffee that always helps out. I quickly want to say to everyone in the chat that I have received over 200 questions via Reddit in an hour, or less than an hour now, 45 minutes. We're going to answer all 200 of them. No, we're not. But I got them on Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, email, Instagram in the last 2 weeks. And of course, I will not be able to ask all of them. I picked a few of the ones that I thought the most intriguing and original to ask, along with my own. I also want to say that I can't follow the live chat accurately while we are streaming here live. So if you have a burning hot original question to ask, then please help out this channel by doing a super chat, which will of course grab my attention from the rest of the chat and will be asked. So believe it or not, we had a super chat question already given to us by Sowilo R at around 1 p.m. right, so like 5 hours ago. For $20 supporting the channel. Thank you so much, Sowilo. And the question is, I'm condensing this question into one here. So it says, can we understand the psychology of those operating the UAP through observation, giving a sign that they enjoy toying with their pilots, even mischievously, therefore showing that their evolution could possibly be similar to ours? What are your thoughts on that?
Wow. Right. Well, first of all, right? When we talk about the upstate comedy scene, we're not talking about the show.
The problem with this topic is
they're not part of the scene. Okay, yeah, sure. There are people that travel here from other places and try to do their first minute of stand-up comedy, which in itself is pretty exciting.
It is. It is exciting for me.
And I'm connecting with a sentence.
So working at the, what is it, dog walking?
As such, I ascribe to
no, I'm not working at the dog walking. The at-home dog walking. No, I started a new job, actually. I'm wearing a dress now at work.
Oh,
wow. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a big move for me, people, okay? Plus, I have woman in a dress. I'm wearing tennis shoes. It's a movement, it's a statement. Do I have space underneath? Of course. Of course, I'm human. You know, you can't have your thighs sweating between you in the middle of work day. Look down, you water broke. You don't know. You don't know. Smaller women than you have been pregnant and not know. Anyway, you can't risk.
But we have to force ourselves to think outside of the box.
I do, yeah.
How many other? We have to present
right now too. I moved out of the
hard to do because
team. Okay.
it goes against
I moved out of the other place where I had way more comics, and now I just have 2
whether
comics.
or not there
How
is
many
an
bedrooms? How
intent
many bathrooms?
We have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
Wow, that's pretty good.
It's certainly possible. But
You
then
get
you
shared
have to presume that
right?
whatever it
Yeah, we
is,
do share a fridge.
Here's one question that I have for you.
I don't think I'm gonna like the question.
It's okay. You are. If I wanted to be mean, I would say that you are the reflector.
and that in itself is kind
I'm
of
not even going to do that.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're not trying to be mean.
very similar to human beings as far as thought process and motivation. I certainly hope that, because we tend to be a pretty unpredictable violent species. I'm not sure I would want another human-like species having access to that type of technology, because they may do human-type things.
Okay. A lot of things that come to me. The first thing that comes to me is I do have some weed edibles in my fridge.
So I guess my
It just
question
feels like
is
it just feels like the professional place to put them, I guess. And then after that, I don't know. I like to put bread in the fridge. I feel like I'm not going to come up with anything really cool on spot.
Bread in the fridge.
Oh yes.
describing attributes that may not necessarily
No. That's a thing mostly found in people that are morbidly obese. Really? Yeah. No, skinny people. If the bread goes bad, we're like, I fucked up.
John has a question. Thank you so much, John, for the 50. Wow. He says, Lou, will there definitely be anything definitively not even enough to shut down all debunkers coming anytime soon to put on the front page of the New York Times? The 23-minute high-def video, anything we haven't heard about yet, we can't lose momentum.
No, I think you're right. We can't lose momentum, and I don't think I've mentioned this before. We are in a marathon. Let's just reflect very quickly.
I don't know. How many of you, by round of applause, keep your bread in the fridge?
Let me, if I may, remind your audience just how much we collectively, for all of us, included, have been able to accomplish in just 2 years. First of all, you have the acknowledgement that the UFO program existed in Israel. You also have the acknowledgement that these 3 videos were absolutely
the next thing you guys like is kind of important people say.
You also have the acknowledgement that we have no idea what they are.
Goddamn, Lucy, you ever put bread in the fridge?
You had the establishment of a UAP task force, not unidentified
Taiwanese bread. I love it.
Unidentified phenomena.
Don't let her talk very much over the homeland, so
then you on top of that,
comes here
you
and gets to let her rip.
the president of the United
Oh,
States,
look, there's a
and the
white guy
president
next to her
admitted
offended for her. Very good.
then on top of
Welcome to
that,
Austin, y'all. Jesus.
today.
And
And
what
what that means, on top of that, you have signed document by the DevSec.
I love it.
And
You
that
have
was
to
the
talk with your roommates, like taking your food or
medium
how do you decide?
long-term
It's so
strategy,
crazy
not
that you
just
asked this
something
because
to
my
get you
roommate
this
just
140
left a
report,
note
but
on the
long-term
fridge.
going into the future,
Okay.
resources, assets, and talent.
So, first things, is apologizing. Did you hear about the news? The punter that got like in trouble for like sexually assaulting all those masseuses. Yeah. I don't know what that guy's saying.
Yeah, those
Get ready,
Yeah.
because there's a
Well, it's
lot
a
of
thing that happened.
Hunter, hold on, wait. There was a guy with the masseuses that was a quarterback. The punter actually, what was it? Very good, a gang rape. I do believe this man was
That
a
has
gang rape.
all happened in the
Full of
last 3
knowledge.
years. In the last 3 years, you have
It was a gang rape.
coming out
It was
and
my
establishing a
gang rape.
bilateral relationship with
It was
the United
all
States
of us.
government.
Very fun gang rape. We made an 8-year-old suck us off. It was incredible. What?
You know,
Very good. Very good. Thank you. You did your part.
I think the gang rape was far enough. Yeah, I get it. We're itchy for the.
Anyway, did you hook up with anybody when you were in Chicago? Any of those guys put it in your deep dish?
I like.
I had to do it. I've been waiting 10 minutes to do that joke.
It was
I'll do a big pussy joke right there.
I had to know. I know, yeah, we had to know that we were dressing. I'll answer that real quickly. No, I did not. I'm celibate right now, Tony. But we'll get to that if we have time.
What were you saying there?
I just want to know how your roommate doesn't want to hear it. Your bread connects to the gang rape. Right. Okay. So anyway, we had to talk about that. Obviously, me looking at me feminist. Okay. Obvious.
And extremely
This is my
excited.
face, but
You know, we're
structurally.
moving
But
right along.
anyway, I defended.
I really just want to tell people that are listening, we have quite an audience today, and I want to say some super chats are actually falling off my list. So if your question gets skipped, please just paste it again as a reminder without the super chat and copy in the moderator name, just because we're getting a lot of things happening right now. So Russell has a question, and before I get to Russell, Charles says, "Tell Lou I love him. Stay strong and stay sober."
Thank you, Charles, and also big thank you to
someone, I guess he put on Twitter.
Anyway, so I stood up for the girl. I guess he wasn't a fan of that, and I guess then he scared our other roommate, and like we scared him in the street, like he ran up on him. I was like, but he was trying to do it to be mean, so he apologized for that, and then finally he asked us to hook him up with a young woman. He said he felt like a Protestant.
Oh, that's cute. You have some really big fans. You have people rooting for you. John Russell asks, also, thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. What has been your most memorable or dramatic UFO, UAP, paranormal experience?
It's really weird. It makes me laugh, but the note. We all know.
Just lay it on us, Lou.
No, not a lady. I live with two men. He ran up to the other roommate, the dude, and scared him.
Should I pass some drinks over you?
I think
that's like, sorry, I did that. He took the side of things, which isn't wrong, I admit. He did apologize for everything.
Its own podcast where you're going to dedicate your entire time to. Look, I've lived
Liz, we absolutely love you. You've been on the show numerous times. You've gotten booked on real, very legit shows here in Austin. We're watching you grow in front of our very eyes. And I'm not just talking about how you eat cold bread. Liz, we love you. You're very, very naturally. I love you. There goes Liz Flat, everybody.
When you say what's the
All
greatest
right.
experience I've had in this life,
We've been through a lot here tonight. There's only one way to end this show like this. It's with the guy that has performed more brand new minutes on the show than anybody ever in its near 10-year history. The show has been all around the world. Meanwhile, nobody has performed more sets than this man. He's been known as the Vanilla Gorilla, perhaps the Memphis Strangler. Many call him the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery.
And I'm careful not to really talk about it publicly because it's really easy to go down that rabbit hole with the root. And as interesting and intriguing as it may be,
The COO of Beyond Meat, Bitavance nose off after getting an offender bender in Fayetteville, Arkansas, proving yet again nose meat tastes better than Beyond Meat every time.
A lot of the best reporters, you have
They say that line. Nose meat tastes better. Okay.
conservative.
Hurricane Fiona has created devastating flooding in Puerto Rico, knocking out power to the entire island. A similar blackout also took place in Puerto Rico in 1985 when Red Band's mom mixed vodka and diet pills for the first time.
And there's a lot of truth out there. You just have to talk to indigenous people here in the country that have been here for millennia.
She was still
They have incredible, fascinating stories.
The Daily Beast recently referred to an old Alex Jones.
I think there's a lot to be said.
Unhinged.
I hope
You
one
mean the
day
guy that calls into question the sexuality of frogs
in a
seems
way
a bit
that
off to you? It's like calling Jada Fire
The
as
problem is
Storm Woman
we're
3
too early in
was
the
gay.
conversation. It's too much of a
It's a
distraction.
porn movie. She's a
Too many people want to come
firefighter,
out of the
and
shadows to continue this
Square Woman 3.
conversation.
It's at the fire with
And
the
by
pussy.
me going into my personal experiences, could
Sounds
hinder
like
that
Ricky
process.
Martin really has been living La Vida
With all
Loca.
due respect, I love the question. I'll be
He
very
made his
sincere.
12-year-old nephew take his clothes off and go dancing in the rain, and then fucked him.
Probably now is not the time.
Okay.
Well, we will all be waiting when we do tell the story. We'll all be there like biting our neck. Oh my gosh, she's gonna tell it. So we're excited for the future when it comes to you.
And 3D sunglasses.
Oh, absolutely. My next question is obviously the mainstream media has shifted its focus since the report dropped. But to me, I've been shocked at how quiet they are on the topic of UFOs now. In your opinion, do you think this is because an official lid of silence has been dropped, or is it just a natural curve of disinterest?
I don't know if you noticed, we might want to shut the fuck up tonight. Wow. You might want to shut the fuck. You threatened big time in the fucking green room, you dumbass. You thought I was gonna fucking forget that?
And sometimes you have to turn back the gas a little bit
to keep it
Do
up
that
to
again,
temperature
bitch. Do
constantly.
that again.
This is a long game.
Oh my God, William. Is that a real gun? Yeah. It looks real.
2 rounds.
Oh my God.
Prematurely. Everything
Either
has to
that's
be
a
very
real gun or
strategic.
somebody's been
This is a
keeping
long
white bread in the refrigerator.
and this isn't just this isn't a
Have you ever heard of that before? White bread in the refrigerator? Do you do that?
No, I've never.
This is real life.
Have you ever heard of
Trying
that?
to do
No,
is
what was
keep this
dumbass that
conversation
you're talking
going.
about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Catch their breath.
I thought I heard something
There's a
really
lot of things
feel
happening in the
wrong
world
for
right
a
now that
second.
demand our attention.
Seriously?
Things
This,
like
I've never just had a fucking thing. Really, some dumbass was up here fucking talking about that.
We have to
I have a
catch the
fucking
breath.
gun
You
in my
can't be
belt
selfish and just
right
dominate and
now.
consume the narrative.
Get him back
24
up here.
hours a
You
day, because
fucking
people
serious?
get
I'm
fatigued.
kidding.
Eventually, they'll get annoyed.
I'm on
So,
fucking edge tonight. I'm packing heat
again,
tonight. I
this
feel
is
so
something
powerful
that
right
comes
now.
of age.
He's not kidding. Just so you guys know, he's not kidding. I take him on the road with me. He bullies the shit out of me. He bullies Red Band. He bullies Duncan. I told you not to fucking bring that up.
But
That's
no,
so awesome.
there's
Why
a
would you bring that up, Duncan? I'm working on it.
several of us have deliberately made
I'm
this
tired of you hitting. I'm tired of it. And he hits you where people can't see it. He hits it. Yeah, don't do your shit.
By
Yeah.
the way, I'm going to be sending some people out there, but
Shut
you don't
up,
have to
dude.
do that.
This is very interesting. Very rarely do headliners take feature acts on the road
strategy
and bully them.
Well, if I don't take him on the road now, he's gonna kill me. He has a fucking gun.
Quality matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's no fucking joke up here tonight. I've been strangling a bunch of people. By the way, I used to never talk about strangling Venezuelans, and I got a bunch of Venezuelans messaging me after that. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, and
What a
all of us
fucking
definitely
nightmare. Yeah,
want
that's why I have
quality
to have
over
this
quantity. Do you want to have a
This thing is
McDonald's
so
burger,
heavy.
or do you want to have a really good burger?
Yeah, you want roots Chris?
I'm hearing through the tree, and I noticed when you were performing that the back of the shirt
John
even turned
has
around.
another
Yep, take a look
question,
at the back.
and he says, Lou, your thoughts on Sam Harris saying he and his science colleagues are getting classified better videos from the CIA that show it's non-human, and he says they need his advice for how to break the truth to the public.
Front and back, extra large. If y'all want to see it, yeah,
That's
that's
a
all
serious
over
question.
Hopefully John can clarify that,
front and back. Extra
Well,
large.
you
because I
know,
also don't know.
if you're recently
Hours to
briefing
fucking
from the
find. I swear to
CIA,
God, that's why I have to bring this gun around now. I've been forgetting everything. I can't.
database, right? So
How does the gun help you remember things?
where your tickets have been held and you can see that you're having these
I'm gonna
names.
get it done, kid. Come on!
If you do, great. Welcome to the party. It's about time.
I
But
thought
if you
I
just
told
talk
you
crap
before not to
and
ask
feel
me
crap
any
and just,
fucking questions.
make nonsensical
What
things
is
with that
what's the
heaven
worst
said,
thing you've ever done to Duncan when bullying him? I mean,
We were at a mall in San Diego, and I told him we were at the top of some escalators, and I told him to
telling the
look
truth.
at
I just
something on the edge of the escalator, and I pushed him down
I
the
can
escalator.
certainly find
Oh
out.
my
Oh,
gosh.
that's funny. Wow, that's so funny. I
So
shouldn't have
I
done
can't
it.
imagine that they're going to be asking somebody
you
who's not connected
apologize
to
for
the
that?
national security
No,
council,
hell no.
or a think tank how to have this conversation with you.
Now you said that you've been
When you
strangling
let us
people.
know,
Is this
or
with your bare
when you
hands?
find out, please let us know.
Using a
Senzubi has a question, and I'm sorry we're going through these so quickly.
Let's go.
People are just like, they want to ask you a lot of
Can you
things.
show
So
me the other side of the
they
belt?
say, hi Christina, perhaps you could ask him if he thinks these UAPs travel using some sort of warp drive, and that way probably avoid the massive G-force.
Wow.
I swear to God, why did you
Senzubin,
fucking
is that
come
what you
after
said?
me? Red Band
I'm
literally
gonna guess so. I like the name. I like the
Yeah, I
name.
do too. Yeah, I love
Just
it.
because I put a fucking
That's
cricket on you, why did that mess up your shape like a cricket on you?
Yeah, it ended up on my arm because Red Band is so
There's a mathematical
good
equation.
friend.
In fact,
We're
look
trying
at
to
the
help Tony
psychology.
out because he's upset about it.
All right.
Yeah, totally.
Guys, I want to say thank you for everyone that is watching, that has questions, that even sent in questions through the emails, Reddit, Twitter, through everything. He's a great guy to ask questions to.
That's something I just started doing. I've been finding gold with Rosalind Capital.
How much money have you invested in gold lately?
Well, it's actually, you find it with Rothschild Capital.
And
I
when
got
you open
a
this book
metal
up,
detector. I've been
it's
out on the beach
really
the past
just
2
a
weekends. I'm
huge
down like $50.
Wow, how many hours have you spent on the beach to find $50?
I am sleeping out there.
This is important because this is exactly how
That's a lot of time.
look at
Yeah,
the
there's
potential
tons of
of
sand
what
spiders at night. I don't know if y'all ever seen a sand spider, but they are crawling up and down your fucking tent walls.
So,
I'm trying to get a good night's
is it
rest.
possible
You
that
literally
these
have
things
to
are
go out
out
early in the morning
like certainly
with your
seems
metal detector if you're going to fucking find anything. There's too many people out there with metal detectors.
certainly the
You have to go early in the morning.
What kind of gun is it that you have there?
This is a 9mm Glock.
GD has a question. Thank you so much for the 20. And they say, one, does the IAA parentheses FY 2022 require the UAPTF/NASIC to report to Congress on UAP events pre-FY 22?
Yes, it does. That's the key. Every 90 days, and whenever you have a reported in the past, since the 1940s, is supposed to be reported.
Strangle them until they die and then you
Okay. Second question they have is, did the USG discover the exotic matter? Pure USG custody? That's a good question.
Doug, and I'm horrified you brought that up. Like, I swear to God, I've been working on the Boyd thing, and it's just, you get in there, you start doing zero parts the entire time. You're doing fucking
elaborate anymore than that, unfortunately. At least not now.
But when that does happen, I'll have to ask you again.
Absolutely.
The last thing is, what are your thoughts on the UK Conding report, plasma on radar, etc.?
Yeah, Condon report. Look, there's a lot of prosaic explanations for a lot of things. The report that we had to Congress, 188 report, 144 incidents, and only one of them was solved.
Normally it's the opposite.
144 incidents.
Guys from Tennessee tend to bully gay men. It's interesting that I'm the exception.
Yeah, I'm one of the, you're one of the
So that's important because in a year and a half, in just one year, we had 142 incidents. And then, by the way, they figured
this app.
this out. And furthermore, in the report, it says specifically that most of the reporting
I actually found out about this because he has popped over 1 billion balloons on this game. Trillions.
So, if you look at that, just do the simple math, and it's just a 10% of these incidents that were reported. That means that the U.S. Navy experienced over 1,400 incidents in the last year and a half alone. And most of them were
and you literally popped a billion balloons. How much time do you think?
and that's just Navy. So what about the Air
It
Force?
would have to be over 60 days.
That's just the last year and a half. But what about the last
Literally, that 60
what about the
days I
last
was
3
gone.
days? What about
A
the
couple
last
weeks
7
ago, I was
years?
gone for 60 days. I was doing that. Wow.
Chuck has a question. Thank you so much. Also, your profile pic makes me smile. He says, Christina, give me how to guess on Wednesday on Jolly. She is ex-military and recently did a press conference in DC announcing her intentions to revisit an alien base in the Mojave Desert. Can you ask Lou about this? Sounds amazing.
Great. Extraordinary things require extraordinary evidence. All I gotta say is God. I hope she's right. But
it's very intense in the audience. Somehow I'm more, you have a gun on your hip, and I'm more worried about what this guy might do. Don't put your hands up.
I think.
Don't expose your palm
I
like
think
that.
there's a lot of people who
So William, you brought the gun up here, but you didn't show it to anybody.
I don't know.
Actually, just to intimidate Red Man.
Yeah, that was the general plan. I had no
from Area 51.
I literally had
About Lazar, everybody asked me what all about Lazar. I don't. I can't. I never met the gentleman. I don't have an opinion. I think it's very careful when you look at someone's career. You have to look at the nuances. As a government employee, you have a rank, you have authority. As a contractor, you provide services to the government and the customer. It's important that people, like if you were to see my resume, which at some point it's not actually, you can see precisely where I was assigned, what I did, what my roles and responsibilities were, and the type of duties I performed.
We are going to go actually on a quick break, and then we're going to come right back into some more questions. So everyone hang tight, and let's play.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina. Become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
He's asking me questions.
All righty.
Hey, for the record, I agree with that, Christina. I know and I know you do a lot of this on your own, so let me if I can second that motion. For those of you out of the audience who are
Thanks, Dad. My dad's here.
Final comedian of the night, the great William Montgomery, everybody. There you go.
I think that's a
Cameo. He makes a living on Cameo now when he's not doing stand-up. Here's the amazing drawing from Ryan J.E. Belt of tonight's episode with the great Duncan Trussell. How cool is that? All those prints are available at RyanJEBelt.com. Check out the Family Hour. Check out Midnight Gospel. Catch him on tour at DuncanTrussell.com. And make some noise for my guest,
And I
Duncan
have so
Trussell,
much more
everybody.
planned for this channel. I have so many projects planned. So if you become a Patreon, you'll become a partner and a partner with me, and you'll be able to have access to so many behind-the-scenes videos and pictures and so many extra goodies like the graphics I make for my channel. I can do that for you as well, for those that are watching. So it's going to go a long way. It's going to go an absolutely long way. Now let's jump back into the questions. So let me find it. So now I'm getting lost, but. CJ says, thank you so much, by the way. But I'm a huge fan of Lou. Same. And you were my introduction to UFOs, and I still can't get enough. Thanks. Do you have any UFO books you recommend?
Boy, that's a loaded question. Good question. You know, I hate making recommendations because different people are going to read different books and take the information differently. There was a book that was given to me by a gentleman named Dean Johnson in Washington, D.C. when I was there with personality. And, we've had the privilege of speaking with him a few times. And he shared with me a book. And, people share with me a lot of books all the time. You gotta read this, you gotta read this, and I do. He suggested one, and it's a science fiction novella. It's about 3 stories in this little tiny book, and it's called Chains of the Sea. Not Chains in the Sea, Chains of the Sea. And it is the second story in that book. It's a short story, maybe 30, 40, 50 pages long. But it is a wonderful little story because it provides a completely different
Secret Show is coming back to the Comedy Store. One night only. One
I don't
show.
necessarily subscribe to it, I just say that. But what I'm saying is
I'm
it
bringing a
forces
bunch
you
of
to
Austin and Kill Tony comedians, and I'm
This
mixing
forces
it
you
in
to
with
think
some Los
outside the
Angeles
box.
comics. We're going to have a crazy show. Get your tickets right now. Desquad.tv.
Interaction might be, and I found it really original, and it really forced me to think and reconsider and recalibrate my own position on the topic of UAP. And so, if there was a book I would recommend, it would be that. Again, I don't make a penny from it. I couldn't tell you probably not very much money. You can probably download it for free, I imagine. But it's again, I think it's a unique perspective. It's certainly worth at least just reading because it forces you to think about things in a slightly different way.
And UAP has a question. Thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. Says aliens don't scare me. The Chinese and the Russians do, unfortunately. Should I be nervous that some of this may be these adversaries?
Well, it's certainly potential. It appears to be exceedingly unlikely. Because we've been seeing this technology since the 1940s. And it's not highly documented.
We're going to do one here tonight. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth are here in Austin, Texas. Also, D. Betty Vodka, another amazing Austin brand for those of you drinking vodka out there. Order D. Betty, these are the best in the world. How about a hand for the band, everybody? Come on, you heard it, you know what the fuck's going on. This is the live music capital of the world. That's the Kill Tony Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. That's Paul Beamer on the horn right there. Matt Mioling on the electric guitar. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. And that's that right there. That's our friend D. Madness on the bass guitar. It's happening. This is it. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York.
It's really unlikely.
December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in
We
Houston,
have another
Texas.
question,
Tickets
and it
available
says, I
at
don't know if I'm showing it,
TonyHinchcliffe.com.
but
All these
I'll end up
shows sell
showing it.
out,
But the
so
question
don't be a
is,
doofus. Go to the website now.
the
Get tickets
desertification effects
while
of
you still
climate
can. Are you
change
guys ready to
seem
start
to be
tonight's
upon us
episode
as
or
a
what?
species, and if not dealt with, may lead to mass extinction events in the near future. Has the connection between UAP and climate change been discussed or considered at all? Great question.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Make some noise
You
for
know,
David Tell, Greg Fitzsimmons, and Ian Biden.
yeah, in an official sense. There's been banter about some people who express that opinion to a degree. But there's a greatest study into that.
One of the greatest of all time, David Tell.
But you know, it's interesting. It really is an interesting question. I think that's something that
Come on in here, Dave.
And that was somewhat of a popular question when I had posted it online. I did get a few questions on something in between those lines. John has another question, thank you, and says, Lou, some high-level people have said that the public should not know the truth, can't handle it. But they're already getting way more than enough to admit by higher-ups to admit it's non-human. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know,
Dave has a question.
Yes. Talk about a bucket list. I mean, am I right, guys? Or what? How many people saw me almost get penetrated by the trombone as I tried to?
Could not be happier that you guys are here. DavidTell.com for tour dates. Great Fitzsimmons going to New Orleans, Chicago, San Francisco, Fort Worth. Catch all those dates at Fitzdog.com, and of course Fitzdog Radio and Finance has BNE and My Guys, both very, very fun podcasts. I'm excited. You guys have all been on this show before. You know
then,
how
of course,
we watch
entering
stand-up
social
comedians
media
for 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then we find out about their lives when we talk to
and,
them
you know,
during an interview portion, which is completely improvised. We literally have no idea anybody could have signed up. Maybe it's a weary traveler, maybe it's a local legend. Anything can happen. We're going to get through together. You know, the uninterrupted 60 seconds. So when you hear the sound of a kitten, that means they have to wrap it up better, else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. You guys get it? You ready to start this
I'm being
fucking
honest,
show?
but then, of course, you know, I'll have a chance to kind of
Chaos will ensue tonight, I promise. A lot of special treats, and we're going to start with one of them right now. We have 3 regulars on the show. This guy going first is one of them. He writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. We watched him living in his van a year ago. Now he opens up in arenas all around the world, jetting around. He's rich now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Tim.
UAP has a question, and it says, did Lou ever visit Skinwalker Ranch? And if he did he experience anything unusual?
It's kind of scary.
You know, I'm going to let somebody else
might end up in a plane to Martha's Vineyard. Martha's Vineyard's not a real vineyard. I don't know why we sent all the Mexicans over there.
I would recommend talking to
the queers.
A lot of that work was done during the
I'm dating someone. I'm dating a white woman, which is weird because I'm an Asian man. It's the reverse Yoko Ono.
Certainly qualified to tell you.
I'm trying to get her to start a band.
Am I aware of some pretty weird things happening? Absolutely. I'm not aware of some of these things happening to other people. Yeah.
We recently had period sex,
Somebody's
which
gonna write a
was
book,
funny
Lou.
because she's a white
Somebody's gonna write a
girl.
book.
You know, she looked like a Japanese flag with nipples on it.
It would already be a New York bestseller. Preston has a question. Says, Lou, grateful pre-dedication to this topic. Can you assure us this is a true, unknown, and not related to Nemesis / How You Dumb type programs?
Palladium. So he's talking about he or she is Preston is talking about electronic warfare. The problem with electronic warfare is it works like
that was great, Fitzsimmons, not me, everybody.
Any type of electronic warfare, yes.
I love it, Hans. You're absolutely killing it. Things are going good with this new girlfriend of yours?
Yeah, she's great. We have a lot of fun sex together.
Right, and she lives in San Antonio, so you could just drive an hour. You guys can almost have tin can on a string sex with one another. It's interesting that you're sticking with the phone. Easier than making the hour-long drive?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's very dangerous to drive, right?
Because it doesn't explain the other aspects of this phenomenon. It doesn't explain the testimony accounts and the actual footage.
This is your first time seeing Hans, right?
First of all, I don't think you can put a price
on that. Another question is, hi Lou, if you were a civilian scientist and could place a limited amount of sensor systems around the globe, where would you focus on placing them in order to capture data on UAVs? Thanks.
So I will share something with you.
But I thought he had some solid stuff. I was very impressed. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dave.
Protecting your data is important. ExpressVPN promo code Kill Tony. 20% off your first month. Great. Have you seen Hans Kim before?
I haven't seen him tonight because I'm sitting between these two chain smoking fucking lunatics. I haven't seen anything. I feel like I'm in a dream sequence right now.
I think
it sounded good. It sounded good.
It's
good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Good to see you. Yeah. Greg was here when I had sex with a woman.
It's been there.
Yeah.
It's so cute when you have like a good question but you can't answer it. But you're like this really cute little smirk and you're like, I know and I want to say it but I can't.
I know, which is really why I wasn't a good intelligence officer because
She did have sex in the closet.
Leave her in the closet.
Yeah,
she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend wanted to watch, but I was not
Rich
for that.
says, and thank you everyone for the super chat. I know I'm not saying thank you, but thank you all so much. Rich says, has you ever been in the presence of some washing, some machine /
yes,
craft?
machine. I try to avoid it as much as possible, but yes, I've been in front of washing machine.
Another question was playing in my head that someone else asked, but some machine / craft of non-human origin.
I love it. Hans, you are a legend here. You write and perform a brand new minute. You make it look so easy. Week in, week out, you get the thing started. We love you here. How about one more time for Hans Kim, everybody? There you go. Let's get this fucking thing going. We're going to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where anything can happen, and we all meet a human being together at once. Pretty crazy shit. Only show to do it. Tonight we will start with an uninterrupted 60 seconds by Isabella Carrozza. Isabella Carrozza.
I want to mention to everyone we're at about 10 minutes for the show. There is going to be an extra 15 minutes for all my Patreon supporters. So this question here by Red Panda Koala is going to be our last
I think we need
question
to
for
legalize
the
weed in
day.
Texas.
But
Tired of
I also want to mention,
drug
you
dealers.
know,
It's
if
very
you
annoying.
had one
They always make
that
you
you
go
want
to
to
them,
ask,
ends up being more expensive.
what's
So you have
gonna
to leave,
like
go to
what's
the
the answer
store,
to
buy
that? So here we go.
candy.
I don't think what I said makes sense, but it'll make more sense to go on. Red Panda Koala says, Lou, do you think Havana syndrome is related to UAP? Sounds like ATIP slide
Well, here
9.
in Texas, my roommates and I treated Plan B the way white people treated toilet paper during the pandemic. So all the stores have stocked up. I know we weren't the only ones, because by the time we got to Walmart, there were a lot of Plan B. They only had guns
Well, but I'm not
left.
prepared to answer that now.
Labeled Plan C.
I'm not thinking in my mind right now. Individuals that are could be breathing down my neck. If I could go into that.
I got cheated on by a guy that I pegged. What's in your suicide note? That's why you have to date older men. Older men treat you so much better than their wives. Do you notice that whenever an old man has a super young girlfriend, it's like a symbol of status, which makes sense.
Okay, well, here we go. We do have a few extra minutes. So we have 8 more minutes, and I'm sorry I misread the time. So we are going to go over a few more, and the last one is my favorite question of the time. But here we go. Another question is, 94, there was a sighting at a school in Africa where many school children claimed to have seen beings exit a trap, and some were given a message telepathically. The message was that we are destroying our planet. What are your thoughts on that? And thank you.
Very, very good. And how's stand-up comedy going for you?
I like it. Yeah, I work at the Boston Comedy Club now, so that's cool. Get up a lot.
You really nailed that topic, because I've never heard of that comedy club. And I live in Austin, and I go to the East Side quite a bit. So that's pretty incredible. Is it just you over there?
It's free wine. It's like a hole in the wall, but it's stage time. So.
Okay. All right. Well, if it's a hole in the wall, I bet I know what you're doing on the other end of that hole. Nella Carrozza spent 15 seconds talking about Plan B.
Because from a DoD perspective,
so what are we talking about here? How many times have you had Plan B?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like just take it just in case. Especially like, have you seen like the men here in Austin? You gotta be careful.
that doesn't
I just got here.
Conversation doesn't help make a decision. So we kept everything that we could.
But give us a ballpark. Like, what are we talking about? Is that like once a year you do that?
Oh, maybe once every 4 months.
Whoa, once every 4 months. Fucking up the cycle and everything.
Yeah.
Because it messes with your body a little bit, right?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't even know. You can't even tell. You live such a garbage life. You can't even tell whether or not it's.
Is this a critique for the audition for the Handmaid's Tale? All right? She likes the party. Deal with it.
I think you found your older man today.
So
you're going to
Plan B tonight. It wasn't the focus of so therefore
I love it. So Isabella, how do you make money working at this comedy club that nobody's ever?
I like barely do. I dance at the Red Rose.
Oh, okay.
Just an interpretation of something.
Wow. Wow. How long have you been doing that for?
Like 6 months. I've been there.
Okay. Very good. What's your stage name?
Another question is, Christopher Mellon has mentioned in several past interviews that UAP activity has been increasing and getting bolder. Is this something you can corroborate? And if so, are you able to share any examples with us today?
It does appear certainly that the UAP activity seems to.
Wow, very interesting. Do you have any like special moves or things? Because you seem like you'd have to be charismatic because you're like a certain height. You're a little bit. You're like a tyke.
I mean, I don't know. I'm funny. Like they love
The world's funniest stripper, everybody.
But the question of metrics here
Here she comes with some jokes, everyone.
with using devices
Nothing
like
better than a funny stripper. Here we go.
better technology than our best things
Do you open like lap dances?
So we have to be
It's
careful
the real hole in the wall,
because
isn't
there's
it?
more people now looking into. It's like saying, for example, the big city.
You
crime
try to be
rates
funny
have
sometimes?
I mean,
gone
I
up
kind of
5%.
just like I don't really know how to like flirt. I'm not a very flirtatious person, so it's
This guy just doing jokes, guys
Cops on the
just
street
taking
catching
one's
criminals,
back.
or does it mean that we have to be more aggressive towards prosecuting criminals? Right, so you have to be careful.
Leave the mask on.
Because numbers can be a lot for people.
Incredible.
That's why
Anything crazy ever happened at the strip club?
anything crazy ever happened. I don't know. I
Place is run unbelievably well.
It really
It
is.
is our longest sponsor here in Austin, Texas. So I got to tell you, it's clean. The hamburgers are unbelievable. I mean, it's just everything about it is amazing. The most beautiful one.
By the way,
Yeah, and Isabella works there. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. He's got a good sense of humor. Look at her. She's like a fucking little Italian cabbage patch doll or something like that.
Dude, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like an insane time of my life to go from stand-up comedy to the strip club. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. They're like the customers can get kind of wild. I'm like, if a customer gets too handsy, I'll fart on them.
Oh shit!
I'm fired. Where are they gonna fire me? Where are they?
And I think it's very normal that people are misidentifying these things, especially now more than ever. And I quickly want to say, Jean, thank you so much. They say, no question, just a thank you for a great show that I'll enjoy listening to a few couple more times. Sorry about that, but I agree. For people that have watched these interviews, he always drops little things here and there, and you have to listen to it a few times to really catch it. So I agree with you, Gene. My next question is, given everything you've learned, in your opinion, has the intelligence behind the UAP phenomenon already been designated behind closed doors as an external threat, an existing threat?
You know, I think there's two schools of thought.
Maybe.
Definitely from a national security perspective.
Either way, we've all done things to get by in comedy, so
But let's not
don't let them
confuse
fucking push
potential
you down
threat
for it.
with
You're
hostile
goddamn right. Isabella
So I've said this
Caruso
before, if I
just
go
got
to a
booked on the
report
Thursday
on
Secret
737
Show. She just got a
Southwest
real
Flight
comedy
7,
gig out of
there's
her
not much
performance
effect.
here
If I
on Tilt
go
Tony.
onto
And
the runway, the
amazing. Back to the bucket we go. Great.
I put my head behind
It was
the
like
wheel
if,
while it's flying up.
like if Janine Garofalo was doing Game of Thrones.
There's a threat to you get burned. There's an environmental threat.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Cody Green, everyone. 1 minute uninterrupted. Going to Cody Green.
I think there's two schools of thought.
Cody.
Focus had to be that this is a potential national
Here he
security threat.
comes.
But now that I'm outside the government, I'm free to express my opinion a bit more. You know what? I think with every
One
challenge
more time
comes
for Cody
opportunity.
Green, everyone.
One has to look at the pollination in the 1960s and space
All right.
race against
So
the
when I was
Soviet
16, my dad got
over 6,200 life-changing technologies and industry came out as a result
basically
of
just
that
means he lost
space
all parental
race. That
authority.
decade in time where now we have things like the LED light bulb.
How are you supposed to discipline your kid
Things
when
that are
you know
improving
you're
your
going to be
enemies
bumming rides off of?
and have long outlived their
He
original
tried
intent.
once. She's like,
So, you know, I
keep
tend
it up,
to
you
be a
gotta
little bit more
grounded.
optimistic.
Like,
I don't think
Dad, if you keep
everything
it up,
that's
you're going to
necessarily
fucking fight the liquor store.
is intentional. And I think there's always opportunity. You just need
I'm
to
telling you guys, you haven't lived until you've gone to watch a grown man.
And right
angrily
now,
strap on a
everyone's
helmet.
asking about the
Every
23-minute
now and again, he's
video.
doing this
Can
double
you talk
chin.
about that?
I can't. What I can say is that I was privy to it.
They're going to fucking things too tight.
I have
Like,
to.
no, you got
I have
a
to let the
nutsack
government
growing out
try
of your
to do its
throat.
due diligence. You know, let's not forget that the
That's it.
Pentagon
All right,
planned
Cody
to
Green.
erase
Coming
these photo
in.
by meetings.
Laying it down. How long
Despite
you
there
been on
being
stand-up,
a
Cody?
court protective order
About like
that
three and a half years from here in
so
Austin.
they've
No,
got some
Boston.
questions they have to answer.
Okay.
And I
All
want to
right.
give
Wow.
the
Oh,
U.S.
fuck said that.
The time necessary to
You'll show them,
figure
Cody.
out, you know,
What part of Boston are you from?
there's videos of it.
Specifically,
I've said before that the three videos that come out
Wakefield.
are probably the least compelling.
Isn't that where Tanya Harding is
As
from?
much compelling as
I
any
think
movie that they're releasing.
Nope.
There's some that are
All right, maybe
pretty
it's
short.
I don't fucking know.
They haven't been released. It's not up to me to release them, and I really can't talk about it until at some point the government decides.
You look like a guy that would.
First of all, no.
This guy is definitely.
RG has a question, and they say, does DHS Red Cell ever use UAP simulation events to test U.S. military responses, which may have been confused as real events? And this is going to be the last super chat for today, guys. We are running out of time, but please answer that.
You know, I gotta tell you, I've never been asked that before.
It's a forgiving guy.
That's
Have you considered stripping?
You could. You could do that.
All you gotta do is fart and shake your ass.
Cody, what do you do for a living?
It's so sophisticated.
United States.
Great questions.
Awesome.
I can't tell you how many times.
Like you're a mailman?
Hey guys, we gotta talk. That's great. That's good.
Let me see your calves.
It's not a great question.
Pull up your pants. Let me see your calves.
Whoa, he's wearing the postman tights underneath.
And here is our last question for the show. What is one question you haven't been asked, but wish you had been? What is it? And what's the answer?
Now, the Postal Service has a bunch of weird quirks like that, right? What
So
other
you've
deals do
done
you have on
thousands
you?
of interviews.
He's the only guy in this room with health insurance.
Insurance, what else? What else do you have? Because we weren't even expecting those tights. You're a true postman.
I got out of work earlier. Yeah.
Ah, there it is. Now
Wait, you're delivering mail here now?
In Austin, yeah. Oh, I live in Austin. I'm sorry, I thought
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're an official Austin postman. What area are you? What area are you in?
78758 7872777.
Have you ever heard of it?
78753. All right. That's the okay. Stop activating your autism.
Yeah. You just made Monty hard as a rock just there.
There's no question.
Absolutely incredible. Let me ask you this: you're out there delivering mail all around the city. Have you ever heard of the East Austin Comedy Club before?
That's
You ever get bit by any dogs? But some of it's hacked.
The Chihuahuas chasing you.
Okay. All right. Enough about the Mexican ladies in the city. Let me ask you this: do you ever have any ladies say like, "Hey, Mr. Postman, want to come on inside?"
Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Red. Very good.
Great.
Nailed it.
So then let's give an applause to everyone that's watching and put in their questions. Thank you, everyone.
They're like 6
You were able to answer a lot of them, and like you said, these were questions that haven't been asked. People that were writing these questions have seen your interviews, and they were getting frustrated. They're like, why aren't people asking these questions that I want to ask? So I think I was very lucky to be able to host this today and actually have people ask their questions along with the ones that were sent to me prior. And overall, it's been such a blessing for you to be here with me today and to have this conversation.
Okay, yeah. Madness didn't see it. That's a different guy. All right, Cody. Anything else crazy we didn't find out about you last time that we should know about you before we let you go? Any fun facts about Cody Green that
teenage drug addict? You don't say.
Come on, his name's Cody.
What drugs were you on?
It was like
yeah. What was your lowest low? Like what was bottom for you?
This?
It is true. It's absolutely true. We achieved this collectively over the last 3 years because of the hard efforts of everyone.
One time I went door to door. I made up a collection can, and I went door to door collecting money from my high school marching band.
They're watching Twitter. They're watching your show.
My God.
They're dialing in a suit.
It was just for your own drugs.
They're watching your videos. I can't say it was, but Very recently, I got an email from a very, very, very
shit.
person.
But it led to one day becoming a postal delivery man.
And he said, hey, I saw that interview on this podcast.
Yeah, that's
And you know what?
incredible.
The podcast was yours.
Wow.
It wasn't
Honey, I just gave some 22-year-old high schooler some money for his
It was your
marching band.
podcast.
He was weirdly wearing compression pants.
So,
Wow. I got also, I stuck in my, I didn't think it was going to work, and I stuck in my neighborhood, and then, like, the whole next week, people kept going up to my mom, and they were like, hey, because they can't do a nice thing and just shut the fuck up about it. They kept telling her that they gave me money, and she's like, he's not in a marching band.
By the people. By the people. And I want to say again, thank you for you, Lou, for being here, for all of the super chats, for everyone participating, for all of my Patreon supporters. I do want to let you know that we are going to have an extra 15-minute segment just for the Patreon supporters that will be uploaded later today. So keep an eye out for those that are, or if you want to be one, it really supports my channel, and you get to see all the guests, or I think almost all of them, get like an exclusive 15 minutes as well. And I also want to say, don't forget to like this video, to share it with people that have the same interest, because it wouldn't be possible. This conversation wouldn't be possible if we had a collective mind. And lastly, don't forget to keep your eyes on the skies.
Oh, here he comes over here. It's Gary Falcon. Over here. Gary Falcon, everybody. Put your hands together for Gary Falcon.
You set the gold standard for your business. Your website should do the same. Wix puts you at the helm, so you can enjoy the creative freedom of designing your site just the way you want. Want someone to bounce your ideas off? Talk with AI to create a beautiful site together. Generate on-brand content, images, media, and simply change or fine-tune any of it along the way. Whatever your business, manage it from one place and tie it all together with a personalized domain name. Gear up for success with a brand that says you best. You can do it yourself on Wix. Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Have you ever seen anybody quite as strong as Gary Falcon?
I've never seen a missing close like a dog.
I've never seen Elf's grandfather.
Whoa. Tony. I'm gonna tell you, watch out. This teddy bear's got teeth.
I didn't know Cody
Welcome to another episode with Mysteries with a History, where I'll take you into the wild ride, into the unknown, the strange, and the mysterious. Like you, I have questions, and like you, I want answers. Today, we're going to be going into the murky and disturbing topic of alleged human abduction by entities either from another world or another dimension. It's a topic with quite a history and has been the unwelcome thread that has partnered alongside the UFO research community in general. I would like to say hi to everyone that's in the live chat today, along with my moderators such as Zebza Bill and Curious George, Akashi Chris. Hi, how's everyone doing? Today, I am joined by my awesome co-host. He's no longer my guest. He is my co-host, Mr. Jimmy Church from Bay to Black. Hi, Jimmy. Are you snacking?
Oh, man, caught me off guard.
You know, I almost thought about snacking for this show, too, so I'll just vicariously live through you on this one. Oh, it's a good face. Classy.
I'm just gonna let him do whatever he wants.
Hey, Christine, hi. How are you doing? Oh,
No doubt about it.
Man, it's
and you know what? We never do this anymore, but that was such an amazing performance from a brand new comedian. I think he deserves the Kill Tony Golden ticket, don't you? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you're on that one.
Anytime he wants, he gets to perform on the show. That was incredible. Gary Falcon.
Went down on the studio.
Wow.
It turned out not to be the internet.
A star is born.
The outer, not the modem.
A star is born.
And working just anyway.
Back to the bucket we go. Obviously, anything can happen here tonight. Wow. The place is in chaos.
The way him and Dave were going at it, I thought Gary was going to pull out a slingshot.
And I'm here. So there you go. And we'll let everybody know we're going to jump into this abduction thing.
It's next. Here.
But Christine, I'm just going to tell everybody what happened.
Austin, Texas.
Please do.
I'm going to mention the PJ too as well.
Here comes
So,
PCDs, everyone.
A couple of things happened, and Ryan Gray.
One more time for Casey, everybody.
Okay, so internet goes down, and then I wondered why I read everything, and you know what? We're going to go back on this. What I didn't know at the time was that
every newscast is oh so sympathetic to these.
I'm talking about 1 megabyte upload with I need 30 for the studio. Okay, so I didn't know. I just got the internet that. So everybody, I texted Christine. I said, Ryan can't do the show. You're gonna come on with me right now. She said, cool. I said, okay, whatever. 1 minute, let's go.
Thank you very much. My name is Casey.
Yeah. Wow. 43 seconds in and out with his trademark Rusty's line.
And then Ryan.
Tony did your Casey Deans. David, tell what
So I go to.
The one thing I love is a political wizard.
You know. Oh no.
Just doesn't live in the world of magic. He knows what's going on for the mortals.
Instead, I text.
Don't turn me into anything.
And I text Ryan.
Wow.
This.
I mean, you look great for Rasputin's granddaughter.
I said, don't worry, nobody.
Fantastic. Thanks, Fox News. That was great.
Nobody's going to see you, just me.
That is absolutely incredible. This
That's
is your
what I
Tony
texted
debut,
Ryan. And it's right there for
absolutely,
everybody.
I know. It's been a long way
There it
since
is.
you were the bad guy in
That
Superman
was
4.
How
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Let's go now. Ryan texted me.
1 year. And where have you been doing it?
I said, oh, hold on a minute.
I did about 10 nights in Utah. Wise Guys, shout out Wise Guys, great club. Moved to Austin in March.
I thought I was texting to
Austin in March.
He
What
told
made
me
you
she
move to
was
Austin
in
in March?
I said,
He did the call. He did the call.
What are you talking about? Are you
We're going
watching
live right now.
Infowars or something? What the fuck are you talking about? Heated what call?
Are you sure it was a call and not an Amber Alert?
So that's what. So that was last night after the show, and then we didn't.
I don't want to go into too much detail and bore you to death, but I applied to UCLA grad school and I didn't get in. It was the best thing that ever happened to me because I was going to go to LA in 2020 to be a stand-up comedian.
There you go.
Kind of chilled out the pandemic, and when I finally
I did. It was pretty awesome. And there's a whole other side to that story. But while I'm telling the story, people are saying that your mic is a little bit too quiet. Do you want to boost that up a bit?
Oh, my mic is too quiet?
Yeah, a bit. So when Jimmy was like, hey, can you come on the show? I'm thinking, I'm in my PJs. I have to set up my studio, right? Even just to put my camera up and the mic. And I'm like rushing. And he likes to use Skype, and I don't use Skype. So I had to re-log into my account. It wasn't working. I start panicking. I'm like sweating through my sweater. I sleep in really big sweaters. And I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. Jimmy calls, he's like, it's fine. It's canceled. And I'm like, whew, I don't know if I'm gonna make it anyway.
It was just a funny drama film. Hopefully
terrifying.
I mean, I had it in my head.
Some of them even leave it with their skin.
I hope this okay.
Well,
All right.
we're getting some good feedback. People are saying it sounds fine, sounds good to me, so I think you're good. But if anything, people in the chat can keep us updated. So today's topic is abductions. Now, there are so many facets to this topic. I think for people that want to know a lot about it, require years and years and years of research, We're only going to be doing it for about an hour and a bit, maybe an hour and a half. So obviously we're not going to get into the very, very deep nitty-gritty of this topic, but I'm so happy to have Jimmy on because you've interviewed countless people that have studied the phenomenon along with contactees as well. Am I correct? So I couldn't imagine having anyone else. And let's just get into it. And one person I want to ask you about specifically is John E. Mack. He was a Harvard psychiatrist in the 90s, right? And he went ahead and he said, I do not believe in this phenomenon at all. Abductions are not a thing. But then he goes ahead and he interviews 30, 40 abductees, contactees. And his mindset definitely changes on the concept that maybe it is possible. Now, I want to hear your thoughts on John Mack and a little bit about possibly if you know anything that he's researched.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what John Mack.
I've got a modest
and John, not Jimmy, sorry. I'm talking about John. But it seems like your audio is coming from your camera and not from the microphone.
Possible. Let me see.
This guy's not that bad.
Yeah, because
You ever get any girls back to your place? You ever go on any dates or anything like that? On any of the dating apps?
When it comes to podcasts, it's impossible to not have technical difficulties.
Okay, now how's it sound?
Oh, beautiful. Like a diamond. They need noises.
Now it's probably too loud. See, that's what I was saying. It's too loud. I don't know why that reset.
That's probably that's one of the upsides of still living with your mother, right?
John Mack. Okay.
Are you always imagining to silence the voices?
Let me. I want to go deep on this for a second. John, professor at Harvard, tenured.
So take us through your last date. How does this happen? Where do you meet this girl? How does it go down?
So
explain to us. Just take us through it. It's okay.
Come on, entered into this world of ET in Contact, and of course, Abductions, which came a little bit later. But Full On Skeptic was a part of the community, didn't understand what was going on. Starts to figure out a few things. Now, everybody can go and read Ralph Blumenthal's new book called Believer, and it is the story about John.
All right, Casey, let's talk about this date. Give us an example of how it started. So you meet at a restaurant.
But this is what ended up happening. Let me be very clear for everybody when it comes to the abduction phenomenon.
I tried a date, but
John started to see, and he died, and so we never really found out, but we know that he started to see similarities in his sessions and with people that he was interviewing. And a couple of those people I had on the show. Okay, and we'll have time to talk about that. But as he started to see these similarities, which he wasn't sharing with anybody, he only kept it inside of himself. And that something flipped with him, where he went from skeptic
to that time in the show where I get another one of the regulars up here. This guy is a fucking legend. He's been destroying all over this goddamn town, all over the road. An icon for his joke writing and roasting.
Was a real physical interaction where people really do take on the shits and with all of that. That's where his research started. At the same time, there were Bud Hopkins, his friend, Dr. David Jacobs, Barbara Lamb. I could continue on down the list of different. And she passed away early, but that's but these other therapists that were Yvonne Smith that were looking into them. They were all friends. Right? So this thing that John figured out is something that I also do as well, which is this. I listen to everybody, but I don't share certain aspects of my own experiences. I don't do it. And I don't do it for a lot of reasons. The main reason is I don't want to put suggestions into other people's minds. Right? I don't want to do that. And I also need the proof for myself for my own experiences when I hear somebody else say a key word. And let's just say, right, okay, I'm just going to pull something out of it. Let's say I saw E.T. wearing Birkenstocks. Now, I know.
Fuck yes.
But what if? But I don't tell anybody.
Another one of the famous regulars here on Filtoni. Another amazing performance by David Lucas.
Tony, it looks like you're holding auditions for the bad guy.
All right, well, that's actually true.
The little Grace wearing Birkenstocks.
Actually, I'm holding
right? Now, that's where I would go. Oh.
We know that
you're experience, right? So I didn't share that, and neither did John Nash, or Bud Hopkins, or Yvonne Smith, or Barbara Lamb, or David Jacobs. You don't. You're collecting the information, and that's the part of the abduction phenomenon when it comes to therapist and regression therapy that I find is it definitive proof? No, but I find it the most intriguing. In that Yvonne Smith knows something is going on because she's done thousands of regressions and she knows certain things that are similar to each one, but she doesn't tell anybody. She knows. And that's the part of this phenomenon where I have to step back and say, millions of people are not crazy. They're not. They're not. They're having very similar, as John Mack had said. They are having very similar experiences. They don't communicate with each other. These are people that don't know each other on different parts of the world, or different parts of the United States. But yet, they share these same experiences. And now, what it is, you know, John never told us he was killed by a drunk driver not long ago. Yeah, 2004 in London. It's 11 o'clock at night.
Jeffrey
John,
Dahmer was right about
you know, they drive on the opposite sides of the street over there. So he's looking into, you know, he thinks he's in the United States. He's on one side of the street, so he's looking that way. And then actually traffic is coming from the opposite direction. He's expecting it this way. It's actually coming this way.
David and motherfucking
There was a lot of conspiracy theories behind that. And,
wearing a very
you don't have time to get into it. But he took his research with him. And that's the unfortunate thing. So that's John Mack, Harvard, and he is one of the examples when you get into the abduction phenomenon. They're focused on his work. Just recently on the show, everybody can go back and listen to Faith Live. I had on Debbie Cobble. And Debbie is an abductee who was featured in Bud Hopkins' book, we talked about Intruders. And she
turns out the front door was unlocked the whole time.
And when you have her recount her experience, which is just, I mean, incredible. Again, it's very similar to so many other abduction cases that have been documented throughout the years. So go and listen to Debbie Cobble. She's amazing, and she's also in a film that I just completed that'll be coming out in November, and you can check Debbie out in that film. But when it's not just Travis Walton, it's not just Betty and Barney Hill, it's not just Calvin Parker, all great cases, and we need them and stuff. But there are other cases out there, and Debbie Cobble is one. She's just incredible. So that's John Mack, Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs, Yvonne Smith, Barbara Lamb, and many other great therapists out there. I know that was long-winded, but it just needs to be said for those out there that are just getting into this abduction phenomenon and need to go and find more answers and do some research.
And it's a bit hard to do because a lot of these cases are, just alleged witness accounts. Yes, there can be some evidence that can be placed on the body, such as scars and bruising and things of that nature. But overall, at least from what I've done through my research, it's a lot of just kind of believing them. And before we go a little bit more deep into that, I would like to say thank you so much to Inquire Within. They say, oh, yes, look at this magical duo of intergalactic epicness. Keep the good times rolling. And then Disclosure Team, thank you so much. And John Russell as well. You guys are absolutely spectacular for supporting this channel. John says, and thank you, he says, would be so cool to have Dave Politis on the show. Do you guys agree his research proves not all the entities are malevolent? I obviously want to have him on the show, but I know that he doesn't really do podcasts and things like that, especially now that his son has passed away. He's been a little bit more reclusive. So I think in the maybe a little bit later on into the future, I'll ask him, but right now, for him, I don't think being on this show is very important. But I enjoy his research, Missing 411, and his YouTube channel, along with his documentaries and his books. What about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, he's great. He's a good dude. He's pretty intense.
Do you know him personally?
I do.
What an unbelievable treat you are.
1 year at a conference,
his table
was next to mine. So for 3 or 4 days, literally, we're shoulder to shoulder and talking. But we did a panel together, maybe one, maybe two. But he's been on the show many times.
How lucky are we?
one night, two in Fader night.
Alexa Stanton is next. Straight out of the bucket.
You're live
Alexa
on Fader Black.
Stanton.
You're up
How
next.
about one
Two
more
songs.
time for David Lucas, huh? Oh, here's Alexa. Make some noise for Alexa.
What?
Snuck up on you.
And, it was,
All
it
right,
was
I'm
pretty funny.
here
He caught
from
me off guard.
Michigan. This is
And
my
instead of
second
a
time in
5-minute phone call,
Boston.
continued.
Thank you. Same hours. Soccer cowboy.
He's good dude. He's good dude. He's tall, intimidating,
Yeah, I'm wearing a fucking
big.
fanny pack because the first
He
time I was
is. He's
here,
got
my purse got
intimidating eyes.
stolen.
He's a big guy, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
fuck
he
me,
looks
right?
like a
It got
fence.
stolen from a
Looks
bar
like a
called
cop.
Poor
If you ever have
Choices.
bad news knocking at your front door
You
and you
may have
open it
seen
up,
it
it's
on the
going to be
way in.
David
It's like
Blythe
kitty
standing there
corner
with
from
somebody that
here.
looks
It's
like
across the street.
That's
Yeah.
the proof.
Isn't that awful?
And then you
All
get
that
to know
whole minute
him,
is a
and
photo of the people that
he
stole it.
is
They got a
intense,
photo with them
but
in the
he's
photo
very
booth
compassionate. He
Yeah,
has
well,
the
keep
ability
saying
to
before they
crack
took my
jokes,
shit,
but he doesn't
right?
want people to know that.
Oh, my dad took me to
And
Big
I say that sort of in jest, but he's just an intense individual. And then
It
you
wasn't.
get to
No,
you get to talk to him
wasn't
and
an
just find
accident,
out
but
how
it was
cool
a surprise.
he actually
Okay.
is. So there,
Yeah.
yeah, get him on the show. I'll give you his number.
We're
I would love to at some point. I would definitely get him on sometime in the future. So I think what I had mentioned was when people are doing the research, there are kind of two standpoints when it comes to alien abductions. You have half the people saying these alien abductions are great, they're trying to heal us, they're trying to warn Earth about nuclear weapons, war, pollution, they want to help us evolve. Then you have another section of the population saying these aliens are awful, they're malicious, they're very predatorial, and overall they are abducting humans for their own gain. And I was thinking, I've covered quite a few abduction stories, and I've interviewed someone such as Kristen Dennett, who has done extensive research when it comes to abductions, and he said on the show that overall, abduction shouldn't be seen as a bad thing, because they're trying to help us, and in many cases they heal you, this, that, and the other. And then I started kind of digging deep into Carla Turner's research, and her standpoint was completely different from what I had read previously. And she stated, like I had just mentioned a little while ago, that alien abductions are terrible. These are very malicious creatures who, in a sense, are pretending like they are siding with humans, saying that they want to help us, this, that, and the other, but they're actually lying and they're doing it for their own gain. I found that really interesting, and I 100% want to hear your thoughts on that take on it.
Carla Turner was amazing, and everybody should go back and look at some of her presentations over the years. She was about this tall, and it's really great to see her. Oh, yeah.
No wonder you're
She's great. Anyway, Carla, very smart. And
that's where I started comedy. Yeah, so I bartended there.
I'm gonna put it to everybody this way.
Got it stolen. Yeah, exactly.
Being
Seriously.
abducted
Yeah. I would do a lot
can't
of
be
cocaine.
fun.
No,
Right?
I'm
sure it can be, but the experience itself is just going to be terrifying. Just as terrifying as a dog catcher chasing down a dog. Dog doesn't want to have an put on his neck. The dog doesn't want to be taken. The dog doesn't want to be affected. Right? That dog is panicking, and it would have to be very similar to, you don't want to be kidnapped. Who wants to be kidnapped? Who wants to be thrown in the back of a van and driven away, and you don't know what's happening? You're going to panic. They may be taking you to Magic Mountain, but you don't know that, right? You don't know. You're going to panic. It's not a good experience. We throw in ET and aliens into this, some completely foreign and strange experience. It's got to be terrifying. Nothing may happen, injuries or whatever, a dissection, autopsy. You don't know the live
Why are we not talking about the fact that she saw her
but
dad's dick?
the experience itself has to be
It
terrible.
wasn't right. Okay,
But
it wasn't my
most
dad's dick. It was Tommy Lee's dick, the famous photo that he
abductees,
posted.
this is where I'm
He
going
was
to
very
stay on the
excited,
controversial
and
side
he
of the
actually
fence.
informed me. He called
I think
me
most
as soon as I
abductees,
woke
no
up.
matter
He's
how
like, "Did you
terrified
see-
they were,
Did you see
no
the
matter
dick
how
pic?"
scary the
Really?
experience was,
He did, yeah. And I was like,
would
Tommy Lee.
not want it to have happened to them.
Okay, I'm really happy you brought that up, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
They wouldn't change
early
the
on in
past,
life, but
right?
No,
They
Tommy
would.
Lee
Would they
posted
do it
his dick
again?
on
Probably most of them
every
would.
social media. Did you not know?
Absolutely.
Dad.
You know,
My dad was
and,
like,
and,
"Bless
and who
you."
wouldn't?
Yeah.
Man, come
I
and
didn't
take
get to
me.
it right.
No.
Right.
Let me see what this is all about.
It was a
But
good
now there
combo
are
after,
the
yeah.
other
Yeah,
experiences.
we analyzed
You know,
it,
when
and
you
that was
talk to
another
Ricky Strieber,
level that I didn't want to
and
get
he'll be on
into.
Ricky's show this Thursday, speaking about this stuff. So,
Don't judge people and how they live, you know?
is that Whitley's experience?
Alexa, what do you do for fun?
It's a
Well, I
terrifying
I
movie.
do a lot of stuff
The
with my
book
dad.
is pretty
not sexually,
scary.
I know that.
And he certainly has been very
do a lot of sketch
forward
videos,
about his experiences. But he has had
I
continued
know, it's
contact
awful.
and with what he calls the others.
Yeah.
And
Partially nude though.
and I think he's
Facebook
okay
does
with
the
it.
whole fucking
You know, he's found a way to deal with it.
So what else? Other than
And
making sketch
just like
videos
anything
in
else,
Michigan
you know,
with your father.
Carla, Martha Summers,
I
or
like to
even
garden.
David
I
Jacobs,
just
who
picked up
talk about the
snowboarding. That's been
colonization
fun.
of this
I'm
planet
terrible
or the
at it.
takeover of this planet. That's not
Michigan
necessarily the
gardening,
abduction
Yeah, just a little. I
phenomenon,
know, I'm a
right?
wholesome
So
girl.
Marshall Summers saying,
gardening.
Right.
and it's a great message,
Right.
something you
And
should listen to, but
I
Marshall
eat
says,
pussy, so
they're
that's.
here
Is that true?
to get this planet
It's a girlfriend that I have.
and its
I do like
atmosphere
dick though. I don't.
acceptable for them so
I
they
like
can
it
move
all.
here.
Right.
So those are the changes that are going on.
You love gardening. You're a hoe. Very good.
You know, that's pretty scary. That's nothing else.
Thank you.
Yes.
Incredible.
And David Jacobs and his take on this and Carla Turner. Well, okay, that's fine, but I don't necessarily agree with that. If there was anything violent or mean or
I feel like you're the same but opposite. You're the
just wrong, I think we would know about it. There'd be another conversation right now. I think that the abduction phenomenon is real, and those experiences are real, but I think in a general sense, it's been a very positive. Scary, yes.
She was my friend's
right?
older sister that I grew up with. So
Is it that? No, I don't think it's that. But scary, certainly. So I don't necessarily prescribe to a negative approach by ET.
So then what happened?
Well, I'm really happy you brought that up because there's something that I read in a book called Dealing with UFOs, Aliens, and Higher Dimensions by Laura. And she used to be friends with Carla Turner. And she mentioned something relating to the alien abductions and clarifying it kind of as the Stockholm Syndrome. Before we get into that, I want to say thank you so much to Akash Chris for the super sticker. And John Russell says, if they're supposedly trying to help us, they're sure going about it in a funny way. There are better ways to communicate, etc.
John, John is John. Thank you for making that point. Now, John's right. Except.
Except. Dot.
Right to me from
But,
Seattle.
Is this?
Do you have a Hyundai Kona?
Can't,
Trying to figure out what
we're an intelligence species, right? We're sensitive, and we also have compassion, empathy. We have a sense of morals, right? We should don't always practice it, right? Okay, but that being said,
showing you
we,
the Harvey Weinstein style of booking comedy.
some people like to go fishing. You like to go fishing?
I actually have a huge fear of where I put the reel back and then I catch someone's eye and it goes into the ocean. I don't know why, it's like the weirdest fear. So
Here, Alexa, take one of these. Here's a little joke book for you.
So,
She's like a lesbian.
but people fish.
Should have given her one of the journals, Johnny.
grabbing that fish out of the water, but
All
you just
right,
grab
back to the
somebody's
bucket we go.
mom.
You guys having fun
And
out
you
there
are
still,
pulling
huh?
somebody's mom out of the water. Now the baby
All
fish
right.
are down there. What mom do?
Your next comedian
Right
goes by the
here
name
a
of
second
Anthony
ago.
Ryan,
And
everybody.
in a few
Anthony
minutes,
Ryan just got
fish
pulled
is
out of
going
the
to be
bucket
gutted,
here.
clean, and fried in a
Sony.
pan.
Here he comes.
Now, I don't think, as far as the fish go,
One more
that
time
they're
for Anthony
cool
Ryan,
with that.
everybody.
What's up? What's up?
Okay.
I'm Anthony Ryan.
Now,
I know
that may
sounds
be a
like
crazy
the Diego
analogy,
Rob version of Ricky
but
Bobby,
we
but
go all the
it actually
time
gets way worse.
into
Unfortunately,
the
mostly
rainforest
Mexican.
of Brazil and
So,
we look for new species,
just a mud
and
blood
we
bunch of
find a
fuckery
new
going on.
species that's never been discovered.
No,
And
but as a
maybe it's a
Mexican, I
cute
gotta say,
little
I'm confused by the border
furry
control conversation.
mammal rodent
Like, why do you
thing,
guys give a
you
fuck?
know, and
Most of
wow,
Americans' favorite things are
never
already
seen, it
Mexican.
looks like a rat, but
Food,
it's not a rat. It's kind of
liquor,
cute. It looks more like
undocumented labor,
a hedgehog. Wow,
You
this
guys
is
love
a
that shit down
hedgehog
here.
rat. This is a new
Love it.
species. Boom.
I just wish Mexicans got
Grab
more
it,
credit
throw
for
it
shit
in the
that was
bag,
ours.
put it on
You
your
know?
backpack, and
Give
you
you
head
prime
back out of the
examples.
jungle.
SpongeBob SquarePants?
And you just took,
You guys didn't know?
mom
Why do you
away
think that
from her
wetback
kid.
sponge swims so well? Lives in a
And
fucking pineapple.
this hedgehog
He's marinating my sport in La Casa.
is going back to the United States, where it's going to be thrown in the
fucking
cage and
accident.
dissected.
Dude, he's got those
Is that
brown
cool?
dingy shorts, pulls his socks
Well,
up to his knees. That's a
no.
cholo if I've ever
But
seen
we
it.
do it.
You guys serious?
Now, if the species
Dude, he
out
works as a
there
fucking wine cook
that
in a
is
burger joint.
a
His girlfriend's a
million
buck
years
tooth
ahead
gorilla
of
with hairy
us,
arms.
how
That's a
would they
Mexican
look
cartoon. I'm Anthony Ryan.
at us?
Thank you guys.
Right? How would they look at
Anthony
us?
Ryan.
Are they looking at us as
Coming
you know,
in,
brilliant inventors
absolutely
of the internet?
destroying with SpongeBob material. That is
Sentient species?
a very rare treat, very hard to do. Obviously,
no.
you've been performing in
No,
front
they
of
wouldn't.
kindergartners
In fact,
most
they
of your
wouldn't really
career.
have a,
Appreciate
you know,
Absolutely
but maybe they would want to learn,
Alexa was up here so long,
right?
I forgot what
And they
comedy
need
was
to bag
like.
and tag. So they grab
Yeah, my
Christina
bad. That was my
Gomez,
dick. That wasn't Tommy
while
Lee.
we're on
She
the
saw
ship,
my dick. That my dad, their dad was sending her
and
around. I
check you
apologize,
out,
Alexa. I'm sorry.
right? That's, you know, it's so, and hopefully it's a catch and release. Right.
Hopefully,
I should take that over.
unless they provide us noodles, then I would be somewhat okay with it. You know,
I didn't hear you over your
I thought about you today. I bought a case
There you go. That's fair enough. I'll take
ramen
that.
from
That's fine.
Costco.
Anthony, how long you been doing stand-up?
I actually just got in January.
Wow, January, brand new.
Black Sharpie.
Good set
And
for someone
so,
that's just getting started.
is that wrong? Is that a dark way of looking at this? No, it's not. It simply isn't. And we have to accept if we're going to go and claim a benevolent or malevolent race or abductions shouldn't be happening or this. Well, we have to take a hard look at ourselves and consider how other advanced races that are out there above us, because we don't think anybody's smarter than us.
I Austin in 05. I've been here for a long time. I love
we're the
Austin.
king of
Been
the
here for a
earth,
while.
right? The kings and
Yeah, actually, I'm an
queens
adopted Austin.
of the earth. There's no other species like us here. But there are more intelligent species out there. Now, if they wanted to come over and take over this planet and be mean and abduct everybody and take us back and make us into a slave trade in Zeta Reticuli, I think that would have already been done. Yeah, I don't know. But I think by and large, that most abductees are cool with it, and given the chance, they would do it again.
Zofa says, thank you so much for the super chat. They say, I, Zofa of Earth, hereby give my consent to be taken aboard a trans-medium craft for scientific and or political purposes by non-human I am all for it. And it sounds kind of like the Carl Higdon thing, along the Diego Flores. Thank you. Please say, that is not how things are done anymore. That is the model from the 50s. Now it is photos and videos, how they document animals in the wild. And that's interesting. And I feel like in some respects we're kind of outdated. And in other respects, we don't know what we're talking about. Charles then says also thank you. When Chris Bledsoe. So I actually don't know anything about Chris Bledsoe, so I haven't done my research and I might have to figure out a little bit on who he is. But I think we briefly talked about him, right, Jimmy?
I don't think Chris has been a doctor.
Getting those things that's positive and breeds that type of thing, and that's how I honor our legacy every day.
Talked about it. But Chris Bledsoe is a pretty You know what? We'll do a whole show on Chris Bledsoe after we do our Bob Lazar special.
Okay, I need to do more research on him because there's a lot of thoughts on him. And then Akashi Chris says, if we are no different than a bug to them, why not mutilate us? If we were nothing, why not crush us?
Okay, let's come back to that because I want to. Oh yeah, you just put it up. John says he has to disagree. Seems like many more traumatized. No, I need to disagree with John. But John, this is just student debate and conversation. I appreciate that because although you are right in certain cases where he says. You know, their abduction experiences, they benefit from them and fear that they will happen again. I'm talking about the abductees. Yes. How many abductees have said over and over again that it's a message of peace, that we are ruining this planet, that we are not ready to have a seat at the table. And as soon as we grow up and learn how to love each other and accept one another until that happens, the way forward is peace and love. And that's what runs the universe. What about that message? Is that a message of fear? And those abductees that have and you hear it repeated over and over again that they were chosen to share this message. I'm talking about the abductees. And giving this message of love and how to move forward, how to take care of our planet, how to love one another, and how to be accepting of everybody. What about that message? You know, and those abductees, that's not out of fear. And those abductees can't wait for the next trip. So, John, your point is well taken, and certainly there are some that are afraid, and it was a terrifying experience. No question about it. But I think if we took a poll, I would say that I would go 95. I'm not going to say 90. I'm going to go 95%. 95% of abductees are cool with it. They may have been scared, but they would do it again, and they certainly wouldn't change the past.
So then do you think because maybe these experiences are somewhat pleasant, even though when they're under hypnosis, it obviously wasn't, they really were bad things that end up happening to them, do you think it's possible that they're affected But then that would lead me to the question, do you think it's possible that maybe they have Stockholm Syndrome, where they might believe, right, that that after they're being captured, right, these hostages, these abductees, can kind of learn to appreciate these beings that took them because maybe in some respects they were kind of nice to them. You know, here and there, we know from abduction stories that they say, okay, now look into my eyes, calm down, don't relax, I'm gonna end up falling asleep. Or they put suggestive memories when they come back to Earth. So I found that when I was researching Carla Turner on that book, I was like, you know, I didn't really think about that. That's a really interesting statement. Either if it's correct or incorrect, I think it's a very nice thing to debate on and hear people's input on that.
Yeah, you're right about that. Stockholm Syndrome, which is, you know, you have an example of generality.
Anthony
What is Stockholm Syndrome?
I mean, an
You get kidnapped and then you end up liking your cat.
interview,
Yeah,
an unbelievable
yeah.
performance.
You're falling in love. And okay, I don't normally do this. In fact, I've never done this before. It's our first time on
Since
this
the end of
show.
January. Let me get you on the secret
When I
show
was
Thursday.
abducted,
Wow, he's doing it. Would absolutely love to.
I took the alien clothes.
Thanks,
Want to see
Louis,
it?
for
Sure.
as good as it gets. Anthony Ryan right there, everybody. You just saw the Kill Tony debut of Anthony Ryan.
I can't wait to hear him rap
traumatizing.
and Tony.
Yeah, David Tell.
But
Honestly,
there it
dude,
is.
this show is the gateway show to another free unpaid show. I love it.
I've never seen a crowd get so
Right here, it
excited
says
about a
right
guy
on the
who
side.
wants to
After you do the secret show, you can
It
help me
says
move. I got a lot of
to Jimmy,
boxes.
our ET brother.
What kind of fucking Ponzi scheme is this?
And there you go. And so, look at that.
That's pretty big to fit inside of you.
Make some noise for your next comedian straight out of the bucket. Let's all meet him together. He goes by the name of Michael Malamud, everybody.
Yeah.
Michael Malamud.
Here's the deal, though. Here's the deal.
Here he comes.
How many times can we go into a repeat of a message where it is over and over again, where the abductees come back and say, you know what, it was pretty scary. Woken up, something in my room, we left, and I'm on a ship, and I was shown things from the past, I was shown things from the future, I saw other humans on board, there were, observation tables, exam tables, and all of this, all of it. And they come back and say, you know what? I need to talk about this because it was pretty fascinating. This is what the aliens look like, and this is the message. This is what I saw, and this is, and they don't talk about becoming friends. I think that the Stockholm syndrome is part of this, but they talk about the mechanical emotions, that there wasn't anything friendly, there wasn't a bonding that took place, that everything was done as a job, and that maybe one race or species of these beings showed a little bit of compassion, but not really, and that it was just their gig. And I have to go and accept that, and I'll tell you why. There are, we talk about this all the time, there are, billions of planets like ours, and if you're out on a mission to go and visit and research, a list of 10,000 planets in this sector of the Milky Way, you're just here for a job. You're here, you're punching a clock, you're coming in, you're getting your stuff done, and you're splitting. You're not here to go to the Super Bowl or come over for movie night. That's not why you're here. You're here to get work done and to move on. And the human species and Earth is just one example for them, one stop for them. Thousands that they've already done and thousands that they're about to do. And are we anything special? We're just as special as everybody else, but they are just fucking messing. And that's
when you were on
my take, right?
So
So they come by, they see that we're damaging our planet, and you guys are kind of screwing things up here. You might want to get that in order. And there's bullets and guns and wars and stuff. That's not the future. You guys need to put that stuff away, and nuclear bombs are bad. All right, we gotta go. And we hear this over and over again. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. Being abducted, yeah, okay, it's traumatizing. But you'll go back and do it again.
He looks
And there
like
you go.
a brilliant
Go ahead,
comedian. He
Christina.
also looks like a
Well,
modern day
John
UFC champion.
says, again, thank you, says, Paulides research has proven that even some very small children have been taken and returned face down deceased. It seems some beings don't recognize consent and don't respect our lives.
Yeah, okay, but a lot of these, although
I've
some of
always
his
wondered
stuff
what Danny DeVito and Rhea
could be
Perlman's kid
ET,
looks like. This
could
is so
be alien,
cool to find out.
could be human,
I smell a hit. Then again, you smell a
could
lot
be
more than I do.
criminals,
This is incredible. I've heard of people that look like they wake up in a dumpster. You look like you crawl out of an ashtray.
Is so
Very
compelling.
This is his second
And
home.
so when you and what John is
Okay, so
referring
let's
to
talk
there,
about
there
it.
were a
Michael,
few
what do you
cases,
sound
and they're
like?
hard to talk about when they deal with children. And it's very difficult for me and anybody else. Children are off limits.
Yeah, they're the most pure beings, the most innocent, and they don't deserve those kinds of things.
They are. And so when you hear about a child that is, like John says, found face down with his shoes, half a mile away in a weird position, clothes folded up neatly, and no signs of trauma, whatever it may, it's just like weird and it's strange. So but that doesn't necessarily mean we're talking about the abduction
For those of you who keep
we could do a whole show on
on your
Pilates, no
Tony,
doubt
at
about
9.5 years, we have not had
I
anybody
don't
with the batting
think
average that Michael
that the
Malabat has right
majority
now.
of Pilates
He's
and
literally
cases,
averaging 84 laughs per word.
there's something else going on. And it could be
Unbelievable.
Maybe. When we talk about Bigfoot, you gotta have Mike on when that time comes. But one story that I found maybe one of the most interesting and possibly currently one of my favorite stories when it comes to abductions, because there are countless stories. There are hundreds and hundreds of stories you can find in books and online. But one that I want to talk about that I've actually mentioned before in another episode is the Carl Higdon case. And I feel like his experience was so positive. He gets invited by an ET to come onto his ship and be like, hey, you want to come to our home planet and check it out? And also, here's a pill you don't have to eat for 4 days. I think it's bizarre. It's so insane.
Yeah, that whole pill thing kind of bugged me out. Because food
Make
is
some
too
noise for
important when
Liam
you're dealing
Maloney,
with
everybody.
interstellar
Liam
travel.
Maloney.
Okay.
What a night.
Not
What
only hit,
a
okay,
show.
you just reminded
Where
me,
do
if
we
we
go
go back,
from here?
and
Michael
everybody should
Malabat
check
is
this
going to
out.
be one tough act to
But
follow.
if we go back to
Here he is,
Pascagoula
Liam Maloney,
and we
everybody.
look at that case,
What's up, Logan?
which
I don't know if I follow one
how
word,
do I say
but,
this? When you hear
21,
the
and I still have some
conversations, and
baby
they're recorded and there's
and
videotapes.
yeah, it's a little fun. I've never been able to get
And
braces.
I'm going to pull something
and
up here for a second.
They always say that people with sweet tooth, they really like candy. So I really think this is just God's way of telling me to join the
It's
clergy.
just hang on, everybody, hang on. I have the internet now, and
I was in the airport the other day at O'Hare in a layover.
I don't know what to do with myself.
With
Charles
my first time
Hickson.
since turning
Okay.
21.
So
And I was running all over
Charles
the airport trying to
Hickson,
find some
we all know
liquor,
Calvin
but
Parker,
I
and
couldn't
he's
find
been on
those little
Dated Black
bottles.
and
So I kept trying to like say the name of it,
But
but my
their
girlfriend on the phone,
case,
she didn't really understand what I was trying to say.
they
So
they
I
get
kept running around,
abducted, the police get involved,
and
they
then
get
across
taken
the
to the
gates I
police
see
station.
exactly what I'm looking for.
And
And
this
so I
is the
sprint across the
crazy
gates,
part
get all
about
the way up
that
to the
case
nearest
for
kind of
me.
turn, and I yell out, shoot him.
Where you just step back and you go, you know what? This thing really happened. These guys are telling the truth. They're not making it up. When the police
Hey, there he is, Liam Maloney.
interrogation,
Wow,
Charles
that was
Hickson
great. The
and
last guy
Calvin
didn't
are
talk,
sitting at the
and I
table
wish
talking to
this
each other,
one.
and they think they're alone. And the conversation.
Liam Maloney, welcome to the show. 21 years old. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half.
Wow, a month and a half. And you
This
came
is
here to
just
start?
And
Incredible.
and Calvin's a fan.
What made you choose
I
Austin,
think I'm losing
Texas,
my
and not
mind.
New York
Right?
or
And
Los
they are.
Angeles?
This is the way they're not
I have a
talking
friend who
about
does
the
comedy in
thing.
LA.
We
He's
got to
from
keep our
Delivered in LA,
stories
New York,
straight.
and he does governors and a few of those Long ones that he said that wasn't going
These
great.
guys
So
are in this interrogation
Joe laying the foundation
freaking
and
out.
Hans showing how to work it out.
And
That's
and
absolutely
go and
correct.
watch
That is the
that
correct
tape.
answer. You are
And then
correct.
tell me that abductions
You just
aren't
want
real. Go
a
and
bunch of
watch
money.
it. And what they
So Liam, what do you do
express.
for work?
I sell AT&T products out of a kiosk
they're
at a
fishing,
Sam's Club.
right?
Whoa.
That's the problem. They're fishing. They're fishing.
Oh my goodness. It
And
got worse
see,
and
a
worse.
guy comes down, a little behind them, the trap comes down, next thing you know, there's 3
At a
beans,
Sam's Club in
load out.
hell.
And
My goodness. That's
float
incredible,
them
man.
back
What do you do
onto
for
the
fun?
ship.
What are 21-year-olds
They
doing for fun
inject them
nowadays?
with some medication to calm them down.
Keep my
because
dog
they
from
were
hunting my
freaking out.
cat.
They calm down,
Okay.
and,
Oh, that's nice.
but
So you have
their
animals too. You
their
brought them
experience
Yep.
where you came from, which is
was
where
a
again?
positive
Syracuse, New
one.
York.
Syracuse. Oh,
The
God.
robots that they
You really-
described
you
that were
really-
there were kind
Did
of
you
freaking
start at
they
a
didn't
Sam's Club
harm
there?
them.
Oh my
And
God,
they
that's
were on
literally
the ship
hell
for
to
a
me.
short
Everybody
period
knows
of time,
upstate New York
and then
is
they
hell.
were kicked off the ship.
Oh my God.
Ship flies
Wow,
away
that is
and leaves
incredible.
them
You're a real
right
survivor.
there
You
with
must
their
be having the
fishing
time of
pole.
your life here in Austin.
And
Yeah, I absolutely love it here. Love the mics, love the night scene.
it's a
love
positive
everything.
experience. I don't think Calvin freaked out. I mean, they freaked out about what
Name
happened,
some of your favorite
but
products
were
that
they
you've gotten from HEB so
injured?
that
Was there
listeners
anything
around the world
traumatizing
can
that
start to
happened during
understand
that?
what's going on
No,
here?
no.
So,
And going back, I think, and Calvin over the
Not
years,
exactly what I was
a
looking
lot
for,
of
but
ridicule, a lot of teasing,
have you tried the bacon wrap?
and a lot of criticism, a lot of
Really fucked that
skepticism
one up
out
for
there. But his experience itself, I think, was
shit.
a positive one. And would he
Liam, so
do it
you're
again?
21.
Yeah.
What are you doing for fun
And
in
Calvin is
Austin?
a
Tell me
great
about
guy
it, other than
today.
open
He's
mics.
a great guy.
I'm
So
definitely just hitting the,
again, we keep going
the
back to
nightlife
the
around
same
here on
point.
6. Working
I don't
till
want to
my
spread
time, so,
fear
but just
about
take my dog to all the cool parties
the
here in
alien
Austin.
abduction.
Love your dog.
I
What
just
kind
don't
of
want.
dog
I don't want to be a
I have
part
a
of
husky and
that.
brought him
I don't think there's enough
Right.
evidence
And
to
the cat
suggest
is
that
cat.
ET is
Yeah,
here
her name's Fatty.
to be a bad
Yeah, she's like
time,
25 pounds.
you know,
She's
or a bad experience. I don't
Trying
see
to
it
kill
that
your
way.
cat.
Well, it seems like Charles agrees with you, and he says, "How do I get abducted?" There's actually quite a few books. Actually, there's actually quite legitimate books on how to get abducted, and there's another book that I read, and it said how to not get abducted.
Dr. Red Band with some good advice. I think it's good
Standpoint.
advice. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. I love it. So what else is going on in your world? What else? Give us something. How do you plan to get out of this kiosk at a
And
Sam's Club?
thank you, Bob, so much. Thank you, super sticker.
Go outside and hold this up to the sky and just say,
Take me. Well, how do we know if they can read?
Have you heard of the East Side Comedy?
That's an honest question.
what movie was that? Oh, Mars Attack. Remember when they go on top of the skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles?
All right, Liam. Well, you made your Till Tony debut. We've been here a month and a half. What do you guys think? Any
Holding
words
up
of
the
advice
sign.
from Liam?
But
Anybody?
I think all of us want to experience it. We really do. It's like the ultimate thing.
And let's not forget Gary Falcon. Still Tony
Well,
debut.
on that point, John has a question, and he says, "Does Travis Walton want to be abducted again? Because I mean, you spoken to him.
Just keep at it. You're down here.
Would he want to be?"
That's great. It takes a lot of balls to put your name in.
I teased
About a month and a
him
half, dude. That's great.
about that a lot over the years, and
His Kill Tony
I can't speak for
debut,
Travis.
ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want
starting
to do
off
that,
with a little
but
joke book. Here goes Liam Maloney, everybody. There he goes.
just let me say this.
Should we go to the bucket one more time?
I think he would do it. I think most
Alright.
abductions would. It
You guys say
continues.
so.
Let's
see what happens
look,
here.
All of
Take some nice beer.
the famous
Final
cases
comedian out of the
that
bucket.
were
Dylan
they're
Sharp.
still with us
everybody.
today.
Dylan
Talk
Sharp.
about it. They're out, they're writing
Here we
books
go.
and they're
Dylan
just on shows
Sharp.
and speaking about it, and they've had a continued contact after their after their abduction experience. I think the vast majority would love to do it again, and they continue to have contact. Look at a case like Barry Littleton.
Barry, there he is. Dylan Sharp.
Again, just go and he's been on Data Block many times.
Zero bitches. I call that
An
host
absolute
alone.
positive experience for him. That started when he was a very, very young boy, and he continues through today. And he's okay
I used
with
to work at a Golden Corral. You're welcome, by the way.
very detailed
For Golden
in
Corral.
his
Golden Corral, if you want food.
experiences and
It's there.
sharing it with everybody. He just reminded me. I gotta get
Golden
Barry.
Corral, when you're here, you probably wish you were somewhere else.
Well, I would love to get Travis Walton on the show, but he's still unwell. Like he's still unwell with his chest, right?
It's always a cool
I know he's having some health issues.
Really?
Like, you never meet a couple.
Travis
This is my daughter,
Walton,
she's on
yeah.
the beach.
I didn't know he was having issues.
My son Albuquerque.
Yeah, when he was on Conflict Radio just a few weeks ago, he was just like, I think like fluid was getting up in his lungs and he had to have some kind of oxygen. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I do know that he was having some issues with his chest the last few weeks.
Hold that note. Hey man, comma, how you doing? Question mark. Gotta get you back on the show ASAP. Exclamation point. Give me a call.
Now blink. All right. Holy shit.
Barry Littleton is great. And that's
Have you been told this before?
No, I didn't know that about Travis.
You guys.
I didn't know. It was one of the things that I talk about a lot, and I think that most of this lose sight of it. I certainly do. If you go back, we have to remember that we're 2021.
I have OCD.
So,
do you?
Yeah.
there was a case that you were following in 1975.
OCD things about you?
I can't do anything in force.
20 years old, and you're following somebody that was abducted at the age of 30. They're in their 70s,
Nothing comes in force.
right? And maybe even older.
OCD.
And that goes with musicians and actors and things. That we are 2021, and so that means 40 or 50 years have gone. Blowing things. So Travis Walton, right? And if you go back to 1975, how many years ago is that? How old was he then? How old is he today?
There's a lot wrong with you. I'd be interested to see.
Continue.
I
talk to Don Schmidt about this.
would say
We
about
need to
someone
continue
like you.
to talk, collect information from all of these people, get inside of their memories of this, and try to get all of the data that we can. Because we just assume that everybody's going to be around forever, and that's clearly not the case. So we need to do that. Just like Roswell, very quickly. Roswell was 1947.
So what are we doing here, Tony?
And when everything came to light in 1980,
It's good to have a doctor on call.
33
He's
years
show
later,
on your mom's
that
house
means most
network.
of the
This
people
is
that at this Roswell, they didn't know that
the great Dr.
right?
True.
And now, in 2021, all of them are dead. Right? There's nobody left. Did we collect everything? Well, it doesn't matter. Now we are interviewing the grandchildren of the witnesses to Roswell. So just like anything else, these abduction cases and these phenomenal experiences, we need to constantly stay on it, collect the data, interview, document, and convert things over into a historical perspective so we can study it and look at it later.
Well, while we're on that note, talking to the grandchildren of those from Roswell, well, it seems like there are quite a few stories when it comes to abductions that is actually through the generations. The grandmother or the grandfather got abducted, then it was their daughter, then it was their granddaughter.
That's what the OCD says. But
There aren't a lot of stories like that, but there are a few that would definitely stand out. Have you ever interviewed someone that's had a generational abduction, or what do you think about that?
So wait, you said that you have OCD,
You.
and what happens with counting? All right,
What?
anything happens
What's so
before,
surprising
someone's
about
gonna die.
No, nothing. Go ahead and tell the story.
There's
Come
five
on.
minutes, someone's
Family
going
was
down.
abducted.
Gotcha.
So,
just by being associated with
my great-great-great-grandfather, as he was signing the Declaration of Independence, couldn't sign.
Definitely.
He was abducted on his way to Independence Hall in Philadelphia.
So he's down to 2 family.
Oh,
So
my point is, I believe it is generational. And when you speak to somebody that has had a life of contact, you immediately find out that their mother had contact, their father had contact. And then it goes, one step further, and before you know it, their great grandfather and great grandmother talked about raised in 1890. And so what do we do with that? How do we unpack that? How do we frame that with today? Well, just like John Mack and Bud Hopkins and others,
Oh, that's Rich.
that
Look
look at this, they definitely take a look at the generational aspect of it. It is something
Dylan, I
that
would love to have you on the
they have
Secret Show
spoken about,
Thursday. Dylan's on the
and
Secret Show. Do you have
we
one of
find
these
that
yet?
repeated over and over
You do.
again
Dylan
today.
Sharp, everybody.
My own experiences,
Well,
I was saying all of that.
there's
is
only
that,
one place to go from
I
here.
don't
There's
if my
only one
mom
man
had
that
any
could end a
UFO
show like
experiences,
this.
but she definitely
This man has done
was
more new
pretty
minutes on the
trippy
show
as
than
a
anyone
young
ever.
woman.
He's known as the
When I was
Vanilla
very
Gorilla, the
young.
Memphis Strangler.
And she was into all
Ladies
of
and
these
gentlemen, this
things.
is the
She was
Big
into
Red
UFOs,
Machine,
and
William
into,
Montgomery.
Ouija boards and ghost writing and Edgar Casey and these things. But I never talked to her about UFOs. That doesn't mean that she never had a sighting, but I don't know if I was ever abducted. I don't think so. But when you talk to abductees, you quickly find out that not only did their parents and grandparents have stories to share, but now their children
First and foremost,
of
Randy, and I want to wish
abductees
you a happy
are
Rosh
having
Hashanah.
experiences. So yeah, I think it's generational, and why not?
I had to tell my daughter for the
But
first
my
time
question
last week.
is, so if there are generational abductions, do you think there may be some kind of tinkering going on with the genetics? Like, why do you think they're being watched one after the other?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? I think that's one of the best points. Oh, just got a text back.
And the other one was given to the Clinton Foundation.
See, that's how you see. Are you learning? Are you learning, Christina? That's how you book a guest. Go on somebody else's show and just pick up your cell phone and book a guest live on.
Like a word.
Barry Littleton is going to be on Beta Rock, and everybody needs to check out Barry. You need to get Barry on here with you.
Well, then pass me his number.
Just say NCIS like a word.
I need your whole contact list. Pass them all over.
Everybody wants what's in this phone.
Fans around the world, surprisingly
Now,
not
okay,
because of his
so,
pro-Russia stances, but because
what was
he's
the
an
question
apex
again?
when isn't a real musician.
About generations and when it comes to abductions.
Right.
Is it because of genetic tinkering, or why do you think that is?
Yeah.
The other day, I explained to Red Band how the first person contracted monkeypox. They banged a monkey, to which Red Band replied, "Oh no, I sure hope I don't get cousin pox."
But I believe that genetic tinkering has been going on for a couple of 100,000 years. So, if you're looking Homo sapiens sapien, you're in college.
That's a fact.
Go chase down an anthropologist.
Yeah, look it up. No,
Crazy
you can look up the
professor
video. It's
in
on the
biology.
fucking internet. It's so
And go watch
gross.
him and
They
go,
filmed it.
I read something last night.
Okay, that's what. All
Chemistry.
right, he's done.
But
2
Homo
minutes and
sapiens
12
sapien,
seconds.
you've only got
He gets to do as
46
long as he
chromosomes.
wants.
But primates have 48.
William Montgomery
Isn't that a
doing
lot of
only
information in
William
those 2 extra
Montgomery
chromosome pairs?
coming in,
How
Grand
come-
Slams only,
how come
all the way
8?
through.
How come
Absolute intense
chimpanzees?
energy.
How
Tried to
come
pull
little
Michael
baby
Malamud
spider
at the
monkeys
beginning there, and
are
out
not
quick.
designing their own cell
I
phones
thought
and
you were going to
building
pull it off.
condos?
I think you could probably do it. How you doing, William?
Just
Tony, I actually have
Because it doesn't make any
really
sense.
really
How
sad,
did this
news for the
miracle
show.
of a change
I got a
in
manager,
our chromosome
and he actually
count
booked me a
and
spot
our
on,
DNA
late night with
just
David
happened?
Letterman, so I'm going
How
to
did
start
this just
doing that.
suddenly
Yeah, I got a new
Homo
manager,
sapiens sapien appears here
show.
200,000 years ago
It's a late night, or what is
with
it called?
46 chromosome pairs?
Yeah, late night.
We're
Not a
supposed
show
to be
anymore.
related.
What do you mean? That's not a show anymore.
Oh, what's up with Cro-Magnon?
Do a late
And
night
what's
show
up with
I literally just got
Neanderthal?
this new manager
And their
guy.
chromosome
He
counts.
got
It doesn't make any
fucking
sense.
gig on What is David
Unless
show? What does this manager
somebody
look
did
like?
the snip snip
Oh,
200,000 years
little
ago.
Hispanic
So
guy.
back to your point. Today,
He's really sweet. But yes,
come by Earth and you check out a family's DNA and you look and you did something 200,000 years ago And now you're going around the planet checking on DNA, possibly altering DNA, maybe in a family tree, looking at it, changing things. It could have to do with diseases. It could have to do with your height. It could have to do with your hair color. Whatever it may be,
I'm sorry.
whatever it may be, and you're going and looking and modifying it because we were modified 200,000 years ago. Somebody did it, and it wasn't by accident. And so the question of with the family and the abduction phenomenon and DNA and research going through the family three-generational, is that a possibility? It's been going on for 200,000 years. So,
and I think if we can do it to plants, modified plants, dogs, species, cats, and so forth, I don't see why other entities can't do it as well.
We're doing it ourselves today. CRISPR technology, the modification of DNA in this country, what actually goes on ethically or unethically, legally or illegally, I don't know. I don't have those answers. I can tell you, right now in China, you want a disease-free kid, and you want to choose the height and intelligence and body type, and
that's what I've been doing the past 2 weeks now.
They're doing it over
6 days in a row.
So,
7 days.
yeah. And if we're doing it with our primitive little brain on this planet, ET has really got
$20. Really?
Yeah.
What do you think it would be more?
They did it 200,000 years ago.
No, this is what they sell.
And with that, we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina, become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
Somebody starts to move. Is there somebody up there?
That went so smooth.
Can we get somebody down here that knows the actual, perhaps, whether that's real
And you
or
just
perhaps
we'll
the
be right
price
back.
of something like this? Is there any movement?
I'm not as good as you yet because you have to do so many of them, and you got really awesome commercials. So I'm learning from the best.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
Black lady? Oh, it's
That's pretty cool. I'm more than jealous.
No. You have an awesome crew to help you out.
okay. Well,
While we're still on the topic of abductions, we still got a little bit of time. Let's talk a little bit about probes and kind of the physical evidence that can be left after an abduction. There are a lot of stories by abductees who say, well, I can't really remember what happened until the hypnosis, but when I wake up, I have these weird scars, weird bruises, some parts of my body hurt, such as the genitalia, and or in some cases, my whole body feels all achy. How could that be if I was just very peacefully sleeping in bed? And then through hypnosis, or maybe through just memory, able to remember sometimes of what actually happened. Now, from all the people that you've interviewed, abductees, or those that have done the research on it, what have you learned from them when it comes to the physical evidence?
Well, most don't want to talk about
that's absolutely perfect.
the
fake fucking basketball cards.
the feeling of it may have been sexual, or that there was something that made them uncomfortable. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it because what happened to Whitley. You don't want to become an episode of South Park, right? That's pretty hard. And jokes and the so most don't. Some do. And I've had Aaron Montgomery on the show recently, of course, Debbie Caldwell on the show recently, Geraldine Orozco, and others that talk about a subject that is very, very difficult to talk about in today's world of trolls and the way people deal with social media. You go and you talk about something like this. It's very sensitive, it's very private. You don't necessarily want your friends or your employers or your schoolmates or other people out there to know about this very private thing. So it doesn't get discussed a whole lot.
Yeah, it's
All
like
right,
fucking
now,
30
and that
feet down.
is
It's
the
fucking
stuff of
30
a
stairs every
sexual nature.
fucking day. She doesn't
But
walk that well.
let's
It's
flip it a
literally
little
a
bit.
nightmare living in the fucking bunker with my
The
dumbass
scoop
daughter.
marks.
She's the stupidest.
The scoop marks freaked me
Stupidest
out.
fucking little girl. I can't even believe it's
And
my
there
fucking daughter. We're
were
living in a fucking
there was
bunker together. Talking about
trend
a bad
of
decision.
these scoop marks. Now, what
You
is
just
scoop
got
marks?
yes and a David
Scoop
Dell.
marks are it just sounds painful.
I thought he was rapping.
It's certainly not cool. But that after an abduction experience, some have reported scoops taken out of their
You know,
skin.
you thought I was rapping.
No. And
Even though
you
you're
always
dressed for
imagine,
Jeopardy, I want you to know this.
first, number one. Number two,
You're the
imagine
strongest
like a
act
little
I've seen here
baby
tonight.
ice
It's hard
cream
closing
scoop.
a show when you're doing it. So,
You know what I mean?
kudos to you,
And
buddy.
then,
You're killing it.
He does it every single week.
right?
He's
Okay.
absolutely unbelievable.
Now, this went on
Out
for
on the road. He's
15 or
headlining on
20
his own.
years.
That's William Montgomery.
And people
Guys,
waking up with this
Please,
damage to
for
their
the love
skin,
of God,
and
how
the
loud can
scar
this place
stays there
get for my
forever.
great guest, David
What's going
Tell,
on with that?
Greg Fitzsimmons,
That
and
is
Ian
certainly
Biden.
evidence. The other evidence, so we'll leave scoop marks there. Everybody can go
Ian and Bye
research that.
Guys. Check out
But I think there
Cruz's
is
podcast
other
on the Your Mom's
evidence
House
of
Network.
implants. And
Watch Clark
without talking
Stars,
about
even
Dr.
though he
Roger
left.
Lear, Whitney Strieber
And,
certainly has spoken about
Gary
his
Falcon
implants, which
says
were
go to
behind his ear and
nickswartzen.com.
moved around.
And
Others have
a
reported
bunch
the
of other
same
fun
thing.
things. How about one more time for the best band in the
Behind
land?
the
That's the
Ears
Kill
is
Tony
a
Band, brought to you by
very
Screw Up Peanut
popular
Butter Whiskey.
place for this.
This has been Kill Tony,
I'm
brought to
always
you by the
checking,
Yellow
by the
Rose,
way.
the Red Rose, and
I
DK
am.
Vodka. We did it again.
Cool.
Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you
Yeah,
so
okay,
much.
cool. I'm always checking. You never know. But other parts of the body too, as well. Neck, legs, arms. Yeah, feet. Feet. Okay, can I say this? Let's get off of the UFO subject for just 2 seconds. I've been seeing small children and babies that are so much smarter and gifts with larger eyes than their parents. Genetic manipulation is more evident lately. Yeah.
I have bigger eyes than my parents.
Christina, you are alien. You're full of alien. Hey, you know what? Everybody should go and watch the movie Alienated. And when you look at the movie poster, it's two people holding hands, a man and a woman. Go watch Alienated. It's a great. It's an ET love story. Physicist meets alien female. They fall in love.
Yeah. Well, Jazz says this whole conversation is really uncomfortable, but clearly there are people who need to have it. And I agree with you. Yes. At the very beginning of the show, I said this is a very murky topic that people definitely don't want to cover because it's kind of painful to listen to, that or it just sounds absolutely absurd. But I think for people that are interested in the UFO topic, or for those that want to have this kind of conversation, it's so important to have diverse knowledge on all aspects of ufology, and especially UFO abductions. There are countless, hundreds of stories, and they all, in many respects, share a lot of similarities that people simply don't want to talk about. So I'm happy that we're having this conversation today.
And Jazz, I appreciate that. It is uncomfortable to listen to. And there's other aspects of this that we haven't even touched tonight.
Welcome to Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, and delicious Betty Vodka, all amazing.
There are
Texas
zones to
treats,
go into
great sponsors of the
here.
show. How about a hand for the band, huh? You
If
guys hear that?
ever wonder
That's the
who
official
is
Screwball
being
Peanut Butter
abducted,
Whiskey Kill
look at
Tony
your
band.
name.
That's the great D-Man.
Right?
It's on
Just
the bass
look at
guitar right
somebody
there.
that you would never, you don't have to wear a
That is Dave
tinfoil hat
Share on
and
that
have an
electric
ET
guitar.
bumper
Max
sticker on your
Frost
car
on this one over here. And that's the
to
great
be an
Michael
abductee.
Gonzalez on
It's
the
not
drums.
usually the case.
Oh!
And
Hey, look,
I
it's
have
Paul
met
Beaver on the horns,
abductees
everybody. We got all these Austin icons
just,
here for one amazing show. I'm so pumped about it. A lot of great stuff happening. A lot of fun stuff
That's
planned
Jim
for the night.
Harrell,
It is
my
indeed a
guest
very
for
special
tonight.
episode. We'll find out
but
why in just a
go
moment. But before we start, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors
listen to
that made tonight's
Debbie
episode
Cobble.
available
I
for
brought her up
you
earlier.
here right now.
If she
Hey, y'all,
isn't
you might
the
not know this, but
mom
when I'm
next
not being the
door,
host of the number one
that
live
person
podcast
doesn't
in the
exist.
world, what I've been doing for the last
That's all
16 years is being a
just as
professional
normal
stand-up comedian.
as
And I'm
anybody
excited to say that I'm
you can
back
put
out
into
on
your
tour
brain.
again.
You
October
know, and
11th
that's
and
what's
12th,
going on.
Philadelphia,
So,
Pennsylvania.
is it
October
uncomfortable?
14th and
What Debbie
15th,
went
I
through, so
am
you're
in
sitting
Boston,
next to this
Massachusetts.
perfectly
November 4th
normal
and 5th. New
person,
York,
and then
York.
she turns around and starts
December
to tell
9th
you
and
about
10th,
her
I'll be
abduction
performing in
experience.
Arlington, Texas. January
And you're
13th
gonna
and
get
14th
uncomfortable.
of 2023, I'm in
It's pretty
Dallas,
crazy.
Texas. And February
Right?
9th and 10th of
That information
2023,
needs to
I'm
be
in
shared.
Houston,
If
Texas.
she is
Tickets
willing to
available
step
at
out and share her story,
all
and
these
go
shows sell
public
out,
with it
so
needs
don't be a
to be talked
doofus.
about. It
Go to
needs
the
to
website
be
now, get
discussed.
tickets.
As
While you start now.
uncomfortable as it may be,
Hey
I
y'all,
think
it's
many
time
out
to
there
gear up
that
for fall with
are
Bespoke
studying
Post and their
BET
new
and
seasonal
UFO
lineup
phenomenon
of
and watch
must-have box of
disclosure.
awesome collections.
There is
Bespoke Post
other
partners with small
aspects to this
businesses
that
and
you have to
emerging
listen
brands
to.
to bring you the most
And
unique
the
goods every
abductee phenomenon
We are
is one of
fans
those.
of Box of
There
Awesome.
is
I've gotten a lot of Mike
something that we
David
haven't
stuff. I got the
discussed.
Carnivore,
Again,
the American
Jazz,
Barbecue
thank
Rub,
you
and the
for
Carnivore
making
box is made by the Great American Spice Company in Rockford,
It
Michigan.
is one of the
All made
most
by
uncomfortable
cool,
parts
local, real companies. You know,
It
good
is.
American
And Jimmy, I'm
small
sorry to cut you off, but you know, you're doing a lot of freeze ups on your video feed again, and like a lot like how it was last night on Fades of Black. Could this be something that your camera feeds to your computer, like there's not a connection there or something? Because people in the live chat are kind of mentioning it, and I'm seeing it as well throughout the show. I just want to make sure that everything's going to go smooth for tonight, especially. But you don't see any freeze ups on your end?
Nope. Goes a long
Everything
way.
looks
Box of
fine
Awesome
to
stuff
me.
actually
Now,
is
here
awesome.
is,
To get started, take the quiz at
but here's the
boxofawesome.com.
point
Your
that I
answers
want
will
to
help them pick the right
and,
box of awesome for you, because each one is different and personalized. As
and
you guys
just,
know,
run
Redman and
some
I,
diagnostics,
literally two
while we
totally
were
different
talking,
people, and he gets stuff
is that
designated
the
for him,
more
right, Redman?
that
Of
the
course, I
Senate
get all this stuff
and
for the
the
kitchen,
task force
including
and these reports are coming
It's a
out
bunch of
and,
hot sauces in there from small
the
brands
discussion that
all
is
over
going
the
on out
country,
there,
with some
that
from
is
Texas,
going
Nevada,
to,
California, and
man,
more.
I've got
And they release
literally
new boxes every month across a ton of
1.1
different categories.
gigabyte
Each box is
download.
valued at around $70, but you only
gigabytes.
pay a fraction of that price.
That's
It's free to
download,
sign up,
and I'll
and you
tell
can
you what
skip
my
a month or
upload
cancel
speed is here in
anytime.
just a
It's
second.
like
I
Christmas
don't know
every
what it is.
single
So
month,
bizarre.
except stuff that you
Upload
actually
is,
like, not another pair of socks from your dead
49
grandmother.
megabytes.
Get 20%
And
off
that's,
your
that's
first monthly
insane.
box when you
So, I
sign
don't
up
know
at
what
boxofawesome.com
So,
and enter the code
back
KILLTONY
to
at
the
checkout. That's
more that disclosure is being discussed, and the more that the mass media is discussing this, and the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Department of Defense, the DIA, Lou Elizondo, the New York Times, Tucker
You guys
Carlson,
ready to
that
start
bow
tonight's
tie.
show or what?
The more that people talk about this, abductees are
I got
going
you.
to
I
step
know we're
forward.
starting on
Their
time.
comfort
Maybe you didn't get
zone
enough
is
drinks
there.
in your system, but
And
we've been
they
having a
feel
lot more
that
fun than the
they
energy
can
that I'm
finally,
feeling from you
discuss
right now.
this
Are you
stuff to
guys
the
ready to
public
start
without
tonight's
ridicule and
podcast?
confusion, as it should be.
There we
So
go.
the more that we move forward, the stories
One of the
are
amazing
going to
things about this show
continue.
is people
They're
always
not
go,
going to go
what about
away.
the vodka?
We
What
need
about
to
the
listen
this? You get
to
to find
everybody
talent.
out
Well, one of
there.
the things that happens here is on
As
top
soon
of
as,
watching the growth of
we get some
regulars on
official
the show
confirmation
and
out there,
having big, crazy
from the
special
government,
guests all the
we're
time,
really
is
close to that
sometimes
now.
on this
Kind
panel
of
you get
feels
to
like
see
they already
the
have.
future.
But if that bust out,
Sometimes
think about all
I
of
take
those
great pride in the
abductees
fact
that
that 5
are
or 6
finally
years
able
ago I
to
was
say,
saying,
see,
this guy's
this
the
is what I've
future,
been on
ladies and
about.
gentlemen. Tim Dillon,
I
or 3
told
years ago,
you
this
it
guy's
was
the future,
real.
Shane
I
Gillis. We've
told you
always
I've been,
done that.
I
This
told
week
you,
is no different. three guests
he
for
comes
you,
out,
three of the
Christina
longest
says, "You know, I
standing
know,
regulars in the history
this
of
might
the
be a little
show.
bit sensitive, but
Tonight's
yeah,
guests are William
we've been,
Montgomery
borrowing a
Hodgkin
few,
and David Lucas.
million people from planet Earth and hanging out with them over the last 5,000 years.
Shit.
And everything that they said was probably true.
Well, okay. William Montgomery.
I'm cool with that, and it's probably going to happen.
I have a question for you. We know that these stories are becoming more prevalent, but they're also, in some respects, stories that simply aren't true, where people said they were abducted, but they really weren't. For someone that has heard thousands of people speak. You know, you've interviewed thousands of guests from all aspects of life. How would you be able to decipher when someone is telling the truth about their abduction and when they might be fabricating it or when it might not be true altogether?
Well, how do you do that? I mean, you know, lie detectors.
But I'm saying you, like, if you were, like, you are a human lie detector, for example, okay, how would you decipher it?
Yeah, it's, okay, Christina,
traveling
here
continuously,
is Broadcasting 101. It's not my job to be judge or jury.
Headlining his own
It's not.
shows. Hans Kim was on a
simply
jet
not.
to Atlanta
I
with Joe
cannot,
Rogan,
with
and
all
William
of the
Montgomery was
BS
on a
that comes
jet
out of
to
my
Nashville
mouth with
with
my
me.
own experiences.
My boys are all
I don't
grown
want
up. For
people
those
to
of you that are
judge me,
fans of the
and I don't
show,
want people
not
to,
many comedians get to
I'd
travel
rather
by
have them
jet.
listen. They don't have to believe me, but they should always listen without
How was your
criticism.
weekend, Hans?
Okay, that's it.
It was
Well,
amazing,
that's
Tony.
what I would
You weren't there to make
and
fun
I
of me,
have
but
to give the
Joe
same
Rogan picked up the
respect
slack. I bet
to
he did.
everybody
There's
else.
a lot of slack
I just
to be
have
picked
to
up
do
on,
that.
a lot of extra
And I
material,
think
some
with
of
our
which you cut off
community
that shirt.
that we have to
Tonight. I
establish
love it. I always love it when you dress
some
like a
basic
Thanksgiving turkey to be
rules
here.
of ethics that we all must adhere
William
to.
Montgomery took his first
And,
jet ride like a
and
nervous
part of that
Nelly
is
this
listening
weekend.
to everybody.
Nashville,
Now,
Tennessee. Got to go
why
home
should
and do amazing
their
shows at your
memory
home club, Nashville
is,
Zanies, with special guest pop-ins by
can be
Theo
accurate,
Vaughn. And
but
your
it's
parents
their
were in-house,
truth,
the people that made you, your
right?
father,
It's their
his
truth.
penis, and your mom.
So
Yeah, I was
we
having,
have to
I was
listen.
having a
It
wonderful
may not
time
be
at all the shows
100%
until
accurate.
Saturday had when my
It just,
parents were there.
it may not.
Tony
They may feel
starts
that they
graphically
were taken
explaining
away on a
the
ship
fucking
into outer
how they
space.
made
What if they
me.
were just taken to another
It
room
was horrifying.
in a ship
I
that
was
was
horrified.
staying in the backyard?
He's talking about how his father
Okay,
put
there's that.
his
Maybe they
penis
were never
inside of his mother's wet,
Maybe
warm
this was
vagina and
projected to
moved
them.
it back and forth
And
repeatedly
they thought
until
that they were taken somewhere else.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
this was
yeah. And I
vision.
looked. I was looking at his parents
Their
right in the
memory
eyes while I was doing it.
is
I had
that
dinner
something
with them
else
before. I'm
happened.
allowed to do shit like that.
Okay,
They were laughing.
I don't
the crowd
know
was
the
laughing.
truth
The only
anyway,
person not laughing.
but it's not
yeah,
my
okay, it's over here.
job to not only be judgmental, but
William
to call
Montgomery,
somebody
and of
out
course, the great David
or
Lucas, the
to
roastmeister himself. I get to watch you let it rip on some
my
of
job
these
is to remain objective.
innocent
This
victims here
community
tonight.
has a
We're gonna
very
have
good
fun.
way
Are
of
you guys ready to
policing
start
itself.
tonight's show? Huh?
And
A
able
lot of you guys
to
know how it works. We have a bucket filled with
that will take a
comedian
look at
names.
something
If I pull
or
their
an
name out, they
individual
get
or a
60
case of the
seconds
past and
uninterrupted.
figure
You know their
things out.
time is up when
Some
you
of
hear the
it
sound
happens
of a
very
kitty.
quickly,
That
like
means they
in a
wrap
matter
it
of
up then, or
seconds.
else they bring out the
Some
Angry Birds
takes a
Hollywood
little bit
Bear.
longer.
Sounds like that.
But our
And then I
community in
interview them
general
afterwards. We
is
find out
accepting
more
of
about them.
everyone.
We talk to them
Why?
about their lives and
Well,
what makes them
talking
interesting.
about
The whole thing's
UFOs here.
improvised. We all
And if
figure
you
it out
can't,
together. You guys ready to
the
start
UFO
tonight's
community,
show?
is
To the
like the
bucket
barber
we go.
shop.
Normally we would
And it has
start
to
with the
be
great
that way.
Hans Kim. He would build momentum, build comedy momentum, show you how
Last
it's done.
night,
Tonight
3
we might
chicks
just
from
start
Venus
fucking
came into my room,
right from the
kidnapped
get.
me,
I mean, it
and
could be an insane
we
person.
went
It
around
could be a local
Saturn,
legend ready to
and,
break out.
and I,
You guys
and,
ready
and,
for this
and they
shit? Your
brought me-
first
and-
comedian
and-
goes
all
by
right,
the
you
name.
need to be able to say
Oh,
that.
well, we know this guy.
And
Make some noise for Matthew
that's
Maloney,
what the
everybody.
UFO community is. Whatever your
We know
experience
Matthew
is,
very well.
come on
He's
in,
been on the
share
show
it
in
with
Los
us,
Angeles.
because your
He's
experience,
been on the
as
show
crazy
in
as it
Austin.
is as crazy as mine.
He's a real
Isn't as crazy
comedian,
as
a
that.
good
And that's
kid.
what it is.
Good
That's
way
the
to start
beautiful
tonight's
thing
show.
about
We
the
got
UFO
lucky
community.
on this one. Make some
And
fucking
it
noise.
should
60
be that way
seconds.
all the time. It's not.
Uninterrupted from Matthew Maloney.
And these days, things, have gotten a little, I think that animosity is the right word. There's a lot of that goes on. But using discernment, using the ability to go squinty-eyed, that's fine.
So why the fuck is
Discernment
Chick-fil-A
is the
trying
other
to call
big
us
key. You
Sunjoy?
have disclosure and you have discernment.
I go through a Chick-fil-A.
Judge and jury with
I'm
me.
trying to cut back on sodas.
I listen to
I ordered
everybody and
all
I
the
give them them the same courtesy that I extend to them. And that's what we should always do.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, I'm the exact same. I don't judge. I don't want to judge. And I don't like to give my opinions, really. I just want to stick to the facts. And overall, respect is so important, regardless of what field you're in, regardless who you're talking to, even if you don't like them. Respect over everything is the absolute most important.
Now, hold on. This guy Michael just says the community rarely polices itself. It's a business. Michael,
that's why
you
Chick-fil-A gets
are
away with
wrong.
everything.
Now,
thank you guys so much.
Michael, right here.
All
I'm going
right.
to give
Matthew
an
Maloney,
example.
60 seconds.
Okay.
All on Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, thank you for
Do you
popping
do
that up.
Chick-fil-A material because you're their mascot?
So I don't know Michael. Don't know who he is.
You're the eat more chicken cow.
This isn't anything
Spell it
personal.
out for some of
But
you
a
that didn't
statement like
react
this
properly to
is
that
completely
unbelievable
wrong.
joke that I just
I
made.
have
I know it's early, but
1,000 examples
happening
of
now,
the community policing itself.
that was amazing. You
Rapid
look like a
fire
cow.
order.
A really, really smart cow, though. You do look like.
Okay,
Very
here we
intelligent
go.
man.
We've only got a few minutes.
So welcome to the show, Matthew. Remind us all, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Is this?
Not counting 8 years.
8 years is a good answer. And what do you do for a living?
15.
I just got a new job, actually. I am
Somewhere in there.
a
These
after-school
photographs surface.
Whoa, pedophile. Very good.
These photographs surface showing
Come on over to
an
my place when
alien
you're done with school.
body.
After school teacher. So what exactly are you doing?
It looks like it's on
So,
display.
For all those parents
medical.
that don't have time to pick up their
So,
kids when school
Jaime
ends,
goes down to
they enlist
Mexico.
their kids in a
He's
program
from Mexico.
where they
Mexico
deal with
City.
me for 3 extra hours.
Sells
Holy
15,000
shit,
tickets in this
dude.
arena.
So you
Invites
pick them up from school?
anthropologists.
No, I go to the
design
school. I have to show them an
experts
ID and
from around
pass a
Mexico.
background check. And
Richard
every
Dolan
day,
flies down
Every day's a
from
struggle.
New York. And I get sent
So
these
then
high
you go to
res
the school and hang
John
out with them
Smith
at the
is
school.
involved
Yes.
and some
Very good.
others.
And how long you been doing that
Without
for?
going into the details, but these pictures are there. But
Yeah. How's it going? Tell us about it. How are
I
the
get
kids
sent the high
nowadays?
res
Oh my God.
and as these
I mean, I have
pictures,
a background. Like
the
I
high
used
res
to
versions go out now.
Not
They
only do you have
reveal
a
it in
background, but your
Mexico
friend is
City.
also around. I don't know if you've noticed.
By the end
I
of
thought
the
that
night,
was better than what that got too.
the end of the
This
night,
is like a light. I
the
noticed it from the
community
get. You guys
jumped
are
all
light,
over
light
that.
energy
Very
tonight.
smart
Is everything
people.
okay?
Went in, deciphered the
round?
cars, deciphered the words,
Front round
looked at
because
this,
he's fat
found out
again,
where the
folks?
location where this was photographed, which turned out to be
All
a
right, let's
roadside
just keep. Thank you,
museum.
sir. Thank you
That
in the
it
back.
was an
All right.
indigenous mummy of
Go
a
ahead. I
baby,
interrupted you.
and they deciphered the
So a
writing
long
on the
fucking time
card.
ago,
That
I
was
was a
the print
camp
that was on
counselor
the
for
floor.
like
You passed them for
eight
free.
consecutive summers
And
at a Boy
in
Scout
a
camp.
matter
Absolutely.
of,
So you
I'm
have
going
heavy
to say,
experience in pedophilia. Very good.
an hour. It might have been 2 hours.
Yeah, I got
An hour, 2 hours. The
Good
entire
old porn
case,
hub of pedophile
the
movies that we're used to.
15,000 people buying
Boy
tickets in Mexico
Scouts
City
and,
all wasted their money.
What did you
Nobody
guys
gave
do in
any
the
of
Boy
that money
Scouts? Go
back.
steal the Girl
But
Scouts
that's an
cookies
example
from
of
them
the
and
community policing itself.
okie dokie.
And this
I guess we're
community
just gonna
does
start
it
slow
constantly.
today.
There are a bunch of very bright people
I
that
taught
can take a
basket weaving
photograph,
at Boy
that will take a
Scouts.
story,
Oh,
that will take a
wow.
location,
Seriously.
take a video, get it broken
Among
down,
other
look
things,
into
but
somebody's
basically
past, look at it. There's
They
a
kept
name
me with
that's involved
basket
and find
weaving.
out
They
if
knew I was kind of
whatever it
only
is.
in the one
And
area.
they will get on it
Okay.
and
All right.
police
Tell us something
ourselves.
interesting about your
Nobody
life
else
that
is
we
going to
don't
do
know
it.
about since the last time you
And
were on the
this
show. You
community
know how
is
being
used to it, and that's the
on show
way
a few
that this
times. Back in
community
LA
runs.
multiple
It
times
pleases
here.
itself
So
beautifully.
right before
And the hucksters, the
school
hoaxers,
thing,
the
I was,
shysters, all of that stuff are going to get
I was
found
working at a
out in
boutique
usually
hotel
in
on
pretty
6th
short
Street,
order.
and I got
Well,
fired
we've come to the end of our
because I asked
show.
for a raise.
Jimmy, tell us again who is your
I
guest
caught
tonight
my
for the
boss
show.
cheating.
Jim Harold.
Whoa.
Jim Harold. Jim Harold.
Asked for a raise. See, okay, so
Which
for
was a stupid idea.
16,
Right? It was
17
the
years
worst idea
has
ever
had
because
the
even
number one
if she
show
went
in
for
all
it,
paranormal.
then she has to work with
The
the guy who's
paranormal
blackmailing her.
podcast,
It was,
also
oh
has
my
his
God.
I didn't think it
Campfire
through at all.
Story series.
yeah, you really did. So
The
it's
number
a she.
one
I think that's a
downloaded
twist that we did
podcast.
not see coming.
Yeah,
Tell us
All of
more
that.
about this. So
He
you're
is
going through a
truly,
room or
he's got
something like that. Is
golden pipes.
she in
right?
one of
And
the
that
hotel
I always, you know, I call him the voice of the paranormal. He is the absolute very best.
Like a ballet guy? What did you catch her with?
dedicated audience and fan base out there. It's just an honor privilege to have somebody like Jim on the show. I've learned so much from him over the
Nothing I
years.
can confirm until like my friend who got me
That's
the
who's on the
job
show tonight.
told me like he put in his 2 weeks and then she like jumped on him because he
Christina, who do I have on
and then he was
tomorrow?
on his way
I'll
out.
have
So he's
to
like,
use
okay, I better
Twitter.
fucking
Man,
ride him and then
But on Thursday, it will be Ryan Sprague instead of having him yesterday. And that means Fader Nights on Friday.
Oh, tomorrow night I have Darylenka Bishar. Yes, he's the director. He channels Bishar. He's also the director of the movie Alienated. That I keep talking about. Everybody needs to go and watch it. You can do it right now on Amazon. So that's tomorrow night, Darylenka. Tonight, Jim Harold. And then Thursday night is the return of Ryan Sprague. I'll talk to everybody. Thank you so much, Christina. Behave and be well.
Right back at you. And you can find Jimmy on YouTube and KDRA at Fade to Black. I'll catch you, Jimmy, a little bit later today.
I'll talk to you, Christina.
Bye.
once before, but I met him quite a few times.
Oh my gosh. I always said I love having him on. I really do love having him on. And don't forget to jump over to the Singularity Lab on YouTube, Michael Mataluni, now at 4 p.m. PST. So jump in, say hi. I'll be there and I'll say hi to you. And I want to thank everyone who joined me in the live chat today. All those who supported the show with super chats, with stickers, and even just writing a ton of comments in the live chat. I want to thank all my moderators and a big thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. Have an awesome week, everyone. Be safe and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Matthew Maloney, what do you think? This is your first time seeing you. No, I'm not asking you. Fucking idiots. What a dumb audience this is tonight. It's unbelievable. Don't know when to laugh, don't know when to clap. I'm asking the guests what they think about
Not my type. He's one of those guys with real nice guy energy and she's like, so I can understand it. There's definitely a situation out there right now. I don't know, I babysat a kid.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
I want to know what's that white shit on your shoes, bro? You been battering chicken or what?
That was this fucking dust from the goddamn kids today. We did a fucking experiment with fucking mud. And that is not fun. But when it dries, it is. That's motherfucking safe and powdered donuts. Hell no! I've never met a black guy who does.
I love the kids that David Lucas just got.
The nicest thing I heard of a black guy say about schedule was that they did. You don't give a what do you feel about life? When's the last time you got put together? It's been a while, man.
Hello and welcome to episode 19 of Shifting Paradigm. While this intro was playing, no one else can see but me, but my guest was dancing and jamming to the music. We're going to bring him in rather shortly. I am Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of adventure and UFO shenanigans where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red. I would love to say hi to everyone in the live chat. Spaghetti Lee, Paul, Alien Girl, Zofa, how are all of you guys doing? Today I am so pumped to introduce my guest, my good friend and teammate,
from the debris Chris played. Chris is a fantasy and science fiction novelist, a stand-up comedian, and currently works as the head science writer at the University. Across his 30-year writing career, Chris has written hundreds of comedy sketches.
Matthew, thank you for getting tonight's show started. You showed everybody how it's done. Matthew B. Maloney, everybody. All right, back to the bucket we go. Anything can happen here. Hell yeah. Good looking crowd we have here tonight. Your next comedian goes by the name of Justin O'Donnell, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Let me introduce you, our special guest.
O'Donnell, here he comes.
How are you doing, Chris?
Christina, how are you? Great to be here. Super excited to be here. Before we start, I just want to do something for my mother. Real quick. Carol, and this is for you. There you go. That was it. Just for my mom.
The other day.
You always gotta say hi to your mom when you're on anywhere.
Well, especially here. This is the one that she watches whenever I tell her, hey, there's a new video at the debris. She asks me, oh, is it a Christina video? And then she watches it. So since it's over here at Paradigm Shifts and it's got me and you both, she's definitely going to watch it. She's not watching live. My brother's sent to the right there.
What's a superpower? Well, you can see. You can just kind of see.
Are you there? Am I freezing?
I got in a heated argument with a trans man the other day, and I was like, fuck you, bitch.
Chris? Yeah, I'm here.
Was that me or is that you?
I don't know. I hope it's not my internet. It's not. Usually it'll give me a low speed error on my screen if I freeze, but I'm seeing you freeze. Are you seeing me freeze?
Yeah. They changed the words to other words.
You're having a freezing party. Well, let's
probably
see how
Tim McMillan again out there messing with my internet connection so I don't give all the debris.
Robert De Niro's character, a Jew motherfucker, you. But in the sense
yeah,
of
you know, I'm going to go out and come back in, Christina.
Which is way worse. It's so much worse. Thank you.
Wow, I like that. Save the big one for the end there. Smart. Smart man you are. Justin, have you been on this show before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm glad that you're back. What happened last time you were on?
I thought my minute was okay, and my interview was dog dick.
Why do you think your interview was dog dick last time? First of all, can I tell you that I like that you have the mic stand taller than you right now? I was watching you hold it to your set. You look like Mexican
Okay,
game
I
balls or
unplugged
something.
my Ethernet cable, so we're just gonna
He's a little guy, right?
Wi-Fi and synchronization there.
That's
There
how
we
it
go.
works. Yeah, I
You
backed
say
up
that you had a
the connection
threesome. I
came
bet
all
the
the way
two
back
girls you were
in.
with say
So
they had a
it says my
threesome.
Wi-Fi is good right now.
This guy.
Oh gosh, I mean, you're always gonna have some kind of technical difficulties with any podcast you'll ever see or hear. So I remember, before we even get into the questions, I remember as soon as I entered the debrief, we had Chris, Chrissy, and Christina. And I remember you saying, if your name's until with the C, you better just get out of here. Get out of here.
And I think there was another, like, Chrissy email right at the beginning too that came and went. But yes, I think at one point there was 4 of us. So yes.
So they're my two friends. They're strippers, and they
I
came
can't
over
hear
to
you
my
anymore.
apartment they were.
Is that why you always hold on to
Gabby,
a
are you
pole
there?
like that?
Yeah. Reminds
she's
me of
going
that
in.
time.
Coming back out.
So
your two stripper friends are
I
on the
can.
wet floor. Explain how they get there.
So
But I
they were
cannot
getting
see.
drunk. They're drinking my beer, and they were like doing, I think, ballet.
Oh, there you are. Now you're
Drinking
back.
your beer like you didn't want them to be drinking your beer.
It's just getting
They were
worse and worse.
drinking
Okay,
beer
but
is what a
let's go
good
ahead
host,
and continue.
a
So
host would say.
before we even jump into a lot of the things that you write for the debrief, do you remember the very first article you
So they were doing ballet in my living room, and one ballet.
Yeah, right.
Doing ballet in your
So
living room.
well, the first article I wrote for the debris
Your
was in
jacket tells
December
me
of
that there
last
was
year.
coke involved.
So MJ reached out to me
Absolutely. There you
and
go. That's
gave
one-
me an
one for
assignment.
me.
It
Cross
was
that off your Kill Tony bingo
Purdue
card.
University was researching a
One
new
of them stepped in
fabric
my
called
dog's water bowl
MXine fabric.
spilled
And
water
it was
all over the
something,
place.
it's a
So
two-dimensional
on the
material
floor. The other
that can
one,
be used to
like,
block
joined her on the floor,
electromagnetic
they started,
waves like a Faraday cage.
feeling on each other.
It could actually be built right into clothing or anything. So that was my very first article, December 8th of 2020.
But what's the very first article?
Ladies, I would.
So I was not really a story writer, an article writer. I've been writing, as you know, that I wrote stand-up starting back in the early 90s. I wrote sketch comedy. I wrote a few TV scripts, a couple of screenplays. My first article was a basketball article for a website called Inside Hoops back in 1998. And I got hired to write some articles for them because they were doing a solicitation online. It's a sport I follow. Seemed like something fun to do on the side. So I think that was my first article in 1998.
Not like how I call a woman.
I always feel like I have everything to write, probably sports, and I have to be the hardest.
I just realized that I always.
Yeah, that was it wasn't a recap of a game or a play-by-play or anything like that. It was, I was writing about free agency and salary caps, and it was a very mathematical article, but it was the type of thing I would read people getting it wrong all the time, and it would frustrate me. So I said, you know what, I'm going to go in and give an article to these folks that is actually accurate to how all the math in the league works. So it was well received and it was fun to do. And I've written a number of basketball articles over the years. I write a bunch for Silver Screen and Roll, which is a major website here in Southern California.
I fell and smashed
my knee on the floor. And you've been working for the debrief, you've written on all things to do with space technology, and the UAP topic. How did you get started in writing about this kind of topic?
By the time
I think science in general, this is my first job writing about science. But I can tell you, UAPs and UFOs is something I've been following my whole life. I tell people all the time that In Search of ran their first episode on UFOs in 1977. And I was a little 8-year-old boy, and I saw it, and my father watched it with me, and we were blown away. And we followed that show for years, and all through the 80s and 90s, I would go to even before there was an internet, I would go to the bookstore, I would go to the library, I would pick up anything I could on UFOs, as they call them UAPs nowadays. And so that's something I've been following, writing about. When the debris found me, there was a website called UAP Research that was around all last year. And it went out of business when the founder got another job and closed it down. But he had reached out to me because I had blogged about it on my author site, writingfiction.com, where I promote my books and other writing. And I just thought, so much has happened since 2017, 2018, 2019. I mean, the last couple of years, Christine, as you know, are like nothing in the history of the topic. So for my own fun and for my book fans who were emailing me saying, hey, you know about this stuff, so what's going on with all these UFOs and videos? I wrote a big 10,000 word 4-part blog entry on my own website about UFOs. That led me to UAP Research. I wrote a bunch of articles for them. And because of that, I got reached out to by MJ Benias at the Debrief. And next thing I know, I was writing science articles over here. And he even told me at the time, I don't really need people to write about UAP. We have that pretty covered. But we can use someone to write about science. And that's what I was more interested in writing about. So I do cover UFOs for sure. And I've had a few doozies in the last few months of exciting articles. But yeah, writing about science was the main attraction to the game.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, it's an unusual sound. Hi, my name's Crumb. Crumb is actually my last
Christina,
name.
you're cutting in and out there. Are you there again?
Yeah, I'm trying to cut down the programs I'm having on my laptop. Hopefully that'll stop.
Yeah, my clock is running clean and my own face is not jumping around, so I feel like my connection's okay.
Yeah, I think it's my side. And you mentioned the TV show called UFO. Is that what you said?
There's been a lot of mornings on doorsteps, or a lot of people.
The one that you had watched in the 70s.
Oh, in the 1970s, late 70s, there was a show called In Search of, and they did a later version of it where Zachary Quinto came back and hosted it, but it was basically the predecessor. The closest thing I would compare it to is Ancient Aliens. They had lost civilizations, Atlantis, mysteries of Egypt's pyramids. But they would do things like remote viewing and consciousness and shamans and ghosts, and they really did look into the things that people like you look into now. The things that are covered on Shifting the Paradigm are the type of things that you would see on In Search Of. There just wasn't a Christina Gomez yet to host it, and there was only one version of it. But yeah, it was a prime time network show talking about, among other things, UFOs.
And at the time in the 70s, was this a popular TV show?
Yeah, it was really popular. And I can tell you, like I said, was very young, but there wasn't really anything else feeding it. You know, think about the interest you have. Think of this community you and I are part of. Has all these people interested. And imagine there's no place to go for that information. That there's no internet, there's no slew of cable channels. You can't go, to an Ancient Aliens episode or a UFO episode on Discovery Plus. So when they came out covering Atlantis and Lemuria, just all of these hidden mysteries. I mean, it was the first time I had heard of the Loch Ness Monster. It was the first time I had heard of the Bermuda Triangle. A lot of these mysteries that still exist today.
That's so exciting. Talking about the Loch Ness Monster, I mean, when I used to live in Europe, I had visited Scotland, and my dad and I went to go to the infamous lake where the Loch Ness Monster was. And let me just tell you how disappointed I was. 6. You would never be able to see the Loch Ness Monster.
It was just a lake, you're saying, basically.
Just a very boring lake. There were no awesome pictures. Brought my camera and everything.
And was that you were doing? You were like 6 and you're like, Dad, I want to go see the Loch Ness Monster?
Heck yeah.
Oh my God, so you've been there forever?
And there was like a huge statue right next to the lake of the Loch Ness, and I was like, I'm pumped. I brought my snacks, my camera. I am ready to have a stake out. And my dad was like, yeah, it's getting kind of late. We should probably just head back. We're not going to see anything today, sweetheart.
I can see 6-year-old Gomez with your little camera around your neck. You're like, okay, so the top 3 sightings from here, and here. So, yeah, I can see it totally. I love it. That was sweet your dad didn't indulge you. My dad was the same way. My mother was very Catholic. She didn't love the UFO stuff and thought I was reading about demons or or something. But my father was totally opposite. Loved the mystery stuff. He and I would sit around and talk about things like Roswell. That same show, In Search Of, in 1980, was pretty much what broke that story. Roswell had been in the paper back when it happened, and it had kind of existed very much in the background. And then researcher Stanton Friedman was able to interview Jesse Marcel, the first officer on the scene at Max Brazil's ranch in Corona, and that was this first, sometimes you see these famous clips of Jesse Marcel saying, we don't know what it was, and they sure know it wasn't a regular balloon, and this was the first guy on the scene. That was from that show. And my father and I would show it in, and we would discuss it in depth. Somehow in that living room, we were going to figure out if aliens were real or not. Right there.
I definitely feel when it comes to parents, they're some of the best foundations we have when we're children with our interests, our likes and our dislikes. And I think it's amazing that you as a child and even other children are able to openly talk about these kinds of topics and have support on being able to talk about them and be like, you know what, I like that point, but I might disagree with this, this, and this. And I think without parents, we wouldn't have these kinds of interests.
Absolutely. Like I said, it was a mixed bag, because as far as my mother was concerned, she would prefer that I didn't ever talk about UFOs or Atlantis or all of that stuff, because, she was raised very strict Catholic, and in her upbringing, that was not something that she was excited about. But she didn't stop me from doing it by any means. And she would still take me to the bookstore, and I would go over to the occult section, where they kept the UFO stuff. And so I still got that support. And it went through my whole life. You know, my parents, as I mentioned when I was in the green room, I'm lucky enough as a 52-year-old man to have two parents that are still alive and kicking. And they supported me at the dawn of my comedy career, which led to this career in writing that I have now. And my father would come down to open mics with me at 1 o'clock in the morning in La Jolla or in LA, and he would sit, and we would come home, and my mother would say, he's really good. He would tell my mother, he's really good. You don't understand. You know, she'd rather I went to law school and became a lawyer and a senator, but you'll still have that support.
But you love doing comedy. I mean, wouldn't you prefer that more than being a law student?
Look, I went to UCLA to become a lawyer. I started as a political science major. I really somehow thought, like, everyone had me convinced. I was a good debater and things like that. I won some awards in debating. So, and I tell people now, in hindsight, when I look back, I knew before that first college quarter was over that political science and ultimately the law was just not for me. And I didn't really feel at home at college until I joined the UCLA Comedy Club. I tell people that story all the time, but basically it was a student-run organization where you could write about, learn how to do stand-up, learn how to perform. And I made a bunch of friends there, friends I still have to this day, and a handful of them who work in show business, writing and producing, the skills that they picked up in this little comedy club.
And skills that you will use for life. John has a question, and thank you so much. He says, have you guys heard anything about what's going on behind the scenes with regards to any bug UAP news?
I think he means big UAP news. I'm going to go ahead and jump out on a limb there. I can tell you that,
oh my God!
So I can't give anything specific away, but I can tell you this, and I've been telling people this the last couple of weeks. The most exciting thing about working at the debrief is hearing behind the scenes what those three partners are working on. When MJ, Benias, Micah Hanks, and Tim McMillan are working on these sort of stories, I mean, sometimes it's just, they'll send it to you and say, hey, we had given an editorial look over, and all of a sudden I'm reading an exclusive interview with Ryan Graves at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I can tell you that stuff is being worked on. I do think there is big news, and I do think there's exciting things. Christina, you know we have some events planned later in the year at the debrief here.
And one coming up just on Sunday.
Yeah, that Sunday will be at the UFO Congress. And although our talk at the UFO Congress is titled A Year in Review, I'm also referring to it as What's Next, because I think that's what people want to hear. So yes, we will definitely review what's happened over this last year when appropriate, but yes, the answer to that question is things are happening. More is in motion now than has been in motion at any time. Just because that report came out in June doesn't mean we've hit a brick wall. If anything, stuff's happening.
Oh, and Lou Elizondo said the exact same thing when I had him on last week. So we can expect some interesting things that all of us might be rather shocked
here from being Lou. If I would just narrow that down and put on the baseball cap, I would have like an Ellis. Maybe I'll be Lou for Halloween.
I support it. And talking about a year in review, you've written a ton of articles that can definitely be used for the meeting that we're having on Sunday. And in one article titled, NASA just released one of the most detailed high-def videos on Mars and you need to see it. And it states that the Curiosity rover released high-definition pictures of Mars, and that was released to the public in August by NASA. However,
All right, I'm done. Thomas, thank you.
This rover landed in a
Good
crater
next
in
Thomas Lee.
2012. So my question is,
I'm happy about
why does it take so long to get this specific panoramic
This is your first time on. I
photo that we just got in August? And what about the Perseverance rover that was just recently launched and that landed on Mars? Why do you think the Perseverance rover has been so
I'm
quiet?
actually taking applications out back.
So they announced today that the Perseverance rover had gathered one of its first samples. And one of the big missions, and keeping in mind that this has not been funded or perfectly planned yet, but one of the things the Perseverance rover are doing is taking samples of material that looks really interesting. And they'll say, okay, this rock, and by interesting I mean, between you and me, I think we all know, they're searching for signs of life there. They're searching for signs of microbial life. So they will grab these samples, cache them, is the term they use, but store them away for some future mission that NASA is planning. That, as the article I read yesterday pointed out, it needs new technology and new planning. So it's not done yet. But there will be a mission to go up, grab those samples, and bring them back for analysis in the lab on that. Like that literally, I think, happened yesterday or today with the Perseverance rover. On your first question on the Curiosity rover, and it took so long to put that photo together, that's an excellent question. You know, I speak to people at NASA all the time, and it's a question they'll ask. I haven't even thought about it. That rover has been up there doing a lot of stuff. I can tell you that video I pointed out, I put out, and the little article around it, part of what was going on was they were showing where it was going next. And it had gotten to a nice little rise. It had a great shot of the valley. So I would suspect, without knowing for sure, that part of the motivation was, we just have a really great view here. Let's do a photo.
That's not
Might as well just take a selfie while you're at it.
Right? Yeah, I think it was just one of those, you know, yeah, you're standing at the edge of Grand Canyon. And so, I mean, where's my phone?
What shocked me about this Curiosity rover was he got into the crater in 2012, and it's only traveled 16 miles in almost 10 years. That's what I found really interesting.
Yeah, that's just lazy.
That's pretty fucking deep. I mean, 5 more years you're an adult.
They're just lazy.
Were you in foster
You know,
care?
hey, I'm trying to keep it loose here. So with these sort of missions, you know, obviously, aside from the obvious, no one's directly there controlling it. We send control messages, the radio signals takes, you know, many minutes to get there, and then the operation.
Yeah, I mean,
when they plan a mission like this, they find an area that they think is the most tantalizing. They land there. I think that one's a Gusev crater. I'm not sure. I don't remember for sure. But I think it's a Gusev crater. And it lands there, and it really is just analyzing that little area that it is. You know, it's not designed to traverse miles and miles, but basically to be a little localized lab that has the ability to move around.
Programming stuff, it's really awful. I make
Maybe they could change the name from Curiosity rover to just like Chill rover or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't go very far.
Somewhat interesting.
I have the video.
Casually observing.
Okay. And so I'm getting in front of people. And,
I don't see why not. We should write a petition and change
You're
it.
goddamn right. Yeah, it's important to do both though. It's
But
important
you-
to see where you stand, but it's all good. Yeah, fans from like
You've
half of my
also written
stuff, so
several
why would you
articles
be banned from half
about
of my
Mars,
stuff?
having to do with
It's
photos
like
released
the,
to the public,
package, can I say
missions
that?
that have been launched to reach Mars, and potential life that could be on Mars. With everything that you have learned and researched, what are your current thoughts on Mars? Do you believe that there once was or still is life? And do you believe that enough effort in research is being made on the planet Mars?
He's like tried to cancel me, like told me I was a bad person.
Yes, yes, and yes. So I do think there's a very good chance that microbial life will be found on Mars. I even think there's a chance that back when it was a very wet planet, that things more complex than microbial life, and we may find fossils of aquatic animals or small land animals. I don't think those things are off the table.
in 1978, when the
I don't know. I said, stop fucking with me. And he said,
I think it's the Viking mission went to Mars.
Oh, yeah. No one
They
likes you guys.
believe the scientists that worked on that mission, some of which are still alive today, believe they found life then. They scooped up some material, put it in a little oven on the rover, cooked it up, analyzed the gas, and said, yes, these are signs of life. Now, since then, there wasn't enough independent confirmation, and it was one simple test. But I can tell you that the NASA scientist who was in charge of the program, and I reference him in one of those Mars articles, his name is not coming to me right now, but he believes to this day that they, that was the headline of the article he wrote for Scientific American about 3 years ago was, I believe we found life on Mars in 1978. And everything I have read has compelled me to feel that he's probably right. And all of these missions since, when you look at the rovers, that Spirit and Opportunity, when they went up, they pretty much proved that went past the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. They have pretty much proved full-size lakes, maybe even small oceans, and now these newest rovers are getting down to that nitty-gritty. I would not be the least bit surprised. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say I would be surprised if we don't. That would surprise.
How long, in your opinion, do you think it would take for us on Earth to know that there is life on Mars, to get evidence?
So I think the good news is it's going to happen soon. I think the bad news is that soon from the scientific term. So I think 9 or 10 years from now is when they're planning on sending. That's the rough range NASA's using for the sample return, Mars sample return mission I was talking about, where they would go up, grab the samples that have been stored in Perseverance, and bring them back to a lab on Earth for more detailed studies. I don't think any of the rovers we have there now, or any of the planned missions coming up, will be quite sophisticated enough to 100% confirm that. And I think that's why there is this focus on bringing that back here, where we can really analyze it in a laboratory setting and run hundreds of different tests. Because if we come, as I pointed out, in 1978, he said, okay, we found life, and people said, rightfully so, we probably need a little stronger confirmation. So I think that's where we are, Christine. I think 9, 10 years from now, I think we will have that answer. And based on the pace of the UAPTF and a lot of things that are happening with the Galileo project and NASA, we might find something interesting about life not on Earth before.
What do you think the chances are of finding marine life on Europa Academy?
Very high. I hear that a lot. Those were targets. You're talking about the moons of Jupiter and moons of Saturn that are icy moons. And yes, there's a lot of feeling. And this is something I tell people all the time. I say, 20 years ago, NASA didn't have astrobiologists. They did not have astrobiologists. They didn't even have a planetary protection officer, which they have now, which is essentially the person's job to make sure our missions going to other places don't pollute it with our microbes, as well as we don't bring back a killer virus or bacteria that wipes out a chunk of all of our planet. All of those people, all of those positions, that's what they do. There's now people within government, within universities, people within these organizations, that their entire job is astrobiology. Looking at life on other planets. And yes, I would not be the least bit surprised that the better we get at surfing our own solar system, and the better we get at searching those moons and other planets, that we might find all kinds of life across our own little solar system.
I sure do hope so, especially in our lifetime.
I think there's a good shot in your lifetime, Christine, that's for sure.
Well, let's get it tomorrow. Should have got it yesterday.
I was on the Fierce Gate Paranormal podcast yesterday, and I told the guys, I said, you know, you do reach an age in this search for UFOs and some of these other things where you do start to ask yourself, will I be here to see the answer or not? But for the first time really in my life since 2017, I really feel like a lot of things are close. I feel like a lot of things are imminent.
Ladies and
And
gentlemen,
with that being said, we're going to jump into a
put your hands together for
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina, become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
All right, gave you enough time to fix it.
Let's do words this time.
The yellow. I have a little yellow thing.
Yeah, and my whole room is like slightly darker, and my lights are right on me, so I don't know what's happening.
Probably just switched. In August, you wrote an article called "These 7 Star Trek Technologies May Soon Become a Reality." And let me just tell you, probably one of my favorite articles that you wrote, because it all touches a little bit of our nerdy side when it comes to Star Trek, but like it could be real life, so I loved reading it.
When MJ hired me, he said, "Chris, you're my fiction writer. So I want you, when you can, I want you to tie that bridge between science fact and science fiction as often as you can." And that was a story I was working on for a while. But our friend Micah Hanks, who we just saw on the screen, wrote an article about a group of scientists who had learned how to detect life remotely. So they were up in a helicopter and they could scan the ground and say, oh, there's signs of life there, there's signs of life over there. And of course, people who watch Star Trek go, yeah, they scan for signs of life all the time, whether it's with a little handheld tricorder or they do it from orbit. And that took something in my brain. And I said, you know, I think Mike is on to something. And I started digging through, looking for that. Like, where are we on transporters? Where are we on warp drives? Where are we on food replicators? And I found we were a lot closer of the vast majority of things from Star Trek than I would have guessed. And a number of which, as people pointed out, I mean, tablet PC computers, they were carrying them around on Next Generation before we had iPads. Talking to your computer by voice was something they did in the original Star Trek. Now I talk to Alexa 100 times a day. So those things, a lot of things have just straight up become reality. And yes, it was a fun article to write. It was a fun article to research. It did get a lot of positive response. And I can tell you there are some sequels coming with Star Wars and Stargate and some other sci-fi shows that, once again, shockingly, movies and shows predicted the future.
Where are you from?
And out of the 7 pieces of technology that you talked about in that specific article, which one are you looking forward to the most?
You started here.
So, although I write about warp drive a lot, and I have a big one-on-one interview with Sonny White coming out, Harold White, Sonny White, who was the warp drive pioneer over at NASA and now has his own group. I feel like warp drive is probably 50 to 100 years away, and that's me not knowing anything since the scientists I talked to. I think something like that is viable, and I think there is a real possibility that warp drive may be within our lifetime. Unfortunately, the one technology I touched on in there that I think we would all like the most, or at least is the one that everyone asks me about, is the transporter. And I really feel like the transporter is something that's not going to happen. And that's, again, that's my opinion. I can tell you the one I'm really looking forward to is the food replicator, because I'm tired of cooking.
I feel you on that one.
I lost my main job.
I'll just put stuff in the oven, letting it do its own thing after it's been frozen. But I'm really happy that you brought up several that I genuinely wanted to talk about. One of them being is the food replicator. You also mentioned in that specific article that there is something kind of already coming to us in present day. It actually came out in 2016 called Food Inc.
I can't believe that the
Yep.
place is
That blew my mind. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So I just did a little research on them, but they were basically a pop-up restaurant, I believe popped up in New York, and they pop up from place to place Food Inc. And they were the first, what they call printed food. So just what you would think, like a 3D printer prints physical components. They had developed a machine that you could load up with all these different ingredients, and it could more or less print you a tray of food. And I think the first people to do it were in a hospital, where they were doing it on a more like industrial scale, like here's your scoop of potatoes, here's your scoop of peas. But I believe Food Inc. is legitimately creating complex meals with a 3D printer.
That's what I was a little bit confused about as well, and like how it actually created food in 3D. I didn't get how it worked. But it also shocked me how the restaurant, their utensils, and their plates were also made out of 3D printers as well. I was like, oh my gosh, that's insane.
Yeah, really? You could rent a store space, bring in a materials printer and a 3D food printer, and print up potatoes, chairs, plates, right? Just print up everything and put it all together right there. But yeah, they are printing food. As far as getting to a replicator like in Star Trek, and I mentioned this at the end of that segment, to my understanding of the technology of Star Trek, the replicator works a lot like the transporter, where it essentially takes a programmed description of food by code and uses raw material to essentially manifest or create the food items. That's something that's probably, you know, if it's a reality, again, it falls under that same issue with the transporter, which current technology has a hard time getting.
Service technician over to your home.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was another movie, like I think in the early 2000s, called Spy Kids, and they had something very similar, but they used water molecules to create food. Apparently, it did later. Yeah, Jack Frost has a question, and he says, oh yeah, so what do you think about the Alcubierre drive?
So that's a great question, and I can tell you this, and I mentioned it in that Star Trek article. A warp drive was just something that people trained to. It's just that, hey, it goes fast, and it goes faster than light. It was just this science fiction idea. And in 1994, Mexican physicist Miguel Alcubierre Moya, he basically sat down and said, is this viable in math? Is it mathematically viable to create something that can go faster than light speed without violating the laws of physics?
You're about to say the N-word right
And he
now?
did. He proved it. He laid out the basic math for how you would build a craft that someone could safely ride inside and go faster than the speed of light. Now, there were a bunch of limitations to his original design, and not the least of which he was using things called negative energy and exotic matter. And like multi-dimensions or some other things in physics, they're theoretical. So he had to use theoretical solutions to get to his answer, but he could still make it consistent. And honestly, it's a great question because it is the basis pretty much for warp drive mechanics and warp drive theory that have come since. Whether it's Sunny Light or the people I reported on out of Chicago that were trying to patent the warp drive, the group out of Switzerland who's building a not faster than light, but a nearly faster light warp drive, and a bunch of other Dr. Eric Lentz has a warp drive concept. They all more or less fall back on the mathematics laid out by Miguel Alcubierre.
Right, but now presently they're trying to focus away from those exotic matter. Do you know what they're using instead, or what they're putting in their math equations?
That I don't know. I can tell you that the one that isn't going to go faster than the speed of light, the group, I can't think of their name. They are not using exotic matter, but at the same point, they're not proposing they can exceed light speed.
I can tell you that Sonny White at NASA, or who was at NASA, is now at the Limitless Space Institute, and I, like I said, some stories coming out on them. They are working on it, and they are working on one that still uses exotic matter, but uses significantly less. So Mikel Alcubierre needed about a Jupiter-sized amount of something highly theoretical, and Sonny White got it down to about, like an RV-size amount of exotic matter. So although we're not creating exotic matter, although scientists did recently lay eyeballs on it, and that's a story I have coming out. So it's not, it does exist. Exotic matter has moved into the fusible. Grabbing it, building a ship out of it, manufacturing with it, creating something out of it, that I don't know yet, and that's obviously we're so new in this. But yes, there are a number of exciting concepts about faster than light. I have some, Christine, I have some coming on traversable wormholes, and scientists that have worked out the math on that they feel those are viable. I have a couple of other concepts on warp drive, so although Dr. Alcubierre laid the groundwork for everybody, it created the opportunity for scientists to look at it legitimately, and they are a lot of them.
And Lua Lozano said on the podcast last week that in his opinion, he believes that the U.S. government is in possession of exotic matter. I found that really interesting, especially in the conversation that we're having right here, right now.
Interesting.
Very, very. So does that mean maybe we could see it in our lifetime?
Brian Swinehart. Oh, Brian Swinehart. I know this guy. I actually started stand-up comedy with him.
I'm still waiting for my anti-gravity skateboard for Back to the Future too. So as soon as I get that, I'm good to go.
10 months ago. Here he is, Brian Swinehart.
There was one more thing I wanted to touch on that article, because this article is beautiful. I love every word that you wrote. And one that you mentioned as well were the transporters. Now, you said that it's not really possible, at least right here, right now, to create a transporter. Could you explain why that is?
So, the idea of the transporter in Star Trek, and I actually, for each one of these technologies, along with researching the current science, I went ahead and went to StarTrek.com and to the fan sites to read what the interpretation of the actual Star Trek technologies, how are they describing that as being done? And the transporter is basically described as scanning you at atomic level to create a pattern, transfer that pattern to a new location, and then essentially use the same technology as the food replicator to manifest a new person with that exact material. So I think there's a couple of limitations. One I pointed out in the article is if that were exactly how it worked, you would be dead, and the clone of you would believe they were you, because they would have every single memory of yours right up to the moment you were scanned. And the minute they appear, go, oh no, I'm me, because they would have all your memories and everything. So there's just an inherent philosophical issue about that. As far as the technology, as far as actually doing it, I have read nothing and found nothing where matter, meaning the stuff we're made of, has been transported from one location to another. So there is something known as quantum teleportation, and it's in the literature. I mentioned it in that section in the article, and it's a proven thing. Transfer of information at the quantum level, what Einstein called spooky action at a distance, or what we call quantum entanglement, is basically this idea that subatomic particles that are entangled with each other can be separated by a great distance, and whatever effect, primarily the spin, but whatever effect you make on one is identical to the other. So it is reflected in the other. So there's this instantaneous faster than light change. So the idea of quantum teleportation of information is not only theoretical, it's proven. It's something they are able to do in lab.
All right.
teleportation of matter
vaccinated
is
over
still
here. You know what I mean?
something that
Somebody's
exists
got
in
a
science
dick that
fiction.
doesn't work
So,
anymore.
and I've yet to see any science working specifically towards something like a transport.
I like that for you, Brian.
And while we're still talking
know
about
at the
Star
time
Trek, but
not to
away
trust
from
that
the
guy. I
article
know
that
why
you
I
wrote,
had my
have you
initial thing.
watched
I
the recent Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard?
Just a feeling, man.
I have to plead guilty in not being as current on my Star Trek as I need to be, so I have not watched either. My wife has fallen in love with Patrick Stewart since he did a movie called Coda, and so she's been encouraging me that she will sit down and watch Picard with me. So I finally have someone to watch it with me. So yes, I will watch Picard. Discovery, I saw when it first premiered. I saw about 3 episodes, and then I started some work in a new company that moved my schedule all around. And it was just suddenly not an option for me. So I just fell out of the new Star Trek series. But you can ask me anything about Next Generation.
For a while, I was working a lot as a stand-in.
Well, when you get a chance, I recommend watching Discovery. The first several seasons are pretty darn good. And I know that Picard going to have their second season rather soon. That leads to my next question. Have you seen The Expanse? It's a rather new.
Have you been talking to MJ? So I had this conversation with our boss, MJ Benias, this morning. And
this morning?
Yeah, literally this morning we were, because we were talking about this, this article, this Star Trek 7 Technologies, has shown up in a lot of different places. It's the article of all the UFO stuff we do, of all the things I've done. It's the one I've been asked the most about. It's the most exciting because it's something we see. So he and I started talking about these follow-ups that we can do, these other science fiction theories, maybe even technologies of James Cameron from the Alien movies or Avatar movies. There's so much wealth in science fiction. And he said, well, I want to do something on The Expanse because that's just about the best show on television. So I have yet to watch it. I've been told by everyone I would love it. I have a creative issue. I'm in the middle of writing a science fiction novel. So when I'm writing in a field, I don't really watch entertainment that field because I try not to be influenced. So although I read the first 4 Game of Thrones books, when my first fantasy novel came out in 2015, I haven't watched Game of Thrones. I haven't been able to watch the TV series or read the last couple of books because I just don't want that influence in my fiction. I want my stuff to be as fresh and as original as possible. So The Expanse, MJ's going to do some things on the technology in The Expanse though for the debut. So, and he's an awesome writer, so I would look for that.
Well, you have to watch The Expanse. I hopefully season 6 will be coming out in December. We're still not too sure, but it's such a great TV show. And I was pretty hesitant when I heard about it. Everyone's like, yeah, you should watch it. You're going to love it. And I'm thinking, I can't be that good. I binge watched all 5 seasons.
Did you really?
I was like, this is actually really good.
And MJ is this close to making it like a job requirement for me. So something tells me I'll be watching it soon.
Oh,
you really will.
Oh, disgusting.
I know. Novel that you had just mentioned. How long does it usually take you to write a novel? And what are some of the biggest challenges you have when you write a novel?
So wait, on a boat, next to a boat, what's going on?
I've written 3. I have my 4th one coming out. I have a manuscript done for a 5th novel. So they've all been different. The first novel I started writing in 2010, and I didn't put it out until 2015. So it was literally a 5-year process. It literally took me 3 years to get what I would call a first draft manuscript. Then another year of editing myself over and over, rereading the same book over and over till it sounds right in my head, which is what I do with articles. I'm very proud of my degree stories. When you read them, that's something that I've reread 100 times to get it right. And so that's what happened with that first book. And then all of 2015, the book came out at the end of that year. I spent
spent the entire year working with an editor, professional editor, to get it right. So that one took that long. Book 2 in that fantasy series, I wrote the first draft manuscript in 59 days.
I don't know if you know this, David Lucas.
So something that had taken 4 years in the first book took 59 days in the second. Now they're not all going to be that fast, but yes, there's definitely. It really comes down to time and rhythm and how much coffee. Noodles and vanilla ice cream.
If we wrestle, I'd beat the
Coffee
shit
for
out of
you.
you.
What's your favorite food that you have to have when you're
I'm
writing?
a state qualifier.
Fuels you.
Georgia, and I go, yeah, but Georgia. And
So my
Ohio
wife has
are
this
levels
stuff.
back. He's like,
We
motherfucker,
call it Turbo Tea. Now it doesn't have
And then Joe
caffeine in
Rogan,
it
I was fine.
because
Everything
caffeine
was fine.
makes
And then
me
Joe
insane
Rogan
that I
goes,
can't sleep
Tony,
for 3
you're
days.
fucking crazy.
But
David
this
Lucas
stuff,
smashed me
I
in
can drink a
wrestling. I go,
glass of this in the
let's
morning,
fucking go
and I
right
get that
fucking
like
now. And a
fresh,
fun fact, after a
clear
stand-up show,
energy,
after everybody
and it
has
can go
left,
for
the
12 hours.
only
I can write all day.
here in
Now the
Vulcan
next
to
day,
witness
I'm a
it
total
on this
effort
very
mess.
stage.
But that
I
day,
fucking beat the shit
so
out of David
on long-form writing days, like if I'm writing a big feature, I had a big feature in the brief about a guy who's developing an anti-gravity ship in shop in New Jersey, and that feature took weeks of work and days of interactions and interviews, and then the actual day to write the story was about 10-12 hours of work. So that Turbo Tea, whatever it is, I'll take a picture of it and I'll tweet it out. So if any of your followers are like, what is this Turbo Tea? We read about it. Like I said, she's a health maniac. My wife's a runner and a yoga enthusiast, super into nutrition, and I read about this, and to this day, she says, Chris, it's your greatest find.
And we had
The Turbo Tea.
dumplings from
I have so many questions on it, but we're not going to get into it. Just send me a picture. I will research it. Essence has a question, and it says, will the James Webb Space Telescope be able to look at exoplanets and find life, looking for biosignature and technosignatures, and what will the scientific community reaction look like if an exoplanet has possible life?
The people that do this for a living at NASA and various universities, people I've spoken to in international organizations that have time booked on the James Webb Telescope, I can't remember, and maybe it's because I'm reporting on it now, but maybe I can't remember in my lifetime this much anticipation for a scientific instrument.
Tell me about it.
Oh, let me tell you. We were talking earlier about a sample return from Mars, finding life on Mars maybe in 10 years. The James Webb Telescope may find signs of life on another planet next year.
It doesn't really tell the story.
It's going up in December. A bunch of the, like for instance, there's a star system called, the star itself is TRAPPIST-1, and the planets around it, I think there's 7 or 8 planets in that system, and at least 3 of them are Earth-sized rocky planets that sit more or less in the star's habitable zone. There's an entire team who has booked time on James Webb just to look at those planets. As a matter of fact, I spoke to 4 different groups, including a group from France, a group from Canada, and 2 American groups, all with time booked on the James Webb Telescope, all to look at planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system. That's how encouraging that is. And yes, do I think we will find biosignatures in the atmosphere? Yes. Will we debate them? Yes, just like the potential biosignature we found in the atmosphere of Venus. But I think we may find some very robust ones. I think with the range of planets, with the ability, because think about it. Imagine the Hubble telescope is a pair of binoculars, right? You're standing on the mountain and you're looking for, say you're looking for a buffalo in the distance, right? Or what? I don't know. I watched a Western last night. So you're standing on a mountain, you got your binoculars, you're looking for buffalo. And you say, I see a bunch of little dots there, they might be buffalo. And then somebody pulls up with an actual, astronomical telescope that can take you right into, the face of that buffalo. That's the difference between Hubble and James Webb.
Hubble is a visual spectrum telescope that can more or less kind of look around, and it's found tons of stuff by looking around. James Webb telescope is an infrared telescope that can look so much closer at such deeper distances with so much more accuracy. We're going to see and find things with that telescope the same way Hubble did. The same way Hubble opened up the window. I mean, we didn't even know exoplanets existed, before that didn't play until the 90s, yeah. So, and Hubble opened that up. Well, now, this James Webb, it's going to change the game.
Doesn't look like a real thing.
I can't
but I'm
wait.
gonna try it
It's going to be lunchy so soon. Thank you so much, Askins. That was a really, really fun question. It got Chris all hyped up. You can tell he's getting a little excited.
James Webb is a big deal. That's a really exciting, that's as advanced a piece of astronomical equipment has ever been put into space. You can't overstate how valuable that telescope is.
For cell phone, everybody.
Oh, I'm excited.
Specifically for finding signs of life and possible technology.
I'm really
Motherfucking kill Tony. Thank you.
Imagine we look through that telescope, Christina. We spot a planet's atmosphere, and there's enough gases in that atmosphere, oxygen, methane, enough signatures that we say the only thing we can think of that would do that is life. And we say to ourselves, we found a planet that we don't know how complex the life is, but there's life there. Imagine what that does. Imagine what that does to this field. Every deep space mission we've ever talked about gets scrapped, and the whole budget gets poured into a probe to go there. That's my opinion. I don't know if it'll happen, but I think that changes everything.
It does. And, we've had the pleasure in talking to Jacob Mishra, who's also excited for the telescope, and who's also an astrobiologist. Because you've spoken to him several times through email, right? You've written several articles. And could you just kind of talk about what those articles were kind of covering over when it comes to astrobiology, Jacob Mishra, and possibly incorporating it with the James Webb?
He has a group called the Blue Marble Institute, Dr. Mishra, and basically that's what they do. They're at the cutting edge of looking for signs of technology, exobiology, as well as technosignatures. And they've written a number of science papers. He partnered up with, oh boy, I'm forgetting the names because I speak to so many scientists every day. But, yes, they are at the leading edge of that, the Blue Marble Institute. And they have NASA contracts and work in that same field as these people doing that. So I don't know that there's anything... I don't think that he's booked for time on James Webb. I don't know that there's an active project underway. But I can tell you what Jacob is indicative of to me. And I tell people this all the time. This is the biggest change.
You're being honest. Zero.
And you can
battery
quote me on
flex?
this, Christina.
No, not with
I
the
tell
microphone.
people all the time, people don't change their minds. Not in my opinion. I haven't seen the world many people change their minds in their life. What happens is old people with old ideas die, and new people with new ideas are born. Okay? And that's my quote. I use it all the time. And Jacob Mishra is representative of an entire generation of scientists who grew up with the idea that they feel life on other planets is more likely, not less likely. And I can tell you, growing up in the 20th century when I did, and growing up in the 70s and 80s, again, I pointed out, we didn't know there were other planets. We didn't know so many things that we do now. We didn't know there were rocky planets. We didn't know we'd find any in the habitable zone.
No way.
So much less the frequency. So the idea of life on other planets was just that in the 20th century for most people. It was science fiction. It was, we barely got a man to the moon. So the idea of other planets and other things. But I can tell you what, science and ufology, I think they're getting ready to meet in the middle. I mean, what happens when we start, what happens if the James Webb telescope says, all right, we've looked at 20 planets that might have life and 19 of them seem to have life. What do we do then? What does the conversation do? So if the idea is that UFOs, at least some of them, may either be probes from another planet sent here, or may actually contain biological entities inside them flying here to visit. I think that just continues to become more real as science moves forward. So I think guys like Jacob Misra, these people I talk to, Sharon Title, Dr. Title, these people I talk to, that are astrobiologists, looking for techno signatures, that's becoming the majority. If I talk to a scientist under 45, under 40, they are operating from, they believe there's life and they're looking for it, as opposed to, it might be there, we might as well look for it.
You can't avoid it anymore. There's no way. There's no way it can be a conversation that you can say, no, they're not real.
Imagine you live in the middle of a garden, it's 1,000 acres in every direction, and you're looking at your feet and there's a flower growing, and somebody tells you all around you the garden is exactly the same. What are the odds that that's the only place a flower would grow? And that's the thing I tell people all the time. When you look at these other Earth-like rocky planets, they're not made of something other than, there are only so many elements, there's only so much material. It's all made of the same stuff. So if that garden here on Earth are the right mix of dirt and water and radiation and all of these elements, created life that is so pervasive that it is everywhere on this planet, even places we never thought it would be. Extremophiles exist in places we never thought they would be. So the idea that there isn't other planets was the big argument. When that got put away, oh, they're not around, they're not going to be rocky, they're not going to be that. All of those things have gone away. All we're saying is, did life only happen once here? And it's so pervasive, it's everywhere on this planet, in all of these different forms. That almost seems like a religious thinking. To me, the thinking is more, it's a very simple piece of rock. We're flying around on a dirty raindrop that's orbiting the sun, right? It's just salt water and dirt and all that. That's everywhere. That's all in the cosmos. And there's planets just like Earth all throughout the cosmos.
It's incredible. You seem like you'd be here to protest the show.
And that's all the time we have for today's show. I want to thank all of you for joining Chris and I today. Thanks for the lively chat and the super chat. Y'all are always awesome. I want to thank Chris so much for coming to the show. Chris, can you take a moment to tell us where they can find you on social media and where they can find your books?
So I always tell people the top 3 places. First of all, just go to the debrief every day, because we're putting out stories every day. We're adding writers, we're adding content producers. So that's the best place to find. If you want to know what's going on and you're looking for what's going to happen next in the UAP story, what's going to happen next in cutting edge science where it meets science fiction, that's where I write that stuff. And to reiterate an earlier point, there's a lot of great stuff coming from those guys and myself as well. As far as me personally, there's 2 places to look. One, it's just my website, plainfiction.com, and that's my last name, Plain, the word fiction, because that's what I write over there is novels, and that is my Twitter as well. It's @plain_fiction, because somebody took the one.
Let's take an adventure here and talk
Well, there you
about
go. I
your
want to
design.
thank Chris yet again. And I want to say a huge thank you to all my Patreon supporters. I'm so humbled by all those that support me, my work, and this channel. For my Patreon supporters, we will do another 15 minutes of Q&A, which will be posted on the Patreon site later tonight. Everyone have a spectacular weekend. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
I love it. See, mostly, William, first of all, what do you think about cell phone wanting to fuck your parents? I'm actually
Seriously, I'm not even gonna lie. Ever since you told that fucking story on Saturday, I was
really like wholesome adults. I can or to see how that makes sense. I like you know, like things that grew up together, but I guess they would be like kind of setting people. Yeah, describe this for that. I've been texting last few years, so you know exactly. And people's feminine, you know, the opposite of masculine, but it's feminine men. Now, people with whatever, anything, right? With femme, yeah. Okay.
This podcast is sponsored by Date My Age.
Dating after 40? Let's just say it's different than it was when I was younger.
What is it they say? Men are like parking spaces. All the good ones are taken.
Does it feel like your dating pool gets smaller as you get older? That's why there's Date My Age, an online dating platform that offers an unmatched global reach. With users in over 40 countries, we're helping singles connect all over the world.
I went from feeling like I had no options to having so much to choose from.
Date My Age connects users based on mutual interests and similarities, not only their location.
When I saw all my matches, it seemed impossible that I wouldn't find the one.
Ready to connect with singles across the globe? Get 60% off when you join at datemyage.com today. That's datemyage.com to connect with thousands of singles worldwide. datemyage.com. Offer valid on standard browsers, US only.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Roller skating at the skate park. Yeah, usually like that. Only the vegan section, you guys. Oh, Trader James.
So, did you start the vegan food work after you got fired from Netflix and protesting Dave Chappelle?
Attitude, I don't understand. I guess what I really want to talk about is like that. Is that why do you think it is that so many people don't make shows like this, don't like dirty things that people say, or you know, like crazy stuff, or joking, or anything, everything. Why do you think it is? You hang out obviously with these types of people all the time. You're faggot, you're gay, you're this, you're that, you're everything.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Mysteries with a History, where I'll take you on a wild ride into the unknown, the strange, and the mysterious. Like you, I have questions, and like you, I want answers. Today, we will be talking about when allegedly UFOs went rogue and started attacking townsmen in Pilares, Brazil. But before we even get started into this seriously fascinating story, I don't know why it's more popular because your jaw is going to drop. Before we even start, let's bring in my special co-host, Jimmy Church. How are you doing, Jimmy?
Yeah, David Lucas.
How are you doing? And I also.
How is everybody?
Yeah, how's everyone doing in the live chat? I'm going to say hi to all my moderators, everyone that's just making it all lively up in there. How's everyone doing?
Try to pick a girl. If it's a guy, pick another one.
You know, welcome everybody. Thank you for the invite. This is a fascinating case. We'll get into that in a second. Right before the show,
he's already out of breath.
And Christina's just putting the pressure on me.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out how to do the chat. How do I log in? She says you can't. I'm going to have to tell you. You got to go to YouTube. You got to log in.
Oh yeah, we know Sandra.
Oh wait. We got 30 seconds. I'm like, dude, no chat today. But so that's what we're
right, Central. Here she comes, everybody. It's been on the show before, very funny.
You're stressing me out, man. But it's all good. Let me ask you this, Christine, and welcome to everybody. We skipped a week
Yeah, we did.
I
It's
had
been
frequent
crazy for
sex
everyone.
with a minor.
It's been really crazy. Crazy for you, crazy for myself, and a lot of things going on. If we catch up to any of that at the end of the show today, we can chat about all the other stuff that's going on. But I want to start here.
Because he can't be a tall glass of water.
How did you find this case?
But I'm thirsty though.
Just got lucky. I just stumbled upon it, and I just vaguely read it. I'm thinking this is gonna be the next episode, and I just dove into it, reading books, watching the documentary, getting my hands on, reading witness accounts, and of course, jumping on over to the Black Vault to read what John Greenwald had on it as well. So the link is below for those that do want to read the documents that he has.
Yeah, and that's fantastic because I agree with you. This is a case that deserves a lot more attention. You know, it goes back to 1977, but I have been looking into this case now for probably the better part of
you said your boyfriend did comedy. We had him on. He had a great set. You did the Thursday show. You did the Thursday show.
I remember when I first started to do the deep dive, I thought, holy crap, everybody was in on this case. Everything. You've got, the village, the local government, the military, the Air Force, researchers converging on the town. You've got deaths. People were killed, injured. You've got laser guns. Everything. You've got flying Winnebagos, and orbs and things in the water. And this went on for quite a while with all kinds of witnesses and victims and families.
Goddamn right. That's what I always say.
And crazy documented case. It's fantastic.
It is, and if for those that have a favorite alien movie, this story is gonna blow it out of the water because it's true. Allegedly it's true, and it really did happen for about 6,000 townsmen in the town of Flora. Yeah. So you have many witnesses.
There are, before we jump into the details of the case, what I remember doing is, now we're going back 30 years. I've researched this case a lot over the years now, and I hear references to it. Of course, James Fox is down there right now.
So you did some of his
he's doing
jokes?
his new documentary in Brazil. And there are similarities in that case that is the subject of his new documentary. And this case and other cases in Brazil that were going on up and down the coast in these small villages where eventually the military shows up and shoots videos and investigates and infiltrates these towns for an extended period of time. That all of this was going on, and so when I started to do the research for this, I remember, again, this is going back a few years, a while, but that this took place on an island, and I remember going and trying to find an island called and I couldn't. But where the town is, there are islands around it, which obviously there's fishing villages.
Can you beatbox a little bit? Can you beatbox for us right now?
I lived down in Central America for a while. Yeah, there it is right there. And you have these islands that are off the coast in South America, in the Caribbean, and Central America. Some of them are named, some aren't, but they're habitated. People live there, people fish from there, and there's fishing villages. And I've often wondered if there's a connection with the islands and the contact that was going on. Not necessarily from inland, right? From the Brazil side of the continent side, and not necessarily the island. So that's another aspect of this case that I've always found really, really fascinating, the island connection.
Wait, what did that white lady bizarre because this is a kind of a repetitive pattern amongst many UFO collapse or just one encounter. They're kind of near the water in some respects. But let's just kind of dive into the story on what happened. Like, what's it about? You want to tell the story or not?
You know what? My version's going to be colorful, exaggerated, and full of innuendo. You're going to be straight down the middle facts. So let's go with your factual side, and then I'll do the color commentary.
All right, I love it. So I will just go with the bullet points, and we'll make it real simple. So this happened for about 6 months in Brazil in 1977. And I have not heard another story that lasts that long. UFO sightings being seen every single night. It wasn't just like sparse here and there. It was consistent. And many witnesses said it happened about every night between 7 and 8 p.m. for 6 months, give or take. And what happened was these people that were just casually outside or even in their home would see incredibly bright lights that would penetrate through their roof, through their windows, through the walls, and it would practically burn their skin. But more than just burn it, it would add these kinds of puncture wounds in the skin. For females, mainly, it was in the chest area, and for males, it was near the neck and jugular area. Of course, there were also places such as the thigh and the lower part of the leg, but for the majority of the people that were interviewed, which is about 3,000 give or take, and that was just by the military that interviewed about 3,000 people. We don't actually know about how many people were interviewed by journalists and by other people, but overall, from the data that was collected, the neck and the chest area were the most prevalent. And it wasn't just one puncture wound, it could have been easily 2 or 3, along with burns that were somehow connected to radiation. Now, also with this, these people that were seeing these lights in the sky, it wasn't just one color. They were seeing yellow lights, green, and red. Some people believed that these lights were kind of like they were signaling either to the people on the ground or amongst the other ships that were in the same.
This podcast is sponsored by Date My Age.
Dating after 40? Let's just say it's different than it was when I was younger.
What is it they say? Men are like parking spaces. All the good ones are taken.
Does it feel like your dating pool gets smaller as you get older? That's why there's Date My Age, an online dating platform that offers an unmatched global reach. With users in over 40 countries, we're helping singles connect all over the world.
I went from feeling like I had no options to having so much to choose from.
Date My Age connects users based on mutual interests and similarities, not only their location.
When I saw all my matches, it seemed impossible that I wouldn't find the one.
Ready to connect with singles across the globe? Get 60% off when you join at datemyage.com today. That's datemyage.com to connect with thousands of singles worldwide. datemyage.com. Offer valid on standard browsers, US only.
Areas then, but of course that is not fully explained or understood into why these crafts had multiple lights. All right, Jimmy, I'll leave it to you now.
And in case anybody has noticed, Christina's not with us on terra firma. She's orbiting the planet right now, looking down at
I don't believe in domestic violence. I do
and
believe in domestic disputes. I feel like you can learn a lot about yourself with domestic
There you
disputes. Like,
go.
fellas, you ever try to body
What
slam
makes it
your
different
girl
from like American code?
Sugar.
and it didn't go as
Lots
easy as
of
you
it.
thought it would?
Lots of real sugar. Okay. Yeah, I can't. American code.
Just coke in general.
This is like being kissed by the baby Jesus.
So, yes.
So back to the story, Jimmy. I want to hear your version of it.
Let's get serious. This,
I found out that I needed like
the
gain weight.
original
Like, I've been skinny all my life,
sightings
right? Like
kicked
some
off.
of y'all
There
are
was
looking at
some
me and the
other stuff
microphone
with
stand
the
like, what's
local
one step in
police.
the jokes? It's
But
me.
the first things that kicked off with
Because when you're my size and certain clothes, you
the
can't wear like
villagers
muscle
was
shirts,
in
right?
late November
You gotta
of
have muscles
1977.
to wear muscle
And
shirts.
they ended up
Until I get
having,
tired of pulling up
I
the
went
sleeve
back
like
and
it's a
took
bra
some
strap. Like this
footnotes.
right here,
But listen to this, everybody. The first observation is November 27th, and that's in 1977. Then November 28th, November 29th, November 30th, December 2nd, December 4th. Just like rock and roll, rolling over into the new year. The military came in. The military had their own side. All of this continued. The military went back and wrote two versions of a report. One was 200 to 300 pages, and another version of that report was between 600 and 800 pages. Some of this has been available, and I have gone back over the years and read the translations of these reports. Absolutely fascinating. Jacques Vallée goes to Brazil. He heads straight there. He interviews a bunch of the villagers. Now, a couple of things that,
show up late.
and we'll get into this deeper, but immediately this is what stood out. They were recording Winnebago shape and size objects. So long, rectangular. Now, when they say Winnebago, for some reason they were thinking about campers or RVs. I don't know if there were, windows or things, but something made them multiple times describe some of these objects like that. And they would come from inland and over the village with lights on them. Enormous rectangular long objects in the sky. No wings, no propulsion.
We did it again.
That was that. There was another set of observations from some of the local fishermen in the area. And one of them, I remember, there was like a lady that owned like a seaside mall, something on the beach. And she said that her customers every night would go out and watch these blue lights come out over the ocean and then into the water and then back out again. And they would watch this from the beach.
So these witnesses are the women that owned this bar. They weren't afraid like everyone else.
Everybody was freaked out. No, this was not. This is the thing about this. Right, we talk about this all the time. The benevolent, kind,
they're doing
not so kind.
All you have your names or your websites.
This was a situation where just imagine this and how afraid this village was. That these objects were coming over the village and shooting these beams of light,
William Montgomery traveling with me all around
at individuals and burning them.
Yes, William Montgomery is killing it on
says that she's in her house, in her living room.
Cameos, they're absolutely
the lights
hilarious.
come from outside. They know what's going on, right? They're back.
Or Christmas
this thing
present
shot
or whatever the hell you want to celebrate,
or
just do it to make your loved one laugh. Why not have a personalized message from William Montgomery speaking vast sums of money on Cameo right now?
In the middle,
and
causing great pain. I mean, just imagine being burned.
You can barely
your
make
skin
rent.
being burned.
How loud can this place get for the
and
Kill
this
Tony
happened all
band?
over the village. Children, men, women, it didn't matter. Everybody is getting hit by these beams of light and getting burned. Out in the open, inside of homes, there was no protection. And Cloris was terrified. There was one of the things
one more time as loud as we can get it for the great D Madness on the bass.
I remember reading this originally. Ballet said with all of the interviews that he did, nobody got nauseous,
Shout out to the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka,
that's
and
in
the
his
Hotel
notes.
Dance Hammer.
Now that's interesting.
Tony saved 30% on a Sunday or a Monday night.
Point for point, there was
The official
always a
Kill Tony
feeling of
after party
weakness.
starts right
Some
now. Live
could
music
barely
coming at you in
walk
just a
after
few
getting
minutes.
hit by
Thank you guys
these
so
beams.
much for coming out. Love you guys.
Local losses of sensitivity, numbness, trembling. Their complexion would change and turn green in shades of gray. Anemia. Their blood and hemoglobin levels started to freak out.
Can I stop you right there? Can you go into a little bit more depth about that section, especially about the blood?
Yes. And for some reason, low arterial pressure, right, in different sections of the body. And was this related to the blackened skin? Is it related to some type of radiation poisoning and sickness from these lights? There was also reports now that there was the black circles, and then others had purple circles and red circles, again with the puncture wounds. Everybody described when they got hit by these beams of light as hot, burning, hot, painful, 2 to 3 puncture marks. Then their hair started to fall out. Right now, Jock wrote in his book that not only was their hair falling out, but the hair follicles themselves, especially on the men, were completely destroyed. Now, you would relate that possibly to radiation, but yet nobody was getting sick or had diarrhea, which is the point that I made opening up with this. Yeah. Very, very strange stuff. Now, also, I want to back up for a second that in Jock's book, he says it is in the islands around Bella where the waters of the Amazon majestically come to meet the ocean 1 degree south of the equator. And again, references to the islands. And if you go, my original investigation on this case was that this was an island. It was an island called Coros. I went earlier this week after I knew you were going to see the show. I was so excited, and I remember that. So I went to Google. So for those of you out there that are going to research, and you're going to go and Google, that's fine. Go Google Coros. You're not going to find the Coros Island. At least I haven't been able to. Maybe there's a smaller one that is locally called that, and it isn't, part of the historical record geographically. I don't know. But all of your investigations should involve just the town.
I agree with that. And back to some of the symptoms, not just symptoms, but like what happened. One thing that I found really interesting when I was reading was the local residents called these lights during this time called chupa chupa, which literally means sucker, because they believed that when they were getting punctured, that these entities were taking their blood. However, there was no real proof if that was the case or not. One book I did read was by Bob Pratt, and he had done an interview with multiple witnesses in Brazil, and he asked one woman, well, what gave it away to the fact that you believe that the blood was being taken out of your body? And she did not give a well enough explanation to why she believed that, but throughout the entire town, overall, they believed that these entities were taking their blood. And one doctor by the name of Carvalho, I don't know if I'm saying that right, she was one of the main doctors in this small town working in a clinic. She encountered practically the majority of the witnesses that had these encounters with these entities. And when she did blood tests on the people that had these puncture wounds, they had very low levels of hemoglobin. And I had to research, what's important about hemoglobin in the blood. I was a bit confused. And what it is, for those that might not know, it transfers oxygen through the body. Like it's an element, not an element, but you know what I mean. And it allows oxygen to be flowing through the blood. And my question is, I don't know if you know this, but my question would be, why would there be low levels of hemoglobin in the blood after these encounters?
performance,
Yeah,
perhaps
and it
golf,
happened
perhaps
over and
hot
over
yoga,
again.
perhaps a
And
long flight.
Dr.
Every problem
Cavallo,
that I put my body through, any
Dr.
trauma,
Cavallo
liquid
gave
IV keeps me hydrated,
Jacques
keeps the
Vallée
blood
his
flowing. It's
patient's
incredible. Tastes great.
And Jacques
Red
writes
Band, you
about
know
this
all
in the
about
book.
this.
It's all very similar, straight down the line.
And
And one of
16
them
ounces of water
was,
hydrates you
yeah,
2 times faster and more efficiently than water
Carvalho,
alone.
that's
It contains
it. That's
5
Carvalho.
essential
It's Carvalho.
vitamins: B3, B5,
Yes,
B6,
that's,
B12,
that's
and vitamin C. And it has
24
3
years
times the
old. This was
electrolytes of traditional
1977.
sports drinks. Made with premium ingredients. It's
No,
not
it's because
GMO,
she,
and it's
and
free
she was 24 at the
dairy
time that this
and
happened.
soy.
And I think that's incredibly young to have these kinds of encounters and have no idea what's going on. So I feel kind of bad for her at the time.
But they also come in lemon, lime,
crazy
pina colada,
And
watermelon,
just
strawberry,
imagine
passion fruit, and more. And it's so
panic
convenient. Also, you have
knowing
one little
that
packet
if
that you
you
can put
walked
in your pocket,
outside,
in your
you could get,
suitcase.
you know,
I have one
hit
at
in the
night,
back
one in
of
the
the
morning.
head
I love
with,
the liquid
with
IV.
some kind of,
That's right.
of
So grab
laser
your liquid IV
weapon
in bulk
that's going to burn.
nationwide at
The
Costco
other
or
part,
get 15%
and I
off when
think
you
we
go
all
to
should understand this.
liquidiv.com
Well, we're
and
talking
use the
about
code
blood
Tony
and
at
the
checkout.
concerns
That's
of
15%
blood
off
levels and pressures
anything you order
and
when you shop
hemoglobin.
Better Hydration today
There were puncture
using promo
wounds
code Tony
involved
at
with these laser hits.
liquidiv.com.
I'm saying laser.
You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what?
Didn't use the laser. They always said beams of light.
Ladies and gentlemen, every
and,
single week
coming
we have
from
some
these
of the
craft,
funniest guests.
the beams
in
of
the
light from
world
these
on this
burns would be
show.
1 inch,
And
2
this
inch.
week is
The
no
larger
different.
black
These two guys
ones
have been guests
were
before,
2
both
to
of
3
them
inches in
elite
diameter. That's a
comedy store
concentrated beam.
veterans that moved here
In that,
to Austin,
if you have a
Texas,
flashlight,
the new comedy
headlight on a
capital
car,
of the
it
world.
spreads apart, right? Okay, so by
Austin
the time it gets you,
residents,
your
former
whole
comedy
body's
store
illuminated.
employees,
You're not
two
going
of
to
my
have,
favorite top
something
young
like
rising
this. So
comedians in
that's
the
a
world. Make some noise for your
concentrated,
guests. Garrett
focused
Poston and Hassan Ahmad.
beam of light, beam of energy, I should say.
See, this guy
But
knows. He
there
knows
were
what's going on.
puncture wounds. So
This is the real deal.
we are thinking this is what I've always thought over the
Absolutely.
years.
Come here.
I think
Sit
it
down.
was a strange technology. Do I think that these lasers had
Garrett
needles in them or somehow
and
come
Hassan
down and puncture the
Ahmad.
I don't.
They host their own
No.
hit monthly
I think
show
that
here in
inside
Austin
that
called
beam
the
of
Solid
light
Comedy Show.
was
They
another,
have a
you know,
hit
a
podcast
very
called Spoiled Beans.
focused
There's also the Dangerous
fine
Round podcast,
laser
but I know them
there
as two
doing kind
stand-up
of
comedians
entrance
that had
into
the
the mind.
courage to leave Los
And
Angeles.
yes, and I
Time
think
in
that's
which
what
it was
was
very, very,
going on. Straight
very,
into the bloodstream, which was causing these issues with
Yeah,
with
sure.
blood levels
No,
and pressure and everything else.
It's a tough
Now,
decision
does that
to
sound
make
crazy?
to move
Sure
to a
it does.
completely different place where
But
you've
there were
established yourself
thousands of
in
people
one of the
that went through
landmarks of
this.
entertainment.
Now,
And then
the
there's
next
you two
point,
courageous bucks out here.
somewhere
and
in
it's flourishing.
Brazil,
Derek now opens up
inside of the
massive
Brazilian
venues all
military,
around the world with the great
there
Andrew Schultz.
is film, there
Andrew
is
Schultz texted me
video,
one evening. He said,
there is
"Hey,
documentation, there are reports, there are
rising,
witnesses
coming up the ranks,
that
gangster-ass
went up and
motherfuckers.
down the
I need
coast, not
one." And I
only
said, "I got one."
here,
Biggest assist
but
of my
in all
life.
kinds of other cities. Now, I want you to listen to this.
What'd you do, like Radio City
This
Music
is
Hall or
directly
something
from
like
Jacques
that?
Valley's book. He says,
Two
ground
shows of
truth.
radio. I haven't even
There
done
was no
Radio City. I
denying the
should've
wave
suggested
of
myself.
1977. It started in June near
Hassan
Cape
Ahmad, not allowed to get through TSA at
north
many
of the town
locations.
of DC, and it moved in both directions
considered
along the
just throwing on
coast
a random
towards
ass
St.
cowboy
Louis
hat for
to
no
the
reason.
east and toward Bellum to the west
We love
during
Hassan.
June
You
and
guys have
July
both been
to
on this
reach
show
the peak
before.
in
You know how it
September
works.
and
Comedians
October.
get an uninterrupted 60
I mean,
seconds. If I
the
pull their name out
Brazilian
of this bucket, you
military
see a bunch
was
of people
all
signed
over
up for
this
the
in the
opportunity
airports, up and down the
to get
coast,
that.
dealing
And then
with
after
this in
their 60
multiple towns.
seconds is up, I
And
interview them about
what went
life,
down
about anything. The entire thing is improvised.
specifically
Another 60 seconds
in
uninterrupted is up when you
November
hear
of
the sound of a kitty.
1977 when we
That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Andrew
collectively
Hollywood Bear.
interview all
And
of
I
these
talk with them
witnesses
and we figure out more about them. And the whole
was
thing is
some type of
random. Nothing
invasion.
is planned. You guys
There
ready
was
for this or
something
what?
going on, And the Brazilian military didn't know what to do. I
We will
went
start the
and
show
did,
with somebody we all
in
know
1977,
and have come to love this
The
guy.
Brazilian
Of course,
military,
as you
and
know,
this is no
he's living
joke,
in a
virtually
van 1 year
occupied
and a few months ago,
many of
and
these
since
towns.
then he has a
Came in,
Rolex watch.
set up
He has been
camp,
on private
troops,
jets all around the world.
tents,
The kid is working
and sat out
continuously. He can
there
headline
with
in any city that he
video
wants
and
at any
film
given time
cameras
because he's a fucking
all
star
day
now.
and all night
Ladies
for
and
6
gentlemen,
months.
sing it if you know the
And
words. This is Hans Kim.
this is the other thing. It ended nearly as quickly as it started. It was like one day, the Brazilian military is gone. It's split. And the villagers were like, well, can we get some help here? You know, what did you conclude? What is it? And
recently
it was
drove to
virtual
Oklahoma
silence
City to do
after
a
that.
show there, and
Just
I
an
read all the
incredible
billboards on the
case.
way up there. Now I
Yeah,
think I'm
they
a
just snapped their
Republican.
fingers and the military was gone. But before they left, they collected about 500 pictures, 3,000 witness accounts, 15 hours of film, and over 2,000 files were accumulated. Now, and I think it was in 2003 or 2005, some of it was released to the public, but not all of that information. And someone just asked, did you read the book UFO Danger Zone? I did. I loved it. And that one specific chapter, I think it was chapter 20 something, on this case specifically, I devoured it. I loved it so much.
I love white people. I can't wait till Asian
It was one
people
of
are
those things
considered
with
white one
me.
day.
I remember
I think we're a
saw,
couple decades away.
this goes back a long way.
Like where Italian people were 50
everyone.
years ago.
But I caught a couple, I'm investigating the case, and suddenly I see it on TV. And then I see another segment on another TV show. What is it about this case? And I went back and I jumped back into it, and it was very visible there for a minute. And for some reason, it has been silenced. I think this is something that hopefully today, us discussing it, is going to cause so many of you to go out there and do the deep dive. I want to swing back here, to this, which is this.
You do. That's as close to a cracker.
Again, this is from Jacques Vallée.
I love it.
He says the reason the phenomenon cannot be denied was very simple. Every evening, UFOs appear coming from the north.
Just constantly
Okay,
thinking cracker.
now you've got to look and see where Polaris is and where it is on that part of the coast. But the coastline heads up and goes west. Yes.
I've never seen this
Okay,
one before.
and you
We've been
see,
watching
if you
Hans's
back up, there you go.
wardrobe expand in the
You're
last
very
few months.
close
I don't know if you guys
to
noticed, but we do.
the
Is that
north
an
side of
Amazon
Brazil.
purchase?
Actually,
You have
no,
French
Tony. This is a
Guyana,
Lululemon.
right? There's Venezuela. But you see that up the coast right there and how it goes north? That's what we're talking about.
See, this
here.
is one of the greatest
Very interesting
things
point,
in all
because
of
after
the
that
history
it's
of
east
the
west.
show.
And
Because,
also, if
you
you
know,
go
the
directly
regulars
north,
getting to watch
you over
them
the water,
work and
right?
get better
Okay,
and
you over
make
the Atlantic.
material is one
So,
thing. But the amazing thing about Hans is that we've actually watched him go from
coming from the north. In some cases,
nothing
they
burger
flew down from the
that
sky.
exclusively
In
wore
others,
free
they
t-shirts that were
emerged
given to
out
him.
of
Like
the
at one
ocean.
point he was just
I
wearing the
saw a
screwball peanut
photograph
butter
of an
whiskey
object with a
shirts and
luminous
the
white
Deep
ring
Eddy shirts
flying
and all the
right out of the
sponsors and
brackish
everything.
water
And now
at dusk.
look at
This
you.
is Jacques Vallée. They
They
came over the islands at low altitude and circled. They descended as if to land. They made loops and accelerated suddenly. They hovered over houses and probed inside with beams. They even emerged out of larger objects and then re-entered them. And this happened on schedule every evening for 3 months. Now, can you imagine how terrified
What you wear is
you
called a
would
towel on
be
your
in
head.
this village? You know, you've got no defenses, you've got no nothing, and you're running down the street being chased by, right?
Yeah, no, it's awful. And I was reading stories that people pulled out their guns and tried to shoot the lights. And I'm thinking, good luck with that. I'm really sorry.
Does it feel more expensive? Like, does it feel like different than? Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm wearing a Comedy Store hoodie, so
Red Band still hasn't learned how to call yet. It's just shaped like one. So Hans, what else are you spending your money on? Lululemon's a big deal. Wait till you try Aloe. A-L-O.
Oh, shit.
Slightly better.
Yeah, I'm wearing shit that girls wear. It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking unbelievable. Feels better.
I bought like $1,000 worth of podcast lights, for my podcast that no one watches.
Right, yeah. Maybe that'll be the difference. I think a lot of people have been saying this would be interesting if the lighting was better. A lot of the listeners are like, the lighting. I can hear that the lighting isn't quite up to. All right, $1,000 worth of lights. What else? You have your girlfriend. Have you been spending any money on her?
Yeah, I bought her tickets to Las Vegas and then I refunded it immediately.
Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on. Wait, why?
Oh, just because I got a great opportunity to open up for my hero and my mentor, you.
That's right. Absolutely. So that's right. I'm taking you to Philly and Boston this week.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Steve Madden is making some kind of joke back there. I'm not exactly sure why. Sometimes I'm blind to what he says. Goddamn right. All right, Hans. What else?
I have a gun.
Ooh, wow. Says it like it's on him right now.
No, it's not on me.
Oh, okay.
I did have it on me when I bought this sweatshirt.
You did. You went into Lululemon with a gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
I knew I was the only one with a gun there, because
no doubt it is famous for having yoga apparel. Very few guns in the yoga world. Just pistols. What made you go into Lululemon with a gun?
I was with my girl, and I just wanted to protect her from
any black guys trying to fuck.
Yeah.
Or crackers.
Wow. It's funny that you get to throw that around like that. You use any other racial slurs? You technically could do almost any of them except for one.
Which one is that?
Yeah, which one?
Why don't you just start naming them and we'll stop you and you hit the line. Hans, you're unbelievable. You make this look easy every single week. You're a fucking rock star, and I'm so proud of you. Hans Kim, everybody, with everything you managed to get things started.
Legend.
You guys ready to go to this fucking bucket? This is where shit gets weird. It could get weird. It probably will. It could be anybody. It could be a crazy person. Maybe you signed up. Who knows? I'm going to pull a name out. Your first comedian out of the bucket tonight goes by the name of Melissa Diaz. Melissa Diaz. Here she comes. She's got a steady pace, making her way to the stage. I do believe this is her first time on the show. Make some noise for Melissa Diaz, everyone.
Hey, I work out a lot, and it's like you gotta just do it, not think about death or whatever. But you get a weight, and it's basically do that. You do reps with that weight. But I started calling them rapes instead of reps because every time I do a pull-up, inside I'm like, no, please stop. I don't like this. I'm not comfortable. Please don't. So then I have to yell at myself. I go, shut up, you stupid fat bitch. You know you like it. Stupid bitch. Don't tell anybody, I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, whatever. I'm getting older, so I can work out my body. Like, I really can't. There's no curls for your pussy, so that's kind of unfortunate. Kind of wish there was. I don't even know what it's going to look like in years from. I've never seen a picture. I don't know what happens. I think I have a mental block. I'm going to take a picture for science every single day of my puss from now till I'm 80. Just slowly watch it turn into a clean surface.
Shit, that thing scared me. I forgot how this should have worked for a second. It's been almost 10 years. I got a little comfortable there. Holy shit, that's a rare treat. Whoa. Jesus Christ. You really had my attention there. That was incredible. Melissa Diaz. Wow. Incredible performance. Incredible. I loved your rape thing. That was amazing. A lot of people say rape's not funny. I come from the other school where I think it's absolutely hilarious. You really punched that one up a little bit. That's amazing, Melissa. You guys were there for that, Derek.
The pacing on that first rape joke. She walked us all slowly into that rape. You know what I mean? Like she took her time. It was very well done.
Right. You hit the punchlines. They came right out of around the corner, out of nowhere, like it was a parking deck or something like that. Absolutely incredible. You had us all a captive audience to the rape bit. Melissa Diaz. Is this your first time on the show? Second time. What did we learn about you your first time on?
That I like books a lot, and that I am a con artist. Those are the two things.
Okay.
But I am no longer that. I'm unemployed now.
Okay. What happened? Why are you unemployed now?
Benefits.
Well,
before I was a software developer, but I sucked at it. So it's like my boyfriend is a software developer. So
your boyfriend is also a software developer.
Yeah, well, we had my job together basically. So I was the face of it, face of diversity.
Oh wow.
Diaz. I'm Melissa Diaz.
Right.
I love to pose, and then I love it. Yeah, they do like, I want to live in America. I want to live in America. And they're like, oh my God, they're so hardworking, such a hardworking people.
Wow, you're funny. You're like if Sarah Silverman was funny.
She used to be.
She used to be.
The record Ralph Snyder.
She used to be. I saw her in an Uber commercial this week. So
really?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. No better time to be woke in Los Angeles than right now. I love it. Melissa, do you consider yourself woke?
No, I'm sleepy.
Right. Exactly. Quite the opposite, it seems.
Yeah.
I think a lot of women would be afraid to make rape jokes like what you did, and you made it funny, which says a lot. That's what we love. You know what I mean? Us comedy store people love it when you take a tough subject and figure out how to find the funny in there, and that was incredible. You put it on yourself, you put it on how hard the gym is, something everybody can relate to. Incredible stuff. What else, Melissa? What should we know about you that we didn't find out last time you were here? Other than the fact that you look like a Sonomot if you shaved and put on a wig.
Yeah. When did you stop teaching potions at Hogwarts?
How long have you been doing stand-up, Melissa?
7 years.
7 years. And where are you from?
I'm from New York State originally.
Wow. How long have you lived in Austin?
9 months at this point.
What made you move here 9 months ago?
I don't know. I've lived in New York all of my life.
Right.
From the Bronx, and you might open air prison above Manhattan. You may have heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's also known as Puerto Rico.
Yep.
Puerto Rico. I don't know. I've lived there all my life, and I don't like cocaine, and this seemed like a good
Absolutely.
alternative.
You came to the right place. You must love ketamine. Wow. Incredible, Melissa. So you're with a white coder, right? And how long have you been with this guy?
6 years.
6 years. That's a long time. How do you guys keep it exciting? 6 years with someone seems hard.
I don't know. We're compatible. We're both really neurotic. That's kind of what.
Okay.
But the neuroses kind of complement each other in a fucked up way.
Yeah.
So we just sit down and think about death a lot.
Oh, I like that.
And hold each other, And that's what keeps you together when you know that you're in the dark with one other person. You just hold each other until it's over.
D Madness. D Madness. There it is. There he is. D Madness with a perfectly timed tell me about it. Perfect timing. That of the
Wait a minute, so like anybody you hold on the street is just your lover for the moment?
Deep Madness lives a whole life of holding on in the dark. Melissa Diaz. Very, very, very interesting stuff. In 6 years, and you guys are still attracted to one another, your sex lives are active.
Yeah.
You're still able to turn his software into hardware.
Yeah.
Incredible.
A little scary now, actually, because he started taking testosterone treatments.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, that's consistent with that.
So, have you noticed? Right, he's feeling good.
Yeah. A lot more aroused. So
Exactly.
gotta keep up.
Then also his happiness levels, correct?
Happiness levels?
Like,
actually, yeah.
one thing that I think gets lost in testosterone is that people don't realize that it activates your brain a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's a lot happier. He feels just more energized. It's good for him. I'm glad he's doing it.
Tony, I start this Wednesday.
You gonna do it?
Yeah, I just got my levels checked, and I guess I'm a lesbian.
Wow, that is true. I've been saying this for years. A morbidly obese lesbian. Let's not forget.
I just love
that means you will eat out anything, anywhere, anytime. It's unbelievable. I cannot wait to see Red Band get some fucking color to his face other than green. You look like the not so incredible Hulk. Good. See?
Red Banner.
That's so stupid. You almost stopped yourself from saying it, and then you couldn't help yourself.
Hey, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday, though.
Melissa Diaz, you have one of these? You already have one? There you go. Get out of here. Melissa Diaz. She's on a real show now on Thursday. You just watched somebody go from being a random piece of paper in a bucket to getting booked on the best comedy show in town on a Thursday night. You guys get it? Should we keep going? Your next comedian goes by the name of Mike Hale. Mike Hale, everybody. So we're going to see what happens here with Mike Hale. And here he comes, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mike Hale.
Hey guys, thank you so much. So sweet. I'm really into microdosing lately. Anybody else? Yeah, we got some macrodosers in the balcony, right? Those of you guys not hip into it. Microdosing is where every 4 hours or so I just take like these insies from just the tiniest corner of a Viagra. Just to stay thick throughout the day. You know what I mean? My favorite part about microdosing is it's like a fun little secret, you know? Like, you're on drugs, but nobody else knows you're on drugs. Well, 2 weeks ago, I accidentally wasn't paying attention. I took a whole Viagra, and suddenly everybody knew that I was on drugs. That's what I get for wearing basketball shorts to a funeral. Hey, if you knew my Uncle Frank, it's exactly what he would have wanted, okay? Thank you.
Mike Hale. There you go. I could tell you microdose Viagra because that set appeared to get harder as it went on. Sometimes even I amaze myself, but it's a really good one. Welcome to the show, Mike. This is your first time here, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. How long you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
About a year. Where at?
Right here.
In Austin, Texas. Holy shit. Look at that. Okay. And then have you lived here your whole life?
No, I've been here for about 4 years.
4 years. Where did you move from 4 years ago?
I've kind of lived down here in Texas for like the last 10 years or so, but I'm originally from Akron, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio. We know it very well. The birthplace of Joe Walsh, of Eagles fame. The birthplace of LeBron James. The birthplace of B.F. Goodrich and Goodyear, the inventors of your tires.
The Wright brothers.
Absolutely. Well, yep. kind of right about that one right there. I don't think it was exactly accurate. We are from the state of Ohio. Good guess. Mike Hale. So you moved here 4 years ago. What do you do for work?
I just got my first job in tech.
Ooh, okay. What are you doing? Did you take a job from a young Mexican lady? Working in software? What are you doing in tech?
I'm kind of doing, it's almost like sales, like partnerships in between different tech companies.
Wow, it sounds horrible.
It's a job.
Got it. You enjoy it?
It's not bad. I mean, it lets me do this nights and weekends.
You sit in an office during the day?
No, working for the most part.
Okay.
Every once in a while I'll go in.
All right. What's your home life like? You live by yourself?
Married.
Married? Okay. Kids?
No.
No. No way. Why? Why is that a no? The guy that's on Viagra all day. I thought you'd be fucking pumping them out like fucking.
No, I think they're like, I don't know, they're like gross.
Okay. All right.
It
sounds like he's making his cover right now. He's like, oh, they're gross. 4 years in Texas. He's already pro-abortion. I love it. What's so gross about kids?
It's not, I don't know. They seem like a lot of work, I guess, is the big part of it.
Sounds kind of suspicious,
right?
right?
Like a lot of, I don't know. Just have kids. It seems like it ruins your life a little bit. Sorry if you have kids. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with having kids. It just seems
So tell us in your amazing world where kids would stop all the fun that you're having. Tell us what you do for fun. Let's hear a little bit about your social life. Like, what do you do at nighttime when you're not doing stand-up?
When I'm not doing stand-up, really just enjoying the fruits of Austin, Texas.
Wow, the fruits. Jesus, that is the gayest answer I've ever heard. I suck hot, Tony. Enjoying the fruits and the fairies of this beautiful city.
Don't tell my wife.
Yeah. All the fruits are mostly bananas and, all right. What are the fruits to you?
I don't know. Austin's just like the culture, the arts, the culture, but the food. You can't beat the food in Austin.
Right. Let me guess. Sausage. You know what I'm saying? Just fruits and sausage over here. We're finding out a lot about you right now, Mike. The truth is coming out.
It's got a lot more intimate. That's what I thought it would.
Hell yeah. Welcome. So, tell us more. Tell us more about these fruits, because everything you say sounds kind of gay. I want to see how many accidental gay answers you could give me.
We can do this all night.
Let's prove it. I'll decide how long we do it for. You just tell me more of what you like to do.
That's really it. When I moved here, it was the music capital of the world. It still is. There's still, you can go 2 p.m. on a Thursday and see, you're still on the street blues and stuff like that. And so that's one of my favorite things about Austin. That's what we spend a ton of time. And I guess we don't have kids, so we can do more stuff like that. I guess is what I was saying when I was talking about not wanting to have kids, sort of thing.
Holy shit, Mike. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. You trying to put me asleep so you can fuck me right now? Is that what's going on? That's what he did there. That was the double gay super trick right there. It's just like, no, not much, Tony. I just admit to it. Red Band thinks you're gay too. All right. Mike, tell us something interesting about your life, your history. There must be something you ever saved anybody's life or almost die or anything interesting ever, like something really cool?
So when I first moved to Austin, I was playing music and I got cast in a rom-com that was shooting here in Austin. And so that was an interesting, I got to hang out with Josh Duhamel and stuff like that.
Who's Josh Duhamel?
And by rom-com, you mean gay porn? Yeah. Well, that's not what they put on the casting call, but when I showed up, like, what am I going to leave?
All right. So what type of music were you playing when you moved here?
Just singer-songwriter kind of stuff. Austin is an incredible place for...
You're a singer?
Yes.
Okay, so the band played something. Will you give us a little example of your singing? What type of... Name a song. The guys behind you are actual musicians. You are in the music capital of the world, you shit-talking fuck.
You guys know any George Michael?
Well, this place used to be the music capital of the world. You can still catch a show anywhere at 2 a.m. But I mean, fucking idiot.
Oh, it still is. It's an incredible place for music.
Deep Madness knows exactly where you're standing right now, by the way. He's got a fucking sonar, all right? He will throw that guitar right at your face. Name a song or something. These guys will play whatever you want. Can you play The Fruits of Thy Labor? Do you know anything from the soundtrack of Brokeback Mountain?
The ending scene.
Do you have anything? Do you have anything from that 5th Street remix? Oh shit! Something's about to go on. Oh shit! It's like the gay version of 8 Mile right now.
I'll never lost my mind. There was something so special about that day. Even your most I'd let go, there's so much space.
All right. That was good. That was good. Oh, he's looking, he's pointing at someone in the balcony. Wow. Must be a dude with his legs open up there. Thank you. This fucking guy.
That song is so much better from the perspective of a man deep in the closet. That song is like way more intense. Where was that nigga when you was doing stand-up? I saw CeeLo Green come out of this nigga.
Oh, yeah.
But when he was doing stand-up, he was like, he was like, what?
He was making all the musical faces of it. You got that part down. The sound was all right, but you looked like a musician. I'd like to get that in the studio and mix it up a little bit and lay the track over your actual performance.
Thank you.
You have some star power, Mike. I like it. Congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. You've been doing it a year. Here's a little joke book for you. Thank you so much, Mike. Fun times. There you go. There he goes. That man can get. She's from Akron, Ohio. Let's do one more here. Let's get another bucket pull out of here. These people have been a little bit normal tonight. A little bit. Got some good comedians out of this bucket so far. We have to see someone fail massively. Let's see what happens here. Could be another killer. Sometimes that happens. Make some noise for Jason Messna, or Messiah, or Messru, perhaps. Whoa, from the very front. Oh my goodness, this is happening, folks. This is always very exciting when someone from the actual audience signed up. Come on, everybody, make some noise for Jason.
I totally was just going to go piss if it wasn't my name called, but I can make it do this. So I'm basically just here because Hans Kim made out with my ex. I'm just here to get revenge by also making out with him. So anyways, who has heard of Coachella? My round of applause. If the other jokes failed, I was knowing that I was going to give me at least one round of applause. But I went to Coachella in 2019, and I thought it'd be funny to bring a plant into Coachella. And my friends were like, there's no way you're going to get a plant into Coachella. And I was like, yes, if I call it my emotional support plant, they're going to let me bring it in. And so I went to Coachella. I had an emotional support plant. I named it Gary. And went in, and I've been going, yeah, but.
Wow. Jason Messna. What's your last name? Messna. Okay. Jason. It's fun to have two gay musicians up back to back like this. You spent most of your set asking the audience if they know what Coachella is. That's what I have in my notes. Coachella 2019, Gary the Plant. What were you getting at? D Madness is about to jump to his death. He hated your set so badly. What were you getting at there, Jason? First of all, your first time trying stand-up comedy, correct?
Yeah.
I could tell. Jason, everybody. Put your hands together for Jason. It takes a lot of courage. A lot of courage. Now, is this true? Did Hans make out with your ex?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Were you guys together when it happened?
No. So I live in California and we broke up, and she knows I love this show and have watched it for years. And she moved here after we broke up.
Oh, I remember her.
Said it on the show.
I don't think she did, because I was telling her that she had an opportunity to talk some shit, but she totally let it go and did it. But
right. But you think that she made out with Hans just to hurt
yeah,
you?
she texted me like right after it happened.
Oh my God. And she was trying to make you mad.
Yeah.
Did
But
you?
it backfired. I own a tattoo shop, and I show everybody Kill Tony, and one of my favorite stories is to tell us that story.
Right. It also backfired because Hans has herpes.
I mean, she might have been the one, so.
Right. Oh, you have it too. Okay, I get it. I love it. Okay, Jason. First time on the show, first time doing stand-up. Where are you from?
California.
Where?
Northern.
Okay. Okay. Chino. All
If
right.
you noticed a bump from Chico, California, that's me. I literally show everybody that I tattoo the show.
Okay. Beautiful. I love it. We've seen a lot of activity coming out of Chico, California as of late. It's really noticeable. Okay. So you do tattoos for a living?
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Okay. And is this something that you've always wanted to do, or this is sort of just like you're just visiting Austin?
No, actually, I'm on a road trip, and we were going to end up being in Austin on our road trip, but the 2 Mondays that we're here, you're not filming, or the tickets were sold out or something.
Correct.
So we were originally in Colorado and flew here, because it's my birthday today, to come to this show so that we wouldn't miss it.
Wow, look at that. That's incredible. And this is your new girlfriend?
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. I'm guessing that that's an upgrade because Hans has never made out with anybody that looks like that before. That's for sure. That is for sure. Where'd you meet this one at? How do you get someone like that with a nasally voice like yours?
I mean,
Well, Tommy, to tell you the truth,
You know it's bad if I make fun of your voice.
Actually, it gave me confidence coming up here because I know what my voice sounds like. But since you're the host, I was like, it should be fine.
No, it'll not be fine. Oh, you assholes are turning on me. Oh. Fucking crackers. Stupid. I love it. So, Jason, seriously though, where'd you meet her? I'm just curious.
I met through a friend at the races in Chico.
The races? Like car races?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So you just go to the races all the time?
No, I don't, but she actually does. And I had a friend that...
Okay, white trash. I like it. Very good. Hell yeah, party machine. I like it. The only race in Chico is white people, by the way, for those of you.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Jason, what's a fun fact about your life that we would be interested to know about? You've seen this show before. You've shown it to all of your friends in Chico. What do you think? You're inside of the interview of one of the episodes right
In
now.
my head, I thought about a million things I would say during this part, and now I'm like,
Yeah, not as easy as it looks, huh, asshole?
It's not.
I swear to God, I'm going to go there and I'm going to do better than anybody ever has. I'm going to go to Austin, Texas, I'm going to show my ex-girlfriend that she can make out with Hans Kemp, but I can do what he does any day of the week. And I can tattoo.
Give us an interesting something about your life. Your parents separated when you were very young, correct?
Yeah.
You're a tattoo artist. You were like 3 years old at the time, 3 or 4.
No, like 8th grade or something. I ran from the cops and got away.
Ooh, okay, that's an
Yeah,
interesting
actually,
one.
tattoo about it. And I have a tattoo leg where everything on this leg has a crazy story to it. Actually, I messaged.
Take off your fucking pants right now. Let's go over this whole.
Show the leg. Show the
Here we
leg.
go. Let's
Show
go.
the leg. Show the
Let's
leg.
go. Hold on. I'm gonna have the last comedian come up here and suck your cock while this is all happening. Well, Tony, to be honest with you, I don't mind that idea at all. No, let's see the leg. It's okay. It's okay. You have a beautiful package, by the way. Good job. What does that say? Longest? Coolest tattoo you'll ever see. Okay, that's a shitty tattoo. All right. Can you just tell us one of the stories? It's just a plethora of shitty tattoos.
Some of the, if I share the memory with someone, I'll let them do the tattoo, whether they know how to or not. And I actually messaged a bunch of you guys. I'll let you tattoo me live on stage if you give me a minute.
Right.
I actually brought my tattoo shit.
You did? Wow. You brought it in?
You gotta do it.
You know what I think? I think you should get your real revenge. I think you should go up to the green room and give Hans Kim his first tattoo. I mean... Red Band's concerned about insurance. What? Who do you think's gonna sue who? Oh. Sue Me is actually one of Hans's cousins. Yes. Where's Hans? Give me Hans Kim. Get him up here right now. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. H-A-M-S. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim.
Somebody check the broom closet.
This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim.
Wow. Oh. Whoa. There he is, my favorite little superstar. Look at him. I feel like it's been days since I've seen you. The great Hans Kim has arrived. Hans, do you remember making out with this man's girlfriend?
Not at all.
Savage.
Oh, I love this man. I love that. Oh, he was such a fucking normal little autistic kid. When I first met him, he was just a good little boy. Now he's like, sorry, faggot. The loser bitch ex-girlfriend of yours meant nothing to me. Wow. Hans, have you ever thought about getting a tattoo?
I'm down.
Really? So if I send you two up to the green room, you'll let them do a little something on you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then in whatever, an hour and 10 or whatever, however much longer we have, about another 50 minutes, you guys will come down and we'll get an update. Is that cool? Awesome. Unbelievable. This is Kill Tony history happening right now, completely improvised, live in front of you. This is the episode that Hans got his first tattoo. That's Jason Messon, everybody. Get to work. Hell yeah. That's awesome. That is incredible. Jason, get your little kit. Where are you going? Come over here. Get your fucking kit. No. Oh, here, sure. Take one of those. You suck, but I'm giving you a big one anyway. It was good for a first appearance. You don't have to leave if you don't want to. You can stay. Someone's going to fuck your girlfriend while you're tattooing Hans. Oh, that's the tattoo kit. All right, yeah. Go run into him and come back. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, while that's all happening, we're going to get the show moving along. Another one of your regulars is here. This guy, another absolute legend of the fucking game. Famous for his unbelievable joke writing and ridiculous roasting skills. My fucking little brother. Make some noise for David Lucas, everybody. Live. David motherfucking Lucas.
Yeah. I was fucking with this tarot card reader, and I cheated on that bitch just to show her that shit don't work. It's like, what card was that, bitch? You must have been reading Uno cards. Yeah. Since I moved to Austin, I've been getting into white women, man. I really love white girls that wear hoka shoes. That shit is sexy, man. I don't even use Tinder. I just walk down the sidewalk and look at what bitch is walking a pit bull. I'm like, if she'll rescue that, she'll rescue my ass. All right, thank you, man.
Wow. David motherfucking Lucas, the second of our 3 regulars, showing again how it's done. Unbelievable performance, David.
Oh, there, what's up?
What's up? Hey, how's it going, buddy? How are you, my friend?
I'm chilling, dog.
You look fucking bigger than ever. I mean, this is wild. You look
1990s gay, nigga.
God damn it. A lot of people this weekend went to ACL Live. David went to KFC Live.
Tony didn't go to ACL. He went to BBC.
Well.
Hey, Tony, they knew you was gay when you was a baby because you was the only baby with shit stains on the front of his diaper.
Wait a second. You're saying that when I was a baby, I was fucking other babies' asses? You're saying I was a baby?
Top baby. Yeah, you weren't Gerber. They had to get that nigga a dildo to suck on to get quiet.
I don't know. I don't know how you knew that, but that's actually a fact.
You know those little things that babies pull out? They be giving Tony many things to pull it out.
When David was a baby, he slept in a McCrib.
Tony, when you was a baby, they didn't believe in C's because they let you sleep stomach down, nigga. That motherfucker slept in sniper position.
That's true. Are you able to sleep on your stomach with the Darth Vader helmet you have to wear to bed? Motherfucking looking like Darth Vader.
So you gotta sleep next to a heated up dildo to go to sleep. Put it in the microwave on 30 seconds.
30 seconds is a little long, but I think 22 is the magic number there. But I like this style. You have 2 different types of denim on tonight.
So you let 2 different gay niggas dress you? What are we saying, nigga? You let a LA nigga, you let a LA gay nigga pick out your pants and an Austin gay nigga pick out that jacket. Kill him with that rainproof shit, bitch. You will not get wet with these haters, Tony.
Oh my God, David motherfucking Lucas. Absolutely incredible. It's been a busy week for you. You're not allowed to laugh at the setup like that. It fucks me up.
Because I knew it was so stupid.
Because you know you didn't have a busy week at all. He was sitting on his... One of you guys make fun of him or something.
Hell no, nigga, that's all you. Oh, good, that's my nigga, dog.
Oh, my God.
That nigga on mine dressed like he sell fake gold, nigga. But this is where he roasted your head, got some red on, nigga.
Just goes to Elon.
You're just mad because if you wore purple, you look like Grimace.
Oh, shit.
You look like the nigga that sold Aladdin that magic carpet. So goddamn Bin and third remove looking ass up out of here.
Oh my God, he's on fire. He is on.
That nigga dressed like an Iranian jazz player. My music is the bomb buddy.
Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Look at you really just gonna let Derek off the hook on this
That's
one?
my dog, man.
Oh,
man, that's my nigga. We black, bro. You know,
all right.
We had enough of that shit. Then we got our great grandfather got sprayed by a fire hose. Chased by a fucking German Shepherd in hard bottom shoes, nigga. That's a lot.
I hate to say this, David, but my granddad was white.
Oh, fuck this nigga. Let me roast this.
That's how I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, my granddaddy is white too. I love it. David, you're fucking an unstoppable force.
Yeah,
getting stronger like a meteor in space, just gaining strength every single week. That wasn't even supposed to be a fat joke at all. It's supposed to be a compliment.
Hey, Tony, if we get hit by a meteor, you can swallow it up.
Okay. Okay.
Send Tony into orbit.
Yeah.
Open his ass cheeks.
Son of a bitch.
Go ahead, bro. Light me up too, nigga. I can't let everybody get lit up.
That nigga look like a Negro League Kermit the Frog.
Oh my God, David Lucas.
No, nigga, that was scored up, dog. That was.
Oh man.
That's been in the clip since he met me.
Bro, I'm just fucking. You bring
Oh
anybody up there on roast me. I don't write no jokes.
Incredible. That is incredible. This guy fucking making Sesame Street references after after spending a day at Wing Street. That's incredible. David Lucas, you're a fucking force. You're traveling all over the country. You're headlining on your own. I implore you people listening around the country, tell your local comedy club owner that you want to see David Lucas. Look up, get him out to you. David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Back to the bucket. You can almost feel Hans Kim's pain right now as the needle touches that sensitive skin for the first time ever. All right, pull a name out of the bucket. Make some noise for Bobby Johnson, everybody. Bobby Johnson is next. Here he comes, everybody. Here he is. Make some noise for Bobby Johnson.
Guys, I think I'm moving up in the world socially. I just got invited to the 4th annual Joel Osteen Spaghetti Dinner / Cockfighting Tournament. Tell you a little bit about me, guys. This past weekend, I decided to buy my baby mama some new Jordans. That way she can get even higher when she jumps to all those conclusions about where the fuck I've been. I got a phone call that People Magazine's doing an article about my solar-powered abortion clinic. I guess we're the first and only abortion clinic to run completely on conservative energy. I recently went into a Burger King, and I don't know if you guys have been in a Burger King lately. 2 words: honkies every day. That's it.
Wow. Bobby Johnson has arrived. Oh, a standing ovation from Red Band. Wow. You just made the world's laziest man stand up for a second. I've been waiting for you.
Thank you.
You've been on this show before, correct?
This is my third time. Yes.
Right. You were on at Antone's?
I was on an Antone's once with Joe Rogan.
Right.
And I was on like almost a year and a half ago with Christina P.
Okay, perfect. And Bobby is actually a famous character in Kill Tony folklore because you stand in the same spot at the end of that aisleway every week, and people have noticed you many times just standing there, just looking straight forward. You're always well behaved. And some people have brought it to my attention that there's this one guy that's always standing there.
Yeah.
But I thought that you'd been on this show before, so it's good to see you again. You're here every week, right?
Yeah, I've been signing up since the Gary Clark Jr. episode.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's been a while.
Like 4 months.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Very, very cool. Derek, what do you think about this guy?
Bro, you really fuck black chicks? Because I kind of believe it.
I do not believe him whatsoever. I don't know.
I like that girl that skinny nigga road trip who fucks that fat girl.
Yeah. The undercover DEA agent on Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Yeah. No way. No way. Nope.
Would you?
What?
Would you?
Yeah.
Are you very sexually active? No, not at all. You have the same complexion as our friends from Seattle here.
Yeah.
So tell us about your life, Bobby. What do we not know about you? What do we know?
Ever since the last time I was on here, I've moved here since. I've been here since the...
Where were you before?
Dallas.
And
I kind of moved back and forth between Houston and Dallas.
Okay, but now you live here full time.
Yes.
How long ago did you make that move?
I have been here since the Monday after Thanksgiving.
The Monday after Thanksgiving.
It's almost a year.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, the Monday after Thanksgiving. So you had Thanksgiving with your family, and you're like, guys, I have an announcement to make. We're moving to Austin. Yeah. Okay. What's your family like?
They live in Dallas. They're both retired now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they retire with a little nest egg, or are they sort of like what's it looking like there? Like, are they like happy?
Yeah. They're both happy. They're together.
Okay. All right. And they're both retired. So they had you when they were a little bit older?
No. I'd say my dad was maybe like in his early 30s. I honestly don't remember off the top of my head.
When he had you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was 1992. I mean,
okay. Yeah. Yes, Reservoir Dogs is out in theaters.
It is, yeah.
All right. Bobby, you ever commit a crime?
No.
No?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Not off the top of your head? How about the bottom of your head?
No.
So, okay, you live by yourself now, or you have roommates?
Yes, I live by myself.
You live by yourself. How are you able to afford to live by yourself?
I have had a comical amount of jobs since I've been here. I'm not proud of it. But today I just started working at a Greek restaurant.
Okay. So you do whatever it takes for you to live alone.
Yeah, and I did Uber Eats for a while, but then I didn't want to pay all that money back in taxes.
Why are you so committed to working so hard instead of having a roommate? Do you have any weird habits around the home?
No. I am ADHD, but that's besides the point.
Right.
No, it's just if I can, manage to do it, it'd be better than, living with.
Let me ask you this: you have your own refrigerator there?
I do.
What's the weirdest thing in your refrigerator? If I went through your refrigerator right now, I would be like,
very particular. I like to have cold chocolate, like almost frozen. So I'll have like a whole thing of Hershey's in there. And then when it's like almost frozen, I'll eat it.
That's the closest to hooking up with a black girl he's ever really cold chocolate before bed. Jerking off with melted chocolate on his hand is the closest he's come. Wow. Incredible. Some cold chocolate. What'd you say, D? All right. Hey, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I feel like there's something I'm missing here about you. I feel like I'm like one question away from getting something fucking golden out of you. You ever been injured? You ever have a major accident of some kind?
I injured my toe like a year ago.
Yeah.
Oh, but okay, no. On the Joe Rogan episode, we talked about I had a mass in my lungs the size of a softball, and there was talk where it wasn't as shrinking as fast as we would like for it to go. But since then, the antibiotics really did their job, and it shrunk, and I'm completely clear.
Wow, there was a little stutter there on the completely. Did you guys hear that at all? It's sort of like if the doctor told me that, I'd be like, fuck yeah. Tony, you are good news. You are completely clear. God damn it, I still have it, don't I? Where do you think that thing in your lung came from? What'd they say?
I had like the mask on, and the air was like the dirty air was like going back into my mouth. And I didn't want to bring that up on the first episode because the whole mask thing was going on back then, and I didn't want to get political. What could be on my only visit on Kill Tony.
Wow, I actually love this, but now we're ready for this, right? Now we can talk about the fact that in some instances, masks cause some harm. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Your doctor told you that the mask had some...
No.
Oh, okay. We were close there. We were close. There was 350 Austinites. Like, come on, give it to us. Tell us this mask costs something.
This was 1 yes away from being a rally.
Right there. Bobby, are you vaccinated?
I am, yeah.
You are. What made you decide to do that? You have the skin color of you have the skin tone of a triple boosted.
Right.
I can't stop thinking about it because you're like your own race, my nigga.
Yeah,
it is.
Because everybody in here is white, but nigga, you something else. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You are white. This is like Princess Rhaenyra's kids when they were supposed to come out half black. House of Dragons. It's a hit show.
It's like a lifeguard's nose.
He's Blue Radley color. It's like,
bro, you should fuck a black girl. The color contrast, my nigga,
would be incredible.
Blow your mind.
yin and yang.
You would make a beautiful mix, baby.
Probably, yeah.
All right, Bobby. I mean, an incredible performance, right, man?
You know, I would love to have you open up the secret show Thursday.
Here, take one of those. Bobby Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Make some noise for Bobby, everybody. He already has a big joke book, so I gave him a little one just to keep us a little something. Let's get back to this bucket. I don't know. We started a little bit late today. You think we should go back to the bucket again, huh? All right. How about Jordan J? Jordan J is next. Live, Austin, Texas. Vulcan Gas Company. Jordan J, here he comes, everybody. We got movement. Your next comedian, Jordan J.
Hey, how y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Yeah, man. Glad to be here, man. These women crazy, man. Girls, they out here hyping up their coochie, you know, saying crazy shit. Somebody, yeah, my pussy will turn you inside out. Like, I don't need no more hemorrhoids. I'm good. I love women, man. I love my parents too. They raised me to work hard. I bought a house a couple years ago. At the ceiling, I learned a lot, man. I learned a lot. Getting some renovations done. I learned all Hispanic people not the same. And up, man. I had one come out to my ear, but I'm gonna start on this one, and that one. I said, hell no, your English too good, bro. You know all the same words I know. I had one come out talking about, I'm gonna do these ones, and these. I knew he was gonna do some good work. I said, I opened the door. I said, good morning. He said, yeah. I said, oh yeah, come on in. I need all this shit.
Fuck yes, Jordan J making his Kill Tony debut. correct? This is your first time on the show, right?
Yes, sir.
Amazing performance. How long you been doing stand-up?
About a year and a half.
About a year and a half. Where you
Yeah.
from?
Dallas.
Dallas, all the way. So you drove here today for this?
I did. Got off work a little early, you know. So
Heck yeah. What do you do for work?
I'm a project supervisor.
Project supervisor. Project supervisor.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Let me just start here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you are a red-headed black man?
Yeah, man.
Holy shit.
I got lucky, man.
The wolf pack. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love it. The old fucking roasted tomato. You know what I'm saying? The old fucking chocolate-covered Cheerio right here.
Hey, man. My dick's still pink, though, so.
Hell yeah. You're like Montel William Montgomery.
Oh. You hot tonight, man. I like the roast too, man.
You're good. You're good. An unbelievable performance. You are extremely talented for just a little over a year in.
Appreciate
How do you think you ended up like this? What's going on? Tell us about your life, Jordan J.
Well, my dad's black. My mom's white.
White as fuck, right?
Yeah, she like meth.
She's like the last guy that was on stage.
Yeah, close, but she got like blonde hair, so
right.
Like I said, she do meth.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, that white.
She's got her own projects to manage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's cool, man.
I love it. So, what does your dad do?
He's black.
So, you said it, buddy. You said it. I'm glad you mentioned that. So you guys don't talk much then, huh? I mean, black dads often don't talk to their non-redheaded children. I can't imagine what it's like having a little fucking gingerbread cookie that got left in the oven a little too long. You know what I mean?
Ooh, shit.
When's the last time?
Gingerbread cookie.
When's the last time you talked to Dad?
I'll talk to him often, man.
Okay.
No, I was just saying he's black.
Right. I love it.
He does like security, like software security stuff or something. I don't really.
All right. Yeah, he steals from people. Okay. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Jordan, what do you like to do for fun? You seem like a fucking cool guy. You came up here with so much confidence. I thought you've been doing this for years.
What I do for fun, man? I like to do like spoken word, like freestyle spoken word.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, Red Dan, relax for a second. Jesus fucking Christ. Interview.
I've been renovating my house. Like I had got some Hispanic people out, but I was doing something with myself. So I like to work with my hands and stuff.
Hold on, wait. There was a lot right there. Like to work on the house, there's Hispanic people there right now? Is that what you said?
No, they just finished.
Okay,
Yeah,
what'd you have the Hispanic people doing?
The bathroom, I had to get I wanted a new shower.
Right.
So we got rid of the bathtub, put a walk-in.
Right.
Like, you walk into it.
So walk-in bathtub?
No, shower. Like the water come down on you.
Yeah. So fancy shit. It's so simple that I'm confused. Actually, it's like, holy shit! Wow. So you have a walk-in shower now?
Yeah, man. Life's getting better.
Absolutely. I love it.
Real.
I love it. What do you like to do in the shower? You have like special stuff? You have like red in the shoulders?
I have photo.
You're red in the shoulders? No? Red and shoulders?
Red and
instead of head and shoulders? It's a shampoo for people that bathe Red Band? Okay. There you go.
Yeah, man. I ain't got any. Like, I got a speaker. I put a speaker in it. Like, you know what that is? Like,
Love it. Absolutely. I got it.
So I like to listen to music in the shower.
So you have a little Bluetooth to go with your red beard.
Yeah, man.
I love it.
I like to jam and shit.
Me too. I'm with you. I got the same.
No, you ain't coming in there with me.
No. I'm not coming in. No. No, don't let David's jokes fool you. I am not letting you fuck my butthole.
All right, well, I'm about to leave. Fuck that.
No. Stick around. You live by yourself?
Yeah, man.
Weirdest thing in your refrigerator. What is it?
Caulk. Like the glue, like to glue like floorboard down.
Okay.
Tony got real excited for a
I'm
second.
hard as a rock right now. I'm like, wow, finally, someone that has things that... But goodness, I often have caulk in I call my ass a refrigerator sometimes. I have caulk in my refrigerator too sometimes. I get a little too much tequila in me all of a sudden. Isn't it interesting that this man has caulk, white, pasty, in his refrigerator, and the white pasty guy has chocolate in his refrigerator? Does anybody else notice these things? I think of these things. It's amazing. Amazing. Perhaps if we looked closer, the chocolate might have a red wrapper. It might be.
Don't get down like that, man.
It might be a Tony's Chocolonely or something like that. Anyway, Jordan J., your love life. I'm interested to know what you're into. A black man with red hair. We talk about, I'm going to guess, thick white women.
Well, we all just like, yeah.
Where would we need to be for the answer to be different? If we were in Japan, what would your answer be? Thick Japanese girls, Tony.
Probably Hans.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good pick. I love it. Oh, Jordan J. All right. Well, an amazing fucking performance. You're cool as fuck.
Are you wearing your own merch?
No, I got a gift for Tony.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's some merch, man. I made it.
Okay.
The dude that tried to tackle Dave Chappelle.
Okay.
Yeah,
I love that.
We
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
It's like 3 sizes too big for me, but yeah.
I figure you grow into it. Red man.
That's too small for me.
I will. I'll grow into it.
Tony, that's like when you get out of the shower and you go to bed. That could be one of those shirts.
Yeah. Yes. I just don't wear any pants or shorts with it. No Winnie the Pooh. Let my little twig and berries swang. You know what I mean?
We couldn't put them in the dirt, so I put them on the shirt.
I love it. 100%. I'm with you, Jordan J. I love everything that you stand for. Thank you so much. Welcome to Kill Tony Folklore. Take one of these with you. Boom. Jordan J. Hell yeah. All right. I mean, I think we started a little bit too late. I think we should go to this bucket one more time. Huh? This lady doesn't seem into it. You don't want the show to go on? You do, okay. We got a Karen, ladies and gentlemen. There's one single Karen here. All right, fuck it. Let's go one more. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Cody Mack, everybody.
So what's up with the guys? I have a girlfriend. She's a first-generation Mexican-American. Her parents risked their lives to come here and give their family the best opportunities possible. And how does my girl pay them? She brings home a white boy from Louisiana. Yeah, somebody really paid attention in history class. I actually recently just met her parents for the first time, and they only speak Spanish. I grew up in Louisiana. They don't even teach English there until middle school. Yeah, who would have thought language would have been the hardest wall for them to get over? Yeah, I love her though, man. She teaches me stuff all the time. Like she recently taught me that white privilege. I didn't know. I thought it was whenever your uncle so choked to the sheriff. That's what I thought. But yeah, thank you guys. That's all I got, guys. Thank you.
Cody Mack. Welcome to the show, Cody. This is your first time here, right?
Yes.
Welcome, welcome. I've always wondered what it would look like if Zac Efron was on crystal meth, so this is exciting. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'll take that. I'll take it. It's not bad.
Fun stuff. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A year.
1 year. All of it here in Austin?
No, actually in Denver.
Denver, Colorado.
Yes.
So it's altitude sickness that you're suffering from.
Yeah.
What made you go to Denver?
My mom moved out there, and I'm a mama's boy, so I wanted to be with her.
Aw, that's so sweet. Is your mom a little bit obese?
No, she had breast cancer.
Oh, okay. That's it. I knew there had to be something. Oh, we're a sensitive crowd tonight. Oh, breast cancer.
Yeah.
That's okay. She survived, right? Yeah, she's totally fine.
100% fine.
Now you guys have the same size tits, right?
Absolutely.
Real mama's boy.
Did she let you feel a lump? No, I was really young. I didn't know what was going on until I was about 15.
Right. So. You think she got her breast cancer from wearing masks during COVID?
COVID wasn't around.
Right.
Right, but did you just ask if her mom let her feel her tits?
We don't go back to the things that Red Band says. We move forward and the show thrives. If you go back, then it's bad. Red Band's a specialist in knowing how to have tits. So it's like the senior correspondent.
It's like Play-Doh, son.
There you go. Very good, Red Band. Jesus Christ. Maybe when you go over maybe when you release the episode, you could put like other things over what you're saying. I'll help you like punch it up. Your mouth will be moving one way, and you'll say
microphone in front of
much
my mouth.
funnier things, and then the crowd won't laugh. You can put it. All right.
How sad is the breast cancer?
Cody Mack, let's get back to your mom. So, did she let you keep the tumor and put it on a necklace? Is that what that is?
No.
Oh, what is that? What is that?
Glass heart.
It's a glass heart.
Yeah, it's a glass heart.
Okay. Tell us about why you're wearing a glass heart.
When I was living in Denver, I worked at one of like the best head shops, and it was like the first glass piece that I was like, I really need that.
I've been to Denver quite a few times, and I'm pretty sure every head shop says that they're the best head shop.
This one has awards. We have awards.
Oh, you have awards. Okay. Who decides who wins the awards for best head shop?
They have like a conferences. What's the word I'm looking
A commission.
Conferences and shit like
Conference. Okay. All right. Cody Mack. Tell us more about your life. Most interesting things about you and your history.
Let's see. I played baseball for like 14 years, and then I did MMA for like 3.
You did MMA? Can you show us a little bit of shadow boxing? Put the mic in the mic stand. You guys have any like Rocky or something like that? Yeah. D-Madness has it. Here's a little shadow boxing. This is oh shit! Wow. Oh wow! Oh my goodness! All right, stop. It looks like you specialize in looking people in the eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. The John Jones specialist.
I love it. Okay, Cody. And what's your love life like?
I have a girlfriend. She's still in Denver though, so
right.
I'm out here living on a couch trying to do this comedy thing.
You're out here on a couch in Austin.
Yes.
How long you here for?
Till March. I've only been here for about a month or so.
So you left your girlfriend and your breastless mother in Denver, Colorado.
No.
He's laughing. He's hunched over laughing, and you guys are groaning. So let you know how gay you're being right now.
All right.
Well, Jesus, we've been through so much together. You guys are fagging up now? Really? Breast cancer? Survived? She's a survivor.
Wait, I have a joke about her. My first joke I ever wrote was about her.
Let's hear it.
All right. So my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer when I was 10. And my father did the best that he could, taking care of all of us. Even went one step further and even paid off all of her medical bills. 1 year to the day of him finished paying off her medical bills, she divorced him. Long story short, bitches ain't shit. So it's like I told her that joke and she laughed.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. That's amazing. Your mom has a good sense of humor.
She does.
That's fantastic. That is great. Cody, other than MMA, you have any other special skills or talents? Anything that you like to do? Any hobbies or anything?
Playing video games. I used to solve Rubik's cubes.
Okay.
I juggle a little bit, but not in like since high school. So.
All right. Nothing since high school. But juggling, huh?
I did that one time, yeah.
Juggling's a rare treat. Any chance I could get 3 limes from the bar over there? Could you throw us some limes? Juggling is one of those things that I love watching people fail at. So I'm going to have you juggle a little bit, and then I'm going to send you oranges? Anything? Anything round? No, nothing.
8 balls. Do we have any 8 balls in the audience?
Okay, here comes something, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there's one.
How about a hand for the corpse of Patrick Swayze here with some lime swag? All right, here he is juggling. Whoa! Wow! Oh my God! Well, I mean, an incredible performance, Cody. One of the very best performances of the night. Oh, shut up. You said you play video games, which is amazing because I just so happen to have a custom-made Mario Brothers Kill Tony crossover version of this book from the great Bone's Eye, Adrian Cavazos, who makes all of these real Texas leather by hand. Check him out on Instagram at Bone's Eye with his C in the middle. That is Cody Mack. Congratulations, Cody. There he goes. We're going to do, I want them to get as much work done as possible on Hans, and we're going to make sure yep, that's perfect, because we're going to bring up the 3rd regular of the show, ladies and gentlemen. This guy has done more 1-minute sets on the show than anybody absolutely ever. He's currently headlining all around the country. He's also going with me to do 12 sold-out shows this week in Philly and Boston. One of my favorite comedians on planet Earth and the record holder of appearances on Kill Tony. This is the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is William Lights Out Montgomery.
Somebody should have gotten that insurance because I swear to God, Hans is getting a fucking swastika tattoo right now. Seriously, I swear to God, I'm shaking right now. I am shaking in horror. I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. The good news is that I started a bottled water company. The bad news is that the water comes from Camp Lejeune. Conservative Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has announced she's getting divorced. She and her husband have 3 young children, 2 of which are probably Herschel Walkers. He has a bunch of illegitimate children. That's why that was what it... Somebody told me the new movie Bros sucked ass, and I can't tell if that's a positive or negative review. Before I saw the movie Bros, I supported gay rights. Now after seeing the movie, I've joined the fucking Westboro Baptist Church. Let's give it up for the Westboro Baptist Church, Austin! The fuck? That's not something to clap at. Okay, that's my time.
Absolutely incredible. William Montgomery. Ooh, a little wink. Wow, we've seen that before, folks. That was the classic wink. Hold on, I think I actually know where that might be. No, hold on. Don't do it. Okay, I've gone the wrong way. Hold on a second here. There he is somewhere. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. I can find this. I never get to do this. Hold on. Now, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on, I want to do it.
Redfin, why are there pictures of naked kids on that fucking thing, dude? That's illegal.
Because there's a noise in them too, William. You fucking ass.
There it is. Wink at people. Wow, just one guy you're for.
Yeah, what's your story, man? What's your name?
Wow, I've never seen gay crowd work before. That's incredible.
Yeah, what's your name? Okay.
Incredible, William. Another unbelievable performance. I love that you said the word swastika here tonight. I don't know if
How do
anybody...
you say it? How are you supposed to say
There
it?
is,
Swastika.
there is no H in the beginning of that word.
Seriously?
But I swear to God, I think it made it like 8 times funnier. Really,
swastika. How do you say that?
I swear to God, he's getting a fucking swastika tattooed on him right now.
Swastika.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was horrified right before I went on stage. I had to get sound guys weed fed, and then I was like, "How do you fucking say swastika?" I couldn't fucking. Okay, it's swastika. It's not swastika. Good to know now. I'm giving out too many. I'm getting weak. Seriously.
That's fun. Your job's fun.
I know.
This thing's fun. I never get to do anything here. Ooh. Ooh, well done. My ass. Ooh.
Get that one that says N-word.
Yeah, what is all that shit on there, Redman? Holy shit. Whoa.
How did we not know?
Oh my God. This thing is incredible. Wow. Oh, okay. That one's David Lucas eating potato chips. Wow. Ooh, there's so many good ones here. Wow. This is a fun thing that we've never done before, huh? What's this one that says Red Band's favorite? Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Tony, I've been meaning to ask you, when we are in Boston this weekend, can you please take me to the World Trade Center Memorial Tower they have there?
That is not in Boston, William. Please. Oh my God.
I want to see the memorial.
You're thinking of a different city.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, that happened
Okay.
in New York City. You know, we're having fun with, I'm having fun with the soundboard for the first time. Why don't we play a game where we improvise and I play a sound and we'll pretend like you're walking outside dealing with things, okay? But you can't look at the sound that I'm going to hit. So, like, look straight ahead, okay? All right, here we go.
Okay. What? So, like, I'm walking outside and that's the noise I'm hearing?
Yeah. Okay. All right, so you're walking outside. How would you react to that?
Do it again.
Is that the face you make in a rainstorm?
Yeah, that's what a fucking rainstorm? That didn't sound like a rainstorm. Yeah, I'd be horrified if I walked out of my place.
All right. You're just scared. Are you just scared of everything?
What else is there?
Let me see what else we have here. This is incredible. This is so much fun. What do you think that was?
Do it again. Do that one more time. That was a fun one.
Wow. Can you guess what that is?
A duck.
You were close. That was a goose. All right. Let's see if you can guess what this one is right here. You ready? Yep.
God, don't play that fucking sound again. Seriously, don't fucking...
What animal do you think that is?
Oh man, what is that?
That's your mom.
Oh shit, Red Band! I've been being a real fucking nice. Yeah, Red Band's been a little bitch recently. He'll fucking up in the green room after the fucking shows, he'll start crying a fucking river about me talking about his fucking stupid ass mom. I intentionally didn't bring her fucking old ass up.
I actually,
Why would you say that?
It's funny you mention that, William. I actually have some of the audio of Red Band complaining about you making fun of his mom. Here it is right here. It's so much fun. I can't believe over 9 years I've never really played.
Tony, what was that with a fucking fat pig?
This is
what
my
is that fucking boy?
This is my impression of the inside of D Madness's brain. Ready? Sonar, D. That's sonar. Thank you. Thank you. This is my impression of the doctors when they saw the last comedian's mother's breast.
Oh, you got no like breast cancer jokes. It's because she had breast cancer.
Thank you, William.
That's why that was funny.
Thank you. Close? What did close sound like? There's a sound effect that says close.
I saw myself in close like those.
Oh, okay. It's just... All right, this shit sucks. It sucks down here. This is all like words, right? All right. William, what's going on in your life other than me?
I have luckily been doing a bunch of cameos. I've literally broken up with like 10 people literally in the past 2 weeks.
You have been making a good amount of money doing these cameos.
It's been positive.
Very, very, very positive. People are having you, they're making requests, and for a nominal fee, you will yell at people essentially in any way that they want. It can be yell at my girlfriend, break up with my girlfriend, tell my mom that the cancer's back. It could be anything. And you do this in a funny way. Kill Tony fans love it. Give us an example of some other weird ones that you've done recently.
Well, first and foremost, I just don't want to get anything twisted. I will pretty much do everything, unless you are a Jewish person. I don't know. It's some weird thing I have. I refuse to do. If I can tell you're Jewish by the name, it's immediately. I'm not going to fucking do that. So if you're seeing this now, I'm not going to do it. I'll do pretty much fucking everything. But if I think you're Jewish, if I have an inkling you're Jewish, there's no fucking way I'm doing it. I've been burned too many times. I've been burned way too many fucking times. What? I'm kidding. But yeah, no, I've
been listening to a lot of Kanye West this week. Huh?
I have.
You're going full DEFCON 3 over it.
But yeah, no, all kinds of stuff. A lot of fucking birthdays, I've had a couple of memorials for people. That's always a sad one. I always have to work myself up for that one. It could be days before I end up doing that. I hate having to tell somebody that a loved one has just died. It's the most awkward thing. It's like, who am I? Why are you getting me to fucking... I don't know. It's like a nightmare. Thinking about getting off of it. If I start having to do more fucking dead people, Red Band, shut up, dumbass. Seriously, why would you do that?
That is your whore. The sound effect of OnlyFans. All right, well, no need to bombinate any further. Do you know what bombinate means?
No.
It means to make a sustained murmuring sound.
I had no idea.
That's also what you call a conversation between me and the Saudi cowboy.
Yes, you guys are bombinating. William, you're an absolute godsend. We love you so much. That's the great William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. He did it again. All right. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, Sing it one more time with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans Kim. Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim.
This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. It's Hans Kim.
Wow. We started with him. We end with him. Hans, you have supposedly been getting your first tattoo this entire time. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. I kind of backed out at the last minute.
Oh, okay.
No.
Wait, what? So nothing happened?
Actually, I was just kidding for comedic effect.
Oh, okay.
I got a tattoo.
Very good. First of all, before the big reveal, can you tell us the location that you chose?
Yeah, upper chest.
Oh, wow. Ballsy move. Ballsy move. Luckily, we happen to know that you're wearing a very comfortable, flexible new shirt from Lululemon. I guess there's nothing left to do. You think it's better to reveal it, or should I ask, you know what? Is there anything that you think we should know before you reveal it?
What is it? What did he want?
I think it's a great tattoo. The tattooist did a great job. He told me a lot about his ex, which is...
Yeah, he's not quite over it yet.
It's kind of unnecessary.
Much like a tattoo, she's hard to get rid of. You know what I mean?
I was inside of her, so now he's been inside of me.
Wow. Yes. To think that your needle was once against her. That's incredible. Because he has an Asian penis. That's why that's funny. They have tiny penises. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans is reaching for his Lululemon hoodie. He's lifting it up. Whoa! Oh my God! Wow! Wait, that is incredible. That is so cool. It's a lightning bolt, everybody.
It's actually my penis.
Very pointy. Is that a knife?
Yeah, it's the Kill Tony knife.
Wow! Incredible. And now right when your parents could not be any more disappointed in you, Hans, here you are with a. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel like I'm partly black now.
Wow, that's one way of looking at it. Incredible stuff, Hans Kim. I'm so honored that you would choose the Kill Tony knife as your first ever tattoo. What an iconic episode! The first ever tattoo in Kill Tony history. Make some noise for Hans Kim, everybody! Amazing. You're the best, Hans. I'll see you in the airport in the morning. How loud can this place get for my amazing guests, Derek Poston and Hassan Ahmad? Check out Spoil the Beans, the Dangerous Brown podcast, and every month they have their own show here called The Solid Comedy Show, which is indeed a very solid show. Thank you guys so much. We love you here. You're all part of the same family. I'll see you guys later this week. Always fun. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. It's absolutely ridiculously incredible. He draws every episode. All those prints are available at RyanJEbelt.com. How loud can this place get for the best band in the land, the Kill Tony Band? Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, the best goddamn whiskey out there. That's the great Paul Deemer on the horns, Daniel Watson on the drums, Matt Mueling on the electric. Come on, one more time for the great D Madness. Am I right, people? Come on. And local artist Chris Rogers was drawing the entire time that you were all sitting there. Here it comes. Whoa, fitting for this episode. That is indeed a painting of the great Hans Kim. Wow. That's wild. We didn't even know he was going to get tattooed this episode. That's extra valuable tonight. Fun fact is that he sells those to the highest bidder after the show. So if you feel like you're kind of rich, put in a bid with Chris, or else someone that's richer than you is going to put in a higher bid, because this is Texas and there's some fucking oil people amongst you, believe it or not. So much fun. Shout out to the new burger place in town.
Hell yeah.
It is
not a damn chance.
NADC Burgers on Rainy Street. Absolutely.
It's at Idle Hands.
So there you go. That's good stuff to check out. And yeah, you can stay at the Van Zandt Hotel by clicking on the link that is in the description of this video. You can save 20% on a Sunday or Monday night by clicking that link. Special exclusive for Kill Tony fans here in Austin, Texas. Thank you again to the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, and to you, the live audience that makes it all possible. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Love you guys.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from State.
Skankfest Las Vegas. You guys ready for the best goddamn night of your lives or what? How you guys doing? Make some noise for Brian Redband. Hey, everybody. We're doing this shit. Fucking look at this setup. We are here at Skankfest in Las Vegas. It's beautiful. It's a real fucking Skankfest. You can tell. Look at all the people. There's a guy with fucking tattooed head right there. Look at that. Just a normal old fat guy with a tattoo on his head. We got a fucking fat guy with beard, fat guy with baseball cap. Face tattoos for sure. Actually know him. Put a hand for my friend Ty Rivera, everybody. That's a bit of a party that we're at. 1 second you're making fun of a guy grabbing face tattoos, and then you're like, I've been friends with him for 16 years. This is life. This is Skankfest. I'm excited to be here. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. This show, believe it or not, is indeed brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth. Just so happen to be in Austin, Texas, as is Deep Eddy Vodka, one of the best goddamn vodkas on planet Earth. I mean, if you drink vodka, you might as well drink Deep Eddy. And if you like whiskey and or peanut butter, may I recommend Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Just, I mean, why two great things, you can't go wrong. Mix them together, do anything you want. Buy it, pour it out into the toilet. I don't give a fuck. Just buy it, and then buy it again. They're great to us. They represent us well. We're going to have a lot of fun. Here's the rest of the sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all. You might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again, November 4th and 5th. New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now. Get tickets while you still can. Are you guys ready to start this episode or what? I'm telling you, I don't know if you guys know this, we live in Austin, Texas now, and every single week the crowds are hot as fuck. I mean, it's unbelievable, and much, much, much hotter than that response was. So I'm going to ask you, Vegas, Skankfest, are you ready to start tonight's episode? There you go. Your guests tonight, I'm going to bring up 2 out of the 3 right now. Make some noise for 2 guys that I consider 2 of the best guests of this show in the history of the show. For those of you that are fans of this show, you will know that I am being honest when I say it. Make some noise for the great Eric Griffin and Ian Fidax. Ian Fidax, veteran Kiltony black belt Eric Griffin.
Hello.
I work well with silly fucks, and these are 2 of my favorite silly fucks on Twitter.
This is our first time meeting. This is like a before and after right now.
Yes, before and after Yo Kratom.
I love it. You guys, but Ian has the record for appearances in the year 2022. This is his 3rd appearance. He had his first appearance 3 months ago. He's been on twice fucking since then. That goddamn freaky little machine. We have a lot of fun every time he visits Texas. Same thing with Eric Griffin. Lots of surprises this episode for you guys because I love all of you. I like real fucking comedy fans. I take great pride in the fact that the people that get this show. So we're going to have fun. You guys know how it works. A ton of people signed up for the opportunity to do 60 seconds in this stage. There's also some loose Sharpie markers in here just in case. But you know how it works. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angry Fremont Street Bear. What a homo that
Here he is, right here.
Yeah, exactly. Live in
Right in the
the
front.
Wow. There's like 45 of them in this room right now. We're going to have a lot of fun here tonight. There's only one way to start a show like this, though. You know, I could easily go to the bucket and we could take a massive risk of not building any momentum whatsoever. Or I could bring up one of the most exciting regulars of all time. I just spent the entire week with this fucking guy. We did 10 sold-out shows in Philly and Boston. We got on an airplane in Boston this morning at 7 a.m. to be here with you. Here with a brand new minute to get things started. Ladies and gentlemen, sing along if you know the words. This is Hans Kim. That's how we get you copyrighted music, everybody. Hans Kim.
Where the fuck is he?
Great stuff. That's me with lower the music during the comedy show, right, man? There you go. What's great is I literally asked 4 Skankfest staff members to make sure that Hans Kim was here, right? 5 minutes into the show. So that's
I think they grabbed a random Asian guy.
Yeah. Well, we know that never works out well for me. But hopefully it's not. I can only work with Hans Kim.
And we have a surprise for you. He's here now.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the least professional professionals in show business. This is Hans Kim, everybody.
What's the purpose of Skate Fest? Good to be here. I love Skate Fest because I can say the F word here. Female. My sex stories get a little confusing in California. Everyone thinks that they fuck my pussy. But yeah, I'm a lot taller than a lot of people think I am because I'm Asian American. Emphasis on the American. I grew up on high fructose corn syrup and xanthan gum. They're like, I don't think there's healthcare here. Give them 3 more extra inches. Take it up for IQ. But yeah, I love Skate Fest. I saw a woman in a full burqa, which kind of freaked me out because she could be wearing a mask and be a liberal, and I'd have no idea. But good to be here at Skate Fest. I think it's funny that Tony makes fun of me so much. You know, sometimes he calls me the F word. And it really hurts my feelings. That's why I carry a headphone around with me. And every time he makes fun of me, I put it on and listen to Kill Tony. My portable Tony Hitchcock loves me all the time. Thank you guys.
What? I didn't get that last one. What are you saying that I call you?
A female.
Oh, okay. What? Hans, are you okay right now?
Yeah, well,
are you implying that I call you
hurtful names?
Hurtful names. Is that true? Do I really do that? This is fucking awkward as shit. Do I really do that, or are you trying to like paint a picture of like a brand or something like that?
Well, I think we know with that said, the F word that you don't call this is funny.
Ouch!
I'm kidding.
Look at the wheels turning on this fucking guy's.
I'm kidding. I was trying to save the.
I love you. You're a great faggot.
There you go. There's the word you. Oh no! I don't know if you know this. This is the only show where I encourage you not to chant. Again, all the other podcasts, they need to fill time. They don't have a format. They never took the time to build one. So they literally are hoping that you guys will fill the time.
Hey, I think we take that personal.
Oh, sorry, guys. I know you guys are 4 years into your podcast, so.
Please don't insult me, my father again.
Oh, I'm older than you, motherfucker.
Hans Kim, you must love this backdrop, reminding you of South Korea all over again. This is exciting. Feels like home.
Yeah, this is great. This is almost as flaming as Ian Finance.
Ooh, you said he wasn't funny. His wheels are turning like a rickshaw right now.
This kitten has crawls.
You bring the donuts. Hans Kim.
Now we got super Asian all of a sudden.
Hans, let me ask you a question. Black Adam is coming out this weekend. Do you think there'll ever be an Asian superhero?
Yeah, yellow Ali Wong.
Oh, wow. Okie dokie. That was almost. All right.
Oh, and she was Hans Kim, everybody.
Yeah. Han's a little bit jittery today. I don't think he's used to 6-hour plane rides and then having to think quick on his feet. This fucking kid. He was in Boston this morning.
It is great.
Yeah. Tell the audience.
Boston is great.
Jesus Christ. Did someone give you something? Hans doesn't say no to drugs at all, by the way. So there's a good chance that somebody handed Hans anything at all. He might be on fentanyl right now.
Actually, I'm doing Sober October, which was hard because I was on tour with you, Tony.
Right.
And you kept threatening me. You were like, I'm going to kick you off the tour. You're so boring.
Yeah, it was. It was boring as fuck. I spent the whole fucking week with Hans and William. William obviously been sober for 2 years. Hans deciding to hang it up because he wants to get closer with Rogan.
How's that going? It's going good. He's a good man.
As you can tell by the Rolex on his wrist, it's going pretty good for him. Sweet. Oh, we have Joe. He's in right now. Joe Rogan calling in live from Austin, Texas. Joe, what do you think about the Legion of Skanks guys?
They're frauds.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! That's
Joe,
incredible. Wow. What is your favorite thing in the Skankfest universe?
I love hemp protein. That's one of my favorite proteins. We sell it on it. We sell hemp protein.
Okie dokie. Wow. And how about the backdrop? What do you think of the backdrop, Joe?
It's the end of the world.
Wow. Very good. All right. Hans, any parting words before we let you go on this first show? Anything you want to tell these beautiful, beautiful, ugly people here in Skankfest?
I love you guys. Please don't give me drugs because I'll probably do them. Yeah, don't make fun of me. It hurts my feelings.
What a faggot, am I right? What the hell is going on?
You know what? I just realized
Yeah.
he's got a bigger Adam's apple than you.
Oh.
What's going on there, bro?
I don't know what that is. That might be an April stuck in his accent.
It's Joe Rogan's cum.
Okay, there you go. A little self-deprecation there from Hans. He's a little bit wiggly.
Yeah. That made the whole crowd go, ooh.
Joe, if you had to describe Hans's Adam's apple, what would you call that?
Whatever I say.
Oh, forget it.
Sorry.
We have one of him just saying the N-word for 3 minutes in a row. All right. Hans, we love you. You're a star. I hope you get hydrated. Go have a liquid IV and get ready for the 9 p.m. show, okay? Hans Tim, everybody. There you go. Just sweet boy. He tried to frame and settle. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was.
You might be nervous. Absolutely destroyed 10 times throughout the week in Philly and Boston. Comes here for a 1 minute set. It's like, Tony calls me the F word. Did something happen? Not even at all. That's what's crazy. It's like sometimes he does that, though. He's done that a couple times. Like, Tony was mean to me because he thinks that it's like on brand. Because I mean to people. I mean. All right, I'm going to the bucket. You guys ready to see some crazy shit? Now, let me just tell you. I've been doing this a long time. We do it every week in our home. We've been all around the world. Let me just warn you guys. Skankfest has an unbelievable reputation of having people that did not prepare a minute, that literally are comedy fans, that thought they were going to riff and that it was going to go good, and we hate that here. So it might happen a lot. It usually does. Let's see what happens. With first comedian out of the bucket, mind you all that you have to, no matter where you are in this building right now, you can only come up via that staircase. If you come up any other way, they're going to take you off the stage. So it's the only way up. Everything else is a fire hazard. Your first comedian is Warren D.K. Warren D.K. Out of the bucket. Anything can happen. It could be a new legend of the history of the show. Could be a first timer. This is Warren D.K. Everybody answer to the Warren. Be supportive.
What's up, motherfuckers? All right, I'm self-employed now. I work from home. I'm my own boss. It's awesome. Because unlike my last job, I can't get fired for jacking off at my desk. Apparently, that's offensive for the students. Third graders now, right? Bunch of prudes. Super sexy, though. I was jacking off the other day and I accidentally came. All right, it was an accident. Mistakes happen. I was aiming for my mouth. I missed. I know what you're thinking too. Like, how did I not see that coming? I did. Believe it or not, I am in a relationship. I got a beautiful girlfriend. She's what's known as a screamer. Very loud, very sex. I don't know if you guys have ever busted a nut and a ear at the same time. Very painful. Very rad.
All right. Wow, big pop from the crowd on that one.
Yeah.
Skankfest crowds love masturbation jokes, followed by you talking about an imaginary girlfriend that doesn't exist. 48 seconds of material about jacking off, and then you checked your watch to know that you have 13 seconds left, and then talked about your made-up girlfriend. Warren DK, welcome to the show. How are you?
Great, Tony. Thank you.
Absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've done like a handful of shows over the last 10 years.
Everything you do is a handful, huh? The jerk-off king of comedy, Warren DK.
Just a couple fingerfuls.
Incredible. All right. Wait,
last 10 years? Yeah, I did my first open mic when I was like 21. I'm 33. So.
Holy shit. So you've done it at camp? You do it like once every 3
years?
Yeah,
I do random open mics here and there.
Okay, why?
I like it. It's fun.
But it's not fun enough to do more often than once every few years?
Honestly, I'm just lazy and terrified of failure, so.
Okay. Well, I could see why.
I like how that hit with everybody in this room.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room just went, oh.
Totally what you mean. Warren DK, you have a very interesting methy feature to you. Like very, very, very light on your feet. You look like
the sandwich, motherfucker.
I have Crohn's disease.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh, you guys know what Crohn's disease is? It's basically just constant diarrhea.
Damn, this is what his toilet looks like every time. Constant diarrhea. Now, why do you think you ended up getting Crohn's? Did you do something bad when you were a kid or something like that? Like, do you think it's karma? Did you like kill a baby bird or something like that?
It's hereditary. My dad was a piece of shit, so.
Oh, Jesus, buddy.
Wow.
Once again, you're hitting home. Yeah. In this crowd, dude.
Was your dad really a piece of shit? Isn't it funny that Crohn's disease, you don't really ever see a piece of shit? It's all liquid. Ironic, isn't it? That being a piece of shit means, all right. In what way was your dad a piece of shit? Normally, people with piece of shit dads are a lot funnier than you, by the way. Oh, Skankfest, did that one make you sad? Oh, we're so tough. We wear black t-shirts and grow out our beards. Oh, he said he's dead. Fucking hobos. You guys are gayer than Hans Tim. You know that? Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, you said that your dad, you're broke and your dad has Crohn's.
Your dad's dead, but
you got Dad's dead?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Jesus, dude.
Everybody having a good time yet?
All right, man, we get it. You're sad. Jesus Christ. Does your dad also have a nose like a sundial? Did you get that for him?
That really is a curse to have a nose that big and constantly have diarrhea. I mean, what are the odds?
Yeah. I feel like you're in a very negative place. Give us something that's positive about your life.
Oh, it is true. I do have a girlfriend.
Okay. Oh, yeah? Does she go to a different Holocaust camp? You look like a survivor.
It is true.
There is also a Nazi, yeah.
Okay. All right, Warren. What do you do for a living? Where are you from?
I live in Houston currently.
Houston? What do you do for work?
Woodworking, carpentry, bartend. I do a bunch of stuff. I volunteer with a really cool program out in Texas called the TRP. We build ramps for disabled people that can't afford them.
Oh, wow. Well, we could have really used you when Michael Lair was on the show. We had a lot of trouble. We have a high stage at Bolton. All right.
I liked his first game. That was fun. Like the misdirects about the kids, and then like you got the laugh, and you like really drove it home, and everyone got like weirded
I
out.
actually never told any of those jokes, so I appreciate it.
Oh, we could tell.
Yeah. Poor DK. When's the last time you performed?
Oh, so I can't remember, probably like a year ago. I signed up for your show a couple times in Austin, but I've never gotten pulled. I did an open mic out there maybe like 6 months ago.
Okay. Tell us the craziest thing about your life. What do you think sets you apart from everybody else in this room?
I can fuck my own ass. I can shove my own dick in my own asshole.
Wow. How many do you think we should have him do that right now?
I mean, oh, yeah. Humble brag. You know what I mean?
I don't think you can do that, but
yeah. I'll show you later.
Thank you.
If you're interested.
Thank you, Warren DK. Your obligatory Tony Hinchcliffe gay joke there. That's all I can know.
I feel like that's his street trick on Fremont Street to get money.
It is interesting. So you take your own flaccid penis.
That's got to be flaccid.
Right.
Oh, you think?
And then when it gets into your ass, does it start to get hard?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Weird.
Depends if I clench or not.
Wow.
So after he has diarrhea, he puts it back there. He's like, "Oh my God, you're so wet."
How did you learn that? Did you do it as like to cork it up so the diarrhea would not come out? Like, how'd you figure this out?
You got a wet boy pussy.
I saw a guy in YMH who could shove his balls in his ass. So I tried that, and I had really tiny balls. It didn't work. So
Old tiny balls. Look at you.
So you're just all dick. That's what you're
Long
saying.
dick, tiny balls.
Right. Wet ass.
Red ass.
Yo, wet ass.
A wet ass pussy.
He listens to the song up until the pussy part.
It's just wow. Because he got a wet ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Kill Tony debut of Warren DK, everyone. And back to the bucket we go. Here, hey, Warren, turn around. Here's a little joke book for you. Shove it up your ass. There you go. Warren DK, everyone. Come on. Give him a hand. I love it. We're going to fucking go back to this bucket. You guys having fun yet? You understand how the show works? There's your perfect example of the Skankfest bucket pool. The guy's done stand up 4 times in 13 years, so that's very exciting. Okay, this looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Corey Duga. Corey Duga. Here on Kill Tony. Come on, people, make some noise. It could be somebody's first time. Could be a real pro. Anything can happen. One more time for Corey, everybody.
What's up, Skanks? First time caller. First time on stage. My bad. I was expecting to feel a little good about myself coming to my first Skankfest, but looking at some of you guys put me in my place. I tell you, I had a couple of conversations where I thought I was going to have the upper hand. Oh yeah, I look better than this guy. Feeling myself, but they let me know. Oh no, I make more money than you. That's the equalizer. Damn it, I need to start making more money. Freaking, I'm not tall enough, so I'm not gonna get a girl that way. So anyway, I appreciate you. I wish I could, man. But
guys, we don't heckle at this show, you fucking pussies. If you had the courage to sign up, then you wait your turn. If you didn't, you shut the fuck up. You don't break the tension in this show. Unfortunately for you, Corey, I'm going to add another 15 seconds to your set because you got rudely interrupted. I'm pretty sure you have nothing left to say anyway, but I want you to feel the silence that you deserved up there. So 15 seconds extended from me to Corey. Here we go. I don't think you understand what the fuck I just said, sir. Very fun. Okay, Corey, do something.
Wish I had more to say. I I thought I had a good voice, but apparently I can't even freaking project. My bad, bro. My bad. Fucking. Sometimes I get a lot of phone calls at my job, so I answer.
Okay. Did you have something? Were you just starting a sentence, hoping for 15 seconds to be?
You know what? In hindsight, yeah, it was a sentence.
I love it. Corey, welcome to the show. That was fucking horrible. Welcome. But how about a hand? It's his first time doing it.
Oh my God.
Hopefully his last time doing it as well. Corey, welcome. Where are you from?
La Puente, California. That's LA County.
You really gotta put the mic.
LA County, my bad.
LA County. Now that's an interesting answer. What part of the county exactly?
Like as freaking close as you get to San Bernardino before it's not LA anymore.
Okay.
It's kind of like a lot of brown over there. It's
Yes, I know. I lived there for a very long time and went there to work and then immediately drove as fast as I could back to where I lived in West Hollywood with the rich, gay whites.
I've never seen a sad cholo.
Yeah, it really is incredible.
I mean, this was an episode of MS 13 Reasons Why.
A sad cholo. He doesn't have a teardrop tattoo. He has the real thing. Why do you think you're such a sad cholo, Corey Nuka?
I got a little big, man.
You can't even fit to my asshole. I don't even know what ass I have. My ass is always dry, like my sense of humor.
yeah, no. All that's true.
Is this the hardest thing you've ever done? I feel like this is like you're struggling right now, even to be there.
The nerves really work freaking up when Tony tells you to not sign up if you're not prepared. Don't do it.
Unfortunately, I say that after the bucket's filled with names, so we have a little bit of tweaking to do before the 9 p.m. show. To literally, people that help with the sign-ups can say, like, yo, if you are literally just gonna go there to bomb, but this is the thing.
I apologize.
Okay, Corey, let's talk about your fucking life. Let's figure it out. What do you do for work?
I am a security guard.
You are a security guard. Where are you a security guard at? Places that only people the size of the last comedian go? It's like, oh, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
You can't even hear him. Stop what you're doing. Stop. Get away from that.
Hey man, you still something. I'm gonna kill myself, essay. She's no joke, man. No, for real.
Corey, where are you a security guard at?
I work,
Louder, you son of a bitch! You are the most quiet Latino I've ever heard in my life. How come none of the Latinos I ever lived in an apartment building with are this quiet? Jesus Christ.
Where's my inner anger when I need it? I'm telling you. Because I have two modes. It's sad and angry. That's it.
Okay.
And I'm either Joker mode or Loco mode. You don't want to see me when I'm Loco.
You're just going to your bag of Latino shit right now.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, finally! He's a security guard at a monastery. You know what I mean?
That would be it.
Where is it? Yeah.
I work for a Fortune 500 company, like their campus, their business campus. I work for them.
Okay. How big of a family do you have?
I just live with my mom and dad.
You live with mom and dad.
How old are you?
I am recently 32.
Recently 32.
Okay.
Well, you're saving money. I don't know.
Well, his parents don't have to worry about him being loud, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't even know he still lives there.
Yeah. Do you fuck this quietly too?
I don't fuck.
Okay.
Let's get this guy laid.
A lot of comedians kill themselves. This is the rare comedian that makes everyone else want to kill themselves. This is incredible. I mean, even a guy that spent 52 seconds talking about masturbating, we found out in the last 8 seconds, he's fucking.
It's his own ass, but you know what I mean?
Corey, what do you mean you don't fuck? Let's talk about it.
Well, I mean, as you could tell by my quiet, somber nature, I don't really hit it off with girls.
Are you on any dating apps? Do you ever go out? Do you ever try?
No.
What do you mean no?
No to it all.
When's the last time you kissed a girl?
And did you like it? Thank you. Thank you so much, Stand Fast. Yes, but it was a pity kiss. So, no, I didn't like it.
It was a what?
Wait, have you? It was a pity kiss.
When was this?
It was by like a girl I used to talk to like in high school, like 2 or 3 years ago.
What is going on with you? Are you a virgin?
It's been that fucking long. I might as well be a virgin.
How long has it been since you had sex with a girl? Tell the truth.
High school. I'm 32. Yeah.
Hey, that's okay.
Is there a woman out there that'll come up and give this guy a real kiss? It's been since fucking high school. This is Skankfest. I like to make dreams come true. He seems like a good guy. He seems clean. He seems well manicured.
Anybody?
There has to be one girl out there. Sorry, Ty, no boys. There has to be one girl out there that's willing to come up here. We need a hero. Will somebody shove their tongue down this guy's throat real quick?
I need Tyler Barrel with a black cap.
There has to be one badass chick out there that's willing to make this whole crowd go crazy right now. We literally have the world's saddest comedian here.
Yes.
Hold on a second. What is this?
Yes.
Hearing the crowd clap a little bit. What's happening? That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay. Did you like it?
Look how fucking happy he is right now. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Big buck.
Corey, your entire demeanor has changed. I bet you're even louder now, aren't you?
Probably not. But
Oh, jeez. I really set him up for
Right. I'm going to be honest. I just jizzed in my pants. Are you trying to stay still so your boner doesn't show right now?
I have a
You're like,
witness.
you're all like, oh shit, oh, calm down. Wow.
it's all new to me. I don't know what I feel anymore.
That was a pretty fucking little thick, tattooed, hot chick. How did that make you feel? Tell us. Describe what you feel on the insides, Corey.
I feel fulfilled.
Corey Duda just made his Kill Tony debut. It's his first time on stage. Eric says you get a big joke, but you gotta get a big joke. These are all made by the great Bonsai. Wow.
And what was that girl? Hey, man, give it up for the girl.
Yeah, what was the girl? Got it? Jess? Jess? How loud can this place get for Jess right now? Yeah! That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Wow. Get it. They was tribute.
You know, Jess, I haven't gotten a blowjob since high school. And we're not surprised, motherfucker.
So there you go. Incredible. We've had, back to the bucket we go. We've had somebody who's done it 12 times in 15 years. We've had someone that has done it one time ever. How about one more time for the quiet Latino Corey Duda? A lot of newbies here tonight. And, well. Will you look at this? Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a newbie whatsoever. This man is one of my favorite comedians on planet Earth. Here to work out a new minute of material. Make some noise for Ari Shafir, everybody. What the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my god.
Hands for Ari Shapir.
Thanks. Do I just start? How do I do this? Okay. Hey, I don't know if you guys ever adopted a dog, but talk about you, Ian. They always show the backstory of these dogs that you adopt from the shelters. They always tell me about the fucking origin stories. Always like, you know, he was beaten every day. He was left for dead on the side of the road, and somebody found him and kicked the shit out of him every day for the last 3 years. Please adopt Sparks. Here's my question. How do they know that? Who's dropping off the dog? I go like, hey, I just don't have time to beat the shit out of this dog anymore, but I did beat the shit out of him every single fucking day. I mean, but my fist is so fucking bruised up from punching his dog in her fucking bitch face. I just can't do it anymore. So I'm hoping you guys find some other home for this dog to get shit beat out of him. And they're like, we're gonna find it a good home. Like, no, that's not what I wanted at all. Well, you do whatever you want. His name is Sparks, and he's a bad fucking dog. It's never anything real. It's never like, oh, we had a kid, he was allergic, so. You know, took his dog. They're preying on your sympathy. You know? They're always like, we spit in his eye every fucking Thursday. Someone held his eye open, fucking hot though, fucking one of those juicy fucking thick loogies right into his fucking eye. The dog would whimper, and that just made him spit even harder. Please, would someone adopt Callie? This is a wonderful dog. Someone should adopt it. You cannot have keys and children in the same room around this dog. It will attack one of those two things. But he does need a good home. I'm just wondering. It's never like, I don't know, we found him on the road. He's a cute dog. He knows how to sit already. I don't like it. Oh, yeah, I didn't hit him. Yeah,
You're
okay.
such a professional. You accidentally did 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry.
Wow. I was waiting for that meow. It's fucking extending.
It was quiet. You were getting big laughs. A rare treat when someone gets laughed so hard that they can't hear the meow.
Oh, did I hear? I wasn't did you do it? Oh,
Yeah, you're
sorry,
really good at this.
The dog overcame the meow. It canceled out.
I love it. How about another hand for the great Ari Shapir, huh? Ari here, working out a minute. I think maybe, you know, I mean, that's great. There's nothing for me to make fun of. I could call you a Jew 1,000 different ways. Why don't you tell these people, because this is a show about stand-up, like, how do you come up with material? You sit down and, like, sit at a desk with a piece of paper? Do you wait until you see real-life stuff and then start a premise? Do you write on stage?
Yeah, that's good. Well, I learned from my mentors when I started the comedy store. I saw a lot of really great comics doing it. So, so what I do is I sit in the back of the room with a notebook, like my mentor Carlos Mencia, and I just write down everything that these comics are saying. I found it's an endless source of material that just never stops giving, and it's really worked out for me over the years. So all these young comics, take note.
The next comic's going to come up here and talk about the rescue dogs. I love it, Ari.
Dude, I don't want to do a 1 minute on this podcast since the fucking beginning. This is in the belly room with fucking Iron Man up there.
Crazy, right?
I kept thinking of my name in there, so finally.
Yeah, no, I love it, and it's been almost 10 years since then. And
damn, I've liked you for 4 of those.
I love it. Ari, what else is going on in the world? Anything else you want to talk about to these people, or any? I just got here today. You have any fucking insight on the festival?
Las Vegas? Oh, well, there's some lovely people out on Fremont Street. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, I
Beautiful
saw
people.
the oddest looking fat old Superman that I've ever seen before in my life out here.
Here's a fun story. We filmed Big J Okerson's special right over there yesterday. And no, don't clap, it's a bad person. But afterwards, we were going out to do some pickup shots out in Vegas with the lights behind us. There's this cool camera with its lights and shit. So we're walking behind where Jelly Roll would play, just near that area, and some fucking hit goes, "Are you Jelly Roll?" To Jay Okerson. And he goes, no, I'm not Jelly Roll. And they're like, come on, you're being modest. They for sure thought Big J Okerson was Jelly Roll. And was just hanging out somewhere in the audience before he goes up. Jelly Roll's fucking lady cousin, Jam Buns.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining the panel, what I believe is the greatest comedian on the number one, my favorite comedian in the world.
Wow. The demeaning music didn't really help. But
Where were you, Artie? So something happened with the camera?
oh yeah, me and Jay were out taking pictures on Judgment Dave.
Tony, thank you for letting me once again be a part of your traveling Ponzi scheme. Where you take people's dreams and turn them into crypto cash. I don't know how you do it.
That's true. They just
I don't know how you do it.
for it. It's amazing. I'm very, very lucky. I'm honored that you would join us, Dave. Thank you so much for coming and hanging
Thanks
out
for
with
having
us. We're gonna go through the bucket. We just found this brand new comedian. He goes by the name of Ari Shafir.
Oh. It's been a dream of mine to go up here and have David Tell on the panel, including these four also rants. It's really a wonderful moment for me.
Ari and I got that